The Second Legend of written by Aaron N. Hall, performed by Adriel Brandt. 1. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for book club, soup, and wine. Lots of wine. Ursula the witch hummed around her cozy little tree-trunk house, gathering ingredients and tossing them into the large cauldron in the middle of the room. A happy fire crackled under the cauldron, making the viscous liquid bubble and burp. All around the house, black cats napped and licked their paws and swished their tails as they lolled about. On the counter, a nearly empty bottle of wine was the evidence of Ursula's rosy cheeks and dulled inhibitions. A couple of cats climbed onto the edge of the cauldron to sniff its contents. Ursula barked at them and waved a wrinkly hand.
"Ged, vetch, down from there," she said. "You'll get fur in the soup. It's bad enough that Anne, too, is allergic to you."
Just then, a hand mirror on the kitchen counter vibrated softly. It was a pretty thing, dark purple with intricate edges and a pearl handle. Ursula tapped the glass twice, and the hand mirror stood on its end. On the glass, 3 faces appeared, wrinkly, pale, long-nosed witches with big smiles and bright eyes, nearly identical to Ursula.
"Hey!"
the 3 of them said. Their voices were tinny and muffled from the mirror.
"Hey, girls,"
Ursula said with a hiccup. One of the witches in the mirror stifled her laughter.
"Ursula,"
she said.
"have you already gotten into the book club wine?"
Ursula smirked, touched her lip, and hiccuped again.
"I'll never tell."
Her friends laughed. Ursula said,
"Don't worry, there's plenty left. And the soup is almost done. Just need to throw in a few things. Who's all there?"
The witch on the left pushed her way to the front.
"Almost all of us. And 1,
She pointed to herself.
and 2, Robin, Nora, Octavia, Fonda, and we're still waiting for Becky. She should be here soon."
During the conversation, Ursula skimmed a nearby cookbook and blindly sliced a carrot with expert precision, despite her inebriation. She took the pieces and hurled them over her shoulder. They landed neatly in the cauldron's center with tiny splashes.
"Great," Ursula said. "I'm excited to talk about our book this month. I adored it, but I can't seem to find my copy. Oh, here it is."
She spotted it by her foot, a thick hardcover of Green Passion, an orcish love story. Ursula stooped down, grabbed it, and bumped her head on the counter's underside as she stood. She yowled loudly, and half the kitchen shuddered. She didn't notice that a thick, weathered book with an ink-black cover fell from a shelf and landed neatly atop her cookbook, pages open, effectively hiding the cookbook underneath it.
"What was that?"
Anne once said through the mirror.
"Did you bonk your head again?"
Ursula rubbed her head as she tossed the book aside.
"Yes. 7 heavens, this wine is making me sloppy."
The witches on the other end cackled. Ursula rolled her eyes.
Yes, very funny. Well, I'm going to get back to the soup. Spicy tortilla. I know Robin will be happy with it. I'll see you girls in a few. Bye,
her witchy friends crooned. Their faces disappeared, and the hand mirror fell neatly on its back. Ursula sighed and rubbed her head. The pain was going away, but her embarrassment wasn't.
Great. Now, where were we?
As she scanned the book on the counter, her eyes widened.
Oh, it calls for a demon eyeball? Odd. I didn't see that before.
She dug through her supplies, found a demon eyeball, and hurled it into the cauldron. Then some bat wings. Then some liquefied essence of greed. She was surprised she still had some of that laying around. After a few minutes, her spicy tortilla soup swirled thick and purple and made a pale fog roll off the cauldron's edge. The cats around the room inched away from it, their backs arched, eyes unblinking and fur prickling. Ursula put her fists on her hips.
I don't think spicy tortilla soup is supposed to look like that. But it's what the book says.
She hiccuped and rubbed her nose.
What was that last bit?
She turned back to what she thought was the cookbook. She eyed the final line.
An incantation? For a soup? Oh, 100 hells.
Then she uttered a stream of words that lingered on the darkest edges of mage tongue. There was a loud crack and a shudder. The whole tree seemed to groan. Dozens of black cats hissed and streamed out of the house. They nearly clogged the cat door as they fled into the forest. Ursula stumbled and grabbed onto the counter to keep her balance. The purple soup illuminated. Fog flooded off the cauldron's edge. Something was building. Ursula grabbed her cookbook and flipped through it. The realization came quickly. This wasn't a cookbook. This was an entirely different book. One that she barely touched, and for good reason. Her mouth went dry, and she gulped.
Uh-oh.
The front door flew open. In the threshold stood 7 witches nearly identical to her, all clutching copies of Green Passion, an Orcish love story. They started to say, "Hey!" just before the delight fell from their faces and their greetings turned into panicked yelps. The cauldron erupted. From its depths, purple fire shot to the ceiling. The flames spread to the walls and furniture, eating everything up with dark, flickering heat. The witches flew into the house, casting spells to stop the flames, but it was no use. The purple fire was spreading, and even magic couldn't quench it. They had to escape. And one grabbed Ursula by the hand and pulled her from the house. Ursula stumbled and sobbed as she tried to keep on her feet. Once outside, the sober witches devised a plan. All 8 witches spread themselves evenly around the tree in a circle. The witches lifted their arms to the sky, and as one, cast a barrier dome large enough to encase the entire tree, flames and all. It worked. The flames reached the edge of the barrier but didn't move to the rest of the forest. The fire was contained. But the witches would have to hold the spell until the tree was fully extinguished. Ursula watched with horror and embarrassment, holding her aching arms up as she watched her home disappear. From the safety of nearby trees, her cats watched with luminous eyes as their home was engulfed by the mysterious purple fire. Seconds turned into minutes. Minutes turned into nearly an hour. The witches struggled to stand, and sweat glistened on their faces. But finally, the last lick of purple flame vanished. The tree was no more. In its place, a giant mound of black soot sat in the middle of the clearing. All of the witches collapsed from exhaustion. Among it all, Ursula wept. Anne One and Robin gathered to console her, rubbing her back and speaking words of comfort. The ground began to rumble again. Nearby trees rustled, and a flock of birds flew away with nervous caws. The witches bristled, awaiting more danger, but were too magically exhausted to resist. Instead, they watched with deathly anticipation and fear. From out of the ash, a monolith arose. A metallic cube as large as a garden shed ascended from the destruction, sending ashes cascading over its sides. The metal cube had a set of 2 sliding metal doors on the front, and above those doors there was a down arrow. With a loud thud, the cube settled on the forest floor. The soot blew in the breeze all around it, and suddenly the air grew uncomfortably cold, like winter had arrived early. The witches stared with mouths agape, unsure of what to do. Then the down arrow on the cube lit up. There was a loud and the double doors slid open. The Harvest Festival, Baragon's most anticipated celebration of the year. 4 months since DJ returned home from his quest. All the trees in town burst with bright, warm autumn colors, providing a beautiful contrast against the gray stone buildings that filled the city. Bards and bands filled every tavern and street corner with song. Street vendors hawked their wares with shouts and whistles. Throughout the city, dancers performed and earned gold coins in overturned hats and music cases. And the mingling smells of sweet and savory confections filled the air, pastries and dried meats, ciders and ales, everything to make you hungry enough to forfeit some gold coins. DJ watched as a vendor from Odambro coated a twisty pastry with cinnamon and sugar and slipped it into a paper sleeve. The vendor traded DJ the pastry for 3 gold coins. The first bite was exquisite, fluffy, warm, and sweet. DJ hummed to himself, then looked to his left. Sir Dashing was standing next to him, wearing his official city council robes, spotless white with gold trim around the edges. His golden blonde hair was perfectly washed, his bright blue eyes glistened, and his strong, wide chest made his robes strain. In his right hand, he carried a war chicken leg, a poultry item the size of a battle mace. He tore away a portion of it with his teeth, which covered his strong jaw with grease. DJ grimaced a little bit at the spectacle. "Hey, Dad, you've got a little—" He gestured all around his mouth. Sir Dashing gave a mighty gulp, then said, "I'm well aware, son, not to fear." He whipped out a handkerchief, wiped his face, then threw the handkerchief over his shoulder. At least 3 women materialized from the crowd and snatched at it like a wedding bouquet. They all fell into a heap on the cobblestone as they wrestled for the trinket, biting and scratching each other. Sir Dashing didn't notice. "Good goddess," he said. "This war chicken leg is so tender. Would you like a bite?" DJ held up his Odambro braid. "I'm good. Thanks, though." "Say, wasn't your girlfriend going to join us around now?" "Dad, don't call her that." DJ's cheeks turned hot. "We've both known Riley for like 10 years. Just call her by her name." "Yes, I know," Sir Dashing responded. "But after seeing every young girl in town repulsed and underwhelmed by you, it's such a delight to say you have a girlfriend now." The next part he said half to himself. "My son's girlfriend. My son's girlfriend. My son is so wonderful, he has a lovely girlfriend." DJ blushed furiously. Not far away, a group of DJ's peers ogled at him. They whispered among themselves, then rolled their eyes and shook their heads. DJ could partly read their lips. They were talking about DJ's now infamous claim that he had seen and handled the brassiere of the goddess, something no one else in history had done. From the looks on their faces, they believed this skinny, pale, dark-haired 16-year-old mage was just spinning tall tales for attention. DJ took a chomp out of his Odambro braid and looked away. He didn't blame them for not believing him. After all, hardened adventurers had tried to see the brassiere of the goddess for thousands of years. The goddess only let DJ see it because he didn't want to. When DJ returned to Baragon and reported on his adventure to the town governor, Master Macer, he was nearly stripped of his knightly title because Master Macer thought he was lying. If Sir Dashing hadn't stepped in and defended DJ's honor, he would have lost his title for sure. Part of DJ was grateful for the things he didn't feel inside, though. He didn't feel resentment toward his peers for not believing him. And the whispers and snickers didn't bother him nearly as much as they used to. Months ago, those secret jabs and gossip would have eaten DJ up. But thanks to months of adventure with people who became his best friends, Riley, Francis the Orc, and a friar named Steve, his priorities had shifted. He didn't need the approval of his peers. He was fine, just as he was. Sir Dashing's voice ripped DJ from his train of thought. "Ah, there she is. just in time to join us for the performance." Riley, DJ's best friend and girlfriend, came bounding up to him and Sir Dashing. DJ's heart leapt at the sight of her. Her chestnut hair had been freshly brushed, and the sun caught her face in a way that made her freckles pop. She wore a flowy green dress that reminded DJ of the Eldar forest. It was perfect, since Riley became a ranger and fell in love with the wilderness during their adventure. "Hey," Riley said with a smile. "Hey," DJ replied stupidly. Sir Dashing merely watched expectantly, chewing on his war chicken leg, chin covered with grease again. Riley pointed at DJ's Odambro braid. "You got one for me too, right?" DJ turned a little pink from embarrassment, but thought of something quickly. "I thought we'd share this one." Riley faked a swoon. "Aw, that's so sweet." She snatched it from DJ and took a big bite. Then, with a mouth half full, she said, "You forgot, huh?" DJ sighed defeatedly. "Guilty, Your Honor." "I'll let this one slide, noble knight," Riley said as she took another bite. "But you owe me 2 next time." She teasingly poked DJ's stomach with a finger. DJ recoiled and tried to poke her back. They both laughed. Then DJ took Riley's hand and squeezed it as they walked together. Riley didn't notice it, but DJ's free hand was fidgeting with a parcel in his pocket. It was smooth and fine and had a gold chain attached. When he thought of giving it to her, his heart rate picked up. In his head, he devised a plan. "Be cool, Sir DJ," he thought to himself. "Bring out some knightly charm. Tonight is the night to sweep your fair maiden off her feet." Sir Dashing followed from a safe distance behind, giving the young lovers their space. Occasionally he stopped for autographs, which he was delighted to sign. Riley looked around, then leaned toward DJ and whispered in his ear, "I nabbed 2 whole bottles of wine from a cart that came all the way from Varys. I put them at our spot in the tower. Once the play is over, we can head up there. Besides," she paused, "I need to talk to you about something." DJ raised an eyebrow. "Really? About what?" She gave a little smile. "Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it once we're up there." "Okay," DJ said slowly. "You need to stop stealing wine, though. You've only gotten sneakier since our adventure." "Hey, it's the closest thing I can get to doing ranger stuff right now." Riley let out a dramatic sigh. "We need to get back out there, DJ. Explore the forest, sleep under the stars, fight bad guys." She nudged him. "I know you miss it too." "Not as much as you," he smirked. "But we'll get out sometime, don't worry." He sighed. "I wish we didn't have to watch this stupid play. Dad's gonna love it, though. He's been trying to act like it's not that important to him, but you see how excited he gets about his past adventures. At least Father Steve will be in it." "Oh yeah, no offense to your dad, but if Father Steve wasn't in it, I wouldn't watch." "I don't blame you." DJ thought for a second. "Speaking of which, have you seen Francis lately?" Riley frowned and shook her head. "I've been by Klepper's Keep 3 times this week. He hasn't been there." DJ looked at his boots. "I hope he's all right. You would think he would talk to us if he wasn't doing well." They made their way to Baragon's Plaza, where rows and rows of chairs had been set up facing a large stage. To the side of that stage was a 20-foot statue covered by a white sheet. DJ remembered Sir Dashing writing to him about that statue while DJ and his friends were venturing across the territory. Tonight, Master Macer would officially reveal it to the city. DJ, Riley, and Sir Dashing sat down on the front row, just a dozen feet away from the stage. Lots of townspeople passed by them, shaking Sir Dashing's hand and requesting more autographs. As a couple people were getting some things signed, a small child gazed upon DJ with large, wondrous eyes. DJ smiled back at the child politely.
"Is it true?" the child asked. "You saw the brassiere of the goddess?"
DJ nodded. Yep, it's true.
Pfft, yeah, right.
DJ's smile dropped. Riley snorted. Then the child scampered away with his family. Riley patted DJ on the knee as DJ slumped down in his seat. Minutes passed, and the seats filled. The sun dipped down to the west, filling the sky with brilliant reds and purples. Lanterns illuminated the plaza, and from some nearby rooftops, 2 enormous spotlights threw brilliant light on the stage. DJ looked to his right. There was an empty seat next to him. It was supposed to be for Francis. Riley leaned in and asked, "Francis is coming, right?" "Well, he's known about this for months," DJ said. "I know he hates crowds, but there's no way he would miss Steve's performance." Right after DJ said it, the dark, portly figure of Master Macer climbed onto the stage. His typical regal purple robes trailed behind him, and the blinding light illuminated just how thin his long gray hair had become. He blinked hard against spotlights, then gracefully turned it into a wave. The townspeople cheered and applauded. Then Master Macer held both his hands up, and the crowd hushed.
"Good evening, one and all,"
he bellowed.
"I'm sure you're enjoying Baragon's annual Harvest Festival."
More cheers and applause. DJ's head swiveled all around, scanning the crowd and its surroundings. No sign of Francis.
"For centuries,"
Master Macer continued,
"our city has welcomed visitors from around the territory to celebrate the food and culture of our fair city. This year is a special treat because we have an exciting presentation celebrating one of our most cherished citizens, the legendary knight Sir Dashing."
The plaza exploded with applause and whistles. The people closest to Sir Dashing patted him on the back or clapped his shoulders. Sir Dashing turned and waved, flashing his dazzling smile. DJ and Riley exchanged smirks.
"Before his retirement over 16 years ago,"
Master Macer continued,
"Sir Dashing gallantly traveled the territory, vanquishing monsters, rescuing the helpless, discovering treasure, and occasionally visiting orphanages to read stories to children."
The crowd awed.
"And since his retirement, he has served faithfully on our city council. To celebrate the unveiling of his statue on our ageless city plaza, the Baragon Thespian Society has prepared a reenactment of one of Sir Dashing's most harrowing adventures. People of Baragon and the territory of I present to you the vanquishing of the twin dragons."
A fresh torrent of applause erupted before Master Macer hustled off the stage and a small army of actors populated it. The budget for the production had to have been low, because it seemed like everyone's costumes were scraped up from their own closets. DJ assumed that most of the budget went to the large papier-mâché dragons, which were admittedly impressive. They were each manned by 4 thespians, running around the stage, holding them high while controlling their claws, haunches, and wings with a series of sticks. Father Steve was only in a couple of scenes, tucked into the back of the ensemble when the young Sir Dashing arrived. DJ assumed that the director was trying to hide Steve. He had to admit, Steve's lazy eye, missing chin, bald head, and strong overbite made him a bit of an eyesore. But Steve did have one line. It was when the papier-mâché dragons were descending upon the village. Father Steve stepped forward and with his foghorn of a voice said,
"Oh no! The dragons are here!"
The entire crowd startled and murmured at the sheer volume of Steve's voice. But DJ and Riley cackled before they clapped and whooped for their friend. On stage, Steve blushed heavily and pushed down a smile, trying not to revel too long in his masterful performance. He melted into the background, and the scene resumed. The play was over and done in a matter of minutes. A bright-faced teenager wearing a blonde wig, meant to represent Sir Dashing, arrived in a small village that was being ravaged by dragons. At the locals' request, Sir Dashing tracked down the dragons, slew them simultaneously, then returned to the village to collect his gold reward and their fervent adoration. End scene. The crowd swelled and cheered. The Baragon Thespian Society held hands and took a bow. Then they all pointed to Sir Dashing sitting in the front row, and the crowd grew even more vibrant. Sir Dashing stood a little to turn and smile and wave. He tried to act bashful, but his eyes betrayed him. The soft twinkle in those beautiful blues said he adored every moment. Master Macer stomped back onto the stage.
What a wonderful presentation! And now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Drum roll, please.
Somewhere, a drum rattled. The people of Baragon held their breath. 2 stagehands grabbed the sheet covering the statue and pulled. The white tarp cascaded to the ground, revealing a glorious marble statue of Sir Dashing stepping onto a rock and holding a magnificent sword to the sky. The artist's rendition made Sir Dashing even more muscular and square-jawed than he actually was, and his flowing stone hair reached all the way down his back. DJ pressed his lips together to contain a laugh. Out of the side of his eye, he watched Sir Dashing clapping and giggling like a schoolboy receiving a coveted birthday gift. That pushed DJ over the edge, and his laugh escaped in a shaky burst.
Thank you all for coming,
Master Macer concluded.
May the Harvest Festival continue.
The crowd applauded some more. Then the plaza filled with a dull hum as they all got up from their seats and went back to their revelry. Riley tapped DJ's knee and leaned in. She still had to yell to be heard over the crowd. "Hey, Francis never showed." DJ's smile faded. She was right. The seat next to DJ never filled. Riley tapped his knee another time. "Let's go to his flat. Maybe he's not feeling well." She got up. "Come on." "Wait," DJ said, standing up to join her. He thought of the parcel in his pocket and flushed pink. How about we go to the clock tower first, just for a few minutes? Besides, you said you wanted to talk, right?" Riley raised an eyebrow. "That can wait. Why do you want to go so bad?" I have something to give you. Something special." Riley beamed. "Well, now you have to give it to me now. You know how much I hate waiting. And besides, you forgot to get me an Odambro braid, so you owe me. Let's see it." DJ turned scarlet. He swallowed and dug into his pocket, all while resisting the urge to look over his shoulder to see if his dad was watching. People were walking all around, but no one paid them much attention. From his pocket, DJ pulled out a gold pendant with a brilliant green jewel on it. Riley's eyes lit up. "I saw this and thought of you," DJ said. "The jewel is green like the forest, and it matches your favorite dress. So, this is for you." DJ was not about to tell Riley that the pendant was offered to him by the Mage College of Baragon. They had been trying to convince him to enroll ever since they found out he had become a mage on his last adventure. This was one of many gifts DJ had received from them. "DJ, it's beautiful!" Riley cried. She snatched it and hung it around her neck. "Thank you! Oh my goddess, I love it!" This was the moment. DJ swallowed and tried to control his breathing. He reached out and took both of Riley's hands. He gazed deeply into her brown eyes, and she gazed into his, but her body stiffened just a tad. DJ held his breath, pursed his lips, and leaned in. Riley leaned back, a small dodge. DJ's shoulders drooped, and he let out a thick sigh. "Still, sorry." Riley took back her hands and folded her arms. Without looking at DJ, she said, "I'm just still not ready." "It's been 4 months, Riley. Dowen kissed Siri after they had been courting for only a week." Yeah, well, I'm not Siri, Riley said firmly. DJ didn't know what to say to that. A storm cloud gathered in his chest, but he tried to quench it. Come on, Riley said. Let's talk about this later. But for now, we should go see Francis. She started to turn around, but stopped. The necklace is beautiful, Deej. I really do love it. Thank you. She leaned in and gave him a tender peck on the cheek, then rushed away. DJ threw a glance over his shoulder. To his mild horror, Sir Dashing had witnessed the whole thing. He gave a feeble smile and shrug as if to say, "Hang in there, son." DJ shook his head and waved a little as if to say, "I'll catch up with you later." Then he followed after Riley. 2. The walk to Francis's flat was brief. Klepper's Keep was in the lower district of Barragond, which wasn't far from the plaza. Francis stayed in a small flat just above the bookstore. You had to enter an alleyway and climb a stone staircase to reach it. Riley turned all around as they entered the shadowy alley. All the noise of the city was back in the plaza, muted and distant. As far as she and DJ could tell, they were totally alone. "It's a little spooky at night," DJ observed. "Yeah," Riley said. "And I don't have my bow or knives. But don't worry." She gave him a mischievous look. "I know you could just flame fist anyone who tries to get us." DJ forced a little laugh, but his insides sunk like a stone. He thought back to the first and only life he took back at Broken Lovers Pass, the bandit that tried to run him through. DJ used Flame Fist to turn that bandit into a smoldering heap. The image was forever branded onto his mind. He could even remember the smell of charred flesh as the memory resurfaced. A shudder ran down his back. They reached the top of the stairs, and Riley gave a generous knock on the old wooden door. No answer. She knocked a second time. Still nothing. She jiggled the door handle. Locked. So she stood with her fists on her hips for a moment before she pulled a hairpin from her hair and got on her knees. DJ's eyes widened. "Riley, are you nuts?" he hissed. Riley shushed him. "Just be quiet and keep watch. I've been practicing this on my brother's lockbox. It's where he keeps his drawings of naked ladies." "I didn't need to know that. Besides, what are you planning on saying to Francis once you break into his house?" "That we haven't seen him in weeks, and we're worried about him. He's our friend, DJ." That silenced DJ. He pursed his lips and made himself keep watch. But no one came to the alley. Everyone was at the Harvest Festival several blocks away. Feeling the need to say something, he cleared his throat a little. "Hey, how's the bakery doing? Are things getting better?" Riley slowed down her lockpicking and frowned. "No. The bank says if my dad can't pay 3,000 gold in the next few months, they'll close the bakery down." DJ let out a loud sigh. "You know my dad is loaded. He'd be happy to help. That amount of gold isn't a big deal to him." "I know." Riley frowned harder. "But you know my dad. He hates asking for handouts more than he hates being in debt. The big dummy's pride is his most—" She didn't finish because she felt one of the tumblers click into place. "Quiet. I think I've almost got it." The door flew open. Riley sprang to her feet and DJ flipped around. Francis the Orc filled the doorway. His 7-foot stocky frame was wrapped in a large wool blanket. His normally cheery disposition was gone. Dark circles were under his eyes, and the corners of his mouth pulled into a frown. Francis looked down on the humans and blinked.
"You really shouldn't tamper with locks like that. You could break them."
Hey, Francis," DJ said from the bottom of the stairs. "We missed you tonight." "Where were you?" Riley said loudly, pointing at his droopy green face. "Steve was in the play. He was great. I know he told you ages ago." Francis pinched the bridge of his nose.
I'm sorry. It's been...
He deflated just a little.
Why don't you come in for some tea?
Francis lumbered inside and Riley followed close behind. DJ hustled up the stairs and closed the door behind him. Francis's flat smelled musty and strong, like the orc hadn't left it in weeks. It was a modest dwelling with a bedroom, a hosting area, and a little kitchenette. DJ recalled it being much cleaner when he visited months ago. Now there were dirty dishes on nearly every surface. There were books just about everywhere except for on bookcases. And by the foot of the couch, there were loads of opened raven post spread around the floor. Francis shimmied over to the kitchenette, lit the stove, and put a kettle on, all while wearing the wool blanket like a shawl. DJ's heart sank as he watched his friend move. Slow, dragging his big green feet, lumping along like a big weight hung over him. "Hey," Riley said. "These are letters from Gosha." DJ turned to see Riley poring over all the raven post Francis had left on the floor. She had even picked one up to start reading. "Riley," DJ protested. "Come on, that's none of our business."
It's quite all right, young knight, Francis said sullenly. Let the girl read. There's nothing to hide.
The orc took a deep breath.
Our son grows inside her, the proper heir to the Iron Hands clan. She writes to me about it every week. How heavy he makes her belly, his little kicks, the strange food she craves.
He crept over to the couch and sat down. The couch sagged under his weight.
And with each passing week, I ache more and more to be by her side. But alas, I am here, exiled.
DJ folded his arms. Not sure of what else to say, he said, "I'm sorry, Francis. I can't imagine how hard that is. Is there any chance the clan will let you back in once your son is born?" Francis shrugged. DJ felt like he knew the answer before he even asked. Francis had been exiled from the Iron Hands clan for over 8 years because Francis tried to use diplomacy instead of bloodshed as he led a charge against a rival clan. The result was a massacre. Gosha was eager to bring him back, but the other orcs in the clan still harbored ill feelings toward him. Riley didn't say anything. She just sat next to Francis, draped her arms around him, and put her head on his shoulder. Francis patted her arm with a huge green hand. The kettle whistled. Francis got up, but DJ got up faster, so Francis sunk back onto the couch. DJ located 3 clean enough cups and poured everyone tea. The orc stared blankly ahead while he spoke.
The time I spent with Gosha during our quest was a blessing, Francis said. I thought it would slake my desire for her, provide me some closure. But as our child grows, my longing for her has only deepened. I fear it may be driving me to a sad and pitiful state.
Maybe? DJ thought the words as he glanced around the filthy flat. Riley rubbed Francis's back, ignoring his strong body odor. Is there any way they would let you back? Any way at all?
It's unlikely, Francis grumbled. You saw how they live. They value blood and strength and heroics, nothing less. I'm still a weak outcast to them, a race traitor who values books more than brawn.
Francis sipped his tea, then forced a smile at his friends.
Your company is a bright spot in my sorry state, however. Thank you. I'm sorry I've been a bit distant. And please, give Stephen my sincerest apologies. I'll strive to make it up to him somehow.
Riley and DJ both took turns giving Francis big hugs. DJ tried to ignore Francis's dingy clothes as he pressed his face against his chest. He wouldn't have been surprised if Francis hadn't changed his tunic in days. When they stepped outside, DJ took a deep breath of the clean nighttime air. Riley was already making her way down the steps, shaking her head. "Man," she muttered, "I've never seen him like that before. We need to get him out of his house more. I think he needs us really badly right now." DJ's voice trailed as he got distracted. "Wait, what's going on?" At the mouth of the alley, dozens, if not hundreds, of people moved through the street, headed toward the city plaza. But these weren't delighted locals on their way to the Harvest Festival. These people moved with a tired slowness, as if their feet had already done more than enough walking for a fortnight. As Riley and DJ got closer, they noticed the worn, weathered clothing these visitors wore. There were handcarts and wagons and sacks full of belongings on people's backs. They look like refugees, DJ thought. Bold as usual, Riley hustled up to the nearest visitor and struck up a conversation. "Hey," she said, "who are you guys? Where are you coming from?"
"Dining,"
the lady said. She had to be in her mid-40s, with weary eyes and a hunched back. She adjusted her travel pack as she spoke.
"Something dark has grown in the forest, making everything cold and quiet. There's a local witch, Ursula, a mild menace, but otherwise a friendly and strange woman. Her treehouse outside of town is gone, and it's been replaced with something strange."
Riley and DJ traded worried glances, especially at the mention of Ursula and her missing treehouse.
"And it's not just that,"
the stranger continued.
"The whole area of the forest feels like something is pulling on you. Like when you're so down and sad that no amount of hot meals or warm baths will fix it. But it's every day, and it's so much worse."
She shuddered.
"We all held a meeting and decided to leave, so we can send someone to sort it out."
"Is Ursula okay?" DJ asked, dread climbing in his chest. The stranger shook her head.
"No one's seen her."
Riley looked at DJ. Her eyes were shiny with fear. The stranger continued.
"Our leader, Master Tanner, is going to meet with Baragon's governor to see if something can be done. Hopefully we can get that thing cleared out and go home soon."
She wrinkled her nose and looked around the Baragon street.
"I hate the smell of sea salt."
She nodded and hustled away. DJ and Riley slowed to a stop, taking in everything they just heard. Riley turned to DJ, her eyes still wide and glistening.
"Her house is gone, and no one has seen her. You don't think—"
She couldn't finish the sentence. DJ frowned and shook his head. "I don't know. But listen, I'm a knight, so I'm entitled to stand in on those kinds of meetings if I want to. I'll go to the meeting, whenever it is, and tell you what they say." He paused. "Do you still want to go to the clock tower tonight?" Riley's chin fell and her shoulders drooped. "I don't really feel like it anymore. Let's do tomorrow. Is that okay?" DJ agreed. They hugged tightly, then DJ asked if he could walk Riley home. She said no, then wished him good night and marched toward her home in the lower district. No kiss, DJ thought, and she won't let me walk her home. Is this normal when you have a girlfriend? In a matter of minutes, DJ had wordlessly passed through the still celebrating townspeople in the plaza, marched through the upper district, and entered Sir Dashing's mansion. Lantern light flickered orange against the polished stone floors, along with the many sculptures and paintings and bench press set in the living room. The lighting gave the mansion a warm, luxurious glow that contrasted with the worry DJ felt in his gut. Surprisingly, Sir Dashing was sitting at the dining room table, sipping a glass of red wine and reading a book. When DJ closed the door behind him, Sir Dashing looked up and saluted him with his goblet. "Oh there, son," he said. "I hope you had a lovely evening with your girlfriend. I've been reading Green Passion, an orcish love story. I got it at the library. For free. Aren't libraries lovely? And the book is quite popular right now, especially among my admirers. Dad, why are you home? DJ said, strolling over to the table. I thought for sure you'd be out partying with the rest of the city all night. It's the Harvest Festival, and you just got a huge statue of yourself. Sir Dashing bookmarked his page and set it aside, before he took a deep breath and laced his hands together. Frankly, I wanted to speak to you. DJ frowned. Is everything all right? I could ask you the very same. Sir Dashing adjusted in his seat. Miss Riley, your former best friend and compadre, now turned romantic interest, yes, Dad, I'm aware, has been by your side for just over 4 months, and she still won't... Sir Dashing made a little kissing sound with his lips. DJ rolled his eyes and heaved out a sigh as he slumped into a chair. I hate that you saw that. Why? Because you're Sir Dashing, and every woman in I wants to make out with you. No, I mean, why is she still hesitant to kiss you? DJ folded his arms and looked away. She says she's not ready. She said that she doesn't want to rush things. 4 months is hardly rushing, son. Well, what do you want me to do about it? DJ threw his hands up. I have to take her word, right? She promised she would never lie to me. But even as he said it, DJ remembered the time on their adventure months ago, when Riley said her dad gave her permission to travel across only to find out that Riley had lied about it. Her dad ended up hiring a sellsword, Sir Percival Buttons, to track her down and bring her home. Riley swore that she would never lie to DJ again after that, but part of DJ, a part he tried not to think about, wondered if that promise was still holding true. All I'm saying, Sir Dashing said as he raised his hands, is that you might want to talk to her about how she's feeling about everything. That's all. He ended with a kind smile. With ire stirring in his chest, DJ pushed out his chair. You know what? I'm going to bed. It's been a long day. He started to storm away, but stopped. By the way, did you see all those people from Danon coming into town today? I don't know if they went through the plaza. Sir Dashing nodded. Yes, it caused quite a stir when they started to mingle with the festivities. They'll likely stay in Barragond until they can send a champion to resolve whatever fuss they're dealing with. Master Tanner plans to meet with Master Mesa tomorrow at dawn. I'll be at the meeting if you'd like to attend. DJ gave a feeble half-smile. I'll be there. Then he made the sad climb up to his bedroom. He didn't fall asleep for over an hour, thinking about how Riley didn't even want him to walk her home. Master Tanner, the governor of Danon, was big on mass and short on beauty. The man was well over 6 feet tall, with great broad shoulders hidden underneath a bear fur cloak. Strong, meaty hands clenched by his side as he strode with long, hulking steps. His head-to-torso ratio, however, was like a wrinkled pumpkin perched atop a wooden crate. His lower lip puffed out, and he had a bald spot so stark and shiny he could use it as a distress signal.
It makes no sense,
he spat as he trudged up and down the great hall of Master Macer's mansion.
It came out of nowhere. Ursula's tree, gone. In its place, that great square hunk of iron, or steel, or whatever it might be. And that feeling upon the forest.
He shivered as he thought of it.
If you could feel it, Master Macer, you would know why we left with such haste.
Master Macer sat in his usual throne, but a circle of chairs had been brought out to seat all the nobility of Barragond and Danon, including both cities' council members. Sir Dashing wore his city council robes and sat next to Master Macer. A few knights stood sentinel outside the circle, including DJ. And, to DJ's surprise, Sandy Brambleton, the famous author, and Damniel, his lead assistant, were both sitting among Danon's city council. Sandy Brambleton had assistants on either side of him handing him books to sign, even as he sat in the meeting. Sandy didn't even look at the books as his hand moved independently, signing each copy with precision.
"Be that as it may,"
Master Macer said steadily,
"you've created a minor crisis for my fair city. The people of Beregond have neither the time nor the resources to house the people of Danon while your people sort out this issue."
Actually, sir,
one sniveling city councilman piped up,
there are plenty of unoccupied houses and businesses across the city. We could easily move the refugees into—
"Shh!"
Master Macer waved the comment away.
"You, Master Tanner, must make a plan to remedy this issue. Have you not sent your knights, your mages, your arcane experts?"
Master Tanner glowered.
"Our knights are currently on strike until they're provided with what they feel is satisfactory healthcare and life insurance."
A few Danon councilmen held up their fists in solidarity. Master Tanner continued.
"However, Damniel is our resident expert on the arcane, especially among sects of dark origins. Damniel, if you would, please."
Master Tanner took a seat, and Damniel got to his feet. He clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head so his wide-brimmed hat covered his eyes. As he moved to the circle's center, he stroked his beard. Then he gave a strong stance and faced Master Macer.
"I believe," Damniel said, "that the monolith where Ursula's tree used to be is a portal to the Darkworld."
Gasps from around the room followed by hushed murmuring. DJ furrowed his eyebrows and cast his eyes about in hopes to find someone with an explanation. Finding no one, DJ raised his hand. "Sorry, what's the Darkworld?" he asked without waiting to be called on. Everyone went silent and turned to him with an echoing rustle. DJ tried not to shrivel as he felt everyone's gaze on him. He realized in this moment how peculiar it must be to have a knight under the age of manhood in an official city proceeding. Many councilmen and councilwomen ogled at him curiously. Damniel didn't, though. He said, "The Darkworld, Sir DJ, is the dwelling place of the Demon King O. Where the goddess Ah is the master creator, the Demon King O is the master destroyer. He exists to sow chaos and destruction. He is the personification of evil and antithetical to everything good the goddess Ah represents." DJ tried to act calm while everyone kept staring at him. "Yikes, and you can just open a portal to that place? I thought the Demon King lived in the 100 Hells or something." "The realm of spirits is far more complex than that," Damniel said. "The 100 Hells is the garbage bin of the afterlife, where evil souls are cast to suffer for eternity. The Darkworld is a sort of in-between place, where the Demon King prefers to spend his time, according to my studies. But yes, you can create a portal to the Darkworld. It requires an understanding of old magic, which is possessed by very few." Old magic? DJ wanted to ask about it, but didn't get the chance. "How do we know for sure it's a portal to the Darkworld?" one councilwoman asked. Damniel started pacing. "We won't know for sure until someone tries to enter it, and since all of the knights in Danon are on strike, we have no choice but to ask the people of Beregond to send a heroic representative. Someone willing to explore the monolith and see if it truly is a portal to the Darkworld." His words hung in the air for a moment. Then every eye in the room slowly turned towards Sir Dashing. Now it was his turn to feel uncomfortable. He sat up straight and cleared his throat. "My esteemed associates," he said, "I'm terribly flattered, but I've been retired from heroic adventuring for over 16 years. You expect me to take up my sword after this long and storm into the Darkworld myself?" Master Tanner shifted in his seat.
"No, you wouldn't have to go alone. Assemble a party if you wish. But you are Sir Dashin, Your exploits are unmatched. No one else has slain 2 dragons at once, or rescued orphans from 3 burning monasteries. Who in Baragon could possibly be more equipped than you?"
Sir Dashing twiddled his thumbs, teetering between thoughtfulness and flattery. "I suppose you do make a point." DJ didn't like the feel of this. The thought of his dad charging into the lair of the Demon King O made his palms sweat. He didn't care what kind of heroics Sir Dashing had performed in the past. Confronting the personification of evil sounded like an entirely new animal. Master Tanner put on his most urgent tone.
"Please, Sir Dashing, this may be for the good of all of us, not just our little town. This is your comeback, your sweeping return to glory. Imagine the stories that will be told."
"Well," Sir Dashing began. He lifted his chin and met DJ's gaze. It was clear that he had been mulling the situation over, leaning toward no. But as soon as he saw DJ, his face brightened. It was as if he saw the dawn of something in his skinny mage of a son. A brilliant idea he couldn't wait to share. A turning point. A lightning strike. It made DJ's throat dry and his skin cold. "Actually," Sir Dashing said with a big smile, "I think I know exactly who I'd bring." 3. "Dad, are you out of your goddess-damned mind?" "Now watch your tone, young man." Sir Dashing hustled around his bedroom, throwing together supplies for the nightly journey to the monolith outside Danon. DJ stood at the room's door, trying not to pace back and forth while he pulled at his dark hair and his mind raced. "Listen," DJ said. "You're used to this kind of thing. I mean, at least you were 16 years ago. But you've been out of the game for a long time, Dad. Not to mention this is the Demon King O, not some troll or dragon or bandit boss." "Well, things have a way of working out, so I'm not too worried. Just come along, it'll be fun. You'll have your old man to watch over you, so what's the worst that could happen?" Sir Dashing was sure DJ would calm down after that, but seeing DJ's lingering apprehension, he finally stopped. "DJ, don't you want to fight some evil as father and son?" "It's not that," DJ said. "I'm just worried that we'll be in way over our heads, even if you are the legendary Sir Dashing." Sir Dashing's eyes glowed with warmth and he crossed the room. He put his hands on DJ's shoulders and gave him a classic, radiant Sir Dashing smile. He said, "Things will be just fine, my son. Just think of it, you and me on a nightly adventure together. Heroes of Baragon, bonded by blood. It'll be positively glorious." "I agree, it sounds awesome, but—" DJ looked to the side and shrugged. "I don't know. I just have a bad feeling." Sir Dashing clapped his shoulder playfully. "It's just nerves. Pre-adventure jitters. Completely natural. I've been fighting monsters for most of my life, son. Trolls, dragons, swamp witches, dark, ethereal forces from other planes of existence. They're all generally the same. Once you dive in and get into a groove, you'll be having fun while you slice them down." He stepped back. "Well, how do I look?" DJ looked him up and down. He definitely looked like an ideal storybook hero. Sir Dashing's perfect body aside, he had his knightly sword slung around his waist, his travel boots were polished, and his flowing blonde hair was freshly brushed. "You look good, Dad," DJ said flatly. "Your adventure pack looks a little light, though." "Does it? I think it's more than enough supplies for a day or two." DJ blinked twice. "Dad, Danon is more than a week away on foot, so we need at least 2 weeks of supplies if you don't hunt or forage along the way." Sir Dashing winked and put a finger to his lips. He crossed the room to a safe by his bedside. He knelt down and turned the dial on a very complicated lock, then put his eye to a small crystal ball atop the safe. The crystal ball scanned his eye, which made the safe click open. Sir Dashing extracted something from within, then stood up and beckoned DJ over. Sir Dashing held up a gold pendant to DJ's eyes. It didn't look like anything exquisite or remarkable, aside from the fact that the jewel on its center gleamed with every color of the rainbow. But DJ was sure he could pick up any gold pendant like this at a market for a handful of coins. Why it was in a safe was a mystery. "This, my dear boy," Sir Dashing said, "is an amulet of fast travel, extremely rare and valuable, frankly, worth more than this house. When you wear it, you can instantly travel to anywhere you've previously been. If it's down the street or across the territory, it doesn't matter. Poof!" He snapped his fingers. "You're there. You just need to think of it, will it, make your desire clear to the amulet, and it will take you there in an instant. You can only use it once per day, however, so we'll only be able to travel to Dainen today, then back to Baragont tomorrow at sunrise." He smiled. "Once your own pack is ready, we'll get going." DJ stared at the amulet of fast travel, both amazed and terrified. With this unassuming piece of jewelry, the potential gateway to the Darkworld, the home of the Demon King O, was only hours away. And in that moment, DJ felt exceptionally, exceedingly, astronomically, unequivocally unprepared. So much less prepared than he did before his adventure months ago. He felt like there was still so much he needed to do before they left. At the very least, go tell Riley and Francis and Steve about what was going on and where he was heading. Goddess forbid something happened to them and DJ's friends never heard about it. Sir Dashing leisurely went about putting more things in his pack, while DJ's insides festered with dread. He had to get away, even if it was just for a moment. Seeing his friends would give himself an excuse to do that. "I need to tell my friends where I'm going," DJ said. "You know, in case anything happens. I'll be right back, okay?" Sir Dashing said that would be perfectly fine, and DJ sped down the stairs and out the door. He didn't stop flying through the streets until he reached Riley's bakery, or rather the struggling bakery her father owned. As he burst through the door, there were hardly any customers inside. No surprise. Riley was standing at the counter, covered in flour and kneading dough. Her face filled with surprise at her boyfriend's sudden entrance. "What's going on?" she said seriously. "Did you go to the meeting this morning?" DJ vaulted over the counter. "Hey," she said, "I just wiped that down." DJ grabbed her face. "They're sending my dad to Dainen to figure out the trouble, and he's bringing me with him. It's the Demon King O, the god of destruction, evil in its purest form. They think the thing outside Dainen is a portal to the Darkworld, the Demon King's home or whatever. That's what's making the forest so scary. If we don't die, I should be back tomorrow. But if we do die..." Riley's mouth dangled, and her eyes were wide as the words tumbled out of DJ's mouth. DJ was partly hoping that this would be a moment where she awoke to her true undying love for him and planted a long, passionate kiss on his lips, knowing that this may be the last time she ever saw him. They both stood there, looking into each other's faces, processing the gravity of this situation. And all the while, DJ awaited Riley's response. No kiss. Instead, Riley threw her arms around DJ and held him long and tight. Then she whispered in his ear, "Be careful. I'm sure you'll be fine, but be careful." DJ tried not to be disappointed. He just gave her one more firm squeeze, kissed her on the cheek, and bolted out the door. Francis wasn't at Klepper's keep, so DJ sped around the corner and up the stairs to his flat. He knocked hard. Nothing. He knocked again. Nothing again. Feeling worry and impatience growing within him, he raised his voice. "Francis, if you're in there," he said, "Sir Dashing and I are going on a dangerous quest. We should be fine, but also we may be confronting the Demon King O, so I don't know." A pregnant pause. "Anyway, I hope things get better for you. I'm really glad we became friends." Still silence. DJ swallowed the lump forming in his throat and escaped down the stairs. Last, but certainly not least, was Father Steve. When DJ arrived at the monastery, Steve was in the same spot where DJ had first met him months ago, picking vegetables in the monastery's courtyard garden. When Steve saw DJ approaching, he dropped his basket of veggies and waved like a child greeting his friend at the schoolyard. "Sir DJ, hello!" Steve couldn't help but shout everything he said. At first it had annoyed DJ, but he easily got used to it, especially after months of traveling together. "Steve!" DJ ran up and gave Steve a firm embrace. The priest gave DJ the same. Then DJ released him and put his hands on his knees and panted like a dog. Sweat coated his chest and made his tunic stick to him. It made DJ feel kind of bad that he had just pressed himself against Father Steve's clean robes. "You have been running a great deal," Steve yelped as he watched. "Yeah, I have," DJ gasped. "Sorry, give me a sec." Steve removed a canteen he had slung around his shoulder and handed it to DJ. DJ took a long swig, then handed it back. "Thank you." DJ took a deep breath. "They're sending my dad and me to go see what's the matter in Danon. Something about the Demon King O. They think there might be a portal to the Darkworld. I wanted to see you in case, anything bad happened." At the mention of the Demon King O, Father Steve's face went pale. "Say this isn't so!" he cried. "I wish it wasn't." Steve scooped up his basket of vegetables. "You must come with me, quickly!" DJ struggled to keep up with Father Steve's pace. The priest took him into the monastery's cathedral, where several friars, priests, and priestesses occupied the pews, silently praying as an organ player filled the building with soft, reverent music. Warm light streamed through the stained glass windows and illuminated the dust particles in the air. A sacred, serene place. Father Steve went right to the front, where a podium was erected facing the pews. In front of that podium was a short, padded bench for kneeling. Steve pointed at it, and DJ dutifully knelt. Behind the podium, Steve lifted his hands to the heavens. "I bless this noble night," he hollered. Everyone in the cathedral gasped with surprise, and the organ player even swore under his breath as he fumbled a chord. "That he and his father will be protected against the Demon King O, his treachery, his deceit, and his destruction. I do this as an ordained priest of the goddess A. As I have said it, so it shall be." That was it. The prayer echoed into oblivion. For some reason, DJ did feel a little bit better. A blessing from a priest before confronting the embodiment of evil felt like a sort of spiritual armor. Inwardly, DJ was glad that he visited Steve, not just because he was his friend, but because of the nature of his impending quest. "Thanks, Steve," DJ said as he got up from the kneeling stool. "I really Steve threw his arms around DJ in another firm embrace. DJ couldn't even hold him back, because Steve's hug had clamped DJ's arms to his sides. Steve loosened up his hug just enough to look DJ in the face, but the distance was uncomfortably close. His large eyes glimmered with holy innocence, and his booming voice was painfully loud. "The goddess Ah will bless you with safety, just as she did during our sojourn to her temple," Steve said. "You shall return from this journey unharmed. I'm sure of it." DJ teased a smile. "Thanks, Steve. I hope you're right." A pause. "Could you let go of me now?" DJ walked back to the house to find Sir Dashing waiting for him at the dining table. He had prepared a little pack for DJ, with enough rations to last a couple days and a few basic tools to help them through the forest. He even laid out DJ's mage robes on one of the chairs. "Ready, son?" Sir Dashing asked brightly. DJ looked around the house, taking it in one last time. The last thing he noticed was the 7 dragon heads mounted on the wall above the table. There used to be 8. A mark was on the wall indicating the one that Sir Dashing took down at DJ's request. Grythur's father. After a deep breath, DJ slipped on his mage robes and his pack. As ready as I'm going to be, I guess. Let's go. Sir Dashing bounded off his chair. He pulled DJ close, and after a second, it happened. Whatever sensation the amulet of fast travel created was not pleasant. It only lasted a few seconds, but DJ felt like his entire body was squeezed and suffocated. Everything was pitch black, then it was blinding white. DJ blinked hard against the light, trying to adjust. Bit by bit, the wooden buildings of Danon materialized. The autumn sun beat down on a clearing that the town occupied. Occasional trees sprouted up between the buildings. The delicious, fresh smell of pine filled DJ's nose. He remembered loving this quaint little town, with its timber gates and wooden houses, watching the butchers and bakers and lumber mill workers hustle through the streets. But DJ immediately felt the ominous atmosphere Master Tanner had talked about. The air hung deathly still in this place. The forest didn't make a single sound. No birds chirping, no crickets singing, no pine needles rustling. Just dead silence. And with that eerie hush came a dreadful dark cloud that clung to his chest and pulled him down, like the very essence of hopelessness had built a home inside him. "Whoa," DJ said as he held his chest. "Whatever this is, I hate it." "Very unpleasant indeed," Sir Dashing said. "All the more reason to get to the bottom of this." He drew his sword with a shimmering stroke and pointed it. "This way." DJ followed at a cautious pace, looking all around the village that had once bustled with life. Now it felt like anything living nearby was simply too scared to move. Even the trees were eerily still. DJ found himself humming softly just to fill the deafening silence. Something small hit him in the chest. He started slightly and held out his hand to catch whatever it was. It was the amulet of fast travel. Sir Dashing had lobbed it to him while he was distracted. "You can use it on the way home," Sir Dashing said warmly. "Go ahead, try it on." Wordlessly, DJ put the amulet on. It didn't make him feel funny, but he did get the strange sense that there was a door in the back of his mind he could unlock at any time. With that thought, he continued following his father. They marched northeast for a few hours, and as they went, the sinking, hopeless feeling grew. It must have been coming from the alleged portal. Dreadful thoughts started to grow in DJ's mind. Worries about his father. Worries about his relationship with Riley. Imposter syndrome regarding his magical powers and his knightly title. But all the while, Sir Dashing kept marching with a pep in his step and swinging his sword like a child would his favorite stick. At least he's staying positive, DJ thought bitterly. Sir Dashing stopped dead. His tone was grave. Goddess above. They had reached the clearing where Ursula's tree used to be. Just as the Danonites reported, the tree was gone. In its place was a strange metallic structure the likes of which DJ had never seen. Smooth, cubed, just big enough for a small knot of people to stand inside. It had 2 doors on one side that looked like they could slide open, and there was a down arrow above those 2 doors. Neither of them knew what to make of it. They just stared at it before Sir Dashing moved forward cautiously, gliding on dexterous feet, keeping his sword raised. "Look alive, son," he said seriously. "Be ready with your magic. Goddess knows what that thing is." As they moved closer, the down arrow above the doors lit up. Sir Dashing and DJ winced. They heard a whirring coming from inside. Sir Dashing stayed crouched, pointing his sword. DJ planted his feet and held his palms open, ready to cast Flame Fist or Shock Thread. Another ding came from the big metal box. The double doors slid open, revealing a small, brightly lit room. Sir Dashing and DJ exchanged looks. Nothing came out. It was just an empty room. They edged their way forward, peeking inside. Nothing in the corners or on the ceiling. They both slipped inside to investigate further. "Huh," Sir Dashing said as his hand explored one of the interior walls. "What an odd structure." The doors whooshed shut. Sir Dashing and DJ scrambled to escape, but the doors were too fast. A down arrow lit up on a panel next to the doors. Then they felt the room descend. Deep underground they traveled. All the while, Sir Dashing kept his sword at the ready, and DJ could feel magical energy tickle the tips of his fingers. His fingers trembled, and his heart galloped inside him. He tried to control his breathing and anticipate what was coming. "Don't worry, son," Sir Dashing said with unwavering confidence. "I'm sure we can handle whatever foul tricks the Demon King O throws our way. We'll strike the Demon King down as father and son." Even as he said the words, though, doubt plagued DJ. The tiny room slowed to a halt. DJ furrowed his brow and braced himself. But as the doors slid open, they were met by a sight that neither of them expected. For the Darkworld, it was awfully bright. DJ had to squint against it. Stretched before them was a rectangular cavern that seemed to go for miles, but had a ceiling only about 10 feet tall. That ceiling was lined with long, thin, tubular lights that glowed bright white. There was no fire or darkness or evil creatures as far as they could see. Just miles and miles of desks, where red-skinned demons sat poring over parchment, frantically muttering and scribbling and moving sheets from pile to pile. Not far from the little room that took DJ and Sir Dashing underground, a reception desk stood close to the wall. Above that desk, attached into the wall, was a logo with tall red letters reading O.Co. There was a little slogan beneath the logo that said, "Eternal growth, forever." Sitting at that desk was Ursula the witch, wrists shackled. Just like everyone else in this place, she frantically scribbled on pieces of parchment and moved them to organized little piles. Her eyes were wide and bloodshot, like she hadn't blinked for hours. She didn't even seem to notice her visitors. "Psst!" DJ hissed as he crept toward her. "Ursula! Ursula!" Ursula jolted to attention and grabbed the edges of her desk. Several papers slipped onto the floor. She blinked hard to wet her starving eyes, then took a good look at DJ. A few emotions flew across her face. Surprise, relief, worry. Then nothing. She cleared her throat, then sat up straight.
"Welcome to the Darkworld, new recruits,"
she said with a phony smile. This didn't feel anything like the Ursula DJ met months ago, but he could tell her mind was still there. It wasn't like the House of Philip. No, her body spoke poise and collection, while her eyes screamed fear. Like someone was watching her closely, making sure she behaved. "New recruits?" DJ repeated. "Ursula, what in the 100 hells is going on here?" "Yes," Sir Dashing said as he pointed his sword. "We demand answers, foul witch." "Dad, no, she's a friend." "Oh, sorry." Ursula touched a little white box on her desk and leaned toward it.
"New recruits at the reception desk. Does our visionary leader have room in his schedule for a walk-in interview?"
A voice came through the box, crackly and distant. Whoever it was sounded just like Ursula.
"Yes, I'll pencil them in. Send them over."
Ursula turned to DJ and Sir Dashing.
"Follow the path to the end of the floor. Thank you for your interest in joining O.Co. Eternal growth forever."
DJ didn't move. He just kept staring at Ursula, trying to read the thoughts behind those big, bulging, frightened eyes. It was hard to tell what she was trying to communicate. But she did flash the slightest twitch of a smile. DJ smiled back sadly. Sir Dashing moved before DJ did. He said, "Forward then, son. Let us rid ourselves of this foul beast." They marched for what felt like an eternity. The dark chill became a shadowy tundra in DJ's chest. As they went, the red-skinned demons around them hardly looked up. Each one of them seemed determined to set a new speed record for scribbling on parchment and assembling them into little piles. They didn't even talk to each other. Everyone was heads down, hyper-fixated, focus undivided. Finally, they reached the end of the floor. A set of ornate double doors stretched from floor to ceiling, inlaid with a tacky amount of gold. The door handles were snarling demon heads with bending horns. Next to the door was another desk with a disheveled-looking witch. She looked almost identical to Ursula, with pale skin and bulging bloodshot eyes. Before DJ or Sir Dashing could say anything, she spoke.
"Our inspired leader will see you now," she said. "Go on."
Then she went right back to rifling through her papers. Sir Dashing's eyes shimmered, and he gave DJ's shoulder a squeeze. Then he threw in a wink for good measure. From the shadowy chill in his heart, DJ couldn't bring himself to smile back. He just nodded. They both put a hand on a demon head door handle, twisted, and pushed. 4. "Fresh talent! Excellent!" The smooth, inviting voice echoed from the other side of the room. The Demon King's dwelling felt like a small, rectangular cavern. Stark white walls, more of those long white tube lights on the ceiling. The only bits of furniture in the entire room were a big black desk near the far wall, 2 chairs facing it, and 1 big armchair behind it. He was rising from that big armchair. The Demon King, the god of destruction, the personification of evil, stood and extended his arms as if DJ and Sir Dashing were family visiting from out of town. His words echoed across the large room. "Come in, take a seat. Are you thirsty? I'll have someone bring in a sparkling water." I didn't think a Demon King would come across so... DJ struggled to find a word, but settled on nice. It would have been disarming if it wasn't for the uncomfortable chill that had only gotten stronger since the forest. Sir Dashing marched forward with bravado, pointing his sword. "You, the Demon King O, is it?" The figure at the end of the room chuckled. "I've gone by a lot of names through the years. Titles aren't that important. Come on, make yourselves at home." DJ followed close behind Sir Dashing, keeping his hands splayed and his tongue tickling the tips of spells. As they advanced, he got a better look at the Demon King. He was humanoid for sure, strong arms and legs, built like a hunter. But he was also unnervingly tall, probably nearly 8 feet. His strong, square jaw looked like it could crush iron, and 2 long, bending horns stretched out of his shiny, hairless scalp. His skin was deep crimson, and his eyes were yellow and slitted like a cat's. He wore garb that DJ had never seen before, dark trousers and a dark jacket atop a white shirt with a strip of black fabric hanging from his neck. "It's called a suit," the Demon King said as if reading DJ's mind. He tugged lovingly at the ends of his sleeves. "I'll get you one too if you're the right fit here. I just need to make sure you've got the right DNA for my organization. I'm looking only for the brightest and most agile—"
"There will be no suit,"
Sir Dashing proclaimed. He was nearly at the Demon King's desk.
"You will close the gate to the Darkworld, or you will taste our fury."
The Demon King said. "You've got great energy, but we need to center your focus. You just need a little more education and you'll get the vision. Let me explain everything, and I'm sure you two will be as jazzed as me. Go on." He motioned to the chairs, but neither DJ nor Sir Dashing sat. As a matter of fact, Sir Dashing kept his sword pointed. The Demon King let out a petulant sigh. "Fine then, stand." The Demon King wandered around his very long desk, speaking with his hands. "Here's the thing. The portal between the Dark World and the territory of has been closed for a very long time, hundreds of years at least. During that time, Me and my team have been planning on bringing a revolutionary new service to the territory, waiting for the time that a portal would open and we could finalize our plans. And now it's open." He shook his head. "Mortals. So predictable, so plain. Nothing has really changed in hundreds of years. Very little progress. Where's the innovation? The disruption? Someone needs to push things in an exciting new direction. This is where I come in." The Demon King casually leaned against his desk, and his face turned soft. The Demon King, oh. Yeah, I know how it sounds. I'm sure you guys have told the same old stories about me through the centuries. A god of destruction, of deceit and chaos and death. Ah! He made a mocking yell, then chuckled to himself. All lies. Every word. Made by small, frightened minds. Frightened minds who refuse to see what's possible. He said the words as if they were honey. "Get to the point, beast," Sir Dashing said. Silently, DJ pleaded with his father to show some restraint. "My point," the Demon King continued, "is this." The Demon King snapped his fingers, and the room went dim. On his desk, an apparatus lit up that cast a flickering image on the wall behind him. Inside that image was a huge, extravagant building of the like DJ had never seen before. It was almost like a palace, but not quite. "Behold, a wonder of retail and industry that is Omart," O said as he gestured to the image. His eyes lit up, and he began pacing back and forth excitedly. "Think of it. You little surface dwellers have to visit 12 different shops for your necessities." He started counting on his fingers. Farmers, blacksmiths, bakers, seamstresses, and on and on and on. Who's got time for that when you're busy counting chickens or eating mud or whatever you do? What if all those shops were in one place, gathered together neatly in every village, every city, on every major trail and road? We could put Omarts all over the territory. Imagine how much simpler it would be for all of you. DJ frowned and blinked. Honestly, what the Demon King was saying made a lot of sense. At last, Sir Dashing relaxed, but not completely. He let his sword slump down, but his face twisted in confusion. "But wait," he asked. "Exactly how many of these do you intend to build? Where would you get the resources for these kinds of palatial structures?" The Demon King's face brightened, and he pointed. "Palatial structures? I love that! I'm passing that on to marketing and development." The Demon King slumped back a little bit, his enthusiasm diminishing. "That's a snag we're hitting, I'll admit. In order to achieve my vision of what I believe Omart can be, we might have to harvest all of the territory's resources and enslave half of the population." He shrugged. "Innovation has its costs." The color left DJ's face. Oh, there it is. DJ wondered if he was doing a good job hiding the horror that rocked through his system. He imagined the beautiful territory of Ah stripped of its forests and mountains for the sake of harvesting lumber and ore. He pictured all his friends trapped in shackles, working day and night to sell products inside these all-in-one markets. DJ wondered if this was a sly and sophisticated plan for domination, or if the Demon King really was this selfishly, carelessly destructive. At that moment, a single demon entered through the double doors, running at full speed toward the long desk. They carried a single bottle of sparkling water on a silver platter, and it was doing a terrific job keeping it balanced while it panted and sprinted for its master. "And before you go pointing your sword at me again," the Demon King said with a playful grin, "just know that I could turn you into dust in an instant. Watch." The Demon King focused on the demon rushing in with a bottle of water. The approaching demon seemed to know what was coming. It opened its mouth to plead for mercy, but it was in vain. The Demon King O snapped his fingers, the demon vanished in a puff of black dust, and the silver platter clanged onto the floor. The bottle of water rolled forward, then magically zipped into the Demon King's outstretched hand. DJ's mouth was dry, and he tried to keep himself from trembling. Sir Dashing's sword was fully lowered by now. His eyes went from the dusty demon remnants to the Demon King, then back to the remnants. DJ wondered if he was putting together a plan, and if he was, he hoped it was a good one. "Here's what I'm offering." The Demon King pointed at Sir Dashing. "You've got spunk. You ask smart questions. I'm going to bring you on as a contractor to help us launch our first line of Omarts. It's either that, or you end up like him." The Demon King nodded to the pile of dust, then cracked the bottle open and took a long swig of sparkling water. "What'll it be, hotshot?" DJ clamped his jaw to keep his teeth from chattering. He could see Sir Dashing frantically formulating a plan out of the corner of his eye, but there didn't seem to be anything that could get them out of this jam right away. Instead, Sir Dashing stood up straight and sheathed his sword. He put on his best, most diplomatic smile, the one DJ had seen many times in Master Macer's court. "It sounds like you have your newest recruit," Sir Dashing said spiritedly. He gave a generous bow. "Sir Dashing of Beregond, at your service." The Demon King O grinned warmly. "Now that's the spirit. Welcome aboard." "Yes, I'm sure me and my—" Sir Dashing stopped himself from saying son. "Esteemed associate will be of great use to your enterprise." O's smile faded. About that. Your little associate hasn't said a word since he came in. Just look at him. He's scared stiff. Small. A follower. Sorry, but he has no use here." The Demon King lifted his hand to snap his fingers. DJ almost screamed, but it got caught in his throat. In a moment's fraction, he would be dust. "Wait!" The Demon King gave Sir Dashing a funny look at his outburst. Sir Dashing gathered his composure in a flash. "Please, my lord," Sir Dashing said. "He's been a faithful servant to me for years. He can be a bit of a dunce and clumsy for sure, but he has been faithful nonetheless. Perhaps he has earned his life, at least for now." The Demon King leaned against his desk, hand still in the air, on the cusp of snapping those big red fingers. A bead of cold sweat slid down DJ's temple as he watched his life hang by a thread. The Demon King thought for a moment longer, then said, "You know what? Sure. I'll do you this one favor as a new recruit. Consider it your signing bonus. But that's it." "Bless you, my lord," Sir Dashing groveled. "You are kind and wise and merciful, a visionary indeed, a gracious, wonderful ruler." O chuckled to himself. "Yeah, I know. He shot a look at DJ. "Why are you still here? You know the way out." "Please allow me," Sir Dashing said as he hustled forward. He grabbed DJ's shoulders and steered him toward the exit. Sir Dashing kept his arm around DJ the entire time. "Do not tell anyone what you saw today, especially those in Beregond. I'll be more than happy here. I'm looking forward to putting my talents toward the extraordinary venture at hand. As for you, do whatever you feel is necessary. Wishing you all the best." DJ could tell what Sir Dashing was saying based on his inflections. "Get back to Beregond and tell them about what happened. I'll be okay. I'll figure something out here. Until then, be careful. I love you." The double doors flew open, and Sir Dashing pushed DJ out. DJ flipped around, eyes stinging, scared, unsure of what to say or even if he should say anything. He got one look at Sir Dashing before the doors slammed shut. No words, just a look. Sir Dashing was still putting on an act for the Demon King, but the noble knight squeezed one reassuring wink toward his son before the doors slammed shut. Boom! DJ felt breathless. Even though Sir Dashing was just on the other side of those doors, he felt like an entire world away. A slave to the Demon King, the god of destruction, the one who wanted to turn the territory into a desolate wasteland of industry. Sir Dashing had now made DJ the one person who knew the Demon King's plan, and he managed to negotiate his safe release. What an ingenious act of heroism! DJ would have been amazed if he wasn't so terrified. Everything that followed was a blur. DJ left the Darkworld as fast as he could. He didn't even say goodbye to Ursula as he entered the small room that elevated him back to the surface. When he reached the surface, he traveled southwest as fast as his legs would allow. It took hours, and sweat coated his body, but finally he reached the edge of the forest. The stars were brilliant overhead. The deathly chill of the forest was behind him. Warmth finally seeped back into DJ's body. And in this moment, he collapsed to his hands and knees, panic and loneliness rising through him until tears dripped from the tip of his nose. He gasped and whimpered as he clutched the dirt in his fingers, his thrashing heart pushing salty tears from his eyes. Many thoughts sped through his mind, but one was the strongest of all. That last wink that Sir Dashing gave him. The following night was the loneliest DJ ever had. He forced himself back into the Eldar forest to get branches for a small fire. Then he hiked a ways onto the plains and built it. Sleep had escaped him. His stomach didn't even growl. All he could think of was his father trapped down in the Darkworld as the Demon King planned to overrun the territory with Omarts. He clutched at the amulet of fast travel often, thinking of home, hoping beyond hope that some universal powers would let him warp back to Baragond before sunrise. But it was no use. The soft chirping of crickets and the cool breeze along the grass couldn't bring him any peace. He thought many times about the last time he was here, with Riley, Francis, and Steve. He would have given anything in the world to have their company at a time like this. Danger always felt smaller when they were around. After what felt like an eternity, a golden sun peeked over the mountains to the east. And with it, DJ thought of home, begged to be there, commanded the amulet to take him there. The amulet obeyed. He felt his body be squeezed and enveloped for a few seconds, breathless, sightless. Then he was back at the house. He stumbled as he appeared in Sir Dashing's bedroom, surrounded by trinkets and trophies gained through his adventuring years. DJ's fatigue battled with his dread, and the dread won. There was no time to waste. He flew down the stairs and out the door, headed for Master Macer's mansion. Baragond was bathed in the pale blue light of early morning. DJ pleaded to the guards to let him enter the mansion, but they shook their heads.
"A bit early, innit?"
one guard said through a mighty yawn. "This can't wait," DJ insisted. "It's about Sir Dashing and the Demon King O!" The other guard scoffed and cocked his head toward DJ while he addressed the first guard.
"I wouldn't trust anything this one says. Claims he's seen the brassy hair of the goddess. Him!"
He glowered at DJ.
"I don't care if you're Sir Dashing's son, you lying little weasel. You can wait to get in like everyone else does."
DJ's face turned scarlet. He was about to retort when a voice from behind chimed in. "He's with me." DJ looked over his shoulder to see Damniel approaching. He walked with purpose and tipped his wide-brimmed hat to the guards, then flashed a pendant with the Baragond seal. "Master Macer has honoured me as special counsel regarding the Danon incident. The young knight has just returned from a reconnaissance mission." He turned to DJ. "Is Sir Dashing on his way?" It took a great deal of DJ's strength not to cry. He pursed his lips and shook his head. "I see," Damniel said darkly. He focused on the guards. "You will let us in immediately, or I will see to it that Master Macer has you both punished accordingly." The guards opened the door without another word. Damniel and DJ marched side by side into Master Macer's court. Damniel sidled closer to DJ and spoke in a low tone. Are you well, Sir Knight, and Sir Dashing?" DJ took a deep breath and tried to temper his emotions. "I don't know." "Tell me and Master Macer everything when we arrive in his study. I've spent a great deal researching this topic at the College of Baragon's library. What I found may help us, but details are scant." Damniel led DJ deeper into Master Macer's mansion until they arrived at the study, a tremendous library stuffed with leather-bound books from floor to ceiling, lit by tall windows that looked out on the city. DJ noticed a profound layer of dust on every book, table, and decoration. Master Macer clearly didn't use this room often. He was probably just trying to impress Damniel. When they entered, Master Macer himself was reclined in an armchair, making a show of reading in a weighty book while a servant hunched over and fervently shined his shoes. Master Macer jumped to his feet as Damniel and DJ approached, nearly knocking the servant over.
"There they are,"
he said.
"I'll have you know I'm postponing my breakfast for this early morning meeting. Please tell me you found something useful at the library of our fair college."
"Regretfully, very little," Damniel said. "I believe Sir DJ might have more meaningful answers for us. Go ahead, Sir Knight." With both sets of grown-up eyes on him, DJ took a deep breath and unraveled his most recent tale. He talked about the monolith that dropped them down to the Darkworld, Oko, the demon's plan for Omarts, and Sir Dashing's capture. That part made Master Macer gasp.
"Not Sir Dashing?"
Master Macer despaired.
"Well, we must make a plan to rescue him and seal the portal immediately. Damniel, what can we do?"
Damniel paced the floor. "Us? Very little. The portal was likely opened using old magic, so we must seal it using old magic. But there are few who still understand those ancient practices, and even fewer who dare to use them." "You mentioned old magic yesterday," DJ said. "What is it? How does it work?" Damniel stroked his beard. "It's supposedly the magic the goddess Ah used to create the territory thousands of years ago. Very deep, very volatile." Damniel's tone suddenly got even more serious. "There is only one person I know of that understands old magic deep enough to seal the portal."
"Who?"
Master Macer asked. "The Grand Mage of Ah," Damniel answered. "He lives in Carvdark, the capital of the Spine. He's lived for hundreds of years and is considered wise beyond comparison. Perhaps we can convince him to seal the portal. But to do that, we must send someone to Carvdark to visit him and plead our case." "Sir DJ." Damniel zeroed in on him and folded his arms. "You've been to the Darkworld. You've seen the Demon King O. You know what we're facing better than anyone else in the territory. I believe you should be the one to travel to Carvdark to see the Grand Mage." DJ gulped, and he felt a chill similar to the Darkworld. In contrast, Master Macer deflated and threw up his arms.
"He's only a child,"
he protested.
"Not even at the age of manhood."
"And yet, the goddess chose him to handle her brassiere."
"Allegedly."
"So she clearly sees something of importance in him." Damniel smiled. It almost cheered DJ up a little. "Sir DJ, if you accept this quest, myself and Mr. Brambleton will do all we can to equip you for the journey. And I'm sure Master Macer will do the same."
"He's just fine."
Master Macer folded his arms as he plopped back into his chair.
"Sir Dashing is incredibly wealthy. The boy needs no help of mine."
DJ tried not to roll his eyes. Damniel turned back to DJ. "I remember you having a small band of comrades when you visited Danin many months ago. If you don't believe they're fit for the task, I'm sure we can help you find some Baragon knights who would be happy to assist you. I'm afraid the Danin knights are still on strike due to their insufficient healthcare coverage." DJ suppressed a scoff. "Not a single knight in Baragon would be interested in adventuring with me, I guarantee it." He thought hard about it. He wouldn't want to fight evil with anyone besides Riley, Francis, and Steve. But this wasn't just some merry jaunt across the territory for the amulet of the goddess. This was a quest for the fate of the territory. DJ tried not to think about it too much. The pressure made his chest tighten and his mind spin. He almost felt guilty at the prospect of putting that same pressure on his 3 best friends. Nevertheless, the Demon King had backed him into a corner. Damniel was right. DJ was the only one who knew the Demon King's plans. And something had to be done. DJ swallowed and said, "I'll see what I can do." 5. Riley frowned deeply. "If you make this one of those stay here, I don't want you to get hurt things, I'll punch you so hard your ancestors will feel it." They were out back behind the bakery. Riley was half dusted with flour, and DJ still had bags under his eyes from his sleepless night on the plains. In his mind, though, there was still no time for rest. He had come straight from Master Macer's mansion. DJ struggled to find the right words, because Riley's accusation was exactly what he was thinking. "Riley, this isn't like the quest for the amulet. This is the Demon King O. We could freaking die. Half the territory could be enslaved. And you're going to go save everyone all by yourself?" Riley guffawed. "Don't be stupid. We saved your butt over and over on the quest for the amulet, and we'll probably have to save it again." DJ wasn't in the mood to argue who saved who and when, so he said, "You can't be sure about Francis and Steve. We haven't even talked to them." Wordlessly, Riley untied her apron, threw it onto some boxes, and hustled to the mouth of the alleyway. DJ just knew she was heading for Francis's flat. With a huff, he followed after her. "What, just ditching work? I'm sure your dad will love that." "Who cares? We don't have any customers anyway. The bread is baked, the pastries are glazed, She slowed to a halt, thinking. DJ caught up and faced her. Her gaze stayed focused on the space between her shoes, gears turning in her mind. "We made a lot of gold during our first quest. Like, a lot, if you think about it." DJ shrugged. "I guess. My family needs 3,000 gold to save the bakery," Riley said, half to herself and half to DJ. Her eyes were like daggers now. "I can save my dad's store. I can make that gold as we go. No handouts, no charity, just ranger work, hunting and foraging and fighting bad guys." Her eyes were brighter than the sun. "That settles it. I'm coming. Shut up and just be thankful. Now let's go get Francis and Steve." Francis, Steve, and Riley all sat at DJ's dining room table. Golden light streamed through the windows. DJ sat at the head of the table, hands laced together, thinking. Francis was next to him, looking nearly as tired as DJ by evidence of his deep slouch and sullen countenance, but those amber eyes were working something over in the recesses of his mind. Riley paced back and forth. Steve, unsurprisingly, looked around and grinned widely, just happy to be back in the presence of his old adventure buddies.
"So, let me understand this clearly,"
Francis spoke in a measured tone.
"A portal to the Darkworld is opened near Danon. The Demon King O has enslaved your father, and he's initiating a plan to dominate the territory through industry. And we must find a way to close that portal by visiting the Grand Mage in Kavdak, or the territory may be destroyed."
DJ put his head in his hands. "Yep, that about sums it up." Francis let out a deep sigh.
"Well, this is certainly a weightier task than reaching the amulet of the goddess."
"You can say that again." "It is a weightier task than reaching the amulet of the goddess," Steve said, not catching the figure of speech. After a pause, he sat up straight and beamed at DJ. "The goddess brought you back from death. It is destiny that you confronted the Demon King O. You are meant to seal the portal, Sir DJ." "Or it could just be stupid coincidence," DJ said, trying to fight the weight on his shoulders that came from Steve's words. I don't care if it's a coincidence or not, Riley said as she continued pacing the floor. DJ's going to need our help, and I'm going to make money for my dad's bakery along the way. Steve, Francis, are you in? Steve responded almost immediately. It is my duty as a priest to fight the designs of the Demon King. To do so with my very best friends shall be a great honor. I am at your service, Sir DJ. DJ held up his hand. Steve, are you sure? You don't have any priestly duties to keep you at the monastery for a while? You sure they'd be all right without you? Steve nodded vigorously. Many of my colleagues have noted my hard work at the monastery. They have encouraged me to take a long vacation, similar to our quest for the amulet. They said I should leave for several weeks, or months if possible, for my own health. Everybody but Steve exchanged glances. Given Steve's foghorn of a voice, they all knew that vacation was less about Steve's health and more about the peace and quiet of everyone at the monastery. But they weren't about to tell him that. Francis? Riley asked. The orc leaned back in his chair, arms folded, brows creased with thought. This journey will be dangerous, he said. Far more dangerous than the last. There may be many battles, but the fate of the territory stands at the edge of ruin. If we are successful, the four of us may very well be considered heroes and legends. DJ's stomach sank further and further with every word out of Francis's mouth. But to contrast DJ's dread, Francis's shoulders squared, he sat up straight, and an invigorating resolve came to his face. This, he muttered to himself, is the kind of deed the Iron Hands clan couldn't possibly ignore. A hush swept through the room. Riley put her hands on the end of the table. Do you really think they would let you back after this? Francis nodded shallowly. They might. It's as good of a chance as anything I'll find. He eyed DJ. I hope you'll forgive me for my selfishness, young knight, but this quest may very well be the answer to my despair. DJ looked at Francis like he was nuts. That is fine by me. A hint of a smile did twitch across Francis's face. Seeing that spark of happiness across Francis's face did give DJ a glimmer of hope. DJ had to admit, though, that his heart sank a little bit at the thought of his friend getting admitted back to his clan and moving so far away. Maybe DJ could visit him with the amulet of fast travel, and it wouldn't be such a big deal. A foreign but familiar voice came from not so far away.
Oh my, another adventure? You'll most certainly need supplies then.
Everyone jerked toward the sound. At the edge of the living room, just within sight, the Waffle Wizard and his stand had magically appeared inside DJ's home. The wizard stood with a goofy grin hanging just above his phony beard. His robes were just as bright and blue as ever. On his stand was a fresh, steaming pile of waffles with syrup, cream, and berries. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. There might as well have been an elephant in Sir Dashing's house. Waffle Wizard, DJ shouted. What are you doing in my house? The Waffle Wizard held up one finger.
The first rule of marketing is to meet your audience where they are. The second rule,
he held up a second finger,
is to have a very good hook, which is why I got this one.
From under his cot, he revealed a large, curving metal hook big enough to nab a shark. A laugh popped from Riley's mouth. Everyone cautiously got up from their chairs and went over to the waffle stand. The Waffle Wizard grinned at them as if this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. You probably shouldn't just appear in people's homes like this, DJ softly reprimanded.
So, what'll it be, my favourite customers?
The Waffle Wizard ignored the comment.
The usual. I'm willing to offer a bulk discount. 50 gold for 8 waffles.
Make it 40, DJ said. You caused quite a fright to me and my friends. Not great for business. The Waffle Wizard's eyes narrowed, and he smiled.
45.
Done, DJ said. He got the gold from a nearby drawer and gave it to the wizard. That's 2 waffles for each of us. Should last us a while.
Depending on how much trouble we get ourselves in,
Francis added. DJ swallowed and nodded somberly. Yeah, depending. Hey, Riley piped up. You always have answers about stuff. What should we be prepared for heading to Kovdak?
You are no strangers to adventure,
the waffle wizard replied as he went to work serving his fluffy yellow confections.
You may encounter familiar faces on this journey, for better or for worse. Be cautious, be prepared, but most of all, he looked at DJ, take courage in knowing that you have been prepared for this.
DJ wanted to smile, but he couldn't at the thought of Sir dashing down in the Darkworld. The goddess will grant us success once again, Steve shouted brightly. He turned to the waffle wizard. Will we see you again? The waffle wizard gave a warm grin.
Oh, I'm sure we'll cross paths a time or two.
Once everyone had their waffles, he said,
Well, pleasure doing business with you as usual.
He pointed.
By the way, one of those mounted dragon heads looks a little crooked. You might want to straighten it.
Everyone turned around to look. DJ frowned. They all look fine to me. When they turned back to the waffle wizard, he and his cart were gone. DJ sighed. Of course. Francis faced DJ, his eyes stony.
Young knight, if you could give us the day to gather our things, that would be most appropriate. We can venture on the morrow. And if you don't mind me saying so, you appear to be in desperate need of rest.
DJ knew he was right. His eyes felt heavy, his hair was messier than usual, his entire body sagged, and his heart had been thumping hard all day. Everything from his scalp to his toes screamed for rest, but the fear that swam in his chest kept throwing pictures in his mind of his dad chained at a desk in the Darkworld, feverishly writing on slips of parchment like all the other demons. DJ swallowed and had a hard time tearing his thoughts away from the image.
Sir DJ,
Francis said. DJ cleared his throat. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good call, Francis. Francis, noticing that DJ was lost in terrible thought, patted DJ on the shoulder affectionately with a great green hand. Then he trudged out of the house and closed the door. Everyone left and agreed to meet back at the house tomorrow morning. When the door closed behind them, a wave of loneliness once again crashed on DJ. He suddenly felt like he was back on the plains, having just seen his father abducted and enslaved by the Demon King. And with that loneliness, the fear in his chest bubbled harder. He started counting everything that could possibly go wrong, and with each item, his heart thumped faster and his thoughts began to spin. The thoughts caught in his throat and stung his eyes, so he tried to distract himself. He marched up to his room and assembled an adventure pack with all the supplies he would need. Rope, utility knife, a couple of spellbooks, mage robes, some gold, some rations. As he went, he reminded himself of the words the waffle wizard spoke just minutes ago. You were prepared for this. You were prepared for this. Once the pack was ready, he tried to sleep. But although his body begged for rest, his mind wouldn't allow it. Sleep came in fitful bursts, never more than a few minutes at a time. Dreams of the Darkworld and of his father's suffering were frequent and vivid. It continued like that for hours, short periods of sleep interrupted by wakeful worrying. But once the night sky filled his window, DJ couldn't stand it anymore. Unsure of what else to do, he put on his boots and went out the front door. He cast Evercloak so he could wander the Baragon streets without the eyes of suspicious guards following him. He went to the clock tower. He unlocked it with the hidden key and climbed the stairs to the top. He half expected to be alone, but he wasn't surprised to find Riley there, feet dangling over the edge, looking out toward the glassy black sea. "Hey," she said. She didn't even look up. She knew it was him by the sound of his feet. DJ released the Evercloak spell, then let out a heavy sigh as he sank down next to her. "I couldn't sleep." A moment's pause. "Is your dad mad that you're leaving again?" "He's not happy about it, but he's so desperate for the gold he didn't even argue this time. He just told me he loved me, and to be safe." She slid a compassionate look toward DJ. "I never even asked you how you're doing." DJ wanted to be honest. He wanted to tell her that he had never been more scared in his life. But the words, "take courage," made him minimize the swirling fear in his chest. "I'll be fine. Like the Waffle Wizard said, we've been prepared for this. We'll get the Grand Mage, get my dad, close the portal, and we'll be fine. Maybe it'll actually be that simple this time. Not like the quest for the amulet was." DJ didn't know what to say to that. But in this moment, just he and her at the top of the clock tower, looking over the city and the sea, he thought about Sir Dashing's remarks regarding his relationship with Riley. The need for an honest discussion. The need for transparency and truth. DJ cleared his throat. "Hey, Rye." Riley looked at him, brown eyes expectant. It was one of those moments where the moonlight caught her face and she looked even more beautiful than usual. DJ's heart floated and the words stopped before they could surface. What if the truth was painful? Could he handle it at a time like now? He didn't know if he could. He said, rearranging the words in his mind. "I'm glad you're coming with me again." He reached out and took her hand. She squeezed it back and gave him a smile. "I'm glad too, Deej." She smirked. "Don't worry, I'll protect you like the helpless little maiden you are." DJ couldn't help but smile at that. She leaned her head against his shoulder, and DJ put his arm around her. He kissed her on the top of her head. He could still smell the bakery's vanilla in her hair. She didn't resist it. In his heart, DJ dreaded the truth that may exist, that these little affections were just an allowance she was granting him. 6. Everyone regrouped at DJ's house the following morning. They looked almost exactly as they did months ago, equipped with traveling clothes, adventure packs, weapons, and other essentials. Francis had his signature axe slung on his back. Riley had Windfeather, the fine bow Catherine the Kind gifted her after defending her at the Catherine the Kind Beat the Onyx Wing So Let's Celebrate and Get Drunk festival. Steve didn't forget his signature pots and pans. They clanked together with every jovial step as he pranced up to meet his friends. DJ locked the door to the mansion and gave the door a tug. Sealed tight. A guard stood outside the door, spear in hand, stationed there courtesy of Master Macer's love for Sir Dashing. DJ gave him a professional nod, and the guard returned it. That was the end of their interaction. DJ turned to his friends and put his thumbs in his adventure pack straps. "Off we go again. How are you guys feeling?" An awkward silence from everyone. But Riley gave a half-smile. She said, "I'd feel a little better if this wasn't more dangerous than the last time."
"Agreed,"
Francis said darkly.
"The goddess will grant us success,"
Steve shouted brightly.
"We are her chosen servants. Through us, she shall smite the Demon King O."
DJ found himself smiling a little too. "Sure hope you're right, Steve."
"With my priestly power, I shall pronounce a blessing upon us."
He held up his hands and said the same prayer he gave to DJ a couple of days ago.
"I bless these travelers, that they will be protected against the Demon King O, his treachery, his deceit, and his destruction. I so do this as an ordained priest of the goddess Ah. As I have said it, so it shall be."
Not sure what else to do, the three others clumsily mumbled variations of Amen. Steve beamed with satisfaction. Francis turned to DJ.
I suppose we're ready when you are, young knight.
DJ suppressed a shiver and tried to replace his fear with resolve. All right, everybody come close. Curiously, everyone gathered around in a small huddle. DJ put his hand in the middle, and everyone followed suit without asking questions. DJ thought of Leridil, the city on the western edge of the Lilith forest. He willed them there, commanded the amulet of fast travel to take them there. And it happened. The party was enveloped through space. For a few seconds, none of them could breathe or see. Then it hit them all at once. The morning sun shone on their faces. They blinked hard to adjust their eyes, but as they did, the wood and stone structures of Leridil came into focus, characterized by their elegant, elvish-inspired curves and motifs. All around them, people bustled in the street, carrying out their morning errands. All of the locals were either unaware or uninterested in the travelers that had suddenly appeared. Riley, Francis, and Steve, however, were aghast. The three of them staggered and turned about with wide eyes, as if someone had whisked them away and flung them halfway across the territory. Which, if we're being honest, was exactly what happened. Riley sputtered, "Wait, are we—" "Shh!" DJ shushed everyone and pulled them in. "Listen." His voice died down to a whisper. "I have an amulet of fast travel. Turns out my dad has had one for years. Keep this a secret as we go about, because these things are super valuable, and the last thing we need on this journey is getting it stolen." "Pfft!" Riley spat. "Don't have to tell me twice." Francis gingerly poked the center of DJ's chest, feeling the amulet of fast travel under DJ's tunic. He marveled.
I didn't think they were real. I thought they were simply conjecture or myth.
"Well, this one's as real as it gets," DJ said. "We can only use it once per day, though. This is the closest place we've been to Kavdak, so it made sense to warp here." A pause. "Come on, let's get going." Riley pulled out her bow and gave the string a tug. "Wait, there's got to be some work in town so we can make some money. Maybe Pebble and Brooks will know something?" DJ frowned. "Riley, I don't think we have time for that." Riley squinted. "Your bling just saved us nearly a month of walking, and you're going to tell me we don't have 1 or 2 days for a side quest?" Everyone's gaze fell on DJ. The unease in DJ's chest commanded him to tell her no and beeline for Kavdak, but the whole reason Riley was out here was to help her family. Surely 1 day, or even 2, wouldn't matter that much. Besides, she was his girlfriend now, and he wanted to do more things to make her happy. "Okay, fine," DJ said. "As long as it's fast and gets us some easy coin. Besides," DJ almost smiled, "Pebble and Brooks would be mad if we visited Leridil and didn't say hi." They began making their way to Brooks's bakery, but they didn't have to travel more than 100 yards before they heard a large, guttural, familiar voice.
"Cowards! Cowards, you all!"
It was Pebble, and coincidentally, his voice was coming from the Squealing Boar, that rundown tavern where they met on their first quest. Without discussion, everyone entered the tavern, and they were once again slammed with the pungent smells of body odor, cheap alcohol, and a tinge of vomit. Pebble was facing all of the rough-and-tumble patrons as he paced the creaky floor. He had to stoop down on account of being so tall. His swishy hat and peacock feather grazed the ceiling as he walked. His red skin was glistening with sweat, and several patrons had a hard time taking their eyes off the ear-laden necklace around his neck.
"Not one of you will go?"
Pebble railed at his audience.
"Not even for gold? Cowards! Scared little babies, all of you!"
"I don't care how much the city is paying,"
one patron piped up.
"I'm not facing those goblins. They're meaner than they ever were before."
"But they are small and stupid, and you are big,"
Pebble roared. The entire bar winced.
Just a few men will do. Come now.
Riley was at full attention ever since she heard the word gold. She cleared her throat loudly.
Ahem!
Every eye in the bar whipped toward the visitors. Riley stood at the front with her fists on her hips. DJ tried not to shrink at all the attention. But when Pebble saw all of them, his face went from surprise to confusion to delight.
Clever Riley,
He said.
and the package deal. You are in Laredil.
You mentioned gold, Riley said. We're in. Maybe we should figure out what the actual job is first, DJ suggested. Pebble gave one last venomous glance at the bar patrons.
Bah, 200 hells with you all.
Then he stormed toward the entrance.
Follow,
He grumbled to his friends. On the street, everyone hustled to keep pace with the 9-foot-tall half-giant, but his brisk walk translated into everyone else's jog. Pebble, DJ asked, what's going on with the goblins? I thought they turned out to be super nice. What changed?
New leader,
Pebble rumbled.
They made their little constitution, held elections, appointed a winner, and the new one is worse than the last. President Gruckle is his name. He has been commanding the goblins to steal from our city, more than King Grignac did, and they do it without question.
And the city is paying people to go stop them? Riley asked. Pebble nodded.
5,000 gold to capture President Gruckle.
Sold, Riley said, showing all her teeth. Whoa, Riley, hold on, DJ interrupted, starting to huff and puff from keeping up with Pebble. Why is it that all of those tough adventurers in the Squealing Boar won't do it?
Because,
Pebble said.
the city has already sent 2 groups. Neither of them returned.
DJ's stomach dropped.
They threatened to make a stew out of us last time,
Francis murmured.
but they chalked that up as a hurtful stereotype. Hopefully they haven't resorted to more gruesome methods.
Not helping, DJ said flatly.
The goddess shall bless us with success,
Steve's optimism chimed in. Brooks's Bakery came into view, the one purely dwarvish building in the entire city. A tall gray structure with strong sloping corners made entirely of stone, sturdy and ornate, just like its owner.
Brooks will be joining us,
Pebble said.
I'll get him now. Everyone take 1 pastry from the bakery. You will need your strength.
Riley dashed for the bakery door. Hells yes, I'm starving.
Language,
Steve reproved. The party watched Pebble trudge up the stairs to his flat, then followed Riley into the bakery. DJ had to admit he was curious as to what the bakery looked like inside. It had always smelled so delicious when they stayed here months ago. He pushed through a highly decorative stone door that was surprisingly easy to open. Inside, he wasn't disappointed. The bakery had the interior of a castle, with clean stone walls, paintings, pottery, statues, and cascading plants. 2 employees, an elf and a human, hustled behind a counter that encircled 3/4 of the room. That counter was made completely out of glass, and inside it, rows upon rows of perfectly crafted confections tilted toward customers. DJ ogled at them and tried to keep his mouth from salivating. And the smells! DJ drank in the scents of vanilla, honey, and butter.
Dwarves are remarkable engineers,
Francis thought out loud.
and it appears, for some, their genius extends into sweets and interior design.
you're talking about Brooks,
Steve observed loudly. This is amazing, Riley said. If my dad's bakery was anything like this. She didn't finish the thought. Welcome to Brooks's Bakery, the elf behind the counter greeted them. What'll it be? DJ wandered up to the counter. Pebble said we could all have something for free. We're friends. The elf sighed and rolled his eyes. Another one, huh?
All right then, what'll it be? Make it fast. We've got 3 catering orders today.
Riley pointed out the ham and cheese kolaches, and everyone agreed those sounded lovely. They had them in hand, served on parchment paper within seconds, then walked outside to enjoy them on a decorative bench while the warm sun hit their faces. For DJ, the first bite was heaven, and the second, and the third, down to the crumbs. Every ingredient melted in DJ's mouth, making a sweet symphony of buttery, flaky crust and smooth, savory meat. As soon as he finished it, he wanted 2 or 3 more, but didn't want to press his privilege.
7 heavens,
Riley moaned.
I need like 100 more of these.
Francis hummed with approval.
Brooks has a gift.
Steve gulped loudly as he finished the kolache, then held his hands high toward the bakery.
As an ordained priest of the goddess, I grant this bakery prosperity and success. May it continue to give joy to the goddess's children, and may its owners grow in happiness and love. As I have said it, so it shall be.
DJ leaned toward Riley and whispered,
Is he gonna bless everything while we're out here?
Riley smirked.
Probably. He's a priest now.
Just then, Pebble and Brooks came trudging down the stairs. Pebble, always dressed for adventure, lugged his warhammer over his shoulder. Brooks, his dwarvish partner, sat on his other shoulder. With one hand, Brooks steadied himself by holding onto Pebble's head. With his other hand, he toted a loaded crossbow. He was garbed in leather armor, and there was a vengeful look in his eye.
100 hells, Brooks,
Riley swore.
You look ready for action.
Language, Steve reprimanded again.
The goblins made this personal, Brooks seethed. In one of their latest raids, they stole supplies from my shop, including my favourite rolling pin.
His eyes narrowed.
It was a gift from my mother before I left Carvdark. I will get that rolling pin back, won't I, darling?
He patted Pebble on the head. Pebble grunted and nodded. It was then that DJ noticed the ugly pendant that Brooks wore around his neck. It was the one they rescued from these very same goblins months ago, an engagement pendant from Pebble. The sight of it made DJ smile. Then that made him think of the state of his own romantic relationship, and his smile faded.
We go north,
Pebble said.
Are you ready, package deal?
To chase away his thoughts, DJ nodded and put on a commanding front.
Yes, let's go.
They marched on the road to Oneus until they veered northward deep into the forest. DJ recognized the route from last time. As they went, everyone got caught up on the last several months. DJ and the gang told Pebble and Brooks about the rest of their journey, including the house of Philip, the library of Artak, and the temple of the Brassiere. Pebble had a hard time believing DJ actually saw and handled it, but Brooks congratulated him for the great honor. Pebble and Brooks updated the group on their wedding plans. They said they were in no hurry to make it happen, but they had a venue and colors picked out. The plan was to seal the deal on the mountain west of Leridul as the sun rose, symbolic of the dawning of their new life together. Riley swooned at the sound of it. At the mention of love and whatnot, Father Steve piped up,
Sir DJ and Riley are courting now.
DJ's insides shriveled. He really wished Steve wouldn't have said anything. Pebble looked down on DJ curiously, as if that was harder to believe than the brassiere of the goddess. Brooks beamed delightedly. DJ couldn't tell if he was genuinely thrilled or if he was just being polite.
Oh, that's wonderful, the dwarf said. You two have been friends for so long, I'm sure it's going swimmingly.
It's great, DJ said with a smile. He reached out and took Riley's hand, swinging it with their strides. She smiled back at him, but he noticed she didn't hold his hand back quite as firmly. Pebble blinked, then turned his attention back to the trees. DJ's phony smile dropped just a little.
Shh,
Pebble said.
Get low. We're close.
DJ thought it was funny for Pebble to tell everyone else to stay low, considering he was nearly 5 feet tall lying down. But everyone followed orders. In the distance, they could see the mouth of the cave that they had entered months ago. But several huts and livestock pens had been erected outside the cave. Pigs, chickens, and even cows were held in pens that were far too small for them. And goblins walked about, wearing hardly more than loincloths to cover their bits. Is it just me? DJ thought in a whisper. Or do the goblins look even worse off than they did months ago? They've got livestock now, Riley observed. That's something. But yeah, they all look skinnier, and they're hardly wearing anything. Steve was about to speak up, but Francis clapped a green hand over his mouth. He said,
Now that you mention it, I agree with you, Sir DJ. But what is our plan of—
Francis didn't get to finish. A savage scream echoed from the trees above. Everyone jolted and looked up to see a dozen goblins diving from the trees, stretched out with woven nets large enough to ensnare everyone. There wasn't time to resist. The goblins hit the ground and quickly tangled the whole group. Everyone tried to fight back with screams and kicks, but it was no use. They were trapped and dragged across the forest floor toward the camp. Everyone squirmed and protested as they were hauled toward the goblin village. As the villagers saw a fresh bounty captured by their neighbors, they burst into celebration. DJ yelped with every rock and root he was pulled over. By the time they took the gang into the center of the village, they were thoroughly bruised and scraped. Everyone tried to wriggle out of their nets, to no avail. A horde of goblins surrounded them, whooping and hollering and cheering. "It's us!" DJ shouted. "Don't you remember us? We're your friends! We got rid of the evil king!" It fell on deaf ears. The crowd didn't hush until a figure appeared out of DJ's peripheral vision. DJ struggled and arched his back to get a good look through the net fibers. The figure emerged from the cave and trudged down to where the captives were. DJ squinted as he approached. He didn't want to believe what he was seeing, but as the figure got closer and closer, there could be no mistake. This powerful figure leading the goblins was no goblin at all. It was clearly a gnome who had covered his skin with green paint, then fastened false pointy ears to the sides of his head. He was adorned with a regal robe, likely stolen from a rich kid in Laredale. When he reached the village's center, 4 goblins swooped in to carry him on their shoulders, then set him in a lifted throne encrusted with rubies and gold. DJ squinted at the sight and couldn't keep the incredulity out of his voice. "Oh, you can't be serious."
"Behold," the impostor goblin said. "I, President Grackle, through my cunning and wisdom, have kept our village safe and prosperous from outsiders."
The entire village burst into cheers and applause.
"You see these pitiful creatures?"
President Gruckle motioned to DJ and his friends.
"They came here seeking the treasures you've rightfully earned, the goods that you've cleverly acquired through your skill and wisdom. Those ungrateful big people would rather use you, abuse you, and throw you away. But now you are richer and safer than you've ever been. Rejoice!"
Another torrent of cheers and whistles. Someone started a chant.
"All hail President Gruckle! All hail President Gruckle! All hail President Gruckle!"
Richer than ever before, DJ thought incredulously. The only rich person here is President Gruckle. It's obvious.
Silence!
Pebble's roar was so loud and threatening, the very forest trembled. Every goblin snapped their mouths shut. Pebble jammed a big, meaty finger through a hole in his net, aimed at President Gruckle.
"Do you not remember?"
he said.
"We slayed your wicked king months ago, and now this. Your king is not even a goblin. He is a gnome, wearing green paint and false ears. He is an impostor.
The entire village filled with laughter. It became immediately clear that they had heard this many times before, and each time they believed it less and less.
President Gruckle is the most goblinest of goblins,
one goblin said.
Yeah,
Another said.
he stands for us like no one before.
Truly,
Francis protested.
then why is he dressed in fine robes while the rest of you wear rags?
There was a sharp, pregnant pause. Then a rogue goblin cried out,
Punish the dissenter!
Punish the dissenter!
More goblins echoed. A gaggle of goblins surrounded Francis, assailing him with little punches and kicks. Francis curled up tighter to withstand their blows. DJ thought he looked more annoyed than hurt. Little goblins can only do so much with their bare hands and feet against a 7-foot orc.
Perhaps tomorrow we should have a feast,
President Gruckle said.
something awfully delicious. A stew. Are you hungry for human, half-giant, and orc?
More cheers followed. DJ frowned at that, specifically remembering that goblins hated eating people. As if reading his mind, President Gruckle said,
They used to hate eating people. Turns out they just needed the proper spices. Garlic powder with a bit of onion and a dash of oregano.
He loudly smooched his fingertips.
Prepare the stew.
Some goblins hoisted an astonishingly large cauldron up onto a bed of logs, poured in buckets of water, then lit a fire underneath. As the fire crackled, the nearly naked goblins danced with glee. DJ breathed a loud sigh and looked at his friends. All of them stared back at him, and DJ could read their expressions. He was their leader. He had to make a plan. He had to get them out of this mess. And in his bones, DJ agreed. But how? 7. The nets carrying DJ and the others were strung up to a tree so they dangled off the ground. Meanwhile, a couple of goblins wearing chef hats poured ingredients into the cauldron like vegetables, spices, and bones. It smelled lovely, much to DJ's displeasure. Then a couple of goblins armed with spears were assigned to watch the prisoners. He's using you, DJ tried to convince the guards. He totally wants you to think he's one of you, but he's not. Let us go and we'll help you.
Quiet, you!
One of the goblins jabbed DJ in the gut with the blunt end of his spear. The blow knocked the wind out of DJ, and he coughed miserably.
President Gruckle said we shouldn't let prisoners talk, so you all better keep your yaps shut, or else.
He made a jabbing motion again with the butt of his spear. The guard spoke to another goblin wearing a tall chef's hat by the cauldron.
When will the broth be ready?
Tomorrow morning,
The goblin said.
need to give it time to simmer.
So, we've got a day, DJ thought. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at his friends. Everyone was squirming against their nets with no success. When DJ saw Steve, he half expected to see the priest in meditation, planning some daring escape like he did back at the house of Philip and Blight's Respite. But instead, Steve just gave him a goofy smile and a big thumbs up. It seemed to say,
I believe in you, Sir DJ.
DJ sighed. Fine, it's up to me then. He tried to rearrange himself so he wasn't hanging upside down. The head rush was making it hard to think. Between hatching a plan, DJ couldn't keep his thoughts off his dad. Sir Dashing was equally trapped, but somewhere far worse. Was the Demon King allowing Sir Dashing any rest? Was he chained to a desk day and night, cursed to file papers until the first line of Omarts was ready? Do they even know what day and night are in the Darkworld? And here DJ was, trapped in a stupid net at the behest of stupid goblins, and they had no idea the fate of the territory rested on his shoulders. If he didn't hatch an escape plan, the territory would be destroyed. If he died, The territory died with him. Thousands enslaved, forests and mountains leveled. It was all up to DJ. All up to him. He had to figure it out. He had to. He had to. He had to. A weight started to close in on his chest and make his eyes teary. He trembled and clamped his teeth and battled the thoughts of despair. But his hope felt like a child with a stick battling a hungry bear. As his mind fought and fought and fought, the horrible despair backed away, but didn't relinquish entirely. It backed away just far enough to let DJ regain focus. The pieces of a plan turned over in his mind until he could click them together. Once DJ was satisfied, he settled into his net and tried to get some sleep before nightfall. But he rested just like he did the night before, fitfully, with long bouts of restlessness, battling his dark thoughts. He was lucky enough to catch a couple of hours as dusk turned to night. When DJ awoke, both of the goblins assigned to keep guard had fallen asleep, spooning gently for warmth, their spears laying off to the side. DJ blinked, thinking about how sweet the image was, but promptly forgot it as he dug around his pack for his utility knife. He silently thanked the goblins for being dumb enough not to take their possessions before they strung him up. With his knife, he started sawing the edges of his net. Psst! Psst! Riley tried to get DJ's attention. As soon as she caught DJ's face, she mouthed the words, "What's the plan?" DJ mouthed back, "Don't worry about it. I'll handle it," while making appropriate hand motions. The net ripped and snapped, straining to keep DJ inside. DJ slowed down, trying not to wake the sleeping guards. They only stirred and twitched, but didn't wake. Finally, when the net tore loudly, DJ fell onto the dirt with a painful whomp. This startled the guards awake, but they were still bleary-eyed and sleepy, blinking with bloodshot, bulging eyes. DJ scrambled to his feet and cast Evercloak, vanishing before the goblins could get a good look at him. They saw the remnants of his escape, though, the torn net twisting in the air, the missing prisoner. They both sat up, realized they were holding each other, then blushed profusely as they pushed each other away and reached for their weapons.
"A prisoner escaped!"
one cried.
"A prisoner escaped!"
"Where did he go?"
the other said as he looked around.
"Where did—"
He didn't get to finish. DJ scooped up a loose spear and cracked the goblin on the head with it. The goblin crumpled over unconscious. That made the remaining goblin positively pale with horror.
"Phantom! Ghost!"
It yelped as it saw the hovering spear wielded by invisible hands.
"Spare me! Goddess above, Ow!"
DJ cracked it across the head like he did with the other goblin, but this one didn't collapse. He just cowered and cradled his aching head. DJ paused and wound up another swing. Whack!
Ow!
The goblin moaned again. Geez, this one's got a thick skull, DJ thought. His best solution was to go to town on this little creature. He swung 12 times, bonking the little green weirdo over and over, all the while muttering under his breath, "Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep." The creature staggered back, barely holding on to consciousness as DJ's arms burned with effort. The goblin backpedaled right into Pebble and Brooks's net. As soon as the goblin bumped into it, Pebble's tree trunk of an arm shot through the net, tearing a hole in it, and his mighty red hand clamped onto the goblin's mouth, lifting him off the ground. DJ clenched his teeth as he watched. The goblin flailed and clutched at Pebble's hand to no avail. Its eyes rolled back into its head, and its body went limp. The goblin collapsed to the ground. DJ sagged with relief when the goblin started snoring. No time to waste, though. DJ dropped the Evercloak spell to conserve magic. He snatched up his utility knife and went down the line, cutting nets and freeing his friends. Everyone tried to slip out of their nets silently. Father Steve, as expected, though, tumbled out with a thud, while his pots and pans clattered loudly. "Shh," DJ hissed. "Come on, everybody. We need to get out of here." "Not without President Gruckle," Riley said firmly. "We need that reward." DJ could feel heat rising in his face. "We've got more important things, Riley. They were about to turn us into a stew and—" Riley advanced on him. "We still have time. Come on." DJ wanted to argue, but Francis cut him off.
"Young knight, perhaps you and Stephen could cast Evercloak on a few of us. Then we could steal into the Citadel to capture President Gruckle and Brooks's rolling pin. That could be an effective plan. We can be gone within minutes. What say you?"
Once again, the loud voice in DJ's chest commanded him to venture northward as fast as they could. But everyone's eyes were on him, expectant. After flexing his hands and clamping his jaw, he said, "Fine, but if this goes south, so help me goddess." They crept through the goblin village, Steve clutching his pots and pans so they wouldn't jingle. They weaved around huts with the sounds of snoring goblins coming through every window and door. DJ wondered if it was normal for every goblin to snore. They reached the door to the cave, which had been repaired since the last time they were here. Surprisingly, the door was unguarded and unlocked. DJ was shocked to see that the goblins didn't consider that. He reached for the door to take a look. Brooks hopped off Pebble's shoulder and landed without a sound. "Please, allow me." The little baker, not much bigger than a goblin himself, gingerly unlatched the door and peered inside. He said, "Oh dear."
"What?"
Pebble said. Brooks pulled the door open a little more so everyone could see. Nearly every square foot of the cave was occupied by a snoring, sleeping goblin. Spears and swords and maces were scattered along the ground between slumbering bodies. And some of those slumbering bodies were spooning each other, just like the goblins outside. There was barely any room to step between each body, they were packed in so tightly. "That's it," DJ whispered. "Abort mission. This isn't going to work." Riley wasn't listening. "I'm light on my feet. I can walk around them." "You're crazy." "You know I can. I'm probably the stealthiest person here." Brooks nudged DJ and said, "I'll accompany your darling Riley. The two of us can handle that phony gnome. If any harm befalls her, I vow to protect her. You can vow that all you want, but there are hundreds of goblins in there." Pebble put his hand on DJ's shoulder.
"Brooks is swift and precise. I've seen it many times before. I'm sure he and clever Riley can go in and out without notice."
That softened DJ's heart a little, but not fully. He stewed with the thought for a moment, then asked, "You swear it?" Brooks nodded. DJ weighed the options, biting his tongue. This little maneuver could jeopardize their whole quest. But this was also very important to Riley. He looked into her expectant eyes and found traces of determination and silent pleading. That made his emotions get the better of him. "Okay," DJ said, "but be extra careful." He and Steve whispered Evercloak spells on Riley and Brooks. Francis had to cover Steve's mouth, and they were off. DJ watched the horde of sleeping, snoring goblins with bated breath. Halfway inside the room, one goblin nuzzled its face into another's back. A soft fart rumbled from somewhere deep in the cave, followed by a cough and a sleepy grumble. Pebble leaned toward DJ.
"Why does clever Riley want that reward so much?"
"Her dad's bakery is struggling," DJ whispered. "She needs the money to save it." Pebble hummed in recognition. The door on the far end of the cave swung open invisibly. DJ breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, they made it to the other side. Then there's just the other room and the Citadel." His brows furrowed a bit. "But wait, if the cave is so crowded, how in the 100 hells are they going to get President Gruckle out without alerting everyone?" He cursed himself for not thinking of that earlier, and his palms began to sweat. DJ waited in tense silence. Then, after a few moments, Brooks's muffled cry rang out from the back of the cave.
Dwayne!
I'm coming, Brooks.
Pebble bellowed. The jig was up. The entire goblin cave jolted awake with yelps and gasps. The horde shouted and pointed when they saw their prisoners at the cave's door. They hustled to their feet and scooped up their weapons. DJ, Francis, Steve, and Pebble poured in, weapons at the ready. DJ shouted, "Don't hurt them if you can help it. They're stupid, not evil." Pebble was barely listening. He barreled through the crowd, swinging his warhammer. Goblins flew to his right and left, making great waves of flailing, half-naked green bodies. Loose spears and swords glimmered through the air as assaulted goblins lost their grips, and the goblins on the ground ran for cover. The goblins seemed fully fixed on Pebble stampeding for the far door, so the rest of the gang took action. "Steve," DJ said, "I hope you've been meditating."
Indeed, Sir DJ,
Steve said.
the goddess spoke this wisdom to my heart.
"Great. Make a barrier. You on the left and me on the right. Go!" Both mages swung their arms and spouted mage tongue. Translucent blue shields materialized that enclosed every goblin in the cave in two huge groups. Both shields created a neat path that ran from the cave opening to the door on the far end. Pebble broke through that door, bellowing the name of his endangered lover. Meanwhile, the trapped goblins were squeezed so tightly together they clambered over each other like crabs in a bucket. Butts were pressed to faces. Faces were pressed against the glassy edge of the barrier spells. Goblins cursed at each other and cursed at their prisoners and vowed they'd get their revenge. DJ dropped to one knee, arms trembling. "Oh man, that barrier spell took it out of me. How are you holding up, Steve?" The priest didn't say anything. He just gave a tired thumbs up and a dopey smile. Sweat glistened on his massive forehead. Francis found a straggler goblin between the barriers. The goblin pointed a spear at him, knees knocking, looking up into those fierce amber eyes. Francis yanked the spear out of its grip, then grabbed the goblin's head and threw him over the top of the barrier to join the rest of them. Then he dusted his hands.
Shall I go check on the others?
He asked. No need. Pebble burst out of the far door carrying President Gruckle by the beard. Pebble's legs were cut deeply around his thighs. Obviously, there were some goblins deeper in the cave that gave him some trouble. DJ had no doubt of what happened to them. Brooks and Riley followed behind, staggering out, clutching their weapons. Riley was chewing on a wizard waffle. Brooks had his crossbow in one hand, and in his other hand, a rolling pin encrusted with rubies and gems. Wow, DJ thought. No wonder he wanted to get that back. Pebble wound his arm back and hurled President Gruckle across the floor, tumbling and bumping along until he came to a halt in the middle of the crowd. Gruckle was wearing some very fine pajamas, and no paint, not a hint of green to be seen on him. To anyone with eyes to see, he was clearly just a gnome with a penchant for expensive jammies.
"This is your ruler,"
Pebble bellowed. He stomped over to where Gruckle moaned on the floor.
"Are you so foolish? Behold, goblins, a gnome commands you."
He scooped up the king and held him in front of the crowd, turning all around so every goblin could see. President Gruckle looked about, mouth shut, gulping, awaiting whatever was to come. The goblins grew silent. DJ expected to see the truth dawning on those dumb green faces, but instead it was just a sea of indignation.
"What trickery is this?"
One goblin shouted.
"That's not our president.
Another said.
That's just some gnome." "What do you take us for?"
A third cried. Brooks ran up to Pebble.
Look, don't you see?
He pointed up at Gruckle.
The nose and eyes and mouth are the same as your dear president. He's been painting his face green and giving himself false ears. He's a gnome, not a goblin.
Are they really not going to see it? DJ thought with incredulity. He kept watching for the truth to take hold in these little green weirdos, but it didn't happen.
Bring out the real President Gruckle, one goblin cried.
The real President Gruckle is green,
Another shouted.
We see through your tricks,
A third said. There was nothing to be done. The goblins firmly believed what they wanted to believe, no matter what they saw. Finally, Pebble lowered the gnome and face-palmed with his free hand. The crowd grew louder and louder, beating against the barrier spells with little green fury. Francis turned to DJ.
How long will your barriers hold up?
DJ shrugged and rubbed his throbbing temples. Another minute or two, probably.
Let's just take the gnome and go,
Francis said.
Mission accomplished. Let the fools rot here. They'll realize their folly in the morning.
The whole gang hustled out of the goblin cave. The goblins screamed and hollered after them as they clambered over each other, trapped by the translucent blue barriers. The gang closed the door behind them. Outside, a small battalion of goblins had gathered, pointing their spears and swords. Everyone bristled and squared up, but Pebble brandished his warhammer with a single hand, swinging it down and crashing a nearby handcart, splintering it. Every goblin's eyes turned wide, and they backed away slowly with drooping ears.
Smart,
Pebble muttered. Pebble blocked the cave door with another handcart, then they took off into the night, letting the forest's sounds envelop them. As their boots trudged against the grassy forest floor and met the dusty road, Gruckle found the audacity to speak.
Hey,
he said as Pebble held him with a single hand.
Hey, listen!
Riley scowled at him. What makes you think we want to hear anything you have to say?
Just set me down a minute,
Gruckle whined.
We can talk this out.
Steve hollered.
You nearly got us turned into stew!
Look, it's not personal, all right?
Gruckle said.
When you're a supreme leader, sometimes you've got to do supreme leader stuff. I've had them turn lots of people into stew. It's just what you have to do to keep 'em in line. Geez, can you stop gripping me so hard? I bruise like a banana.
Humoring him, Pebble dropped him onto the dirt like a sack of potatoes. Gruckle the gnome tried to get to his feet, but Pebble reared back his warhammer. That made Gruckle cower and cover his face.
Okay, okay,
Gruckle said.
My real name is Pip-Pip. And look.
He held up his hands. Nearly every finger had a glittering ring on it.
I can give you these, all of them. They're all worth a lot more than whatever reward they'll give you in town. 8,000 gold at least. All you need to do is let me go. You get a reward, I'm a free gnome. Everyone is happy. Right?
No one spoke. Pip-Pip felt every eye on him and shrunk a bit more.
Right?
He echoed a little quieter. Within seconds, Pebble and Brooks had stripped Pip-Pip of every possession on his person, even his silk pajamas. The gnome wore nothing but little white underpants with hearts on them to cover his privates. Pebble lifted him by his ankles. Pip-Pip hung upside down, folding his arms and scowling, resigned to defeat. Pebble handed Pip-Pip's pajamas and rings to Riley.
These are yours to sell. Use the money for your father's bakery. The little knight told me of your father's plight. Your quest is honorable.
Riley beamed. Thanks, Pebble. Brooks was sitting on Pebble's shoulder, holding his partner's head to keep steady. He perked up when Pebble mentioned Riley's bakery, but chose not to sate his curiosity. He said, You'll get more when you come back with us to Leridil and claim the rewards. I'll bake us all a great big pie to celebrate. Riley looked over her shoulder at DJ. DJ was folding his arms and shifting his feet. Thoughts of Sir Dashing and the Darkworld racked his mind, and Riley must have sensed it because she let out a sigh. No, I think this will be more than enough for now. We should probably head north as soon as we can. I'll sell these things when we reach Oneus. You're very welcome, Pip-Pip said bitterly. Pebble shook him to shut him up. Everyone exchanged hugs and goodbyes before they split up. Riley stuffed Pip-Pip's spoils in her pack. As they started to walk northeast, DJ noticed that Francis hung back and spoke to Brooks for a brief moment. They were just a little too far for DJ to eavesdrop. DJ turned to Riley and cleared his throat. "Hey, are you okay? I saw you used a waffle back there." She nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. One of those stupid goblins stabbed my leg when we grabbed Pip-Pip. Waffle fixed me up." "I'm glad you're okay," DJ said. Then he added, "And I'm glad you got what you needed for the bakery." "Thanks. Me too." DJ thought about apologizing for wanting to leave the goblin camp behind. Riley was right, after all. It worked out. She got what she needed for the bakery. But DJ also felt justified in prioritizing the Darkworld mission first. He spent so long piecing together a half apology in his mind that Riley eventually left him to talk with Steve instead. DJ didn't even get to say it. That was that. DJ hung back so Francis could catch up. When the orc reached him, DJ asked, "Hey, what did Brooks say?" Francis let out a long sigh and looked at the ground.
"The dwarf is observant. He noticed my disposition is more melancholy than the last time we met. I told him my situation with Gasha and the clan, and he gave me some comforting words. That is all."
DJ patted Francis on the back. Francis smiled at him, but the orc's grin was a mask. DJ could tell. 8. The beauty of the Lilith forest was almost enough for DJ to forget his worries. Thankfully, they spent nearly 2 weeks hiking through it. They bathed and camped by warm streams and grassy clearings. They kept watch each night to the sounds of singing crickets and hooting owls. Unfortunately, Pip-Pip had lied about the value of his jewelry and pajamas. 3 passing caravans of merchants told Riley they were only worth a few hundred gold. DJ wondered if the merchants were being totally truthful, but after that 3rd set of merchants, Riley reluctantly sold the bounty for its meager sum. And each night filled DJ with creeping dread. The chilly evenings reminded him of the Eldar forest and the dark world. With everyone asleep and nothing but his thoughts to keep him company, his mind often reeled between the fate of his father and the fate of the territory. He wished so badly that Sir Dashing could give him some advice. "How much time do we have?" DJ asked himself over and over. "Will this all be in vain?" And with those thoughts, a dark claw would grow around his heart, closing, squeezing, straining. DJ would try to fight it, but the dark claw fed on his worry, and there was plenty of that to go around. Sometimes the claw would close so tight, seeds of tears would grow in the corners of his eyes. When the silence and the dreadful thoughts would get too large, DJ learned he could distract himself by practicing magic. Flame Fist and Ice Spike had almost become too easy for him. They camped near a pond one night, so DJ felt safer trudging into the water and attempting those spells. He rolled his pant legs up to his thighs before he waded in. The soft, muddy bottom squished around his toes. DJ swung his arms and said, "Undatio ignis!" As he thrust his hands forward, fingers splayed out, plumes of fire 20 feet long shot from his fingertips. They made a fan 90 degrees wide, flat, stretching out in flickering red and yellow. The fire extinguished after a second, leaving steam drifting off the water's glassy surface. DJ wiped the sweat from his brow. A soft voice came from behind. "Nice." DJ nearly jumped out of his skin. It was Riley. She sat at the water's edge, her legs curled up, her arms around her knees. DJ's thumping heart relaxed, and he took a deep breath. "It's called Fire Fan," DJ said. "An intermediate destruction spell. I don't know if you remember, but Steve used it to save us back at Broken Lover's Pass." "I remember." Riley picked at some grass, then said, "Are you okay?" DJ thought about his sleepless nights, of how his thoughts were always plagued with worry and fear. And it didn't help that Riley's financial needs were going to slow the quest down. That made him want to avoid conversation altogether. He said, "I'm fine." "No, you're not," Riley said. "You've been tense ever since the Darkworld, and you're always tired." "If you know I'm not fine, why would you even ask?" DJ snapped. Riley stiffened and frowned deeply. Then she rolled her eyes. "Sorry I asked." She got up and stomped back to camp. Realizing what he did, DJ called after her, "Riley, hey, come on." But she was already gone. He hurriedly stepped out of the pond, dried his legs, then thrust his socks and boots back on. By the time he made it over the hill back to camp, Riley was already nestled into her bedroll. Francis and Steve were each asleep, bodies rising and falling softly with each breath. Steve snored gently. DJ crept up and sat down next to Riley's bedroll, crossing his legs. She rolled over and turned her back to him. DJ exhaled deeply. He whispered as to not wake the others. "I'm sorry. I don't know." Riley didn't move. "Everything is different about this quest," DJ continued. "We're not just going on an adventure to say we did it. This is, real. If we fail, the consequences are—" DJ didn't finish. "And it's just a lot, you know?" Riley rolled back toward DJ, brown hair getting tangled around her face. She sat up and looked at DJ with those big brown eyes he loved so much. She actually reached out and took his hand. DJ's heart skipped a beat. He held it back, savoring the sensation of her fingers between his. "Yeah, you're right," Riley whispered to him. "It is a lot. But you have us, remember? We're here to help." "What if we aren't enough, though?" DJ said. "What if we don't make it?" Riley looked away for a second. The reflection of the campfire flickered in her eyes. "The Waffle Wizard said we were prepared. We have to believe he was right." DJ tried to grab onto the little glimmer of hope Riley's words were giving him, and the firelight on her face made his heart thump faster. It was stupid that he was having one of those moments right now, but he was. The fire dancing in her eyes made his whole body sigh and call for her. He looked at her lips, so pink and soft, and wanted to... He didn't realize he had already started leaning forward. Riley leaned back. A soft rejection once again. DJ's chest swelled with hurt. She gave his hand one last squeeze, then said, "Sorry, Deej. I'm going to sleep now. Good night." She slipped back into her bedroll, and DJ stayed sitting beside her for a moment. He thought about asking what he was to her. He thought about asking if her feelings for him had ever grown. But he held his tongue and got back to his feet. He went back to the pond and practiced magic to keep the dark thoughts away. Oneus felt like a cleaner, more vibrant version of Danon, a lumber town at the edge of the forest, but with beautiful gardens, attractive houses, and dusty roads guided by short stone fences. It was like the townspeople had resolved to create the loveliest, coziest town in the cradle, and they succeeded with flying colors. Like Danon, Oneus was fortified by a tall wooden fence constructed of timber around the city's edge, patrolled by city guards with identical uniforms. Unlike Danon, Oneus had much more farmland, growing pumpkins, squash, corn, potatoes, and more. Since it was in the cradle instead of Westfall, it was blessed with exceptionally fertile fields at the forest's edge. It probably helped that they got more water runoff from the spine as well. As DJ thought of the spine, he looked north. The hollow mountain was well within view, even though it was more than a week's hike away. The impossibly tall mountain loomed to the north, casting a sharp shadow to the west. It made the other harrowing mountains of the spine look stout in comparison. And inside that mountain was Kavdak, the ageless dwarven city, the home of the Grand Mage of Ar, the key to sealing the Darkworld portal. DJ tried to take comfort in the thought. His eyes hardly left the hollow mountain as he walked. That distraction caused him to bump into Francis. The orc had stopped in the middle of the street. "Oh," DJ said. "Sorry, Francis." Francis patted DJ's head, then he said,
"We should get something to eat. That tavern over there looks respectable enough. What say you, young knight?"
He motioned to a cozy little inn called the Crumbling Crate, which didn't look the least bit crumbly. It was handsomely symmetrical, with colorful flowers growing in boxes beneath the windows. And the sign above the door looked freshly painted. The letters on it were swirly and cute. DJ nodded. "I could eat. Let's take a look." "Hopefully the barkeep will have some leads on some work," Riley said as she straightened her bow and quiver. The four entered to find what felt more like a family restaurant than a tavern. The floors were swept. The windows were tall and let in lots of light. There was even a cat sunbathing on the counter. The barkeep, a lovely elvish woman with bright blonde hair and a wide smile, called to them as they walked in. "Be right with you," she said. "Make yourselves at home." "That won't be hard," DJ muttered, admiring the warm atmosphere.
"I like your tavern,"
Steve yelped. The barkeep smiled. They found a table nearby. The tavern was mostly empty, which surprised DJ. But there was a short figure in the corner he couldn't help but stare at. DJ kept watching and wondering if he was really seeing who he thought he was seeing. Then he tilted his head a little bit and saw a gray dire cat lying at the person's feet, resting its chin on its paws and swishing its tail. "Guys," DJ breathed.
"What?"
Francis asked seriously. DJ motioned with his chin to the dark figure sitting in the corner. It was a gnome, wearing a dark cloak, feet kicked up on the table, his chair leaning back against a wall. The gnome had pulled the cloak's hood over his eyes and was sleeping soundly, or at least that's what it looked like. A familiar short sword rested across his lap, an ornate knight's sword that DJ recognized all too well. The short sword would be a great sword in the gnome's hands. "Percival Buttons," DJ whispered. "It's gotta be." At this point, the barkeep had come over to give everyone menus. As she passed them around, she asked, "You know him? I've seen him a time or two around these parts. Travels the cradle often, from what I hear." "Travels?" Raleigh thought out loud. "I thought he was going back to his gnome village after he got your sword, DJ." The barkeep shrugged. "I only know what I hear. What'll it be, friends? A round of Oneus apple cider to get you started? It's the perfect time of year for it, and you won't taste better apples in all of Ar." Everyone said that would be fine, and the barkeep brought a round. She was right. The cider was deliciously dark and sweet, with a cool bite. When the barkeep served them, Riley asked her if there was any work in town. The barkeep shook her head. "None that I know of right now, dearie," she said. Riley deflated. "It's okay. Thanks anyway." DJ downed a big gulp of apple cider and kept shooting glances at Sir Percival Buttons. His fingers tapped nervously on the table as everyone placed their orders. "Should I go talk to him?" DJ asked. Francis frowned.
"What is there to say? Our business with him is done."
"Perhaps the goddess has led him here,"
Steve yelped. Everyone shushed him. Across the room, Sir Percival stirred. DJ furrowed his brow, took another sip from his cider, and pushed out his chair. "Be right back," he said. He moved with careful steps across the tavern. The closer he got, the more convinced he was that it was Buttons. Trying to be noiseless, DJ pulled out a chair opposite from Buttons and slid down into it, trying not to wake him. Buttons' voice was smooth and sharp.
"You couldn't sneak up on me if you tried, little knight."
DJ smirked. Bold of you to call anyone little. Sir Percival Buttons lifted off his hood and placed his pointy red hat atop his head. DJ's tease pushed the gnome's mouth into a sly grin. He laced his hands and put them on his lap as he gazed upon DJ smugly. By his chair, Mittens the dire cat lifted its head, ogled at DJ, and gave a small hiss. Obviously, the creature still hadn't forgotten the time DJ slashed it out of self-defense. Hope my sword is treating you well, DJ said, eyeing the dire cat.
It has, Buttons caressed it. It's a fine weapon.
I'm sure the people back at your village were impressed by it. It must feel nice to be welcomed back home. That remark made the smarmy smirk fade from Buttons' face. He changed the subject.
You're far away from your home. What brings you to Aeneas? It can't be the cider alone.
DJ shook his head. We're on our way to Cavdoc to see the Grand Mage of A portal to the Darkworld was opened, and my dad is trapped down there while the Demon King O plans to destroy and enslave the territory. We're hoping the Grand Mage will help us seal the portal. A stiff pause. Then Buttons tightened his lower lip and said,
So I was right then. Just a cozy little holiday.
DJ wanted to laugh, but explaining the situation out loud made the dark thoughts creep up again. He diverted the subject to chase them away. What about you? What brings you to Aeneas?
Work.
DJ frowned. I thought you were heading back to your village. They were supposed to let you back after you did a noble deed, right?
I thought so too,
Buttons said darkly. He tilted his head, getting a better look at DJ's friends. DJ turned just in time to see everybody abruptly turn back to their meals. They had obviously been eavesdropping, but they were trying to look nonchalant now. Buttons adjusted in his seat.
How are you and your friends doing on gold?
Could be better, DJ said, unsure of where this was going. Why?
The Riley girl asked the barkeep for work, Buttons said. I assumed you were low.
So he was awake the whole time, DJ thought. Buttons put his feet on the ground and leaned forward, folding his arms on the edge of the table.
I've been hired by a local farmer to watch his crops tonight. Said there's a small pack of whites that come out of the woods and pilfer his cabbages. He needs someone to scare them away.
Buttons leaned back and put a toothpick between his teeth.
You're a mage. Whites hate magic, fire and lightning and the like. I'll split the pay with you if you lend me a hand. 75 gold each. It's not much, but it should be an easy job.
DJ looked over his shoulder. Riley was shoveling mutton and carrot stew into her mouth while trying to keep broth from dribbling down her chin. He knew Riley would prefer to earn the gold herself, but Buttons asked him. And maybe helping Riley with her situation would strengthen their relationship in some small way. DJ turned back to Buttons. All right, he said. We're probably staying here for the night, so why not? I'm in. Buttons nodded and got up from his chair. He was the same height standing as DJ was sitting down.
Good, he said. Meet me here at sundown.
He slipped DJ's night sword onto his back, gave DJ a nod, then mounted Mittens and sauntered out of the tavern. DJ rejoined the rest of his friends. Well, that was definitely Buttons. He said he's been hired by a local farmer to chase some whites off their property tonight, and he invited me to help him with the job. Pays 75 gold. Not much, but he said it would be easy. Can I join? Riley asked quickly. He asked me because I'm a mage, DJ said. Besides, you know I'm just going to give you the gold, Riley. I don't need it. Riley opened her mouth to argue, but closed it and gave him a little grin. She squeezed his arm affectionately, and DJ's heart did a backflip. It is as I said, Steve said loudly. The goddess has led Sir Percival Buttons to us. This meeting is most divine.
Hopefully this isn't some kind of trap,
Francis said with his arms folded.
Although I can't think of a reason he'd want to harm you. His bounty on Riley is far in the past, and you gifted him your night sword.
He shrugged and took a sip of his second cider.
I'll be interested to see what comes of this.
You and me both, DJ said, drinking from his own cider again. He swished it around in his tankard. The barkeep wasn't joking. This stuff is good. Told you, she called from the counter. 9. Sir Percival Buttons was waiting for DJ when he arrived at the crumbling crate at sunset. The handsome town of Oneus was retiring for the evening. Farmers left their fields for their favorite taverns and bars. Warm yellow glows permeated from windows, accompanied by the distant sounds of clinking dishes, laughter, and song. DJ made sure his mage robes were cinched up comfortably, and he kicked his feet while he sat on the edge of a tall flower box. Worry once again clutched his chest as his thoughts drifted to his father and the Demon King O. And his mind went to battle against those thoughts, so panic wouldn't overcome him. Before long, Mittens came prowling down the street with Buttons on top. The gnome had shed his cloak, instead favoring light leather armor. DJ's night sword was slung across his back. DJ stood up and gave Buttons a nod. Buttons didn't slow his pace.
"The farm is on the eastern edge of town," he said. "Right against the forest. That's where the whites will come out. Walk with me."
"So I feel dumb for asking," DJ said as he met Buttons's pace. "But what is a white? Like the color white?"
"No," Buttons said. WIGHT. Whites are hungry undead. The throwaway things of necromancers. Unsightly, stupid creatures. They usually linger in caves or forests and come out at night. They are averse to fire and the sun. But they still need to feed like we do. Usually they get by on the carcasses of dead animals, but very rarely they find their way to small villages to pilfer livestock and produce."
He patted the sword on his back.
"That's where we come in."
A shiver slid down DJ's back. He said, "So, listen, I have this thing about killing people. I don't do it, so I'll just try to scare them off." Buttons raised an eyebrow at him.
"How do you kill something that's already dead?"
DJ frowned as he considered the observation.
"They usually run off as soon as there's a fight," Buttons said. "So you can clear your conscience, Sir DJ."
He pointed with his chin.
"There."
They arrived at a little farm with a modest field nearby. No tall plants, just cabbages and potatoes as far as DJ could see. They didn't approach the door of the square 2-story farm home. They just kept walking through the field until they reached the far edge. There, a rickety wooden fence separated the field from the lilac forest.
"This should do it,"
Buttons said as he dismounted. He scratched Mittens's chin and addressed the dire cat.
"Let us know when you smell them coming."
Mittens meowed, then began stalking up and down the fence's edge. Buttons withdrew DJ's night sword from its scabbard. It looked to be in terrific shape. It was freshly polished and sharpened from what DJ could see, but it did show some minor signs of wear. Obviously, Buttons had put it to use. "Thanks for taking good care of it," DJ said.
"It was a gift,"
Buttons said, not taking his eyes off the forest.
"I take it very seriously."
DJ hesitated to ask, but not knowing was driving him crazy. He said, "Was it enough to let you back home?" Buttons's gaze turned glassy, and he deflated. He shook his head almost imperceptibly.
"No, I am still banished."
A bolt of surprise rocked through DJ. The whole reason he had come to know Buttons was because the gnome was trying to bring Riley back home as an honorable deed, thereby erasing his exile and winning his spot back in his gnome village. Receiving the weapon of a fellow knight was a great honor, so the fact that this wasn't enough seemed ludicrous. "That's insane," DJ protested. "What could you possibly have done that wouldn't earn your spot back after receiving a knight's sword?" DJ winced as soon as he asked the question. "Sorry, that's probably personal."
"I'm not ashamed."
Buttons paused.
"It was for love. Love is always worth it."
That had DJ's full attention. The whites now seemed like a distant, inconsequential problem. DJ waited expectantly for Buttons to continue. When a stiff silence grew between them, Buttons finally huffed and straightened up.
The gnome villages of the Comusgall Mountains are ruled by bloodline, the gnome said. The village I come from is ruled by the Fiddlesticks family. You can marry into a royal family if you're a knight, as I am. I served our village in many battles and was well respected. I was also in love with the princess, Penelope Fiddlesticks, and she was in love with me. But she was promised to another, a knight named Reginald Knick-Knack. Reginald is a fearsome warrior, more skilled than I in many ways. But stupid, brash, big-headed.
The last few words came out with venom.
The marriage of Penelope and Reginald was the worst day of my life. Never has my heart known such agony.
DJ's stomach sank. He couldn't help but think of how much Riley would love to hear this, though. She couldn't get enough of other people's drama.
Penelope and I knew we should no longer see each other. It wouldn't be appropriate. If we did and people discovered it, there would be dire consequences. But the day after their wedding, she and I met in our favourite grove of trees and touched noses.
DJ waited for more, but nothing came. That was it. Touch noses, he thought. That's cute, but not exactly scandalous. It's not even a kiss. Maybe it's considered intimate in gnome culture.
We were found out,
Buttons continued.
And I was reported to the king. The tribunal was swift and serious. Penelope cried all the way through it. Reginald wanted nothing more than to tear my head off. But it was decided that I would be banished, only to return when I had done a noble deed worthy of overshadowing my scandal.
He slid DJ a sad smirk.
They didn't believe the sword was quite enough.
Percival, DJ said. I'm so sorry.
Don't be,
the gnome said.
Perhaps it's a sign. For months I've stayed on the road, finding work as a sellsword. Perhaps this is the life I meant to live. I don't know what else could possibly bring me back home, and at this point I've grown to accept that this may simply be my lot in life.
Those remarks filled DJ with an empty feeling. They were devoid of hope, resigned to an easy inevitable. DJ wanted to respond, to perhaps offer some words of comfort or encouragement, but he didn't get the chance. Mittens hissed twice from several yards away. Buttons' features tightened.
That's the sign, the gnome said. Be ready.
DJ flexed his fingers and swung his arms about, stretching. The mage robes hugging his body swished around with fluid lightness, their purple fabric shimmering faintly in the early moonlight. DJ could see the whites approaching the tree line, eyes like little red orbs burning with hunger. Twigs snapped and bushes rustled. DJ gulped. Then they emerged from the trees. Not a few of them, over a dozen of them. Pale blue skin, glowing red eyes, rotten shreds of clothing hanging from their limbs. They all mumbled and hissed as they staggered out of the forest in search of helpless cabbages. As they got closer, DJ was able to make out some of the words they were murmuring.
Filthy human, filthy gnome, weak-blooded, dirty-blooded.
Buttons slapped his hand to his face.
Goddess help me.
What's going on? DJ said with raised hands ready for magic.
These aren't just whites,
Buttons said.
They're white supremacists.
DJ frowned. White supremacists? Are they worse somehow?
Indeed.
Buttons loaded a bolt into his crossbow.
They hold a misplaced belief that the world belongs to them, and they see every other race as inferior. So if they have the chance to grease a human or a gnome, or anything else, they will.
He levelled the crossbow.
Lucky for us, they're all dumb as rocks.
He fired the bolt. It found its mark through the eye of a white. The white collapsed in a heap as it tried to mount the fence. That made all the other whites drawl and hiss louder.
"Filthy gnome,"
they said.
"Dirty gnome, you will pay. You will pay."
The remaining whites cleared the fence and charged forward. DJ's heartbeat soared. These things may be stupid, but they were much faster than he thought they would be. 2 of the whites charged at him, flailing their arms and spitting anti-human insults. But DJ identified a puddle of water nearby, and that gave him what he needed. "Glacy Tulum!" he shouted with the proper movements. 2 carefully aimed ice spikes lodged into a white's shoulder and another white's leg. There was more hissing, but they kept moving. The dozen or so whites formed a semicircle, closing in on DJ and Buttons. From the edge of DJ's vision, Mittens leapt into action, sinking its jaws into the jugular of a white. The white struggled and screeched. Mittens jerked its head, then the white convulsed and grew still as it flopped onto the dirt. DJ suppressed a shudder as he refocused on the onslaught. "Minus ignis!" DJ set a white ablaze with flame fist. The white's dry skin caught fire immediately. It shrieked and thrashed as it fell to the ground, writhing and twisting in agony. It managed to char several cabbages in the process. "Sorry," DJ muttered under his breath to the unknown farmer. The whites were close enough that Buttons dropped his crossbow and ripped out DJ's nightsword. The gnome spun and swung with astonishing grace and precision. He clipped the hamstrings of one white, then beheaded it. He gutted another. Then he used a doubled-over white as a platform to jump high, somersaulted over the top of another white, and slashed its back on his descent. 3 whites downed, just like that. Whoa, DJ thought. I'm glad he's on my side this time. He was distracted. A white stole up close enough and threw itself onto DJ. DJ raised his hands to brace himself. He fell backward onto the dirt, pushing against the white's shoulders. It was a woman with wispy fragments of blonde hair and abnormally plump lips. Behind those lips were rows of surprisingly pristine teeth, blazing white. The gorgeous teeth couldn't mask the white's awful breath, though. It smelled something like rotting meat and cow manure. It made DJ's eyes water as the white tried to scrape and scratch him. "Ew, ew, 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 ew!" DJ cried. "Buttons, I can feel this one. It's really gross." In a grey blur, Mittens tore across the field and tackled the white off DJ. DJ clamped his eyes shut before Mittens tore the white's throat with a sick gurgle. When the white made no more sound, DJ opened his eyes, quickly got to his feet, and brushed himself off. Mittens shot him a look. "Thanks." He gave the dire cat a thumbs up. Mittens hissed and scampered away. Half of the whites were still left, but Buttons was running out of steam. His acrobatics had cost him too much. But DJ still had a little juice left. The whites were in a smooth enough line, and that gave him an idea. "Buttons," he called, "stand back." Buttons retreated a little bit, drawing the whites in. DJ flicked out his arms, planted his feet, and moved his body and arms in smooth, deliberate motions. "Undatio ignis!" he shouted. There was a loud pop as plumes of fire shot from DJ's fingertips at a 90-degree angle. It engulfed the remaining whites. They hissed as their bodies convulsed, charred, and collapsed. The air filled with the stench of dry, burnt meat. All across the cabbage field were the remains of the undead. No blood, just bodies and pieces of bodies. DJ shuddered and wrung his hands. That's when he noticed the dozens of cabbages he had fried with his last spell. He clenched his teeth and swallowed. "Oops," he said. "Hope that doesn't create a problem." "My cabbages!" an elderly voice shouted from the house. It was the farmer. He was a short man, somewhere between the height of Buttons and DJ, with an enormous mustache that must have been taken from the hair missing on his head. He stomped toward the 2 of them, wearing nothing but a pair of overalls and some muddy boots. "Look at what you did!" the farmer shouted, motioning at the burnt crops.
What's the point of ridding the whites if you're just going to burn my whole field down?
Buttons frowned at the man.
Most of your field is untouched. You suffered a few burnt crops. You didn't say they were white supremacists. If I had known, I would have charged you double. Well, how the 100 hells was I supposed to know? The farmer said. And I ain't paying. Not after this.
He waved his arms all around the field.
So pack up your things and git. I better not see you on my property by the time I get to my front door.
DJ's heart sank and a blanket of guilt smothered him. He was about to apologize, but Buttons patted him on the back, hard to silence him. The gnome told the farmer,
Apologies. We should have been more careful. Give us a few minutes to take care of the bodies, and we'll be on our way.
The farmer blew a raspberry, threw up his hands, then stomped back into the house. Mittens trudged over to Buttons and rubbed its head against him comfortingly. Buttons scratched behind the dire cat's ears. Buttons, DJ said, I'm so sorry.
They're teeth.
Buttons pointed to the bodies.
They can be sold, for a lot. They're great in potions, too. It'll more than cover what we got stiffed out of. Go.
Buttons immediately went to work on a white jaw with his utility knife. The sight made DJ shiver, but he also didn't want to look like a wimp in front of Buttons. He found the nearest white body, blue skin, twisted, slack-jawed, bent down, and worked on some teeth with his own utility knife. Gross, 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 DJ whispered to himself. The teeth came out surprisingly easily. The white gums were dry and loose. But the sensation of carrying them in his hands made DJ's skin prickle. Teeth from live humans are bad enough, but teeth from the undead? Yuck. DJ managed to get about a dozen before Buttons came and tapped his shoulder.
That'll have to do. Keep them somewhere dark. When the sun comes out, it'll turn these bodies to dust, so the same will happen to their teeth.
He handed DJ a small empty pouch.
Here.
Thanks, DJ said, pouring the teeth in and cinching it shut. Ready when you are. Buttons mounted Mittens, and the three of them left the farm. Buttons made a rude gesture to the farmhouse as they passed. As they walked back to the crumbling crate, DJ said, Thanks for sharing your story with me, Buttons. I hope the village lets you back someday.
If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't.
Buttons' face was stone.
I did what I did, and I must accept my fate. But I have to admit, if I had the chance to touch noses with Penelope again...
A mischievous smirk spread between his rosy cheeks.
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
I bet she misses you, DJ said with a smile. Buttons nodded, and his eyes became dreamy. In a reverent tone, he said,
I like to believe that.
They arrived at the crumbling crate. Sir Percival Buttons wished DJ well, and DJ thanked him. Then DJ entered the tavern, passed through all the socializing locals, and climbed the stairs to the rooms that he and his friends had rented for the night. Riley, Francis, and Steve had stayed up to wait for him. When DJ entered, they greeted him with enthusiasm. Riley threw her arms around him, then inspected him up and down. You didn't get hurt, right? She asked. Nope, DJ said with a little grin. Didn't even need a wizard waffle. Steve ate one of his tonight. Riley smirked and pointed over her shoulder. He kept looking out the window for when you'd get back.
I eat when I'm nervous,
Steve yelped.
How is Sir Percival?
Francis asked with a little smile. DJ told everyone about Buttons' story. Penelope Fiddlesticks, the nose-touching, everything. Riley thought the nose-touching bit sounded so ridiculous that she snorted. Steve listened intently with wide eyes. But when DJ got to the part where Buttons wasn't admitted back to his village, Francis's expression turned very dark. The orc went somewhere else in his mind. His face and body became slack and cold. Finally, Francis stood up.
I'm going to get a drink.
He dragged his mighty feet across the room until he reached for the door. Everyone exchanged worried faces. DJ said, Francis, are you okay? Francis didn't answer. He just shut the door behind him with a firm bang. Riley, DJ, and Steve didn't talk much after that. Everyone retired to bed. DJ and Riley shared a bed, but Riley insisted on having separate blankets. They slept on opposite ends of the mattress. During one of DJ's frequent wakeful periods, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps outside the door. It had to be Francis coming back up from the bar to bunk with Steve in the next room over. His steps were irregular, like he was staggering. He's drunk, DJ thought. I've never seen Francis drunk before. The realization pierced his heart. Buttons' story got to him. He's worried the Iron Hands clan won't let him back, even after all this. Poor guy. DJ wanted to go comfort his friend, but what could he even say? He looked at Riley sleeping next to him, mouth hanging open, drool trickling onto her pillow, and for multiple reasons, felt quite powerless about everything. 10. Francis hardly spoke the following morning. Every movement was laborious, he barely opened his eyes, and any loud sound made him wince. At breakfast, he drank a lot of Oneus apple cider to accompany his eggs, bacon, and potatoes. Between bites, his fingertips jabbed into his temples, and he kept his head down. Riley pushed a bite of cheesy potatoes into one cheek. You, drank a lot last night, didn't you?
More than I cared to admit,
Francis groaned.
This is why the stewards of the goddess are commanded to be sober,
Steve yelped as he sprayed foodstuffs from his greasy lips.
Liquor causes pain and dullness of senses.
Francis pushed his palms against his ears and grimaced at the sound of Steve's voice.
Stephen, please,
he pleaded. Riley put a hand on Steve's shoulder to quiet him. DJ said, You're going through a lot. I'm sorry, Francis. Francis's amber eyes landed on DJ. He said,
As am I for your suffering, young knight. Don't think I don't see it.
A lump formed in DJ's throat. He gave Francis a smile. They found an apothecary where they could sell the white teeth. They fetched an impressive price, 10 gold per tooth. Selling all of them nearly doubled what Sir Percival Buttons promised him for last night's bounty. DJ promptly put the funds in Riley's hand, and she kissed his cheek affectionately. That made DJ squirm with glee. I've still only made a few hundred gold, though, she muttered. This is only a piece of what we need. Who knows, DJ said. Maybe you'll get a chance to score really soon. I'm sure there will be lots to do in Kavdak. Everyone stocked up on supplies at a general store, then set out. Francis's head was feeling a little better by that time. Steve bought some bacon strips and cooked them while they walked, thanks to that enchanted frying pan he got in Blight's Respite. Days went by as they followed the road northward. The Lilith Forest to their left, the grassy hills of the Cradle to their right. They passed several farms that grew various crops, and one farm growing flowers that made DJ's head feel funny, in a good way. At one point, the road crested a hill so tall they could barely see Gunir Lake shimmering dozens of miles to the east. And as usual, the hollow mountain and the harrowing peaks of the spine grew ever closer. At one point, a deer bounded across the road, and Riley eagerly stalked it into the forest. The gang followed her, far enough behind so as not to spook the creature, but close enough to keep her in sight. Alas, Riley's bounty evaded her, and she kicked a dirt clod in frustration. As the gang walked back to the road, they heard strange voices coming from outside the trees.
So,
A stranger said,
you're both named Philip?
DJ stopped dead. He glanced around at the others. They were having similar reactions. Francis hustled behind a large bush and motioned everyone to follow him. They found other nearby bushes and trees to hide behind. Oh, yes, a voice responded. You see, we're from the very non-violent and super peaceful religious organization, the House of Philip. We've abandoned our worldly names to become one with Philip. Everyone in our spiritual family has taken upon themselves his name. Uh-huh, the first voice responded, clearly uninterested. A third voice chimed in.
We're saving up money to construct a new temple. Ours was destroyed by evil heretics months ago. May we interest you in one of these handsome crafts for a mere 5 gold? Your small contribution goes a long way to helping us finish our new house of worship.
DJ peered over the top of the bush to see what those crafts were, but Riley grabbed his collar and pulled him down.
You know what? Fine, the first voice said. There was a jingling of gold pieces. Don't worry about the craft. Here's a few gold pieces on me.
Oh, bless you, kind stranger, bless you, one of the Phillips regaled him with their words. I pronounce upon you a blessing on behalf of Philip, that you may be spared at the great cleansing. Huzzah, kind soul! What a glorious day it is!
Glorious indeed,
the other Philip echoed. There was an uncomfortable pause from the stranger.
Thanks, I guess. Well, I'm off. Good luck with your mosque or whatever.
DJ and the others watched the stranger walk away through the gaps in the bushes. The Phillips stood and waved as they watched the traveler walk away. Once they were satisfied that the traveler was out of earshot, they dropped their hands and their pretense. The first Philip put their hands on their hips. Another day, another heathen's gold. Tell me, Philip, do you feel guilty taking money from these filthy, wayward souls?
Truthfully, Philip, I don't,
the second Philip said.
Their gold will mean nothing after the great cleansing, and for us it means a great deal.
You're right, Philip. Forgive me for my wavering faith. The Phillips turned and started trudging into the forest, toward DJ and the gang. DJ and the others tensed. They made themselves as small as possible and barely breathed. The two Phillips walked right past them within arm's length. Their black robes swished as they walked, barely skirting across the forest floor. DJ and the gang went undetected. Say, the first Philip said, how much money has the almighty Philip guided to our commune so far?
Last I heard,
the second Philip replied,
something like 3,000 gold. We're almost ready to purchase the remaining supplies and complete construction. What a glorious day it is.
Glorious indeed. DJ, Francis, and Steve turned with measured slowness toward Riley. Her reaction was exactly as they expected. An impish smile was slashed across her face, and a hungry fire burned in her eyes. A golden opportunity laid before them. Get the money to save her dad's store, and rob the religious zealots who tried to kill them months ago. Riley silently begged for it, yearned for it. And it was easy for everyone to see. Steve wasn't much different. He nodded so hard it nearly shook his whole body. He might have wanted it even more than Riley, especially considering the cult made him renounce the goddess during their capture. The resentment was obviously still there. DJ wasn't sure that revenge was becoming of a steward of the goddess, but he wasn't about to call Steve out on it. Without a single word, it was agreed. They would steal from the house of Philip so Riley could save the bakery and the violent religious cult couldn't finish their temple. They waited for the Phillips to walk a fair distance before they hiked up their things and stalked them like prey. They made sure to keep a fair distance so they wouldn't be heard, and Steve had to be very careful with his pots and pans. Their boots skirted along the grass, barely making a sound. 100 yards ahead of them, the Phillips strolled on, never looking back. At length, they reached a tree of considerable size. Its trunk had to be as wide as a carriage. The Phillips approached it and stopped. DJ and the others hid behind some trees, but peeked out from the edges to see what the Phillips would do. The Phillips touched the tree, and then the tree opened. A great section of bark retracted up, revealing a pathway that led inside the tree and underground. The Phillips entered, stepping down an unseen staircase. Then the bark door rolled down and sealed. Everyone stood flabbergasted. Riley was the first to emerge from her hiding spot. No way, she breathed. As they approached the tree, they couldn't find any button or switch or lever. Francis knocked all around the parts where the Phillips had entered. It didn't even sound hollow.
Remarkable,
he muttered. DJ stood back and folded his arms. Steve, you know more about magic than I do. Is this tree enchanted or something? Steve shook his head.
Not that I can see, Sir DJ. And don't forget, the House of Philip hates magic. To them, it is an abomination.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, do you know of any kind of spell that'll help us figure out this tree? I haven't heard of any. Steve scratched his bald head, then flung off his pack, making his pots and pans clang on the dirt. His hands dove in, and he started pulling out several volumes of books. There were titles like The Steward's Guide to the Goddess's Territory, Dangerously Delicious, How to Cook Memorable Meals on Jeopardous Journeys, Green Passion, an Orcish love story.
Stephen, you've been reading that?
Francis said, pointing at it.
Not yet,
Steve yelped.
Many of my fellow stewards enjoy it.
Riley suppressed a laugh. I don't think stewards should be reading that. There are a few scenes that are kind of... She bounced her eyebrows and pulled at her collar. Steve blinked at her, unsure of what that meant.
I take issue with how orcs are represented in that piece,
Francis said bitterly.
But that's a discussion for another time.
Finally, Steve found his copy of Spells for the Advanced Mage. He flipped through the pages at lightning speed, making the aged yellow pages crackle with delight. Finally, his finger landed on a page and skimmed down until he arrived at a satisfactory passage.
Reveal secrets,
Steve yelped.
That is the spell.
How do we perform it? DJ said as he stood over the priest's shoulder. Steve's finger ran down the page.
It appears that I must disrobe and create a rune around the mystery object. Then I must repeat an incantation that... Whoa, you must what?
DJ said.
Disrobe,
Steve said with wide, innocent eyes.
I must bare my whole self before the goddess. Leave nothing unseen. Only then will the goddess reveal secrets to me.
Steve snapped the book shut, popped up from the ground, and immediately began untying his robe. DJ and Riley flipped around, shielding their eyes and shouting their displeasure.
100 hells, Steve, DJ shouted. Language, Father Steve reproved.
Riley was already stomping away, her back firmly toward Steve, stiff as a board. I'm gonna wait behind that tree. Just call out when you're done and your clothes are back on. Francis folded his arms and smirked.
Humans can be so prudish about their bodies. Many orcs go into battle wearing nothing at all. It's considered a sign of strength to be so open before the elements and the surety of bloodshed. Stephen, if you'd prefer I look away, I'll respect your wishes, but I'm not squeamish.
It is quite all right.
By this time, Riley and DJ had shielded themselves, and their eyes, behind the safety of a nearby tree. They heard the rustling of Steve undressing, then the whump of his robe hitting the forest floor.
Francis said. You should be very proud, Stephen.
Thank you,
Steve said. DJ frowned. What does that mean? Never mind, I don't want to know. For the next few minutes, Riley and DJ barely moved or looked at each other while Steve went to work. The merry little priest whistled a tune that sounded vaguely similar to one of the abhorrent songs the Hammerstone Oathbreakers sang months ago. Meanwhile, Francis paced back and forth, watching Steve draw the rune around the great tree with his finger. What happens if one of them walks out while you're doing this? DJ called.
We hide,
Steve replied. Simple enough, DJ murmured.
The rune is finished. Now then.
The sound of rustling pages was followed by Steve uttering a long incantation. It had to have been 5 or 6 stanzas. As he went, DJ thought about what a strange sense of humor the goddess must have to make a spell that requires someone to get naked, draw a picture, and read a really long poem. But at last, Steve finished the spell.
It is complete.
DJ and Riley emerged, still a little cautious, to find Steve fully dressed and facing the tree. As they approached, he pointed at it.
There,
He said.
that knot.
He was pointing to a knot in the wood whose middle had a bare surface about the size of a coin. Francis jammed his finger in it, and his finger sunk in. It was a hidden button. The muffled sounds of gears and pulleys crept from inside the tree. Everyone stood back and armed themselves in case anyone came up to confront them, but no one did. The tree's back retracted upward, revealing a steep staircase that led underground. DJ said, "Let me cast Evercloak. That way we can all sneak down and get a lay of the land. Everyone ready?" Everyone agreed. DJ made the hand motions and said, "Invisi Pallium." They all vanished, and DJ led them down the stairs. As the tree closed behind them, they were met with near total darkness. They had to feel their way down the steep, curving staircase, pressing their palms against the musty walls so they wouldn't fall forward. There was a red-orange glow that became more and more pronounced the farther down they went. Eventually, they found the source. DJ and the others stepped as quietly as they could onto the ground floor. It was hard to suppress their awe. The House of Philip had built an entirely new village underground. They were in a cavern nearly half a mile in diameter, with shimmering stalactites jutting from the ceiling. There were dozens of huts and cabins built from wood and stone, and they had even made long rows of planter boxes for growing crops. Glowing crystals emitted soft red light throughout the cavern. And at the end of the cavern, a nearly complete temple. It was almost an exact copy of the one Steve destroyed months ago. All it was missing was a roof and some windows. Apparently, that's what the 3,000 gold was going to cover. The 3,000 gold that they were down here to steal. DJ turned to his friends to whisper how impressive this whole thing was. Then he realized he could see them. Riley, Francis, Steve, no longer covered by invisibility. They were totally exposed, underground in the belly of the beast. A Philip walked by, black robe and all, carrying an armful of firewood. When they saw DJ and the others at the bottom of the stairs, they jumped to the alert, pointed their finger and shouted, "Intruders!" they screamed. "Intruders!" DJ planted his feet and lifted his hands. But as he focused his magical energy, it felt dammed up inside him. As if that magic was locked in his body and didn't have anywhere to go. He shot a look at Steve. The priest was equally confused. He must have been feeling the exact same thing. "I can't use my magic down here," DJ thought despairingly. "Why? What have they done?" Riley and Francis pulled their weapons, but they were too slow. In a flash, 4 nearby Phillips joined the whistleblower and wrestled everyone to the ground. Everyone was swiftly bound and gagged and dragged to the village's center. DJ struggled to keep up with the Philip that held him by the wrists and pushed him forward. As they moved through the village, Phillips emerged from their huts to see who the intruders were. Much to DJ and the others' horror, the Phillips recognized them, especially Father Steve. The Phillips cursed them and called them temple burners. They threw vegetables. Some even had the audacity to steal forward and assault them with slaps and spit. DJ watched with fury as Steve got the brunt of it all, wishing more than anything that he could fight back. But Steve took the bombardment with unwavering grace. If anything, he seemed to revel in the Phillipses' anger. At last, the Phillips shoved their prisoners to the ground. They were in the middle of the cavern now, at some kind of small town square with a well. The Phillips removed their gags. One Philip bent down to seethe at them. "You will only speak when spoken to. The Grand Philip will decide your fate." DJ kept his mouth shut. He remembered the Grand Philip. A petite blonde woman who looked like a schoolteacher, but could battle like a banshee with a bowstaff. What an unsavory reunion it would be. She had broken his arm months ago and nearly thwarted their escape. All of the prisoners were hoisted onto their knees. They looked up. This was the Grand Philip, all right, from the look of their robes. But it wasn't the blonde woman DJ remembered. No, this was much worse. This was a tall, handsome man with a strong jaw, black hair parted down the middle, and an eye patch. He didn't have that eye patch the last time DJ saw him, but then again he hadn't a reason to wear one. That was before DJ put an ice spike in his eye. As soon as he met DJ's gaze, a vengeful storm grew in DJ's chest. "Hey, Vennick," DJ said sourly. "It's been a minute." 11. The handsome scoundrel bent down level with DJ's face. He smirked through his perfect teeth and said, "Vennick was my old name. Now I'm the Grand Philip, and you will treat me as such." He nodded, and a nearby Philip cracked DJ across the face with their fist. DJ immediately saw stars. Then he got hit twice more. Whoever was doing it could hit like a hammer. DJ was on the ground after that third hit. His split lip leaked blood onto the dirt. "You bastard," Riley seethed. "Don't try me, little girl," Vennick said firmly, "or you'll be next." DJ blinked hard and struggled to hear through ringing ears. Vennick was kneeling right over him. The dark sellsword loomed over him and pointed to his eye patch. He said, "I happened to like that eye very much. I was upset when you ruined it." "Yeah, well," DJ said, "you tried to kill me, so." He didn't finish. Vennick scoffed. "Maybe I'll fix that mistake soon. It all depends on your obedience." He stood up and said, "Search them." Immediately, dozens of hands grabbed them. The Phillips removed their packs and turned them upside down to dump everything out. Steve's pots and pans clanged. The party's gold jingled. Phillips all around started feeling the party up and down to find any valuables on their person. One of them found the amulet of fast travel around DJ's neck. DJ tried not to be too visibly disturbed. The amulet was worth an astonishing fortune, but his captors didn't seem to know that, because they threw it on the pile with everything else.
"Ready for your inspection, Grand Philip,"
one of the Phillips said. Vennick sauntered to the pile of confiscated belongings. He started moving items with his shoe and pointing to them. As he did, a Philip would scoop them up. "That bow looks finely made. Keep it. And that orc's axe. Forget those books. And what's this?" Out of the corner of his eye, DJ watched Vennick bend down and pick up the amulet of fast travel. DJ threw a quick look at his friends, and they seemed equally worried. Vennick lifted the amulet to his face and turned it around, inspecting every inch of it. As his attention dove deep into the rainbow-colored gem, a smile spread across his face, and his eye glimmered with greed. "He knows," DJ thought. Vennick slipped the amulet into his pocket. "Keep the weapons and the gold. Everything else can be burned as an offering to Philip. Especially their spellbooks." He sneered at Steve. "Heresy." Steve made no reaction. There had been a constant, stoic, unblinking look of disdain on his face for minutes. Meanwhile, the Phillips cheered and hauled away the party's stolen goods. "Make sure they get lots of noodles," Vennick said. "Then bring them to me, still bound. I'd like to have a chat with them." Some Phillips hoisted DJ and the others up, then forced them to a nearby communal table. Another Philip lugged a big pot of noodles over to the table and slammed it down so hard the broth spilled over the sides. DJ narrowed his eyes at it. He remembered those noodles all too well. They made his head funny and his mind docile, easy to manipulate. The Philip closest to DJ leaned in and spoke tenderly. "We were heartbroken when your little group destroyed our temple." Another one leaned in on DJ's opposite side.
It was a crime most heinous.
But the path of redemption is laid out before you, the first Philip said to DJ. That is, if the Grand Philip decides not to give you the no-no juice. Oh yeah, the potion that'll make my skin melt off my bones. Can't forget that. DJ shuddered. A Philip put a bowl of noodles in front of DJ. His hands were still bound behind his back, so the Philips would have to spoon-feed him like a child. DJ didn't know whether to be annoyed or terrified. He settled for somewhere in the middle. The Philip to his left scooped up a big spoonful and tried to lead it to DJ's mouth, but DJ kept moving his head around. What I'm wondering, DJ said as he dodged the spoon, is what happened to your old Grand Philip, the short blonde lady? DJ jerked his head to knock the spoon out of the Philip's hand. The Philip growled. Across the table, everyone was struggling against the Philips in their own way. The Philips couldn't pull Francis's jaw open no matter how hard they tried. Riley jammed the back of her head into a Philip's nose, so a couple of Philips had to restrain her. The other Philips were nervous to approach Father Steve, just from the look in his eyes. One of the Philips next to DJ smiled brightly and answered his question. The previous Grand Philip has been excommunicated. Her failure to guard the temple and protect our recent converts, you four, were great failures. It proved that her spirit was weak. She was cast out. So much for forgiveness and love, DJ thought. He knocked the spoon out of the Philip's hand with his shoulder, making the Philip groan again. He fired another question. And you picked up Vennick and made him your leader that quickly? He's a scoundrel, you know, a killer. He's definitely using you. The Philip to DJ's left frowned intensely.
The great god Philip sent him to us when we were in dire need. His leadership helped us pick up the pieces of our broken village. He guided us to this new home and gave us a plan to rebuild our temple. He is inspired.
He is definitely using you somehow, DJ thought. The Philip to his right pinched DJ's nose in an attempt to force his mouth open. DJ resisted it for as long as he could, but ultimately gasped for breath, and the Philip forced a spoonful of noodles into his mouth. DJ coughed and sputtered as the noodles tried to slide down his throat. He couldn't help but swallow some. And that same sensation from months ago came flooding back. The dark cave felt a little brighter. Every face around him seemed to smile a little wider. And suddenly, DJ felt more at home. He shook his head to try to cast the thoughts out.
Good enough, one Philip said. Bring them to the Grand Philip's chambers.
Once again, DJ and the others were picked up by their bound wrists and forced forward. The Philips walked them to the largest hut in the village, then forced them through the door. For a hut, this one felt surprisingly homey. A large bed was pushed against the wall, there was a rug on the floor, and Vennick was sitting in a plush armchair, turning the amulet of fast travel around in front of his face. All of the Philips left the hut as DJ and the others struggled to their knees. "Where did you get this?" Vennick asked. "I don't remember," DJ lied. "Is it special?" "Oh, you definitely know what this is," Vennick said. "You're a terrible liar. An amulet of fast travel is no common trinket. Perhaps it belonged to your father, the great Sir Dashing? I haven't forgotten who you are." DJ said nothing. No one else spoke either. Vennick stood from his chair and swung the amulet in front of his face like a pendulum. "With this, I can get out of here much sooner than expected. I'll afford you some truth for my own sake. Keeping up the facade with these zealots is downright exhausting, and you'll likely be dead within the hour." He put his hands on his knees and looked down at DJ. "They've been collecting funds for their new temple, yes, but they had no idea I was going to take the gold and run once they saved enough for my liking. This, however," he held up the amulet, "changes everything.
No more working for every lowlife from Barragaunt to Sunsbirth. No more sleeping in the dirt or running from guards. With this, I could buy a mansion in Varys, hire my own detail of guards, surround myself with beautiful women and fine food, and wear the latest fashions." His lips formed into an evil smirk. Perhaps it was this god they worship that brought us together. Fate. Destiny. He admired the amulet again. Or just dumb luck. "Probably won't get you a new eye, though," DJ said. Venick wound his foot back and launched it into DJ's gut. It knocked the wind out of DJ, and he fell over, gasping for breath and curling up like a bug. Immediately, Francis was on his feet, ready to throw his body on Venick. But Venick whipped out a dagger from an unseen holster. That stopped Francis. "Orcs," Venick seethed. "Quick to strike, never to think. If I remember right, you're smarter than that. Back on your knees, now." Measuring the situation, Francis got back to his knees, but his eyes were venomous. "Good," Venick said. "I'm going to get a good night's sleep before my departure tomorrow. You've just given me everything I need. I could warp out of here now with this. But unfortunately, all those red anti-magic crystals prevent any magic in this cave, including enchanted items. No, I'll get some rest, then be off before the rest of the village is awake." He clapped twice. A gaggle of Phillips entered. "What is your wish, Grand Philip?" one asked. "Prepare the stakes of holy retribution," Venick said. "These 4 intruders are unrepentant of their sins. They must be punished swiftly. Our great god Philip will exact his sacred justice upon these hard-hearted heathens." He leered. "What a glorious day it is." "Glorious indeed," the Phillips echoed. Everyone was hoisted onto their feet. Panic arose in DJ's chest. His mouth started running. "Venick, don't! You're making a huge mistake. We're on a mission to reach the Grand Mage of and if we don't, the entire territory could—" Venick was hardly listening. He waved lazily to the captives as the Phillips dragged them away.
"Prepare 4 stakes of holy retribution,"
the Phillips called. Immediately, more Phillips scattered and regathered in the village's center, carrying bundles of wood, long planks, and jugs of oil. DJ and the gang watched with rising horror as the Phillips erected 4 stakes held in place by large reams of tied branches and twigs. Francis was the first to say it.
"They're going to burn us alive."
DJ's mouth was dry. He turned to Riley. Her mouth was clamped shut defiantly, trying to withhold any display of emotion, but her bottom lip was trembling and her eyes were gathering tears. Steve, however, supplicated the goddess.
"Great goddess deliver your servant and his friends from bondage. Provide a way. Show us the path."
By now, all the stakes were erected and ready. The Phillips held hands, making a large circle around the stakes, then skipped along clockwise, chanting a song.
"Burn, burn the heathens. Let these sinners choke. Let them feel 1,000 deaths and meet their doom with smoke."
They repeated it over and over again. And the more they did, the more frightened and panicked DJ became. He kept trying to put together an escape plan, but his hands were bound and he couldn't practice magic even if he wanted to with these anti-magic crystals surrounding the cave. He looked over his shoulder at the Philip guarding him. "Listen to me. You need to let us go. If we die, the entire territory of could become enslaved and destroyed. You have to believe us." The Philip looked down on him.
"We believed you once. That was before you destroyed our temple and fled. Grand Philip is giving you what you deserve. What a glorious day it is!"
DJ and the gang were marched over to the stakes. The Phillips tied their arms behind the massive stakes so they couldn't move. DJ struggled and thrashed himself against the stake. It wriggled a little bit, but it wasn't enough to tip it over. A Philip took slow, menacing steps forward, holding a lit torch. With every step, DJ felt his fiery doom creeping closer. He wondered what burning alive felt like, and wondered what would hurt worse, struggling to breathe through the smoke or feeling the flames devour him from the bottom up. He looked up, ready to say his own prayers to the goddess herself, when something caught his eye. His brows creased. There must have been a ventilation hole in the ceiling, because someone was dangling from it. A rope danced and swayed as a personage in tight white clothing slid down, toting a bow and quiver of arrows. They were too far up, so DJ couldn't get a good look at their face. "Hey!" DJ pointed with his chin, desperate to take the attention off him and his friends. "Look up there!" The Phillips didn't take the bait, but once the white-garbed intruder shouted, they couldn't ignore it.
House of Philip!
Every single Philip jerked their attention to the ceiling. Among the multitude of stalactites, the white-clad stranger dangled from the rope. Everyone in the cave went still. Only the crackling fire of the nearby torch made any sound.
"My mind is now clear,"
the intruder called with a woman's voice.
"You remember me, don't you? The Grand Philip you looked to for years? The one you banished?"
"It's her," Francis marveled. As soon as Francis said it, DJ knew it was true. And as he squinted to see better, he could tell her golden blonde hair was done up in a bun. Long gone was the flowing black robe of a Philip. The old Grand Philip's tight white clothing was the exact opposite. DJ wondered if it was meant to send a message.
"Getting exiled was the best thing you could have done for me,"
she said.
"My conscience has awakened. I now have a perfect understanding of the atrocities I committed while I was among you. You people are sick, kidnapping strangers, forcing them to join you or die, preparing them to slaughter thousands. You're monsters."
The Phillips started booing and hissing. Some tried to throw rocks, but no one could reach high enough. Meanwhile, the old Grand Philip kept ranting.
"That's why I'm sealing you psychos from the territory once and for all," she said. "You won't have the power to kidnap or hurt anyone else. That is my gift to you and to the world who never deserved your cruelty. Rot here and die, you noodle-sucking sacks of shit!"
Kaboom! An explosion rang through the cavern, sending dust and debris raining from the stalactites. Every Philip screamed and ran for cover. Against the far wall, the spiral staircase, the only way in or out, filled with a landslide of rocks and dust. DJ's stomach dropped as he realized they were now trapped down here with the House of Philip. The Philips screamed. They wailed and cursed and wished their former leader eternal torment. But it seemed the old Grand Philip wanted to add insult to injury. Her next movements were swift and precise. She wrapped the rope around her legs, withdrew 5 arrows, flipped upside down, used a fire sparker to ignite rags on the arrows' tips, and fired the burning arrows toward the unfinished temple. The arrows streaked across the dark cave and then thunked into the temple's walls and floors. The fire spread quickly. Their temple was burning. The Philips whipped into a frenzy. They completely forgot about DJ and his friends and the stakes of holy retribution. Every Philip flooded toward the temple, trying to put out the flames before they could spread further. Among the chaos, Father Steve burst into laughter, borderline maniacal. At the top of his booming voice, he called,
"The goddess has punished you once again. Your temple shall not stand. Your god has abandoned you. Ha 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 ha!"
DJ looked up. The old Grand Philip unwrapped the rope around her legs and climbed up it with astonishing speed. Within a few seconds, she was up and gone, disappearing behind a stalactite. "Great," Riley complained. "Now we're trapped down here with these crazies." DJ's mind started going into overdrive, putting together the pieces. The Phillips were distracted. Anti-magic crystals surrounded the cave. Venick had the amulet of fast travel, but he hadn't emerged from his hut. "No, we're not," DJ said. "Listen up." 12. Francis thrashed against his stake. Being the biggest and strongest, he had the best chance of wiggling free. None of the Phillips paid them any heed. Their temple was burning, so that monopolized their attention. There was a snap, and Francis's stake started to tip. It bent forward, crackling into splinters and breaking in two. Francis fell on his face, still bound from behind, but on the ground he was able to squirm free. His friends cheered him on as he went from stake to stake, using his massive orc teeth to bite through everyone's ropes and free them. "Well done, Francis," DJ said as he untied Francis's binds. "Okay, guys, you know the plan. Don't break the last one until we're ready. Francis, let's go." The gang split up. Steve went with Riley. Francis went with DJ. DJ and Francis grabbed a couple of thick stakes from the woodpile to use as weapons, then sprinted for Venick's hut. As they ran, they intercepted a Phillip who was hobbling toward the crowd, carrying a sloshing bucket of water.
"Wait a second,"
they protested.
"You are supposed to be—"
Francis punched them in the stomach, emptied the bucket of water on their head, then beat the metal bucket with his large stick. The bucket bonged loudly, then the Phillip fell to the ground, groaning. Within moments, DJ and Francis were bursting through the master hut's door. They flipped around, searching for Venick. But he was gone. Everything was as it was just minutes ago, but there was no sign of the bandit.
"Slippery little beast,"
Francis muttered as he brandished his makeshift club. "He can't have gotten far," DJ said. "I wouldn't be surprised if he was hiding—" Venick burst out of the boudoir, armed with a long knife, moving like a jaguar and slashing with terrible precision. He buried his knife in Francis's thigh. Francis cried out. Reflexively, he swung his club for Venick's face, but missed. DJ hung back, trying to gauge Venick's movements so he could measure an attack. But Venick was too fast, and DJ was too inexperienced with melee weapons. He silently cursed himself for sticking with magic without making enough room for melee combat. It had been far too long since Francis tutored him with a sword. Francis finally managed to land a blow. He knocked Venick into a wall, making shelves of knickknacks rattle. Francis sank to one knee. Venick had given him plenty of cuts. DJ took this as his opportunity to steal forward. He swung and slashed, but even in Venick's shaken state, he dodged DJ's blows.
"So slow, so clumsy," Venick taunted. "It doesn't take two eyes to read you, kid."
DJ grimaced and swung harder. He saw it, the glint of the amulet's chain around Venick's neck. He was still wearing it, hidden underneath his black Phillip robes. Venick lunged at DJ, but Francis was upon him. Ignoring his wounds, fire erupted behind his amber eyes, and his nostrils flared. He swung his fists like great cannonballs, and Venick backpedaled as he fearfully went on the defensive. DJ searched around the room for something, anything that could help him in this fight. He found a row of glass wine bottles on a shelf nearby. He started picking them off the shelf and hurling them at Venick while he dodged Francis's blows. Francis was huffing and puffing, losing steam. Then one of DJ's wine bottles connected with Venick's head as he ducked away from one of Francis's punches. Venick moaned and staggered as he clutched his head. The broken glass had drawn blood. It was all Francis needed. One explosive punch to Venick's stomach, then another devastating blow to the jaw. DJ heard a faint crack. Venick's jaw was definitely broken. And with that blow, he tumbled right to DJ's feet, coming to a stop face upward, eyes spinning. "Ha!" DJ cried and pointed at him. "Suck on that!" With hurried, trembling fingers, he bent down and slipped the amulet of fast travel off Venick's neck. All Venick could do was groan.
Damn that sellsword,
Francis said as he leaned against a wall and clamped his thigh wound with a large hand.
You've got it?
Got it. DJ held it up. Let's get out of here. DJ sped out of the hut, followed by a limping Francis. Outside, it was pandemonium. Every Philip in the cave was passing water buckets to one another, headed straight for the burning temple. That temple was fully ablaze, throwing harsh heat throughout the cave, a burning red beacon flickering sinister light against the cavern walls. The Philips made siren sounds with their mouths, a loud, synchronized wee-woo, wee-woo, as they threw their feeble buckets on the burning building. DJ's head swiveled as he surveyed the cave. He looked for spots where he could see the red glow of the anti-magic crystals, but against the firelight, they were hard to find. Come on, Francis, DJ said as he sped away. Francis called after him irritably.
You know how hard it is to run with a wounded leg.
They passed the fragments of one anti-magic crystal scattered below a wall sconce. The crystal wasn't red anymore. Its pieces had faded to a dull gray. As he ran, DJ tried to cast an illuminate cantrip on the pieces. He still couldn't use the magic, but he could feel the power inside him getting closer to an invisible edge, like a pimple almost ready to pop.
Young knight,
Francis panted.
Aye.
From behind a house, a war cry. It was Vennick. He tackled Francis to the ground, wrestling with a great orc. Vennick managed to worm his way on top of Francis. He withdrew a knife and buried it in Francis's chest. Francis moaned horribly. A surge of panic shot through DJ as he saw Vennick's blade pressed deep into his big green friend. Vennick pulled the blade free and Francis twitched. Blood quickly seeped onto Francis's tunic. The orc's eyes turned glassy and his hand struggled to cover his mortal wound. Francis! DJ agonized. Vennick stalked toward DJ. DJ stepped back, trembling, teeth grinding. Francis was bleeding out just a few paces away. And Vennick, in all of his menace, advanced on DJ, ready to chalk up his second kill for the day. He eyed the amulet of fast travel dangling in DJ's shaking hand. Vennick dug in his toes, ready to strike. DJ, unarmed, raised his hands, unsure of how else to block the blow. But something hurled toward Vennick, a small, simple rock. The rock sailed through the air until it hit Vennick's face, connecting directly with his one good eye. Vennick staggered out of his attack, blinded and yowling as he covered his eye. Riley and Steve emerged between two huts, huffing and panting as they ran.
Good throw, Miss Riley,
Steve yipped as he punched the air. Riley saw the amulet in DJ's hand. There was something in her own hand, a glowing red crystal the size of her fist. As soon as she saw DJ was in possession of the amulet of fast travel, she threw the red crystal on the ground. It broke like cheap brittle glass, and the red hue faded from its pieces. That's the last one, Riley shouted. DJ could feel it, the magic that had been dammed inside him. The reservoir was flowing now. He could use it, and Vennick, his assailant, murderer and thief, stood there staggering and blind, reeling, vulnerable, exposed. Several things happened in a moment's fraction. DJ looked to Francis, and a burning hunger for revenge filled his chest. He wanted to punish Vennick. That devilish sellsword deserved it. So DJ lowered his stance. He began making the movements for Flame Fist. But then he remembered the smoldering body at Broken Lover's Pass. The emptiness that flooded his body after that kill. It was self-defense then. He had to do it to stay alive. This time, he didn't have to do it. He just wanted to do it. Francis's words from that day came back to him.
The way I was brought up, I was taught that your first kill was something to celebrate. I never saw the glory in it.
DJ halted the spell. He shoved past a staggering Vennick, knocking the sellsword to the ground. DJ screamed, "Get Francis!" He, Riley, and Steve all dove onto their bleeding friend, grabbing an arm or a leg or whatever was closest. As soon as DJ knew they were gathered, he begged the amulet to take them away. The amulet obeyed. The last thing he saw before everything went dark was Vennick's bloodshot eye staring at them with fury and incredulity. Darkness devoured them. For 3 seconds, none of them could breathe or see. Then they found themselves outside the tree on the surface. A brilliant moon shone over the forest. A breeze drifted over the grass. And beneath them, Francis the orc was nearly dead. "Steve," DJ sputtered. "Healing hands, now!" Steve scrambled and slapped his hands on Francis's body. DJ did the same. Francis's breathing was dangerously shallow, and half his tunic was soaked with blood. His amber eyes dangled half open, his jaw was slack, and his emerald skin was ghostly pale. Steve and DJ's hands glowed as they pressed the orc's body. DJ poured healing energy into Francis like dumping water from a trough. Together with Steve, they might have a chance to save him. But he had already lost a lot of blood. A lot of blood. While they worked, Riley hung over them, eyes shimmering with fear. She bit her fingertips and tried not to pace. DJ grew dizzy from expelling so much magic so fast. The flood of energy turned to a desperate trickle. From the sweat on Steve's face, he could see his friend was having the same problem. But Francis's wound still hadn't fully closed. DJ and Steve fought through the pounding in their heads and the screaming in their bodies. The magical reservoirs inside them were shriveling up and begging for mercy. DJ thought his body might rip apart from the strain. But at last, the wound sealed and Francis coughed, followed by a weak groan. Steve and DJ both collapsed, clutching their heads. DJ felt like invisible vices were crushing his temples. He turned to his side and threw up. After he expelled his sick, he ignored his pounding head to kneel over Francis. He put his hand on his friend's big green shoulder. "Francis," DJ breathed. "Francis, are you okay?" The orc groaned and coughed again. His eyes fluttered open. They were tired and unfocused.
"Young knight,"
Francis whispered. "Oh, thank the goddess," DJ gasped and sat backward. A thought occurred to him. We probably would have lost him if I cast Flame Fist on Vennick. We wouldn't have had enough magic between us to close the wound. As this thought hit him, he nearly wept. He could have ended Vennick's life, rightfully so, but he would have lost one of his best friends. The cost wasn't worth it. Francis forced himself to sit up. Everyone protested, but he waved away the comments. Still barely breathing, he said,
"I could use some water."
"We don't have any," DJ grumbled. "It's just like last time. All our packs are destroyed. Our food, our wizard waffles, our canteens. Gone. Except we have no weapons now, and we need to get out of these woods." Whump! Everyone flipped around to see her standing several yards away. The old Grand Philip. Her blonde hair was tied in that tight bun, and she was still garbed in a tight all-white jumper. Her brown eyes were bright and serious in the moonlight. None of the gang moved. They just stood there, locking gazes for a long moment, waiting for the old Grand Philip to make the first move. The old Grand Philip unwrapped a water skin from around her body and threw it at Riley's feet. Riley bent down cautiously, unstopped it, took a sniff, then gave it to Francis. Francis drank deep until the water skin was empty. Then Riley took it and threw it back to the old Grand Philip. "I never expected to see you again," the old Grand Philip said. "We hoped never to see you again," Riley retorted. The old Grand Philip nodded and turned away. "I understand. I'd feel the same if I were you." A pause. "Is he all right?" "Barely," Riley said, the heat still in her voice. He'll need food, too, the old Grand Philip said. I don't have much, but I can spare some bread. Here. She rummaged in her pack and found a fistful of bread. She threw it to Riley, who caught it and handed it to Francis. Within moments, Francis had torn through it, leaving nothing but crumbs. I know you must hate me, the old Grand Philip said. I would too if I were you. But please, I beg of you, give me a moment to thank you. I owe you my freedom. Everyone stayed quiet, waiting for her to elaborate. When they exiled me, she said, they sent me out into the forest with nothing but the clothes on my back. They probably thought I would die out there. But instead, I was met with the generosity of some travelers. They gave me food and spare clothes and supplies. And over time, my mind cleared. A look of genuine pain crossed her face. I started to realize all the things I did while I was with the House of Philip. Horrible things. I had people killed. And for what? Another pause. But I wasn't in my own mind. It was their food. And that place. They control you. She blinked away tears and shook her head. That's why I had to come back. That's why I searched for their new hideout and made a plan to seal them off. I didn't realize you were down there with them. I'm sorry. Everything about her words felt sincere to DJ. No one else spoke, so he said, We don't blame you for what you did. And you didn't know we were down there. We're all safe now. It's okay. He paused. Thanks for the food and water, but do you have supplies or tools you can spare? They took all our things. The old Grand Philip nodded. I have a hatchet and some rope. Here. She unbuckled a hatchet holster around her thigh and retrieved some rope from her pack, then marched it toward the group. Riley took both, still creasing her brow with distrust and caution. Thank you, DJ said. This will help us until we can restock all our stuff. A pause. So, what are you going to do now? The old Grand Philip shrugged. I'd like to find out more about my past. I had a family before I was captured. I'm starting to remember what they look like. If fate is willing, maybe I'll find them someday. I also remembered my old name. She paused. Stephanie. DJ half smiled. Stephanie is much better than Philip. Stephanie grinned. Steve forced himself to his feet. With his voice slightly less shouty than usual, he proclaimed, Though your life may be spotted with sin, I know you can find forgiveness and peace in the goddess. This I proclaim as one of her holy stewards. Stephanie smiled sadly at Steve. After everything, I don't think I'm made for religion anymore. She turned to Riley. You use a bow, right? Riley didn't say anything. She just kept her arms folded. Stephanie appeared to hesitate, debating within herself, but eventually relented. She took the bow and quiver from off her back. It's a decent weapon. I'm sure you'll find something finer eventually, but it'll help you hunt in the meantime. Begrudgingly, Riley took the set and offered a barely audible thanks. The bow was definitely a step down from Windfeather, but it would be invaluable to help them find food before they reached Cavdark. You're very kind, Stephanie, DJ said. Thank you. After the kindness strangers showed to me when I was lost in the woods, I have to do the same for others. Besides, it's like I said, I owe you my freedom. She gave another little smile. Maybe we'll cross paths again another day. Maybe we will, DJ said. Stephanie extended her hand. DJ took it and gave it a shake. Francis put his hands on his knees and forced himself to stand. Everyone reached out to steady him, but the orc managed. He shook her hand too. Then Riley. Stephanie went to give Steve a handshake, but instead the priest threw his arms around her in a big hug. It caught her off guard, but after an uncomfortable moment, she patted him on the back. Then she bid them farewell and disappeared into the forest on swift, cat-like feet.
Who would have thought?
Francis breathed as he watched her disappear.
Not me!
Steve yelped. So, Riley said timidly, did you manage to swipe any of Vennick's gold? DJ looked at her as if she had lobsters crawling out of her ears. With pointed eyebrows, he said, No, Riley, we didn't swipe any of Vennick's gold. 13. The following days were a step above miserable. The hatchet and bow Stephanie gifted the gang were a big help for foraging and hunting, but they still missed the supplies that had been confiscated by the Phillips. It was bad enough that they had lost everything except the clothes they wore, but the loss of the party's gold put Riley in an even fouler mood. Francis suggested using the amulet of fast travel to warp back to Barragond and replenish necessary supplies, but DJ resisted the idea. We'd lose 2 days of travel if we did, DJ said. And we don't have time to waste reaching Kavdak. We have what we need to make it work. Let's just keep moving. We better find some really good work in that city, Riley muttered as she kicked a rock. Stupid Phillips with their stupid cave and stupid Vennick and... She went on and on. It took Francis a couple of days to fully recover his strength and color. And it took Steve and DJ an entire day before they could practice magic again. Their combined healing hands spell left them magically exhausted to the point that just thinking of magic made them nauseous. Francis tried to do things each day to show his gratitude to them, like sharing bigger portions of their meager meals, but DJ and Steve would politely decline, because they were just happy he was alive. Each night, DJ would lie awake in the softest patch of grass he could find, staring up at the stars, wondering how his father was doing. Then he would start to wonder when the first Omart would pop up. Who would be enslaved first? How his father was faring, and if he was even still alive. Those dreadful thoughts kept him awake, which led to days of bleary, tired, unfocused walking. Riley and Francis frequently asked him if he was okay, but DJ brushed it off. He couldn't make his suffering theirs too. They had enough to worry about. With the passing days, the hollow mountain drew closer and closer. The soft hills of the cradle turned to mounting foothills. And with the spine getting closer, that meant cold and snow. No one in the party had warm clothing, and the chill was beginning to cause goose pimples on their arms and legs. To protect against it, DJ and Steve had been casting resist cold spells on themselves and Riley, but the spells only worked for 10 minutes at a time. Francis watched them perform spell after spell throughout the day and frowned at the sight.
We really should warp back to replenish supplies, Francis said. Once night falls, the chill will only worsen, and you can't wake up every few minutes to cast resist cold on the three of you.
It's not like I've been sleeping anyway, DJ thought. He wrestled with Francis's words, knowing they were true, then conceded. Okay, you're right. Let's say if we don't come across some blankets or warm clothes by nightfall, we warp back to Barragond. I really don't want to lose 2 days of travel, though. He turned to Steve. Give us a prayer to the goddess for a miracle.
I've been praying ceaselessly,
Steve yelped with a big smile. Attaboy, Steve, Riley said as she brushed her arms. As DJ and the others turned around the bend in a foothill, there he was, standing behind his usual cart, wearing his phony beard and big, silly grin. The waffle wizard twiddled his thumbs, then waved when he saw the party approaching.
Salutations, my friends, he said. My, oh my, looking a little worse for wear if you don't mind me saying. You, he pointed at DJ, look like you haven't slept in weeks. Have you tried circular breathing and chamomile tea?
I wish we had the means to make tea, Francis murmured.
My cooking supplies are dearly missed,
Steve hollered. DJ nodded. Everything we owned was taken by that House of Philip cult. We don't have 2 coins to rub together, so that means no money for waffles. Sorry. The waffle wizard merchant tightened his lower lip.
How unfortunate. I suppose it's time for the wheel, then.
From beneath the cart, he lifted up a large multicolored wheel suspended from 3 pegs. The circle was separated into dozens of colorful wedges, each with a title. At first glance, DJ could see some wedges titled Free Waffle, Minor Inconvenience, and Lucky Gift. But there was one teeny-tiny black wedge that read Certain Death. Not a fan of that last one, he thought.
Each of you gets 1 spin, the Waffle Wizard said brightly. Whatever the pointer lands on, that's your prize.
You have a wedge that says Certain Death, Riley pointed out breathlessly. The Waffle Wizard shrugged.
A game must have stakes. So what'll it be, Will you take the wheel for a spin? In a literal sense?
DJ was busy weighing the options. There was only one Certain Death wedge, and it was puny compared to the others. But did that even make the spin worth it? Not waiting for anyone else's input, Steve stepped forward and gave the wheel a yank. The wheel rattled and spun, and the multicolored wedges made a delightful rainbow of colors. The wheel slowed and slowed until it finally landed on a wedge titled Free Waffle.
Happy day for you, priest,
the Waffle Wizard said as he revealed a waffle from under the stand.
Here you go, fresh and warm.
Steve took the waffle delightedly, then realized he had nowhere to put it, so he just stood there, holding a warm, delicious wizard waffle in his open hands. Riley took a deep breath and gave the wheel a yank of her own. DJ's mouth opened and closed, hoping ardently that the wheel wouldn't land on Certain Death. It spun, and Riley stared daggers at the wheel as if commanding it to land on something fortunate. It slowed down and landed on a picture of a coin purse.
Another lucky spin,
the Waffle Wizard said brightly.
50 gold coins for you, little Miss Ranger.
Yes! Riley hissed as she snatched a coin purse from the Waffle Wizard's outstretched hand. Francis cracked his knuckles before he stepped forward and spun. His lips moved a little too. DJ wondered if he was saying a prayer or something, but he had never taken Francis for a religious orc. The wheel clattered and spun until it landed on a wedge called Minor Inconvenience.
Ooh, tough luck, my big green friend,
the Waffle Wizard said. He bent down and started digging through some unseen collection of odds and ends. DJ and his friends heard the banging of cookware, a bicycle horn, and the squeak of a rubber duck. The Waffle Wizard popped back up holding a backpack that looked like it was made for a child. The pouch was woven in the shape of a cat. The top flap had googly eyes and pointed ears. It even had cloth paws by its straps.
This backpack was made for little girls, the Waffle Wizard said. You, as an orc, will look very silly wearing it. Some people might even point and laugh. Very inconvenient indeed. Here you are.
Francis took it without protest, slipping his arms through the straps. The little cat pouch looked nearly microscopic compared to his massive green frame. The backpack must have had little bells sewn in, too, because it jingled when it moved. Everyone stared. Riley tried not to laugh. Francis shrugged it off.
I don't mind, he said. I like cats.
Without a word, Steve slipped behind Francis, dropped his fresh waffle in the cat backpack, then closed the flap. He patted the top of the backpack as if it were a real cat. DJ grinned. I don't know. Seems pretty convenient to me.
Your turn.
The Waffle Wizard pointed at DJ. DJ cleared his throat and stepped forward. He grabbed the wheel and got a feel for how smooth it was. He figured he would gauge his spin and purposefully miss the Certain Death wedge if he spun just right. He held his breath, gave a silent prayer, and spun. Round and round it went. It slowed. It slowed some more. It seemed like the arrow was destined for the wedge titled Certain Death. Everyone tensed and clamped their teeth. Everyone except for the Waffle Wizard. He was fighting something that had to be tickling the inside of his nose, because his eyes bugged out and his mouth grew wide while he drank in a deep breath. The wheel stopped. The arrow was pointed to certain death. Everyone stopped breathing. The Waffle Wizard's sneeze erupted.
Achoo!
Its volume startled everyone, even Steve. The sound ricocheted off the peaks as it echoed through the spine. A few peaks over, an avalanche started to roll down the mountain face. At the sneeze's climax, the Waffle Wizard slammed his hands on the waffle stand out of reflex. It made everything shudder, including the prize wheel. The wedge hopped from certain death to the next wedge over. Lucky gift. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Waffle Wizard wiped his nose and looked at the wheel.
"Pardon me," he said. "Oh, lucky gift. How lucky, as the name implies."
He blindly reached into his unseen box of curios and pulled out a small, wrinkly paper bag with a fire illustration on it.
"You have no warm clothing, and these are cinnamon fire drops."
He extended the small bag to DJ.
"Eat one, and you'll be resistant to cold for 12 hours. Beware, though, they can be a bit strong."
DJ took the bag and opened it up. There had to be a dozen of them, and they looked like red marbles. More than enough to get them to Kavdak without freezing to death. "Lucky is right," DJ said. "Thank you. This is a huge help." The Waffle Wizard shrugged.
"Don't thank me. You won them fair and square. Well, I must be going. Ta-ta now."
The party continued around the mountain. When DJ looked over his shoulder, the waffle stand was gone. DJ divvied out the cinnamon fire drops for himself, Riley, and Steve. Francis didn't need one, obviously, because orcs are resistant to all kinds of weather. "Should we try them all at the same time?" Riley said as she rolled hers around between her fingers. "I don't see why not," DJ said. "What do you think, Steve?"
Let us venture into this journey of flavor together,
Steve hollered. "All right, then," DJ grinned. 3, 2, 1. DJ, Riley, and Steve all popped cinnamon fire drops at once. It only took a second for the three of them to double over, wheezing and gasping for breath. Sure, the cinnamon flavor was pleasant at first, but that was quickly overpowered by lava-hot waves of heat pouring from their tongues to the tips of their digits. DJ tried to spit the drop out, but it wouldn't leave his tongue. That torture lasted for a short moment. The heat snuffed out, settling into a calm inner warmth. The cinnamon fire drops were still there, though, reduced to nothing but a common cinnamon candy piece. DJ, Riley, and Steve lulled them around their cheeks while they coughed and sniffed their running noses. Francis looked around at the lot of them, his back stiff and his eyes filled with concern.
"Are you all right?"
I think so,
Riley wheezed.
These things are strong.
DJ coughed. Steve was basically back to normal. But his eyes were watering, and he gave a mighty sniff. He said,
It tastes better now.
For 2 more days, DJ, Riley, and Steve made sure they took a cinnamon fire drop every morning and every night. The pain was excruciating, and Francis watched them with second-hand pain as each of his friends suffered for a few seconds twice per day. But after that agony was over, the brisk cold and growing snow felt like a calm spring afternoon. After those 2 days, they reached it. The impossibly tall hollow mountain, a giant even among the towering peaks of the spine. The road leading up to the hollow mountain's entrance was paved with perfectly cut white-gray stones. DJ assumed they had to be cut out by machines, they were so precise. But Kavdak was also home to a lot of dwarves who were known for their craftsmanship. So maybe they were carved by hand? Who knows? He also found it peculiar that there wasn't any snow on the stones, even though there was plenty of snow everywhere else. They reached the entry to the mountain, a large tunnel big enough for 4 carriages to squeeze through side by side. There was a small battalion of city guards mushing carriages and groups of people in and out of the tunnel. Merchants driving horse-drawn buggies pulled out forms from their coat pockets and handed them to the guards. Then the guards would nod, hand the forms back, and the merchants would be on their way. DJ and the others stood in line behind a few other groups waiting to enter the city. DJ leaned toward Francis and muttered, "Looks like they run a tight ship around here." Francis nodded.
"That's what I've heard."
"First thing we'll do," Riley said as she folded her arms, "is find an affordable inn with some baths. 50 gold should be more than enough." "First thing I'll do," DJ responded, "is find the Grand Mage. That's priority number 1. You guys can go ahead and find an inn." Francis blinked.
"Wouldn't you like a moment to rest?"
DJ shook his head. His heart had been thumping harder and harder the closer they got to this mountain. The Grand Mage was the key to the territory's safety and Sir Dashing's. DJ was tired of those late nights dueling with dark thoughts and the weary, bleary days that followed. No more fear, no more worry. Just a plan to close the portal to the Darkworld. They reached the front of the line. A dwarf was there wearing several layers of warm clothing and a battle-axe on his back. He frowned at the group, who approached with only tattered clothes, a couple of weapons, and a childish cat backpack. It occurred to DJ that he and his friends probably looked like beggars and vagabonds.
"Papers?"
the dwarf asked. Everyone exchanged confused looks. Before anyone could give a reasonable response, Steve yelped,
"We don't have any!"
The dwarf sighed loudly.
"Are you here for business or pleasure?"
DJ stood as straight as he could. "We're here to see the Grand Mage."
"Why?"
the dwarf said with a confused frown. "It's, DJ stammered. "Well, the portal to the Darkworld has opened, and we need the Grand Mage to seal it up because the Demon King, he..."
All right, move along."
The dwarf waved them into the tunnel.
"Keep a steady pace so the line doesn't slow up."
As the party walked away, they heard the guard grumble,
"Loony beggars."
The tunnel into the mountain was paved with more of that perfectly cut white-gray stone. Several hundred yards away, they could see light at the opposite end. The tunnel itself made DJ's jaw dangle and his head turn about. It was lined with white crystals that gave a soft glow, so everything was illuminated, but it wasn't painful on the eyes. They walked on the right side of the tunnel toward the mountain's center. The tunnel was split in half down the middle by a railing that rose to about DJ's hip. Kavdak guards stood sentinel on either side of that railing, watching the travelers come and go. On the tunnel's right wall, portions of the rock had been cut out to make little stages maybe 20 feet long. And on these stages, mechanical dwarfs, dressed in real clothing, moved with jarring motions as their mouths worked open and shut. Sounds came from little metal boxes at their feet to make it seem like the mechanical dwarves were talking. There was a sign by the first stage that called these metal dwarfs animatronics.
Hello,
the metal dwarf on the first stage said. Its metal jaw opened and closed, but didn't match the cadence of words coming from the box at its feet.
Welcome to Kavdak, the capital of the Spine, the city in the Hollow Mountain. We are so delighted for you to visit us.
Steve bounded ahead to the second stage. He gazed upon it like a child watching a fire dancer, absolutely smitten with wonder. The animatronic dwarf on the second stage pointed and jawed at a carving of a heroic-looking dwarf etched into the tunnel wall. The metal dwarf said,
Kavdak was founded by Halgut, the father of all dwarves, at the creation of all things thousands of years ago. The goddess gave the dwarves dominion over the mountains, just as she gave humans dominion over the plains, elves dominion over the forests, and orcs dominion over the barren places.
How do they get these to move and talk? Riley said as she nudged DJ. DJ pointed at the ground. Look, there's a cable going into the stands where the metal dwarves talk. I bet something powers them.
These are wonderful!
Steve's exclamation echoed through the tunnel as he raced to the third one. They marched down the tunnel, and at every stage they learned something new about Kavdak and its founder. Halgut apparently never created a partner for himself, unlike the other founders of Instead, he made lots of friends and died happily single after a few hundred years. There's apparently a memorial statue of him in the city's center. They also learned that all of Ah's gold was minted in Kavdak. There was a factory deep underground that was heavily guarded by soldiers and ancient spells. Anyone caught trying to steal gold from the Kavdak minting vaults would first experience something extremely unpleasant from the spells, like boils on their hands or feathers growing out of their armpits, followed by a prison sentence.
Guess that ruins your plans, huh, Riley?
DJ said loud enough for a guard to hear. The guard scowled as Riley punched DJ in the arm. DJ laughed it off and took Riley's hand. She didn't hold it back, but she didn't pull it away either. DJ tried to enjoy it. At last, they reached the far end of the tunnel. As they emerged into the city of Kavdak, each of them let out an astounded gasp. The legendary cavern was all carved out of that familiar gray-white stone they had seen since the mountain road. Inside the mountain, pillars as wide as city plazas stretched from the floor to the ceiling. They had to be a mile tall. And in those great thick pillars, there were floors upon floors of what had to be condos, shops, and everything else a city had to offer. DJ craned his head and counted 9 of those massive pillars. They were all connected to each other through an intricate web of bridges. DJ thought about how agonizing it must be to have to climb stairs all the way from the bottom to the top. Then he noticed small compartments the size of garden sheds attached to the outside edges of the pillars. There were dozens on each pillar, and they were on a track that allowed them to move up and down the entire length of the pillar. People who couldn't climb stairs wouldn't need to. The city's entrance was on a large, semicircular platform that split into bridges leading to the 5 nearest pillars. DJ and the gang ran to the edge of the platform to hold onto the railing and look down. The city's bottommost level, hundreds of stories down, was covered entirely by farms. They were too high up to see what crops were growing. It was all a lush blanket of green. DJ looked up and all around. Just like the tunnel, Kavdak was illuminated by those bright white stones that provided lots of light, but never felt harsh on the eyes.
"Remarkable," Francis breathed.
Thank you very much.
Not far away, a pleasant-looking dwarf girl grinned at them. She had red pigtails and freckles, and she wore a dark blue uniform with what had to be the city's crest on it, crossing hammers over a mountain.
I'm an official Kavdak concierge, she said warmly. Can I help you travelers with anything?
No one answered right away. Then Riley cleared her throat.
Hi. Yes, can you point us to an affordable inn with baths? We only have, 50 gold between the 4 of us.
Oh,
the concierge brightened.
I'd recommend Mary Mary's bed and breakfast on the 267th floor of Pillar 4. They serve 2 meals per day, and their cooking is delicious. Is there anything else?
Yes, DJ said. I need to know where to find the Grand Mage of I was told he lives here. The concierge's smile faltered a little, as if that was the last question she expected, but she regained her composure.
Sure. The Grand Mage's office is on the 333rd floor of Pillar 5, the big one in the middle.
She pointed and put on her best smile again.
Anything else?
"Where can we find temporary work?" Francis asked.
Temporary work is posted on community job boards throughout the city, every 10th floor in each pillar. However, if you'd like to engage in hazardous work such as bounty hunting, you must apply for an official sellsword license at the city's Ministry of Dangerous Peoples.
Steve raised his hand.
Where is the monastery?
The concierge beamed at the priest.
The monastery for the goddess is on the 1st floor of Pillar 5.
Everyone thanked the concierge and made their way to their destinations. They reached the separating bridges that led to Pillars 4 and 5. Francis went with Riley, but Steve and DJ were going the same direction. DJ glanced all around the city as he walked. The dull hum of city folk reverberated off the cavernous walls. There was a laugh, a clinking glass from a restaurant somewhere, cawing from gossiping girlfriends. DJ wished he could be a tourist at a time like this, see all that this wondrous city had to offer. But as they moved, his heart thrashed in his chest and his palms were sweaty.
"You are going to meet the Grand Mage!" Steve yelped. "How exciting!"
Then why am I so nervous? DJ thought. He just said, "Yeah, something like that."
"You have a gift, Sir DJ,"
Steve said.
"You are a very talented mage, and I am sure the Grand Mage will be kind, wise, and good. The goddess has led us here and will not let us fail."
The corner of DJ's mouth twitched into a smile. "You've got a really positive attitude. I've definitely needed that these past weeks. Thanks, Steve." They both reached Pillar 5 and found a couple of those elevating things that went up and down the pillar. Steve waved goodbye to DJ as he entered one and disappeared behind sliding metal doors. DJ entered another and found himself alone with an elderly-looking goblin and an equally elderly-looking elf. He gave them both a feeble smile, which wasn't returned. Inside the compartment, DJ saw rows upon rows of buttons next to the door, and they were all numbered. These must be for each floor, he thought. He found the one marked 333, but it was already illuminated. Assuming that it was going where he needed, he stood back and waited. After a brief pause, he felt the compartment ascend. This feels kind of like the same room that went down to the Darkworld, he thought with a twinge of dread. DJ had a hard time not staring at the elf sharing the compartment with him. Most elves were tall and with beautiful sharp features. But this elf was noticeably short, even shorter than Father Steve, and had a droopy face pressed into the scowl of a bulldog. The old elf stood with his hands behind his back, hunched over, wearing a purple robe that fell to his ankles. DJ got a full look at his shimmering bald head and the gray hairs growing like lint from his pointy ears. DJ must have stared for a little longer than appropriate, because the old elf gave him a foul look.
What?
He accused. DJ startled and looked away. Oh, sorry. The old elf muttered something about tourists under his breath. Feeling like DJ needed to rescue the awkward interaction, he said, "I'm sorry. It's taken me weeks to get here, and my friends and I have been through a lot." The old elf responded. His tone was enthralled, but his face said he couldn't care less. "It's for an important reason, too," DJ said. "That's why I'm going up to see the Grand Mage. I need to talk to him immediately." At this, the short old elf replied with bloated silence. When DJ turned to look at him, he noticed the short old elf was opening and closing his mouth, as if trying to decide how to respond, but stopping himself over and over again. The nervousness in his eyes was unmistakable. DJ frowned. That's when he realized what the old elf was wearing. Those weren't just purple robes, those were mage robes. DJ had robes just like them before the Phillips took them. This pint-sized ancient elf just grew very uncomfortable at the mention of the Grand Mage. And this lift was going to the exact floor the Grand Mage was on. DJ's discomfort turned to wonder and a chill ran through his body. Wait, you're the Grand Mage, aren't you? 14. The wrinkly old elf swatted the question away.
So what if I am? I'm very busy right now, and I highly doubt you have an appointment.
Sir, you don't understand. The words tumbled out of DJ's mouth. There's this Southwest in Danon. He wants to enslave Omart's the Demon King. The lift arrived at the 333rd floor. The metallic doors slid open. The Grand Mage escaped the small room with astonishing speed. There wasn't any time for DJ to marvel at how slippery the old man could be. He jumped out and followed before the metallic doors could shut on him. Several paces ahead of DJ, the Grand Mage shuffled forward, with his back hunched and his hands clasped behind him. DJ nearly had to run to keep up.
"It's always something," the Grand Mage yapped. "Magic isn't a little bandage you can use to patch up all your problems. It's far more complex than that. It includes forces you could never hope to truly understand. So don't bother me with your petty problems."
"It's not a petty problem," DJ pleaded. "The fate of the territory is at stake." The Grand Mage halted. DJ caught up to him. The Grand Mage turned around slowly, gazing deeply into DJ's eyes. At that moment, DJ noticed how deeply blue the Grand Mage's eyes were, and how serious they were, like two little oceanic razor blades.
"The territory is at stake?" the Grand Mage said. "I see. Well then, take my hands."
DJ's heart leapt. Finally, the portal to the Darkworld would be closed. The Grand Mage held out his wrinkly, weathered hands. DJ took them. Then, with a decisive motion, the Grand Mage swept his foot behind DJ's ankle and gave him a push. DJ stumbled back and fell onto his butt. The Grand Mage dashed away once again, cackling as he escaped.
"You dunce!" he called. "Don't take me for a fool! Come up with something more original next time!"
DJ growled before he got to his feet and sprinted after the Grand Mage. The Grand Mage disappeared behind a set of large, swinging stone doors. DJ approached them and hesitated for only a moment. Was this place his house? He didn't want to trespass, right? But no, the fate of the territory and his father hung in the balance. So DJ pushed the double doors open. Through the double doors was a long room with a tall ceiling, and the walls of that room were completely covered in clocks. Floor to ceiling. Big ones, small ones, wooden ones, stone ones. It was hard to tell if there was any wall at all behind those clocks. And that wasn't the strangest part. Every single clock was ticking and talking perfectly in sync. Tick, tock, tick, tock, in a perfect unified chorus that filled the room. DJ tensed a little bit at the sound of it all. But he relaxed just a hair when he noticed a receptionist sitting at a desk on the far end of the room. The receptionist called from across the room. "Are you the one he was running from?" She didn't sound unfriendly, but she did sound a little tired. Yes, ma'am," DJ responded. She didn't tell him to go away, so DJ swallowed and forced himself forward. As he got closer, he got a better look at her. The woman was slightly on the plump side, with short black hair that came down to her shoulders. Her eyes hid behind horn-rimmed glasses. Her nails were painted bright red to match her lips. A string of pearls was around her neck. On her desk were the first 2 layers of a house of cards. She had a couple of cards in her hands to add to the structure, and she stayed singularly focused on that structure as DJ approached. "Look," DJ said hurriedly, "I'm sure he gets bothered by a lot of people, but The woman scoffed. "He doesn't get bothered by anyone. You've seen how charming he can be. Who wants to deal with that?" A pause. "I'm sure he told you he was busy, but his schedule has been wide open for weeks." DJ's eyebrows scrunched, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. "Then why did he—" "Because he's a miserable old wart," she said. She added her 2 cards to the structure, then leaned back gingerly, keeping her hands up. Satisfied, she finally flashed a bored smile at DJ and pointed to the book at the corner of the desk. "You can schedule an appointment there. I wouldn't recommend today, though, especially since you spooked him. Try tomorrow morning." DJ glared at the book and chewed on his lip. He thought of the Demon King O and his plans for the O-Marts, and wondered when the first one would pop up. And Sir Dashing forced to help with it all. He swallowed and gave the secretary a hard stare. "No, I'm sorry. This can't wait. I have to see him now." The secretary raised an eyebrow.
You sure about that? What is so urgent that you can't wait one day?
The words came out of DJ like an avalanche.
A portal to the Darkworld has opened just outside of Danon, and I entered it with my dad and met the Demon King O, and he said he has a plan to open up a bunch of huge stores across the territory, but the only way they can run is if they suck up every living resource in the territory and enslave half the people, so if we don't close up that portal, all of the territory will be destroyed.
DJ gasped and took a big breath.
That's why I need to see him.
The secretary ogled at him for a moment and pushed her tongue into her cheek. Then she said,
Okay, let me see if I can talk to him.
She got up carefully so as not to disturb her house of cards. Then she smoothed out her blouse and walked with clacking steps toward the office door behind her.
Thanks, by the way,
DJ called.
And my name is Sir DJ, of Baragond. I'm a gifted mage too, if that improves my chances of seeing him.
The secretary smirked at him.
It won't, but good for you, Sir DJ. I'm Betty. One moment.
Betty entered the room behind the desk and closed the door. While he waited, DJ turned all around to look at the clocks surrounding him. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The syncopated ticking was maddening. He was astonished Betty could stand it, or that the Grand Mage would even want it. The Grand Mage must be paying Betty a considerable sum. Tick, tock, tick, tock. DJ rubbed his hands together. He paced back and forth. His mouth felt full of cotton, and his heart was halfway up his throat. He wondered how he would win the old coot over, because he knew what would happen if he couldn't. And if he failed, it would be all his fault. All because he couldn't convince the Grand Mage of Ah to help. It would be his fault. All his. His fault. His fault. Tick, tock. Tick, tock. The dark thoughts closed in, and that black claw started to wrap around his chest. DJ's breathing became shorter. Panic began to congeal. He licked his lips. His hands clenched.
Sir DJ,
Betty's voice called.
He'll see you now.
DJ gasped. The fist in his chest loosened. DJ took a deep breath and flexed his fingers. He silently assured himself that things would be fine. He was finally meeting with a Grand Mage, the person who knew old magic. The person who had the power to seal the portal to the Darkworld. These thoughts tried to speak peace to his thrashing heart. Betty ushered him in. The Grand Mage's office, from the look of things, was also his apartment. He had a musty old bed pushed into the corner of the small room, along with a chest of drawers and a big basin to wash his face in. Every wall was laden with shelves, housing various tools, trinkets, and knickknacks. DJ wondered if each of them had a magical purpose. And there were lots of books, like an obscene amount of books. They were stacked on the floor, on the shelves, even on the bed. The Grand Mage himself was nursing a book as he slouched in a comfy armchair next to a window. He frowned deeply as DJ entered. Betty didn't close the door completely, but left it open just a crack as she made her way back to her desk. DJ swallowed as he locked eyes with the Grand Mage, the most magically experienced person in the territory. He was sure he'd feel far more starstruck if the Grand Mage didn't look so positively sour.
Make it quick, boy,
the Grand Mage growled.
I don't have all day.
That's not what your secretary said, DJ thought. But instead he said, Betty told you about my situation?
About the Demon King O and the portal to the Darkworld?
The Grand Mage said.
Yes. What else?
What else? DJ repeated the words in his head, flabbergasted. His confusion made him speak the exact words on his mind.
What do you mean, what else? What's more important than protecting the entire territory from the god of destruction?
Do you read much history?
The Grand Mage asked the question as if he already knew the answer. DJ was taken aback.
I learned some in school.
He learned some in school.
The Grand Mage's eyes popped open in mock delight.
He learned the facts approved by the Baragon school curriculum, funded by taxpayer gold from simple-minded farmers and self-important bureaucrats.
The Grand Mage scoffed.
Let me tell you something, BJ.
DJ!
Whatever. Every few hundred years, something comes along that feels like the end of the world. And you know what happens? We get by. The great flood of the Fifth Age, we got by. The earthquake that caused the fall of Frosthold in the Sixth Age, we got by.
DJ's face twisted and his chest grew hot. The great flood of the Seventh Age drowned half the territory, and it took hundreds of years for the water to recede. And the mountainside city of Frosthold fell into the ocean after that earthquake. Tens of thousands died.
And we got by.
The Grand Mage pointed.
Don't look at all these things narrowly. Zoom out of your own little experiences, or even those of society, and look at us floating through the cosmos.
The Grand Mage snapped his book shut and looked up at DJ. DJ noticed the book was Green Passion, an orcish love story. The Grand Mage said,
Our experiences here on this little pile of rocks are mostly meaningless. Things happen. Nature runs its course. Perhaps it's simply time for the territory to pass away. Ever consider that?
He leaned back in his chair coolly as if to say, checkmate. Then he went back to his smutty orc book. DJ shook his head and curled his lip. Are you listening to yourself? Where's your humanity? Thousands are going to die or be enslaved unless you come to the portal and seal it with old magic. You're the only one who has the power to do that.
No.
DJ flexed his jaw before continuing. Well, what if you taught me old magic then? Show me the ropes. People have told me I'm a prodigy with magic. I'm sure I could figure it out. The Grand Mage blasted out a laugh so wheezy and sudden that it made him cough. The cough turned into a hacking fit. DJ leaned back out of mild disgust. The Grand Mage took a deep breath and wiped his lip with the back of his wrinkly hand.
Teach you old magic? Nonsense!
The Grand Mage coughed again.
I swore off old magic decades ago. For good reason.
He cast his gaze aside as if recalling an especially unpleasant memory.
Besides, do you even have the least idea of how old magic works?
DJ shrugged. All I know is that it's the magic that the goddess supposedly used to create the territory.
Precisely!
The Grand Mage pointed.
It's deep, dangerous, disastrously unwieldy to mortals. It's the very magic of creation itself, not like these cheap tricks for destruction or healing or what have you. To perform old magic on something, you must have a perfect understanding of the thing. Know it completely. Otherwise, how could you alter its existence in any way?
He pointed at DJ's shirt.
Your tunic is filthy. I'm sure you sweat a great deal, and you've been sleeping in the dirt. You should get checked for lice.
A pause.
Tell me, how would you use old magic to make your tunic clean as new again? How many fibres are in your tunic? Where was it woven? By whose hands or on what loom? Which of those fibres have been affected by sweat and dirt? Where was the dirt from? Do you have answers to these questions? Because if you don't, practicing old magic would have disastrous consequences. And you would close a portal to the Darkworld using this very same power?
The Grand Mage scoffed again.
You might destroy half the territory yourself.
The words ripped through DJ. He couldn't bring himself to speak. All the hope he had built up had come crashing down in the last few minutes. It made his eyes sting and his throat tight. Through it all, he said, "Well, I guess we'll have to figure something else out. Thanks for your time, Mr. DJ realized he didn't know the Grand Mage's name. With a small voice, he said, "I never got your name."
Doesn't matter,
the Grand Mage said.
You'll never need to use it.
It's Tim,
Betty called from the reception hall. DJ blinked. That's it. Just Tim?
What were you expecting?
Tim the Grand Mage said with narrowed eyes.
Asparagus the wise, xylophone the ageless. No, my name is simply Tim. Now you know. Be gone.
He waved DJ away and went back to his book. DJ exited the office, walking briskly past Betty. As his throat grew tighter, he muttered a quick, "Thanks anyway," as he passed her desk. He only saw her for a second's fraction, but there was sadness on her face. DJ hustled for the exit, bombarded by tick-talks surrounding him. Once the doors were closed behind him, DJ put his back against them and slid down into a sitting position. That dark hand around his heart returned with full force. His breaths became quick and shallow. He had failed. He had traveled weeks to the Grand Mage of Ah, the only person who had the power to seal the portal to the Darkworld, and he hadn't cared less whether Ah prospered or perished. It was all for nothing. And Sir Dashing was trapped down there, a slave to the Demon King O. DJ never even got to say goodbye properly. Sir Dashing had just pushed DJ away to protect him. And now he was gone. Tears dribbled down DJ's cheeks. The sobs came between ragged, empty gasps. DJ noticed that his hands were trembling. No, not just his hands, his whole body. It was from the dark claw around his heart. It made his chest heave and his breaths short. This wasn't normal crying. This was something else. DJ felt powerless against it, the roaring in his ears, his shivering body, his heart thumping in his throat like a war drum. He wanted to call for help, but he could hardly speak. His body had become a cage. He was falling.
Young knight.
DJ fought to look up. It was Francis. Those amber eyes were full of love and worry. The great orc got down on one knee.
Young knight,
he said. His tone grew more serious.
Sir DJ.
DJ tried to speak, but no words came. His mind was careening through a dark place, spinning deeper and deeper. Francis gripped him by the shoulders and hoisted him to his feet. He put his face close to DJ's.
Look at me,
he said seriously.
Look at my face, DJ. Name the features. Breathe in. Breathe out.
DJ followed instructions, forcing deep breaths in and out, naming eyes, mouth, ears. DJ coughed. It was harder than running up a hill, but his body slowed back to normal. Tears blurred his eyes, but gradually he regained control of his senses. He realized that snot had dribbled to his upper lip. DJ wiped it away and let out one last whimper before he took the last deep breath he needed. He exhaled shakily and wrapped his arms around Francis's middle in a tight hug. Francis held him and patted his back.
Let's get you home. Riley bought us 2 rooms. I'll make you a warm cup of tea.
15. DJ was in charge of his faculties again, and his tears were dry. Francis had taken him to one of the bedrooms they reserved for one night at Mary Mary's bed and breakfast. One bedroom was for DJ and Riley, the other was for Francis and Steve, each with 2 small mattresses, a wardrobe, and a 2-seated table. The wallpaper around each room had a tiny gridded pattern of an old-timey dwarf hitting a rock with a pickaxe. DJ sat at the two-seated table in Francis and Steve's room, nursing a cup of tea between his hands. Francis had gotten the tea from the B&B's kitchen. The tea's warmth helped DJ simmer down. The mix was a house specialty called Mary's Bedtime Brew: chamomile, lavender, lemon, and peppermint. "He just said no, flat out?" Riley cried. She stood against a wall, arms folded. DJ wished she was sitting at the table to console him, but he also hated that he was the center of attention after his little episode. It was bad enough that Francis nearly carried him here like a child. DJ sniffed. "He said maybe it's time for us to go away, or whatever." He took a sip of his tea and stared blankly ahead. "He seems like a miserable old bastard."
"Language!"
Steve yipped as he sat on his bed. Francis scoffed and paced the room.
"Time for us to go away. Let the territory be destroyed and thousands become slaves, just because other catastrophes have happened in centuries past. What a brazen, nihilistic load of lark-beast fodder. I ought to beat the 100 hells out of him for suggesting it."
"Language!"
Steve pleaded again. "What do we do, though?" Riley said seriously. "He's the Grand Mage of He's kind of our one shot, right?" The tone in the room darkened. DJ tried not to think of his father again, trapped by the Demon King, because he was afraid he would just start spiraling like before. He breathed deep and took another long sip of Mary's Bedtime Brew.
"He was," Francis said. "And that's why we won't shrink from his rejection."
"He's pretty stubborn," DJ muttered.
"And we can be more stubborn."
Francis knelt by DJ's seat. He had never looked more like a typical orc than he did now. Teeth bared, fists clenched, shoulders squared.
"Sir DJ," he said, "I'm prepared to stay outside that man's door with you every day until he falls. We'll see to it that we can get what we need to close that portal. The territory needs us. We cannot just leave everyone to suffer."
DJ knew Francis was as eager to protect innocent people as he was. But it wasn't lost on DJ that this whole quest was also Francis's opportunity to be reunited with Gosha and become a present father. There was extra fire in those amber eyes. "Francis is right," Riley said. "We need to make sure that old codger knows we're not going to give up."
"Indubitably,"
Steve said.
"We must smite the Demon King and protect the goddess's creations."
Everyone's words warmed DJ's chest a little. They were right. Now wasn't the time to give up. With the fate of the territory on his shoulders, DJ knew he had to do whatever was necessary. Maybe Tim the Grand Mage would fold soon enough. Hopefully before it was too late. "You're right." DJ cleared his throat and swished his tea. "We need to show this guy that we mean business."
"I'll go with you tomorrow morning to his office,"
Francis said firmly. "Me too," Riley said.
"And so shall I,"
Steve hollered. DJ half smiled, looking at each of his friends one by one. "Thanks, guys."
"It's settled then," Francis said with finality. "Now, I'm afraid I must be going. I was able to land work providing security at an old bard music venue in Pillar 2. It's called the Cesspool."
He let out a loud sigh.
"Sounds like a place for tattooed, leather-wearing ruffians who love loud, fast music. But it'll help us pay for the rooms while we're here."
"I shall be going as well,"
Steve yelped as he popped up from his seat.
"Back to the monastery for me. I shall supplicate to the goddess for our speedy success."
Francis and Steve both wished Riley and DJ goodbye before they slipped out the door, leaving Riley and DJ alone. As DJ sipped his tea once more, he couldn't help but think of how excited he should feel at the prospect of being left alone with his girlfriend, away from the eyes of grown-ups. His heartbeat should have been speeding up, and they should have locked eyes from across the room, whispering silent promises of mischief. But there was none of that. Riley just smiled at him weakly, then averted her gaze.
Riley said, forcing a yawn. I'm a little tired. I might go to bed a little early if that's all right with you.
DJ didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth just tugged into a feeble smile. Riley stood up and put her hands in her pockets. With every step she made, DJ's mind stewed faster and faster. She had been his girlfriend for nearly 5 months, but still no kiss, barely any flirtatious banter. Even when DJ held her hand, it felt one-sided. Maybe it was because his emotions had already been pushed beyond their limit today, but DJ spoke up before he could help himself.
Hey, he said, how are we?
Riley stopped.
I'm fine, I guess. You've had a rough day, though. You know what I mean, DJ said, feeling tired in his soul. How are we? I'm your boyfriend, Riley, but I haven't felt like it. Some days I wonder if you even want to be with me. I need you to tell me how we're doing, Ry.
A pause. No lies. Riley opened and closed her mouth twice. Then an exasperated sigh jumped off her lips. That told DJ everything he needed to know. His heart dropped before she even started to speak.
Deej, she said tenderly, it's just... We decided to give this a shot months ago, and we have. But for me, feelings haven't really... She made a rolling motion with her hands. I opened my mind and my heart, but still... She shrugged. Please, please, please don't be mad. You're an amazing guy. You're my best friend. I wanted to tell you the night of the Harvest Festival, but then everything happened with your dad and the Darkworld, and I didn't want to cause you even more pain while we were out here. Her voice started to quiver on that last bit. I tried to give this relationship a shot, but even after trying for months, I just don't feel that way about you.
Another shrug.
I'm really sorry.
DJ felt like one of the great pillars of Kavdak had fallen on him. Meanwhile, Riley shriveled and rubbed her arm, bracing for his response. DJ didn't say anything for a while. He couldn't. A lump had gathered in his throat, and he knew if he spoke, he'd start sobbing again. A strong, safe space in his world had formed cracks and chips. Riley had hurt him in the way that he dreaded the most.
And he couldn't even retreat to his dad to talk about it.
DJ swallowed.
Okay, he breathed. Thanks for telling me. Are you mad? Riley said, tears brimming in her eyes. Please don't be mad. No, I just...
DJ stopped himself and cleared his throat again before the tears could flow. He downed the rest of his tea and stood from the table. He put on the best smile he could, but he knew Riley would see right through it. His fake smile just made her tears grow bigger. DJ said,
I'm gonna go for a walk. Good night.
He made a beeline for the exit. He left the room, past the communal washroom, common room, and kitchen. Then he left the bed and breakfast altogether. His feet moved swiftly across the smooth street that carved through the interior of Pillar 4. Sniffles and sobs jumped out, even as DJ tried to hold them in. Passers-by looked at him oddly, but no one stopped for him. DJ didn't blame them, but he didn't like being on the receiving end of their stares. He didn't stop until he reached a long bridge connecting Pillars 4 and 5. His elbows rested on the handrail, and his hands covered his face as salty tears fell into his palms. Loud sniffs shot between unsteady breaths. More than anything, he wished he could talk to his dad about this devastating blow. Maybe he would have some nugget of wisdom or comfort, even if it was a little silly or self-centered. DJ stayed on the bridge for over an hour. The sobs finally died, replaced by an emptiness swimming in misery. The glowing white stones around the mountain's interior dimmed. It must have been turning nighttime. DJ even heard crickets chirping from the farms down on the mountain's floor. Fireflies started to show their light like tiny dancing stars throughout the city. They almost made him feel a little better. Almost. When DJ got back to the bed and breakfast, he didn't make it past the common room. He was supposed to share a room with Riley, but the thought of sleeping in the same room as her after this shattering development was outrageous. DJ thought that maybe he could sleep in Steve's room. Francis would come back from the music venue and see that DJ had taken his spot, so he would just take the open bed in Riley's room. But DJ knew Francis would probably be exhausted when he came home. It would be rude to just take his bed without asking. So DJ resolved to sleep in the common room. There were a couple of couches and no one else was there, so he picked the nearest one and curled up in it. He hugged a pillow because there wasn't a blanket to be found. He silently apologized for sleeping on their couch when he hadn't bathed in days. The way he curled himself up against the couch's armrest almost reminded him of being held by his dad when he was a small boy. That thought made a few fresh tears trickle from his eyes before he wiped them away, and his body drifted to sleep. The sleep was unrestful, though. As usual, it came in brief bursts. Too many thoughts about the fate of the territory, his imprisoned dad, and his now ex-girlfriend swirling in his head. He shifted positions on the couch several times throughout the night, but it was hardly any use. One thing he was grateful for was that no one came through to give him any grief about sleeping in the common room. He looked at a nearby clock. It was early morning. Breakfast wouldn't be served for another couple of hours. And he was grimy, too. Might as well get ready for the day. He entered the washroom and turned on a hot bath. Sinking into it almost felt like the warm embrace that he needed. He scrubbed away the grime and sat in his own stew until the water was no longer warm. All the while, the worries that kept him awake kept pressing on his mind, including the words of his now ex-girlfriend. She let this go on for months, DJ thought with a tinge of bitterness. What a waste of time. DJ dried off, put on some clean clothes, and went back to the common room. He sat in an armchair, hugging a pillow again, not speaking, staring blankly ahead until it was time for breakfast. The smell of freshly baked bread, butter, bacon, eggs, and potatoes started to waft through the bed and breakfast. Strangers started to trickle down from the guest rooms. DJ's stomach growled. He didn't leave the common room until he saw Francis stagger down the stairs, rubbing his eyes. DJ took a seat next to Francis at the table. Francis turned to him and blinked, frowning curiously.
Why did you sleep in the common room last night?
Riley dumped me, DJ said miserably. Francis lurched and swallowed. Then he whispered,
I'm very sorry, young knight.
Steve entered the dining area, nearly skipping. A bright smile was plastered across his face, and he sat across from DJ. After he pushed in his seat and snatched up a fork and a knife, he sent DJ a wide, chinless grin.
Good morning, Sir DJ.
DJ gave him a weak grin.
The goddess will grant us success soon,
he hollered.
I am sure of it.
DJ nodded shallowly, while a couple of strangers at the table begged Steve to quiet down. Then Riley entered. DJ made a conscious effort not to look at her. For all he knew, Riley was doing the same thing. She sat across from Francis and next to Steve. DJ thought he could feel her eyes on him a time or two, but he refused to look her way. Did that make her feel sad? Then she'll know a fraction of what I feel, DJ thought. Two jolly dwarvish women with braided silver hair bustled around the kitchen, putting large dishes of foodstuffs in the middle of the long table. All of the guests inside and outside of DJ's party thanked them for their hard work. Then everyone filled their plates and tucked in. It was delicious. The potatoes were perfectly soft and seasoned, the sausages were juicy, the bacon was crispy. It was welcome nourishment to DJ's body after getting little rest and eating trail food for weeks. All the while, he avoided Riley's gaze. With a potato skin dangling from his mouth, Steve yelped,
"We shall see the Grand Mage after breakfast, yes?"
Francis answered for DJ. "Yes, we will, Stephen."
"Sir DJ, why are you so glum?"
DJ shook his head. "Don't worry about it." Again, he wouldn't look at Riley.
"Lift your spirits, my friend,"
Steve said.
"For in my prayers to the goddess I felt—"
"Stephen," Francis said severely. "Thank you. Let's enjoy our breakfast in silence, if it's well enough with you."
Steve opened his mouth to speak, but decided to follow Francis's request and stuff a sausage in it instead. All the strangers at the table sighed with relief. When breakfast was over, they marched out of the B&B. DJ locked in, forcing his heartbreak out of his mind, and instead focusing on Tim. Confronting the Grand Mage today would make him feel better, reclaim his confidence. So he led the way, while Francis, Riley, and Steve followed. It didn't take long, though, before Riley hustled up and grabbed his arm. "Hey." DJ tried to sound diplomatic. "What's up?" "I waited up for you last night," Riley said. "I stayed up for hours. You're mad, aren't you? You're totally mad. You wouldn't look at me during breakfast. You still won't." "Look, Riley," DJ said, "I don't want to think about that today. I just want to go see the Grand Mage and talk some sense into him." "You told me that it wouldn't change anything between us. You said we'd still be friends." "Goddess, Riley! Will you give it a rest? We've got other things to worry about." DJ's tone was sharper than he intended. He finally looked at Riley. Her lips parted, and her eyes were shiny as if she had gotten slapped. DJ let out a thick sigh. "I need some space, okay?" She pressed her lips together, nodded, and silently fell back with the rest of the group. A lump formed in DJ's throat, but he swallowed it down. Before long, they were standing outside the Grand Mage's office at the 333rd floor of Pillar 5. They entered the clock hall where Betty sat at her desk a distance away. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The sounds assailed them from all around. DJ heard Francis whisper a swear at the sound of it. At her desk, Betty's playing card tower had grown a couple of layers. "You're back," she said to DJ as he approached. "And you brought friends. Oh, he is not going to like that." "We can't take no for an answer," DJ said firmly. "Sorry, Betty. If you could talk to him, please." She got up from her desk, went back to Tim's office, closed the door a little, muttered some things that were a little hard to hear over the ticks and talks. When she went back to her desk, Tim wasn't far behind. He shuffled his feet toward DJ and his friends. His hands were clasped behind his back, and there was a tired look in his eye. Defeated. Is he caving already? DJ thought.
"My secretary has informed me,"
Tim began,
"that you are very serious about learning old magic, so you've brought your friends with you as backup."
He exhaled loudly.
"What's a withered old man to do? Very well, then. I'll take you on as my new apprentice."
DJ and the gang stayed quiet, wondering if they were hearing correctly. Then Tim planted his feet.
"Shike!"
Tim whipped his arms around and spoke mage tongue so quickly, DJ could barely understand it. He and his friends were lifted off their feet by a gust of wind and hurled backward. The doors flew open behind them, and they tumbled onto the street, somersaulting backwards. DJ scrambled to his feet and sprinted for the double doors, but they were already closing. He could see Tim waving at him smugly by Betty's desk.
"And don't come back, you mangy pests!"
the Grand Mage taunted. Boom! The doors slammed shut. But the thing was, DJ did come back. Every day. While Riley, Steve, and Francis scraped up work to pay for their rooms and restore their stolen supplies, DJ pestered Tim mercilessly. For nearly a week, he showed up every couple of hours. Each time, Betty would dutifully get up from her desk and talk to Tim, and Tim would angrily send DJ away. But DJ didn't relent. On the 6th day, Betty's playing card tower was nearly complete. When she noticed DJ come in, wading through the incessant tick-tocks of the reception hall, she deflated.
"You're not going to give this up, are you?" she asked.
DJ shook his head.
"Not when the territory and my dad's life are on the line. Sorry."
She nodded thoughtfully, then got up from her seat. She made a curling, come-with-me motion with her finger. Cautiously, DJ followed her to Tim's office door. Betty threw the door open, making it bang on the inside wall. Tim was lying on his bed, shirtless, holding up a book that had centerfold pages. He yelped, dropped the book, and curled up as he pulled the sheets up to his chest.
"Knock, woman!"
he commanded. Then he saw DJ, and his eyes narrowed.
"How many times must I send you away, worm?"
"What in the 100 hells is the matter with you?"
Betty shouted.
"This young, eager knight has been pressing you for nearly a week for the power to save the territory, and you keep turning him away? I ought to come in here and knock you out."
Now Tim's eyes narrowed at her instead.
"Watch your tongue, woman. I'm your employer."
"You're going to start teaching him,"
Betty said with finality.
"Ha! No, I will not."
"Yes, you are,"
Betty said coolly.
"Or I'm going to make sure everyone in Kavdak knows exactly how much of the little blue potion you use for your little problem. I know you've been using far more than your alchemist has been prescribing, and it's such an embarrassing condition."
Tim's smirk faded, and he turned ruddy with indignation.
"You wouldn't."
3 lessons a week,"
Betty commanded.
"That's as much as my other pupil,"
Tim said. His lips quivered, thinking. Then he said,
"Best I can do is one lesson per week."
3.
1, maybe 2, depending on the week.
3.
Fine, 2, and I'll give him an alchemy set. Final offer.
3.
All right then, 3!
Tim thrashed in his bedsheets.
"Begone, you brazen strumpet! Leave me in peace!"
He glowered at DJ.
"First class is tomorrow at sundown. Meet me here and don't be late. You'll be learning alongside my other pupil. Go!"
He retrieved his discarded centerfold book as Betty closed the door. Betty straightened her blouse and sauntered back to her desk. DJ followed behind, still in awe at what had just happened.
"I think I love you,"
DJ breathed. Betty chortled.
"I'm a bit old for you, honey, but I'm flattered."
She sat back at her desk and started placing cards back on her tower.
"It's all up to you now, kid. I got you in the door, but you need to keep your spot at the table. I wish you luck. You think he's bad now."
She sighed and rolled her eyes.
"I need to find a new job."
16. DJ's friends rejoiced when he came home and said that Tim the Grand Mage had caved. DJ was now the Grand Mage's apprentice, along with some other faceless stranger. But the stranger didn't matter. What mattered was that DJ would now learn old magic. The portal to the Darkworld was one step closer to closing. Francis insisted on going out to a nearby tavern to celebrate. The money he was pulling in from working security at the cesspool was surprisingly handsome for an alt-barred venue. It must have been hard for the venue to keep security staff. DJ wasn't surprised, because Francis came home most mornings with fresh bruises and cuts. Apparently, that was pretty standard fare at a venue like the cesspool. The loud, aggressive music enjoyed by angsty young people would throw them into a mild brawl. but according to Francis, it was never enough to feel like any significant danger. That didn't stop him from bringing his cat backpack and wizard waffle, though. Steve was paying for his own tavern food, too. He had gotten a busker's license at Cavdock City Hall, so he could play the spoons around town and earn some coin. The B&B owners were visibly confused when Steve asked if he could borrow a couple of spoons from the kitchen, but they must have figured 2 missing spoons wouldn't hurt. Steve had every intention of returning them, but the B&B told him to keep them. That, naturally, led to Steve giving a long-winded blessing upon Mary Mary's bed and breakfast. Riley had also found part-time work at a small eatery nearby called a cafe. They were selling the same drink that Francis tried months ago back in Danon, something dark, hot, and strong called coffee. But this cafe served a few variations of it. Riley said she loved the smell but hated the taste. The pay seemed pretty meager, too. After her first day of work, Riley came home counting coins in her hand, grumbling about how long it would take to get 3,000 gold. "I should be hunting for bounties, not serving drinks," she murmured. Francis shrugged.
"I looked into a sellsword license at the Ministry for Dangerous Peoples. It takes months. They send raven post to every major township in to be sure you've never been previously arrested for violent crimes or disorderly conduct. And if you try doing any unregistered bounty hunting within the city, they'll jail you for a year at least."
At that, Riley angrily stuffed her coins away. That meant everyone had been earning their way to buy lodging and supplies, except DJ. He felt embarrassed by it and apologized to everyone, but none of them would accept it.
"The work you're doing is the most important of all,"
Steve yelped.
"Indeed, young knight," Francis said. "What you're doing is for the entire territory. We have no trouble paying for the necessities."
DJ sheepishly looked at Riley to get her thoughts. She shrugged tenderly and said, "It's true." So they dined that night. They laughed. They swapped jokes. They tried to forget the immense pressure they were under. Hardly any of the jokes and good nature passed between Riley and DJ, though. Riley would occasionally throw a comment or joke to test the waters with DJ, but none of them landed. The hurt in DJ's heart was still too fresh. The following day, DJ got up and tried to make himself as presentable as possible. He had another bath and paid a barber 5 gold to try to cut his hair into submission. The barber was less than successful. They said it was almost like DJ's messy black hair had a mind of its own. The last thing DJ did was go shopping for a new set of mage robes. He found an enchanted armor supplier, and his jaw nearly hit the floor when he saw the price. 5,000 gold. It looked like he would just have to use his bare-bones magic for the foreseeable future. It made him curse the House of Philip even more for their thievery. At last, sundown approached. DJ could tell from all the decorative clocks carved into the stone around the city. They not only told the time, but indicated sunrise and sunset for each day. More of that dwarven engineering. DJ took the elevator, as it turned out they were called, to the 333rd floor of Pillar 5. There, he waited outside the office door for Tim the Grand Mage. Tim exited his office to find DJ with a fresh haircut and new clothes, an eager new pupil. Tim scowled at the sight. The robe he was wearing was fancier than the ones DJ had seen him wear previously. This set was black, with ornate gold edges. He even wore a pointy hat made out of matching fabric. In one hand, he held a staff that pointed into the ground and had a glowing silver orb on top. In his other hand, he carried a thick, black, ancient-looking leather-bound book. DJ blinked at him a couple of times. "Wait, so are you a wizard? I thought you were a mage." Tim leaned in and spoke in a half-whisper.
"What's my title again?"
DJ almost said, "Grand Mage," then realized how silly his question was. The look on his face must have said it all, because Tim gave a curt smile and nodded slowly.
"That's right, you ninny,"
the Grand Mage said.
And if you ever mistake me for a wizard again, I'll burn you alive. Those hazy-baned pseudo-philosophers are all sparkles and no discipline. I've never met a wizard who wasn't willing to squander their knowledge for an ounce of weed flour or a bottle of cheap wine.
He turned and started speed-walking away.
Come!
DJ briefly considered coming to the defense of the waffle wizard, but now that he thought of it, that lovable waffle hawker never clarified whether he was truly a wizard or not. He cast the thought out of his head and jogged to keep up with Tim. "Where are we going?" DJ asked.
To the practice grounds, Tim said. The 366th floor, nearly the top of Pillar 5, the peak of the Hollow Mountain. That is where we'll meet my other apprentice and conduct our lesson.
DJ's eyes sparkled a little bit when he heard that. Practice grounds at the top of a mountain? It sounded grand. He just hoped it wasn't too cold. He still hadn't bought any warm clothing, and he was all out of cinnamon fire drops. Steve had eaten the rest of them like candy once they arrived at Covdock. Up they went in an elevator. As they ascended, Tim stayed characteristically silent and prickly. Unable to contain his curiosity, DJ pointed to the book under his arm. "So, that's an old magic spellbook?"
Yes,
Tim said flatly.
The Lib Arfel. It's old speak for Book of Magic, obviously.
He held up the leather-bound book in his hand. DJ tried to make out some of the characters on the spine, but they were so old and worn they were nearly illegible. He recognized some of the old-speak characters from that puzzle Francis solved outside the Temple of the Brassiere. A small smile graced DJ's lips. "I'm so excited to finally learn from that."
From this?
Tim scoffed.
Not under my watch.
DJ felt like he had just been slapped. He furrowed his eyebrows and tried to keep his voice controlled. "The whole point of this was to—"
But that wasn't part of the agreement, was it?
Tim's blue eyes became fierce.
I agreed to take you on as an apprentice, sure, but I never agreed to teach you old magic. Don't you remember what I taught you that cursed day you first stepped into my office? A silly young mind like yours could never hope to grasp old magic.
His face turned sour again.
If I have my way, old magic will never again be used. I mean, just look at what happens.
Tim stopped himself. DJ swore he was about to say, "Just look at what happened to me," but DJ ignored it. "What's the point of being your apprentice if you won't teach me old magic to save the territory?" DJ said. For the first time, a soft, satisfied grin spread across Tim's face, as if DJ asked the one thing he wanted all along. The Grand Mage gently said,
Excellent question.
The elevator doors spread open, and Tim darted out. DJ followed behind, fuming, clenching his fists. He wanted more than anything to reach out and strangle that little elf's neck. It was like the territory's safety dangled in front of him like a carrot, and Tim was holding him back with the tiniest piece of string. DJ resented every step that little elf took. But no, DJ wrangled back his thoughts and took deep breaths to calm himself. He's still the Grand Mage of the territory. The best chance we have of closing that portal. There's still a chance to win him over somehow. The training grounds were through a door that was halfway down the stone street. A city guard greeted Tim and ushered him inside, and DJ followed closely behind. When the doors closed behind them, DJ's jaw fell. The training grounds were a massive expanse of stone floor. The far wall and ceiling were one big slant of rock that reached for hundreds of feet until it met Pillar 5. And that big slant of rock had an enormous chunk taken out like a massive window, with no glass. Snow was falling outside, but it didn't come into the training grounds. Instead, the flakes stopped at the gaping hole. It was obviously enchanted to block out the elements. DJ must have been looking for a bit too long, because Tim said,
Quit gawking and start warming up. Jumping jacks, go.
Jumping jacks? DJ thought. What does that have to do with magic? But he didn't question it. He just asked, How many should I do?
Until I say you're done,
Tim barked. So DJ did jumping jacks, flapping his arms as he hopped up and down. And as he did, he looked around. If Tim's other apprentice was real, they weren't anywhere to be found. Between breaths, DJ asked, Where's your other apprentice? Shouldn't they be here soon?
He'll be here,
Tim said. He waved his hand and muttered some mage tongue. Then a small table flew from the side of the room to meet him. He set the Lib Fel, the old magic spellbook, on the table and flipped it open. Then Tim's eyes locked on it, unblinking, not even scrolling from side to side. It was almost like he was having a battle of wits with the paper itself, and the book was clearly winning. DJ didn't notice that his jumping jacks had gotten lazier as he stared, but somehow Tim did.
No slacking,
the old mage barked. DJ went back to jumping. Then he noticed something as he stared out of the massive hole in the mountain. Far in the distance, a shadow was growing. It started small, then got upsettingly large. Whatever it was, it had wings, big ones. With each jumping jack, DJ moved closer and closer to Tim. Hey, Tim, he said. Something is coming toward us.
Good,
Tim said without looking up from the Lib Fel.
Perfectly on time, as usual.
The shadow grew and grew. With a few mighty flaps, it soared through the great opening in the mountainside. The opening must have been enchanted to keep the elements out, but let living things through. The great beast descended to the training grounds. When DJ got a good look at it, the color drained from his face. It was a dragon, but not just any dragon, a red dragon. A big, strong, fully grown red dragon, with familiar eyes and a great snout that DJ had once broken. When the dragon touched ground, it shook itself like a 100-foot-long cat, flicking away the water and snowfall in a fine mist. Then it stretched out, flexed its claws, and tucked in its wings. When its yellow eyes found DJ, its expression turned from surprise to rage. A threatening rumble came from deep in its throat. DJ stepped back and lowered himself defensively, but the dragon didn't lunge.
Ah, hello, Grythur,
Tim said.
It is my misfortune to inform you that I have adopted a very persistent and obnoxious new apprentice. This is Sir DJ of Veragond.
Grythur bore his long pointed teeth, and his voice came out as a guttural growl. I am aware. Tim finally looked up from the ancient spellbook.
You two know each other?
DJ cleared his throat and didn't take his eyes off Grythur. We've met.
His father slew mine,
Grythur roared.
20 years ago.
Grythur's roaring accusation bounded through the training grounds in a violent echo. DJ flinched to his embarrassment. Tim merely frowned at the two of them, as if this coincidence was mildly interesting.
Is that so?
Tim asked.
I'm surprised you didn't challenge him in Dun Kura when you had the chance.
At this, Grythur fell silent. DJ had to stop himself from saying he did. The last thing he wanted to do was add humiliation to Grythur's freshly kindled rage. If the Grand Mage were to hear that Grythur was defeated by a 15-year-old's single barrier spell, that might sully Tim's opinion of him. And that could only make DJ's current situation even messier.
Regardless,
Tim continued,
time for both of you to begin your lesson.
He reached into one of his robe pockets.
You two are both familiar with cantrips, correct?
Yeah, DJ said. Really simple, small spells.
The simplest, Grythur said. Even a child could do them. The kind of things you could do in your sleep, O wise one.
DJ tried not to frown. Brown-noser, he thought.
Indeed,
Tim said. He pulled 2 quills from out of his robe.
I want each of you to practice the illuminate cantrip. Take a quill and cast illuminate on it whenever it starts to dim.
He turned his palm up, said some mage tongue, and each quill soared toward DJ and Grythur. Okay, DJ said slowly as the quill fell into his palm. How long should we do this for?
What did I just tell you? Every time the quill starts to dim.
Yeah, but then what?
Then we leave, you dunce. This is your lesson for the day.
Grythur had already started casting illuminate on his quill 100 yards away. DJ just stood there, palm open, quill resting on it, frowning and clenching his teeth. But I already know this spell, DJ complained. Could you at least teach me something I don't know yet? Tim was ignoring him. He went back to his table and buried his face in the pages of the Libafel. That made a fire burn bright in DJ's chest. Hey! DJ hollered. We don't have time for this. More silence from Tim. That made the anger in DJ's chest so hot that he had to pace back and forth to calm himself. In his head, he tried to piece together a solution, an answer to winning over Tim and learning old magic, or an answer to convince Tim to seal the portal himself. But Tim, the Grand Mage of Ah, the most powerful magic user in the territory, was a wall of stone who detested old magic, even though he continued to study it. And because of that, the territory of Ah was on the fast track to destruction. DJ flexed his hands. Not knowing what else to do, he turned his attention to his quill and cast Illuminate. It brightened up. DJ exhaled angrily. He looked up and realized that Grythur had been watching him from halfway across the training grounds. The dragon tore his eyes away and turned his attention back to his own quill. Grythur cast Illuminate on it. The quill lit up. But interestingly enough, the dragon cast the cantrip without speaking or moving. No mage tongue, no movement of claws or head. I thought you couldn't perform magic that way, DJ thought. That went on for an hour. DJ must have cast Illuminate a dozen times. Tim bid Grythur goodbye, and the mighty red dragon flew into the distance, but not before he gave DJ another threatening growl and murderous glare. In the elevator ride down to Tim's office, the Grand Mage said,
You behaved very poorly this evening. You will behave during your next lesson, or I'll cast a spell that'll make pimples grow all over your buttocks. Don't think I won't.
DJ bit his tongue, then said, The point of the lessons, I thought, was to learn old magic so I could seal the portal to the Darkworld.
You thought?
Tim repeated the words in a mocking tone.
Well, that's what you get for assuming.
He turned to DJ.
If it is merely your intention to learn old magic under my tutelage, give up now. If you'd still like to study under me, the most experienced mage in Ah,
he gave a sweet, insincere smile,
I'll move you to beginner-level spells after you've mastered the cantrips. It should only take a year or two.
DJ knew Tim was taunting him, fulfilling his promise to Betty without really fulfilling his promise at all. But DJ returned the gesture with a smile of his own, masking the bubbling disdain he had for the self-important little elf. I look forward to our next lesson. Tim nodded.
Lovely.
The 333rd floor. The door flew open and Tim escaped, making a beeline for his office doors. Good night, master, DJ said in mock adoration. Tim waved the farewell away. Betty was waiting just outside the elevator. She joined DJ inside and pressed a button for a lower floor, headed the same direction as DJ. The elevator dinged, the door closed, and it began to descend. Betty asked, He refused to teach you any old magic, didn't he? DJ threw up his hands. Yeah, I spent an hour casting a stupid Illuminate cantrip. Betty's shoulders drooped and she shook her head. I'm sorry, Sir DJ. I knew something like this might happen. Her tone lowered, and she leaned toward DJ, looking over the top of her horn-rimmed glasses. Can you keep a secret? DJ raised an eyebrow. I mean, sure. Betty rummaged in her purse, extracted a book, and handed it to DJ. A copy of Spells for the Advanced Mage. I stole this from his study while you were both away. He's got so many books in there, he won't notice it. Return it to me when you're done. Or don't. I really don't care. I know it's not old magic, but maybe there will be something useful in there. DJ rubbed his hands over the spellbook's worn, leathery surface. His lips twitched into a half-smile. Thanks, Betty. It's definitely better than nothing. I'd try to grab the lib off Fell for you, Betty said. But Tim tells me it's the only book of its kind. The only one that exists in I don't know how true that is, but it means he's very protective of it. Even I don't know where he hides it. This is the best I can do for now. No, this is good, DJ said. We lost our last one, so thank you. The doors flew open and Betty left. She looked over her shoulder. I'm sick of that old bag. If there's anything I can do to help the territory and stick it to him in the process, you just say the word. That warmed a discouraged place in DJ's heart. He smiled. Thanks, Betty. I absolutely will. She winked and pointed at him before she walked away. 17. DJ's friends were infuriated to hear how unproductive Tim's magic lesson was, and they were flabbergasted to hear that DJ was peers with the dragon who tried to kill him. On a lighter note, Steve was grateful to have an advanced spellbook back in their possession, though he was less than pleased with the means.
I shall pray to the goddess for forgiveness, he shouted.
DJ thumbed through the book's pages. You didn't steal it, Steve. Besides, I think the goddess will forgive Betty since the fate of the territory is on the line.
However,
Francis began. He was sitting at the table next to DJ and Steve's beds.
If that spellbook doesn't have any old magic in there, how can it be useful to us?
DJ sighed. I don't know, Francis, but advanced magic is the closest thing we can get to old magic right now.
Too true,
Francis muttered.
Too true.
Just then, footsteps ascended the staircase leading to their bedrooms. It was Riley, headed for her own room the next one over. She stopped for a second, seeing her 3 friends gathered in Steve and DJ's room. Did DJ's lesson go okay? She asked. You could just ask me directly, DJ sulked silently. Francis shook his head.
The Grand Mage is refusing to teach old magic, but his secretary gave DJ this advanced spellbook in secret. Perhaps we can find something useful in its pages.
Francis paused.
Where have you been? I thought your shift ended hours ago.
Riley turned pink and kept her eyes away from DJ. It did. There's someone that keeps visiting the cafe. He asked me to go get Odambro braids with him after work today. So we did. Steve brightly yelped the words that everyone was thinking.
So it was a date then?
Riley still didn't look at DJ. I don't know, she mumbled. Listen, I'm really tired. I'm going to go to bed. Good night. As she walked away, DJ could feel Steve and Francis eyeing him. In response, he acted like he was very interested in the spellbook. He flipped through the pages while he clenched his teeth and tried to fight down the jealousy roaring through his body. Francis stood up and gingerly closed the door. Then he said in a soft voice,
Sir DJ, if you'd like to talk about your feelings, I think it would be a good thing. I, for one, believe Miss Riley should take some time before she—
I don't, DJ shot. She's not my girlfriend anymore. She can do what she wants. The heat in DJ's voice reduced Francis and Steve to silence. DJ refused to take his eyes off the spellbook, but he just knew Francis and Steve were sharing concerned looks with each other. Or rather, Francis was giving Steve a concerned look, and Steve was blinking at Francis stupidly. Francis said it was time to get ready for work, so he went to his room to grab his things. He closed the door softly as he left. DJ still didn't look up. Then he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Steve. He was standing at DJ's bedside, arms outstretched. DJ sighed loudly and almost protested, but Steve's eyes, even the lazy one, were large and expectant. It was as if he was totally convinced that DJ needed this, and he wouldn't be denied until DJ submitted. DJ snapped the book shut and stood up. Steve gave DJ a firm and tender squeeze, even pressing his face against DJ's chest. DJ patted Steve on the back uncomfortably. Steve wouldn't let go, though. He wasn't taking the hint. He just hugged DJ for several long, awkward seconds. DJ almost pushed him away, but then the thought came to him. It's like he won't let me go until my hurt goes away, he thought. That thought put a lump in DJ's throat. He coughed and said, thanks, Steve.
We are your friends, Sir DJ, Steve said. You can talk to us if you feel sad or worried.
I know, it's just... DJ floundered with his words and wondered if his words would mean anything to begin with. He wouldn't want to burden Steve with his problems. Everyone already had so much going on. Frances was worried sick about missing the upcoming birth of his son. Riley was stressed about her father's livelihood. And Steve, well, he was just so indomitably happy all the time. DJ couldn't put his problems on the priest. It might dampen his vibe. I know, DJ repeated. I'll be fine. But thanks. Steve finally let go. He said,
I'm going to get tea from the kitchen. I'll bring you some.
DJ forced a smile. That sounds great, Steve. Steve scampered out of the room, and DJ curled up on his bed with the spellbook again. He read the descriptions of several advanced spells: levitation, lightning summon, locate house keys, long voice, on and on and on. Steve finally came back with the tea, downed his own in a few gulps, and settled into bed. DJ figured it was time to put away the spellbook and settle in himself. The tea was delicious, more of that Mary's bedtime brew. He only got halfway through it before he set it on his nightstand and felt himself nodding off. During one of his short fits of sleep, DJ dreamed of Sir Dashing in a jail cell, begging DJ for help. The Demon King was there, whipping Sir Dashing like a common slave, laughing. DJ's second magic lesson with Tim the Grand Mage was as useless as the first. And so was the one after that. It was nothing but the Illuminate cantrip. For the second lesson, it was on a scrap of parchment. The third lesson was on a tiny ceramic cat. DJ felt like he had cast the cantrip 100 times between those 3 lessons. He silently vowed never to cast it again if he could help it. In every lesson, Grythur stayed a great distance away from DJ. DJ would catch the great dragon staring from time to time, and each time, the great dragon would turn sour and become very interested in something else. The tension DJ felt toward Grythur diminished a little each lesson. He had to remind himself that dragons hold honor in the highest regard, so the fact that DJ spared Grythur's life meant the dragon would never harm him. However, that didn't make the ire of a 100-foot fire-breathing monstrosity any less frightening. During DJ's third lesson, Tim suddenly stood from his desk and snapped the lib Arfel shut.
I deserve a treat. I'm going to the cafe for a soy caramel macchiato. You two keep practicing your cantrips. I'll return when I feel like it.
He tucked the ancient spellbook under his arm and left the training grounds. DJ turned from his little glowing cat to Grythur's little glowing cat. The red dragon lay upon the stone with his mighty jaw resting on his claws, like you would see a dog resting beside a hearth fire. Grythur had just made the cat illuminate without words or movement. The look in his great yellow eyes was unmistakably bored. He's your classmate, DJ told himself, and he's honor-bound not to hurt you. Just talk to him. DJ scraped up the courage and asked, How are you doing that without words or movements? I thought that's how all magic worked. Grythur turned toward him with menacing slowness. DJ gulped, but tried to appear nonchalant.
You're bold to speak to me as an equal, puny human, Grythur rumbled.
It's a simple question, DJ said. Grythur didn't reply. He just turned back to his little cat and watched it glow. Hey, come on, DJ cried as he threw up his hands. I'm genuinely sorry about what happened to your dad. But I'm not my dad, all right? In case you forgot, I had a prime opportunity to shish kebab your brain and I chose not to. A pause. Why are you even here? Why do you want to learn magic? A growl gurgled from deep in Grythur's throat, as if the truth of DJ's words grated at him. He glanced at the door as if watching for the Grand Mage. In as low a voice as a dragon can muster, he said,
Many experienced mages are not only masters of magic, but masters of life. I came seeking direction after my banishment. Tim accepted me as his apprentice.
DJ pointed to Grythur's glowing cat. And you got stuck practicing magic tricks instead.
I will not speak ill of my master.
But by the tone of his voice, DJ could tell Grythur really wanted to. Well, I'm here to save the territory, DJ said. A portal is opened to the Darkworld, and the Demon King O is going to destroy everything, enslave half the territory. I've seen it myself, and I've heard his plan firsthand. I came to convince him to use old magic to seal the portal, but he won't do it. I'm trying to change his mind. Some things passed over Grythur's face that DJ didn't expect. Worry, doubt. Then the dragon gave him a hard look.
You must choose a different path. I have never met an elf more stubborn than Tim the Grand Mage. Your errand is in vain.
He turned back to his glowing cat, cast Illuminate again, and made it brighter. He hesitated, but finally answered DJ's original question.
Part of the old magic flows through all dragons. It's why we can live for an entire age. And that is why we do not need words or movement to conduct magic. We can simply will it if we desire.
DJ nodded. Thanks. Grythur snorted. Tim came back with his dainty little drink and dismissed DJ and Grythur not long after. DJ made the trek back to Mary Mary's bed and breakfast, and as he did, he thought of Grythur's admonition. You must choose a different path. Your errand is in vain. He had tried to say little things in conversation to Tim, hoping to spark a sense of empathy or even self-serving reason to save the territory, but none of them had worked. Tim stayed as stoic and uncaring as the day DJ met him. At Grythur's suggestion, DJ's brain cooked ideas for any other approaches, but none of them felt fruitful. With every bad idea, he felt like he was failing his father and the territory. DJ arrived at the bed and breakfast as he battled those thoughts of helplessness. When he entered, he noticed Riley in the common room. She was reading a book. She looked up at DJ as he closed the door, and DJ unwittingly made eye contact with her. He silently cursed himself. Hey, she said. Hey, DJ said flatly. He made a beeline for the stairs, hoping to escape. But Riley had other ideas. Hey, she said as if it were a command. I'm tired, Riley, DJ said. I'm going to She was already on him, shockingly fast. She grabbed him and shoved him against a wall. DJ couldn't tell if those chocolatey eyes were filled more with anger or hurt. Probably something in between. I made you a promise, and you made me a promise, Riley said with a pointing finger. I promised never to lie to you again, and I haven't. And you promised me that we would always be friends no matter what. Her voice started to shake. You lied. You're a liar. You hardly look at me or talk to me anymore. You're being a selfish jerk, DJ. I'm being selfish? DJ said, letting the words fall out of his mouth. You went out with another guy days after we broke up. He narrowed his eyes. I bet it felt so good. Finally free of DJ, so on to bigger and better things, right? Riley's jaw fell and her face turned scarlet. You are unbelievable! For your information, I'm not even interested in him. He just seemed nice, and he really wanted to spend time with me. Unlike you anymore. Well, maybe you can lead him on for 5 months, then. Riley's body shook. Her fingers trembled, and DJ wondered if she was going to punch him. She gave an exasperated, "Ugh!" and stormed up to her bedroom. DJ didn't hear her cry. Part of him wished he could. But the bigger part of him felt bad for the things he said. Before he knew what he was doing, he was standing outside her door, fist in the air, ready to knock, ready to apologize. But he stopped himself. A little angry voice in his heart told him she deserved it, that this is just a fraction of what she made him feel. There was a softer, quieter voice that said she was still his best friend, and he should take back the things he said. But the first voice was louder, so DJ clamped his jaw, put his fist down, and went to his own room. Steve was already in bed, lamp turned on, reading against the soft orange glow. From the look of things, his busking money had gotten him enough to get a new copy of Green Passion, an orcish love story. The priest was already halfway through it, eyes blazing left and right, soaking up every passage. DJ wondered if he had gotten to any of the steamy parts yet. DJ slipped into his own bed and pulled out Spells for the Advanced Mage. He thumbed through the crinkly yellow pages, scanning the spells, still stewing after his confrontation with Riley. He ached to hear the voice of his father at a time like this. He missed those letters that Sir Dashing sent him throughout the territory months ago. Every time DJ and the others would reach a new township, DJ knew there would be Raven Post waiting for him. If only there was a way he could... A spark lit in the darkness of his mind. He remembered something he recently saw. DJ flipped back through the pages to find a spell in the L section. It wasn't far from Locate House Keys. Long voice. DJ put his finger on it and mouthed the words to himself. Allows the spellcaster to briefly converse with any person they have previously met, regardless of distance, for a brief period of time. DJ read the words again to make sure he understood them. Anyone he knew, regardless of distance. Did that mean it could reach as far as the Darkworld? If DJ could have a conversation with his father, just a brief one, that could give them some serious insight on when the Demon King was planning on launching Omarts around the territory. And it would let DJ hear Sir Dashing's voice again. His eyes flew down the paragraph describing the spell. He had to go someplace quiet and secluded, draw a rune on the floor, sit in it, plug his ears with wet fingers, and recite an incantation. His heart thumped with anticipation and hope. DJ slammed the book shut and jumped up from his bed. Steve, do you have a pencil or chalk or something? I need something to write a rune with. Sweat coated Steve's forehead as his eyes stayed glued to his naughty romance book. He was so engrossed that DJ's outburst jolted him out of the experience. The priest, partly babbling, said, Yes, Sir Knight, there is chalk in my new adventure pack. DJ dropped to his knees as he started rifling through the pack. Rope, spare robes, a new frying pan. Wow, this one is nice, DJ thought. Finally, he found a little box titled Dr. Snipe's Rune Chalk in swooping decorative letters. It had a couple of taglines, including, Works on nearly every surface, easy to remove, and will not disappoint. Dr. Snipe's glowering, sulking profile was illustrated on the cover, with his greasy black hair, hooked nose, and pale complexion. DJ frowned at it for a second. I didn't know he had a product line. He snapped back to reality. Thanks, Steve. I'll be right back. Steve didn't reply. The priest dabbed the sweat off his forehead as DJ grabbed Spells for the Advanced Mage and sprinted out the door. He flew down the stairs until he arrived at the washroom. It was probably the quietest place in the bed and breakfast, so long as nobody was in it. To his luck, it was empty. He entered and locked the door behind him. DJ's fingers trembled as he pulled a piece of chalk from the box and drew the designated rune, a circle with 3 squares inside, making a sort of zigzagging geometric design. He hoped his lack of artistry wouldn't affect the spell's potency. He plopped into the middle of it, cross-legged, stuck his index fingers in his mouth, then plugged his ears with them. The sensation made him shudder, but with his ears plugged, the quiet bathroom got even quieter. It almost sounded like he was drifting underwater. With spells for the advanced mage laid out in front of him, he repeated the words as they were written in the book. Proctil Sirmo Junghak Ilik, Sir Dashing. DJ held his breath. His heartbeat was even louder in his soggy, plugged ears. For a few seconds, he couldn't hear anything. He was about to open his mouth to repeat the incantation, but he felt magical energy drain him. It was working. But oh boy, this spell was using a lot. He was sure to get a magic headache in no time. He again cursed the Phillips for stealing his mage robes. Dad, DJ said. Dad, can you hear me? It's DJ. Nothing. A few agonizing seconds of nothing. Dad! DJ half yelled. Am I going mad? DJ, is that truly you? It was so faint, almost inaudible. No wonder you had to be in a quiet place for this spell to work. But it was him. It was actually Sir Dashing. He was okay. At least, DJ thought so. Sir Dashing sounded a bit more hoarse than DJ remembered. Regardless, DJ felt a great weight lift off him. Sir Dashing was alive. He was all right for now. Yes, Dad, it's me. You're not crazy. DJ let out a breath he had been holding for weeks. Goddess, it's so good to hear your voice, but I don't have much time. Are you okay? Oh, well, you know, Sir Dashing said. As good as can be expected. You caught me during one of my 3-hour sleep breaks. I was just about to rest. What about you? Please tell me you're well. DJ frowned. The Demon King is only giving you a few hours of sleep each night. Yes, and 1 meal a day, as long as I meet my performance goals, Sir Dashing said. His demon underlings don't require rest like I do. They work constantly, although I have heard them grumble from time to time. The Demon King has been pushing us especially hard lately, with the launch and all. All work, very little reward, makes these demons restless. DJ's head was already starting to hurt from the spell. He had to get to the point. Dad, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. How much time do we have before Omarts start popping up? Oh, DJ, Sir Dashing said despairingly. It's days away, perhaps a week at most. I've tried to stall his operations the best I can, but there's only so much I can do. He's made Oko a great machine. It doesn't stop. It just eats, and I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to stop it myself. DJ had never heard Sir Dashing sound so defeated. But it didn't shock and horrify him as much as hearing that Omarts were going to start sprouting up in a matter of days. It was far too soon. There was still no chance in the 7 heavens or 100 hells that Tim would teach DJ any old magic before then. There had to be another way. There had to be. While DJ's mind spun, Sir Dashing spoke softly. My dear DJ, he said, my son, I want you to know how very proud I am of you. In every way, you've grown into a noble knight and a fine young man. I couldn't hope for a better son. I love you. Dad, don't you dare talk like that, DJ said through gritted teeth. His magic headache was screaming now. We're going to figure out a way to rescue you and seal the portal before the Omarts go up. We can do it. Just keep holding on. He swore he could hear Sir Dashing smile. I will. The great Sir Dashing won't go down without a fight. I look forward to your gallant rescue, Sir Knight. I love you. Love you too, Dad. DJ's voice shook as he said it. I'll see you soon. He pulled his fingers out of his ears and gasped. He tried to control his breathing so he wouldn't throw up all over the tile, but his head screeched with pain. As he clamped his temples between his palms, he reviewed what he learned. Sir Dashing was still alive, thank the goddess. But he sounded positively exhausted. Apparently, so do a lot of the demons in the Darkworld. The Demon King O must be a demanding boss. And last, but certainly not least, DJ and the gang had less than a week before Omar's would go up and the destruction of the territory would begin. Less than a week. Now every hour mattered. 18. As soon as DJ stopped feeling nauseous, he rushed to his friend's rooms and held an emergency meeting. Steve was sorely disappointed to put his book away, but when DJ said he was able to magically contact Sir Dashing, that made Steve forget his book completely. It even got Riley to look at him for a few moments. The rest of the time, she just scowled and looked away.
"I'm glad he's well,"
Francis said with a heavy sigh. "He sounds like he's in bad shape, though," DJ said. "We have days until the Omarts show up and the destruction of begins, so we need to figure out how to get that portal closed now."
"I shall go to the monastery again," Steve yipped. "I shall pray that Tim's heart will be softened."
DJ suppressed a rising sense of annoyance. "Steve, I think we need something else here." "You need his book," Riley said. Her arms were folded and she leaned against the doorframe. "That book you say he's studying from all the time, that's what you need. It's obvious." DJ was still mad at her, so he didn't want to acknowledge that she was right. Francis did it for him.
"I believe Miss Riley is correct," the orc said. "Young knight, is there any way you can retrieve it from him?"
"He's really protective of it." DJ scratched his neck. "But maybe I could figure out a distraction so I could sneak into his office and grab it." Steve perked up.
"Stealing is a crime against the goddess."
"Stephen,"
Francis said delicately,
"I'm sure the goddess will forgive us for one little theft, if it means preserving her territory against the god of destruction. Wouldn't you agree?"
Steve screwed up his face and thought. DJ was sure that reading a naughty book was also a crime against the goddess in some small way, but he wasn't about to say it. "Okay," DJ said. "I know when Tim gets into his office each morning, and his secretary Betty is really cool. She'll probably be willing to help us get it. Maybe I can convince her to distract Tim while I go raid his office."
"That could work,"
Francis said. Steve hummed his disapproval, but didn't protest further than that. "Once I get it," DJ continued, "I'll meet you guys back here, then we'll use the amulet of fast travel to get to the Eldar forest and close the portal. Sound good?" Everyone gave their approval. Steve's came reluctantly. "Do we have all the supplies we need to leave at a moment's notice?" DJ said. Francis nodded.
"All of our essentials have been replenished, along with a few other things."
"Good," DJ said. "Tomorrow morning, we grab the Libafel and blow this joint. For now, let's try to get some sleep." But as usual, DJ didn't sleep. And it had nothing to do with the fact that Steve snored like a diabetic pig. DJ lay awake in his bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking that every passing minute was a minute closer to the Demon King's takeover of His body pleaded for rest, and he felt on the cusp of slumber so many times, but his fears and the dark claw around his heart would snatch him back to fretful wakefulness. Finally, he couldn't stand it. He needed some air. He threw the covers off and tiptoed out of the room, careful not to wake Steve. DJ didn't stop moving until he left the bed and breakfast and went to the bridge between Pillar 4 and Pillar 5. Surprisingly, Francis was there too. Francis stood with his hands on the railing, staring out across the dark cavern, watching the fireflies dance in the dark. When he heard DJ approach, he turned and gave a little smile.
"Having trouble sleeping too?"
"Yeah," DJ said. "Ever since the Darkworld, honestly."
"We've all noticed,"
Francis said.
"You're weary. Not just in your body, but in your mind. I'm sorry, young knight. Is there anything I can do?
No, DJ said. Everything has been hard these last few weeks. His tone turned sour. Getting dumped was just the icing on the cake.
I understand you're hurting, Sir DJ,
Francis said in a measured tone.
But don't let temporary pain sully your relationship with Miss Riley. She loves you, dearly. She's spoken to me about how much it pained her to say what she said.
DJ scoffed. There's no way she's hurting as much as I am right now.
I understand what you're feeling.
A knot formed in DJ's chest, and he glared at Francis. No, you don't. Orcs mate for life. Gasha is the only person you've ever loved, and she loves you back. You don't know what heartbreak feels like. Francis's face turned stony.
Do you believe my heart was unbroken the day I was banished from my clan? When my own father sent me away from everyone I had ever known? When I was separated forever from the she-orc I love?
Instantly, DJ's insides shriveled. You're right. I'm sorry. A pause. But you have a chance to go back. They're bound to let you back after all of this. Francis shook his head softly.
I don't know, young knight. You know very little of the stubbornness of orcs. After our run-in with Sir Percival Buttons, my heart has been unsettled. I could very well share his fate. The Iron Hands clan will never forget my folly from that day. Many died under my command. Wives became widows, children became orphans. So it is very possible that they may never let me know my son.
DJ's chest swelled with hurt. He tried to scrape up whatever words of comfort he could muster. Well, if they don't, you'll always have us. Me, you, Riley, Steve. The four of us are kind of our own clan. We've seen a lot together. You'll always have a place with us. Francis slid him a little smirk that made DJ feel very much like a little brother.
Thank you, young knight. I know.
He reached out and tousled DJ's hair. DJ took the elevator to the 333rd floor as soon as he could. He knew that Betty arrived at the office before Tim every morning, so that would be his opportunity for Phase 1. He paced up and down the street, hovering around Tim's office, hoping to the goddess that he would see Betty before that grumpy old elf. The goddess answered. It was around the time that DJ was making his 87th pass of the office door that he saw Betty's plump frame hustling toward the office. DJ raced toward her at full speed and slid to a halt in front of her. The woman was shuffling through a set of keys, and DJ's sudden appearance made her shriek. She had to readjust her horn-rimmed glasses and smooth her hair. DJ, she said. What's the matter with you? Don't scare me like that. Why are you here? Your next lesson isn't until The Demon King O is going to start putting his Omars all over the territory in a matter of days, DJ said seriously. I know Tim isn't going to do anything about it, so I need your help stealing the lib off fell from him. Betty turned slack-jawed as she tried to keep up with the words pouring from DJ's mouth. She coughed and shook her head as her lips flapped. I'm not sure that's a great idea, DJ. How did you even find this out? It's a long story, DJ said seriously. But you, right now, right here, are the best chance we have to save the territory and keep the Demon King O from turning everything into a living 100 hells. I am begging you. She looked at him hard and bit her tongue. Then she said, I don't even know where he keeps it. I'll find it, DJ said. I just need you to distract him for a while, far away from here. While you do, I'll go into his office and look for it. Betty looked at her high heels, then the ceiling, paused, and then nodded. As soon as he arrives, I'll tell him there's an emergency meeting with the Mages Guild, and I'll take him there. Their office is down near the floor level of Pillar 1, so it should give you nearly an hour while we walk there and back." She took a key off her ring. "Here's the spare key to his office. Keep a lookout from that perfume store. When you see us leave, count to 50 and come in." DJ took the key. "You're my hero. Thanks, Betty." She shooed him away, and DJ sped into the perfume store across the street. A little bell jingled as he pushed open the door. He was assaulted by 100 fragrances at once. His eyes watered, and he coughed before he pulled his collar up to his nose. The walls and floors were painted a sugary pink, and that made the one employee stand out like a fly on a pastry. The employee was a dwarf girl wearing a black tunic, black fingerless gloves, black leather pants, and black boots, all topped off with black fingernail polish and a tight, spiky necklace around her throat. She hardly looked up from her magazine as DJ entered.
"Sup? Welcome to Sally's Scents. Let me know if you need anything."
"Thanks," DJ said a little too brightly. Just browsing." DJ tried to look like a natural customer as he browsed the shelves and displays, but he kept throwing glances out the display window, looking for that withered old coot to approach his office doors. Minutes passed. The darkly dressed employee didn't make a fuss, and DJ covered nearly every square foot of store except for the counter. At last, Tim's unnaturally quick shuffle came down the street, and he entered the office doors. This was it. DJ pushed down a gulp in his dry throat. He picked up a cologne called Sexy Ranger Dramatically Pushing Castle Doors Open After Returning from Battle, spritzed it on his wrist, and gave it a whiff. His lower lip tightened. Not bad, he thought. Riley might like this. At the thought of her, his mood turned dark, and he put the cologne back.
"Are you gonna buy anything?"
the employee finally called from the counter. DJ looked from her to the window twice. To be honest, probably not."
"Listen, I don't care. I'm paid by the hour,"
the employee said. She snatched up a leaf of parchment.
"But could you at least take a flyer? My band is playing the Cesspool tomorrow night. We're called Skull Cleaver. If you like old grunge bardstep like Forgotten Maiden and the Gelatinous Cubes, you'll love us. The show is going to be insane."
Finally, DJ saw them. Betty marched out of the office with Tim in tow, the old mage looking even more pouty than usual.
Sure, yeah, sounds cool,"
DJ said. He barely took his eyes off the display window as he took the flyer. 1, 2, 3, 4.
"You might want to stay out of the pit, though,"
the employee said.
"You look kind of small. You're a mage, aren't you?"
She chuckled.
"Don't worry, I don't judge."
Yeah. DJ was barely listening. 48, 49, 50.
"Okay, cool. Thanks. Gotta go. Good luck with your show."
DJ sped out of the perfume store. He weaved through a couple of passing townspeople before he shoved the key into the office's lock and slipped inside. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The familiar rhythmic clicking stabbed his ears every second. Thankfully, they would be a thing of the past soon. He sprinted down the hall, passing Betty's desk where a fresh card tower was in the works. He reached Tim's office door, shoved the key in, and entered. It smelled musty. The bed wasn't made. A half-eaten pastry was on the dresser. DJ wondered how often Tim cleaned in here, if at all. DJ went to work scanning the numerous stacks of books that nearly reached the ceiling. There wasn't anything that looked remotely close to that ink-black leather cover of the Lib Afel. Silently, he cursed himself for not learning the Reveal Secrets spell like Steve did weeks ago. Nervous sweat started to coat his chest and face as he went through drawers and cupboards. He found all sorts of trinkets and baubles that probably had magical significance, but he wasn't about to experiment with any of them.
Come on,
he muttered to himself. He stood up straight and put his hands on his hips. If I was Tim, If I thought I was really smart but wasn't as smart as I thought I was, where would I put this book? One more scan of the endless book stacks. Then DJ's eyes fell on Tim's mattress. He frowned. If it's that obvious, I'm gonna... He lifted up the foot of the mattress and expelled a frustrated sigh. There it was, resting above the webbed rope that held Tim's mattress up. The midnight black leather book rested among a few naughty leaflets with some scantily clad maidens on the covers. DJ picked up the Libafel and immediately felt its energy. This wasn't an ordinary book. There was something ancient about it. As he turned it around in his hands, he felt a low ethereal hum deep inside him. Like it was connecting with his soul, if that were even possible. Wow, DJ whispered. Okay, now back to the B&B. He didn't make it 2 steps. Slam! The office door flew open. Tim stood in the doorway. When he saw DJ had infiltrated his space, his eyes narrowed, his pointy ears turned scarlet, and his little shoulders stiffened. DJ noticed Betty several paces behind, jaw clamped with worry, fiddling with her fingers. She shook her head and shrugged in a silent apology.
So that's why she was in such a hurry.
Tim glowered at DJ before he looked over his shoulder and pointed at Betty.
You're fired. And you,
he turned his attention back to DJ,
are going to give me that book now.
Screw you, Tim, DJ said, holding the Libafel closer to his body. If you're not going to save the territory, I will.
I will not ask again,
Tim said through his teeth. He extended his hand.
Old magic is beyond you, boy, and there is nowhere for you to run. I'm blocking your only exit, and my powers overshadow yours by miles. Hand me the book, or suffer excruciating consequences.
DJ's heart was in his throat. His face scrunched in anger. Tim was right. He was blocking the only exit. Only that wasn't true. Tim was blocking the only physical exit. But DJ's most effective way out was a very expensive amulet dangling around his neck. Up yours, old man. DJ gave him the finger. I've got a world to save. DJ commanded the amulet of Fastravel to take him back to the bed and breakfast. In an instant, DJ was moving through space. He watched Tim fade into oblivion, and his world turn black. DJ couldn't breathe or move, then he popped back into existence. He was in the room he and Steve shared. Steve was standing in the room's very limited open space, swinging his frying pan like a sword, preparing for some battle that may come to pass. He almost clocked DJ across the face when he suddenly appeared. DJ flinched from the blow. Geez, Steve! Steve yelped and staggered back.
Forgive me, Sir DJ!
He craned his neck toward the door.
Sir DJ's back, everyone!
Riley and Francis rushed into the room. Francis's eyebrows furrowed.
I thought the plan was to run back here, then use the amulet together to warp back to the forest.
It was the plan, DJ said through a scowl. Tim caught me. This was the only way I could escape his office. Thankfully, he doesn't know where we're staying, so that gives us some time, but I'm sure he'll be looking for us. DJ set the Libafel on his bed. I think we should give this a quick look to see if this has any answers. Everyone held their breath and huddled around. DJ prickled with anticipation. This book, this ancient, powerful, legendary book, held the secrets of old magic. He shuddered to think what he would discover as he opened its pages. A fistful of fear clung to him, remembering Tim's words about old magic's power, mystery, and danger. But he had to do something. Time was slipping by. So DJ held his breath, grabbed the cover, and opened it. He didn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't this. The book had no words, not in common speak or old speak. The whole book was just a collection of dots and circles. DJ flipped page after page. More dots. More circles. No words. Nothing more, nothing less. What in the 100 hells? DJ thought out loud.
Language!
Steve admonished. It's just a bunch of dots and circles, Riley cried. Yeah, DJ said. Did I get the wrong book? No. He demanded I give this one back to him. But what the heck is this? There's nothing in here. A thought struck him. Unless I'm too magically weak to read it or something, then we're really out of luck. A choking hush fell upon the group. Francis folded his arms in thought. Riley swallowed worriedly. Steve, however, jabbed his finger in the air like he had a great idea.
We must take what we have to the goddess,
Steve shouted. Francis frowned thoughtfully.
Steve, what do you mean?
The goddess used old magic to create the territory,
he said.
So we must take the book to where her presence is the strongest, one of her temples. There the book's secrets may be revealed.
Do you really think it would work like that? Riley sounded more awed than doubtful. Steve nodded vigorously.
The feelings in my heart bear it to be true.
Steve, Riley began. That's a nice thought, but how in the 100 how are we going to get to one of the temples of the goddess right now? Tim is for sure tracking us down, and we can't use the amulet of fast travel for a whole nother day.
The closest temple is the Temple of the Brassiere, Francis said seriously, which we're all too familiar with. But unless we have a very lucky and very fast mode of transportation, it would take us weeks to get there.
The gears in DJ's mind were whirring. He used every connection in his brain that he could scrape up, and he landed on one option. He didn't like it. It was crazy and stupid, and the likelihood of cooperation would be very small. But there was nothing else right now. They had to try. I think I know of one, DJ said as he stood up. It's a long shot, but it's probably our best chance right now. Steve, I'm going to need your rune chalk again. As soon as DJ had Dr. Snipe's rune chalk in hand, he bolted for the bed and breakfast washroom. Around the hall he went, speeding around corners. Finally, he reached the door and tried to throw it open, but it was locked. He pressed his ear against it. He could faintly hear a man humming to himself as he was using the bath. DJ groaned with frustration. Hey! DJ shouted as he pounded on the door. Hate to be rude, but this is an emergency! Whoever was in the washroom either didn't hear him or was willfully ignoring him. DJ kept pounding on the door. Hey! The fate of the territory's at stake! Let me in! Francis came hulking around the corner like a big green monolith. When he reached the washroom door, he picked up DJ by the shoulders, set him aside, turned around, and gave the door a brutal donkey kick. The door crashed open. There was the sound of sloshing bathwater and a terrified cry from inside. Then Francis entered. Everything happened out of sight, but DJ heard it all.
Seven heavens!
The stranger cried.
What is the meaning of? Help! Help! Ah!
The stranger flew through the door, stark naked, and slammed against the wall, making a loud, wet clap as his body hit stone. A towel soon followed that fell over his private bits. The stranger frantically girt himself and darted away. Francis emerged from the washroom and motioned inside as if to tell DJ, "After you." "Thanks, Francis." DJ slipped inside. Francis picked up the remains of the door and pushed it into its frame. One circular rune and 2 wet fingers later, DJ was in the middle of another long voice spell. But this time, the receiver wasn't his father. "Grythur," DJ said. "Grythur, it's DJ. I need to talk to you." No response. DJ could feel the magic leaving him, so he knew the spell was working. Grythur was just ignoring him. "Listen, I know you can hear me," DJ continued through gritted teeth. "I found out that the Demon King is going to launch his campaign in just a few days. If we're going to save the territory, me and my friends need to get to the Temple of the Brassiere. Fly us there. It'll be like the ancient dragon riders, back when humans and dragons were friendlier." More silence. Grythur, listen to me. This goes beyond whatever beef you and I have. If we don't get to the temple soon, the territory will be destroyed and people will be enslaved. Maybe even you. DJ's head was starting to throb, but Grythur still didn't answer. Who knew a dragon could be so stubborn? DJ grasped at the last straw in his mind. If you take us there, he said, and took a deep breath, I'll let you duel me again. After this is all over, just you and me. You'll get that revenge you've been craving for all these years. After a pause, Grythur finally answered with the tiniest, growliest voice in DJ's mind.
You swear it?
DJ nearly collapsed from relief, but his voice didn't show it. I swear it, but we need to go now. Another pause from Grythur. Then the dragon said,
Meet me at the training grounds.
19. DJ and the others packed up their things in a flash. He thanked the goddess that everyone had made enough money to replenish their stolen things. Adventure packs, weapons, rations, just about everything they would need to get by for a few days. Francis didn't get a new pack, though. He stuck with the cat backpack he got from the Waffle Wizard.
I protected a concert goer at the cesspool one night who turned out to be an alchemist's apprentice, Francis explained. They offered to enchant my pack as a thank you. Now it can hold hundreds of pounds and feels bottomless, but it's still light as a feather on my back.
DJ scratched his head at the time and asked, So you don't mind walking around with a cute little cat backpack? It's kind of funny on your big body. Francis shrugged.
Function over fashion, young knight.
Among all their replenished goods, there were still no mage robes for DJ. Whatever magic he practiced would have to come from his own reserve until he got some new ones. Riley scowled at the coins in her pocket, though. Nowhere close to what I need for the store, she mumbled. DJ nearly offered some words of encouragement out of reflex, but his injured feelings stopped him. All of them were speeding out of the bed and breakfast within minutes. One of the owners was in the kitchen fixing dinner. She looked over her little dwarven shoulder as the four of them fled. All of them blurted out their thanks as they escaped. Steve, of course, quickly pronounced a blessing upon their house, then slammed the door behind him. The gang sprinted down the bridge that connected pillars 4 and 5, into an elevator, up to the 366th floor. DJ's throat felt dry. No one spoke. That is, until Riley pointed out something obvious. It's going to be cold if we're riding a dragon through the spine, she said. And there's no way Steve and DJ will be able to cast resist cold on us. Here, I got more cinnamon fire drops days ago, just in case. She fished into her pack and procured a small box of those torturous little candies. DJ shuddered as he remembered the lava-hot sensation. Riley handed one to Steve and DJ, and when she dropped one into DJ's hand, her fingers nearly touched his. DJ's heart leapt, and he hated that it did. Both he and Riley avoided eye contact. On 3, DJ said. 1, 2, 3. Riley, Steve, and DJ all popped the candy. As usual, it was excruciating for a few seconds, but then their bodies filmed with warmth. DJ and Riley both coughed and sputtered and groaned. Steve, however, lulled the candy drop from cheek to cheek, letting out a large sniffle as a single teardrop ran down his cheek.
I'm starting to like them,
the priest proclaimed. Good for you, DJ coughed. Now, let's hope that Tim isn't waiting for us and we won't have to fight him.
He's the Grand Mage,
Steve said.
We would probably lose anyway.
DJ frowned. Thanks, Steve. The 366th floor. The elevator doors whooshed open. Everyone sped out, DJ in the lead, heading for the training ground doors. There it is, he said. Grythur will be waiting for us. DJ put both of his hands on the doors and thrust them open. Grythur was there, all right, But the great red dragon was pressed to the ground, wings tucked in, snarling through a clamped jaw. It was like invisible ropes had bound him completely. And who was there with him? None other than Tim the Grand Mage. The angry little elf's flabby cheeks were crimson with anger, and he stood facing the training ground doors with his hands behind his back, waiting for his prey to arrive. DJ and the gang slid to a halt. DJ planted his feet, fingers splayed, ready to cast magic. But he didn't get the chance. Tim flicked his hands, babbled something in mage tongue, and DJ felt himself constricted by the same invisible ropes. His arms snapped by his sides, and he toppled to the stone. So did everyone else in his party. DJ, Grythur, and the others struggled against the invisible restraints, but they were too strong. The bindings even made it hard to breathe.
Think of what you're doing, Tim, DJ cried. People could die because of you.
People die each day,
Tim said as he stalked toward DJ.
And more people could die if you try to practice old magic in your pathetic state. You're weak, headstrong, reckless. You lack the discipline to properly conduct it.
Then you do it, DJ shouted. You can close the portal. We can take you there.
You fool,
Tim spat.
Don't you understand? Even I am too weak to practice old magic. Me, the Grand Mage of Ar. I tried it only once, and it had disastrous consequences.
A pause.
Years ago, I asked a girl I fancied on a date, but she said no because she preferred taller boys.
He scoffed.
Imagine, as gifted of a mage as I am, what mattered to her was a boy's height. Well, I knew just what to do. I was already intrigued by old magic, and with access to the Libar Fell, I attempted to use a spell that would make me 6 inches taller. Now look at me!
He motioned to himself.
Even as brilliant and gifted as I was, I made myself 6 inches shorter. Now I'm a shrimp, a half-pint, a footstool of an elf. And you would attempt to use that same power to close a portal to the Darkworld.
He roared those last words.
You must not. I cannot let you. That,
he glared at DJ,
is why you must return the book to me.
Everyone stopped struggling as they processed Tim's words. No one spoke or moved, no one except DJ. Tim's words boiled a pot in DJ's chest that now overflowed and wouldn't be stopped. He writhed against his invisible restraints as he screamed,
Are you kidding me?
DJ railed.
You refuse to use old magic because you tried it once to impress a girl and made yourself short, and now you won't use it even to save the territory? You selfish old bastard! I can't believe I ever looked up to you. Language!
Steve yipped. Everyone shushed him.
Sticks and stones, foolish knight,
Tim said coldly.
I'll be taking that book back now.
He bent down, reaching for the Libar Fell tucked into DJ's pack. Slam! The doors to the training grounds flew open. Everyone's heads swiveled to see who was intruding. Betty. She stood in the training ground doorway, shoulders square, fists clenched. Her eyes were searing sharp behind her horn-rimmed glasses. She was still dressed in the same blouse, skirt, and high heels that DJ had seen her in that morning.
No severance pay?
Betty shouted.
After I babysat you for years, you must be out of your mind.
You stay out of this, woman!
Tim snapped at her as he pointed.
Oh, I'm in this. I'm in this deep,
Betty shouted as she stormed forward.
You're not the only gifted mage here, Tim, so tread lightly. DJ and his friends are out here trying to save the territory, And if you're going to stand in their way, you better believe I'm going to do something about it. Let them go, and then write me my check. Tim squinted.
Or else what?
Or you know what.
Tense, deafening silence. DJ's eyes volleyed between Tim and Betty. With a throaty chuckle, Tim said,
So, today's the day.
Betty kicked off her high heels.
You're gonna see why they've made me president of the guild for 10 years running. You might have the title, but your bitterness has made you sloppy. Just say uncle when you've had enough.
She stuck her feet out in a power stance, bent her knees, and flicked her arms out, fingers splayed. DJ knew that stance all too well. He made those same movements whenever he was about to battle, with his magic, because he was a mage. Oh, no way, he thought with wide eyes.
This is your last chance, Tim, Betty warned, or you're going to get the whooping you've deserved for years.
Tim's eyes were slits, but he smiled and gave a faint little nod. Then he snapped. His mage tongue was so fast and his movements were so cobra-like, DJ blinked and nearly missed them. A bolt of lightning blasted from his fingertip. Shock thread. Across the room, Betty flicked her hand while shouting mage tongue of her own. The bolt deflected and crashed into a wall, sending rubble and soot raining onto the floor as the training grounds trembled. Betty's next two movements were equally fast, two identical spells in rapid succession. DJ felt the invisible restraints evaporate, and his friends started moving too. Hundreds of yards away, Grythur stood and gave a mighty stretch. They were free.
Go!
Betty shouted.
Save the territory! Terraconfricalic!
Her mage tongue was fast and her movements swift, reciting a spell DJ didn't recognize. A crack in the training ground floor shot toward Tim, then formed a circle around him. The ground underneath him snapped and sagged, ready to collapse. Before Tim could fall through the floor, he shouted and swung his arms. Two jets of fire blasted from his palms, propelling him upward. As he hurtled through the air, his mage robes flapped and furled. He spun and twisted, shouting more mage tongue as he reached the pinnacle of his arc. 3 more shock thread bolts hurtled toward Betty, who parried them away like she did the first. More explosions, more trembling, more dust. She had time to cast one last spell before Tim hit the ground. She created a slick of ice right below Tim's landing area, so although he magically conjured a soft landing, he slipped backward and fell onto his rear when he touched the ground. Betty howled with laughter. DJ didn't even realize he was gawking. Why wouldn't he? He had never seen 2 master mages duel before. Riley punched him in the arm.
Come on, DJ!
DJ came back to his senses and joined everyone as they sprinted toward Grythur. The great red dragon glared at DJ and the others, but stooped down to receive them nonetheless. Grythur's glower vanished into surprise as he noticed something over DJ's shoulder. DJ flipped around just in time to see Tim hurtling toward him. DJ raised his arms to brace for impact, and Tim slammed into him, tumbling across the stone floor in a brutal tackle. When they came to a stop, Tim's hands fumbled over DJ to get into his adventure pack. DJ flipped over and swung his fist, connecting with the side of Tim's wrinkly cheek. Normally, DJ would feel terrible about punching an old man, but this time he only wished he could do more. Tim flipped off of DJ, rolled, groaned, and sat up. The old mage spat blood and revealed rows of blood-stained teeth. Then he lifted his trembling frame to his feet.
Now you've done it, boy,
he seethed.
I'm going to make your insides your outsides.
Tim lifted his arms. DJ braced for whatever horror was in store. Then Tim froze. DJ held his breath, waiting for the strike to come, but it didn't happen. Instead, Tim's body turned as if a great hand was twisting him on his axis. He twisted away from DJ and toward Betty. She was standing 50 yards away, hand outstretched, her glasses broken and her blouse collar torn. Her teeth were born into a grimace, and she glared at Tim with white-hot disdain. She had cast some kind of spell that paralyzed him, and she had turned him around to face her.
"No, you will not," she said. "If you harm that boy or any of his friends, I'll tear your skin from your bones. If you want to get to them, get rid of me first."
She gave Tim the faculty of his limbs again. He staggered. DJ thought he saw a glimmer of fear pass over Tim's eyes, but if it was ever there, it was gone after a moment's fraction. He brushed the dust from his robes, straightened his pointy hat, and even had the audacity to smile.
He said. "I suppose that's just going to have to—"
Tim cut himself off with another blast of shock thread. Betty planted her feet to receive it, but she didn't deflect it like she had the previous blows. Instead, she held out her hands to catch it. She muttered a long incantation as she stood there, palms open, gathering the blow into a round, sparking mass. Tim's eyes turned wide. Steve pointed.
"She is using counterblast! Very advanced! Very difficult!"
Tim's nose scrunched and he grimaced. He jolted and jerked in tiny movements, as if unsure of whether to prepare another attack or block something that was to come. He began to swing his arms to cast a new spell, but Betty put her shoulder down and bent her knees. She launched the charged shock thread spell back at Tim. Tim tried a simple deflect like Betty had done so many times, but it was too slow. The shock thread ricocheted to the ceiling, raining down bits of stone and dust, but the force knocked him backward and splayed him across the floor. The old elf groaned and struggled as he lay prone. Betty's hands were on her knees, and she panted loudly. DJ was sure she had a huge magic headache by now. She shouted,
"Go! Now's your chance!"
Everyone spun on their heels and dashed toward Grythur. The red dragon pressed himself against the floor, and everyone climbed aboard. As DJ straddled Grythur's shoulders, he realized something terrible.
"Oh, goddess, how do we hold on?"
"Dig your hands into my scales," Grythur said. "It should provide grip for your puny human hands."
DJ did as he was told. Just as Grythur said, DJ found that he could slip his hands and forearms into the dragon's scales and find purchase. It was surprisingly grippy, too. The scales came halfway up DJ's forearms, so they felt very secure.
"It would be better if we had saddles,"
Riley called from the back. The disdain in Grythur's voice was unmistakable.
"I'll be a dead dragon before I allow the son of the golden-haired demon to saddle me."
With a great flap of his wings, Grythur was off the ground. DJ looked over his shoulder. Riley was right behind him, hands buried into Grythur's scales, feet planted on whatever ridges she could find. Francis was also holding tight. Steve, however, was less than successful. As the red dragon took to the air, the priest lost his grip and tumbled off his back. His pots and pans clanged as he cried out in fear. DJ watched him slip away, falling through the air.
"Steve!"
DJ cried. Snap! One of Grythur's back haunches shot out and snatched Steve out of the sky. Claws like claymores wrapped around him tightly, but not too tight.
"Oh!"
Steve cried out in relief.
"Thank you, big scary dragon!"
Grythur grunted. DJ realized, though, that the dragon wasn't gaining altitude. They hadn't even passed through the hole in the mountain. DJ almost said something, until he looked down and saw Tim. The old coot had recovered and was standing on his feet, arms outstretched, muttering some long phrase in mage tongue.
"He's trying to pull us down!"
DJ cried. He wanted to shout, "Do something!" but everyone was holding on to the dragon for dear life. And Steve was completely wrapped in Grythur's claw, so he couldn't move his arms to cast spells. But Betty, exhausted of magic but not of ideas, rose to the occasion. She called upon her faculties to launch the most cunning, resourceful, and strategic assault to snatch victory from the clutches of ruin. She picked up a rock and hucked it. Bonk! The rock struck Tim's head, and he fell unconscious. Grythur was released. He flew out of the gaping mountainside. The frigid air of the spine enveloped them. With each flap of dragon wings, the gang rose higher and higher into the sky. DJ turned over his shoulder and with all the strength of his lungs called,
"Thank you, Betty!"
In the faint distance, he swore he saw Betty give an exhausted thumbs up. 20. In less than an hour, Grythur was descending to the mountaintop of the Temple of the Brassiere. DJ got chills as he saw it, and not because they had been soaring through the freezing air for over an hour. Just the sight of the temple brought back strong memories. His battle with the harpygriff, his brief death, his visit to some in-between place, and his commune with the goddess. Grythur flapped and flapped, kicking up snow, until his claws touched down on the powdery mountain top. He elegantly released Steve from his grasp, and Steve rolled onto the powder before popping up and brushing himself off. Everyone slid off Grythur's back, grateful that the uncomfortable ride was finally over. "You might have helped us save the territory today, Grythur," DJ said. Grythur bent down so his great dragon eyes were level with DJ's. DJ could nearly count every scale on the red dragon's face. He tried not to show his fear, but gulped.
"Do not forget your oath, puny knight,"
Grythur said with a growl. DJ nodded. "When this is all over, you'll have your duel." Grythur nodded and snorted, satisfied with DJ's response. He said,
"Farewell,"
then took to the sky. Snow blew in great clouds as he ascended. DJ wondered if he was trying to knock everyone down, but they stayed vertical, and Grythur disappeared into the sky. Riley sounded somewhere between angry and worried. "Did you say something about a duel?" DJ nodded but didn't look at her. "It's the only thing I could think of to convince him." Riley opened her mouth to respond, but she didn't get the chance. A familiar voice piped up from the near distance.
"My goodness, sounds like you'll need some healing items then."
It was the Waffle Wizard. His cart was perched near the retracting bridge, just like last time. He wore no winter clothing, just his typical wizard robe and hat, hands laced together on the counter, a big grin slapped across his silly face. He pointed at Francis when he noticed the enchanted cat backpack.
"Ha! You still have it! How silly you look! You must be very embarrassed."
Francis smirked.
"It's good to see you, our traveling friend."
"And it's good to see you, assuming you have gold for more waffles."
Steve pulled 20 gold from his pack.
"2, please."
"Coming right up."
As the wizard's deft hands served up fully loaded waffles, everyone approached the cart. DJ said, "You have a habit of showing up whenever you're needed. Are there any extra surprises we should expect in the temple?"
"You've been there before, have you not?"
the Waffle Wizard said. "I mean, yeah."
"Then you already know what to expect."
DJ thought about what that meant, and his skin turned pale. "You don't mean I'm going to have to fight the harpygriff again, do you?" The Waffle Wizard hummed something to the tune of "I don't know," then handed Steve his waffles. "I don't know if I could defeat it this time," DJ said. "I'm not wearing mage robes, and I don't even have any of your magic waffle bites."
"You have grown a great deal since you were here last,"
the wizard said as he reached under the counter.
"But I will always recommend preparation, not simply for the sake of my own enterprise."
He opened a small chest, revealing 3 magic waffle bites that looked remarkably like frosted donut holes. DJ's shoulders drooped. "I don't have any money to buy them. I'm sorry."
Shame."
The wizard closed the chest and tried to put it away, but fumbled it. The chest tumbled into the snow, lid open. Waffle bites rolled onto the ground. The Waffle Wizard put his hands on his hips.
"Oh, golly gee," he said. They're soiled. I can't sell them now. It's against sanitary regulations. Oh, well.
DJ smiled and narrowed his eyes. The waffle wizard just gave a dopey grin in response. DJ bent down and picked up the waffle bites, and the waffle wizard looked everywhere except DJ. The temple, the sky, the rock formations. DJ blew the snow and dust off the waffle bites, then stuffed them in his pockets.
What you will find in the temple,
the wizard looked each of them in the eyes,
is nothing you have not already seen. It is as I said before. You have been prepared for this journey. That does not mean success is guaranteed, but success is possible.
The waffle wizard's words poured a teaspoon of peace on DJ's heart. He was looking at Riley before he realized it. She gave him a half smile. DJ looked away.
Oh, look!
The wizard pointed.
More snow!
Everyone turned. Of course there was snow. The whole mountaintop was covered in snow. When they turned back to the wizard, he was gone.
Why did I fall for that?
Francis said to himself. DJ let himself marinate with the wizard's words. I've been prepared for this. But it was hard to take too much comfort when the threat of failure always felt so close, especially when the Omart launch was now only days away. DJ felt the creeping dark thoughts come back in and tried desperately to stave them off.
I suppose the next step,
Francis said as he nodded toward the temple,
is to re-enter the temple of the Brassiere and pray to the goddess that you don't have to fight that thing again.
If you do, Riley said uneasily, and you die again, the goddess will probably bring you back to life, right? DJ didn't know what to say. Characteristically, Steve waved his frying pan with enthusiasm.
The goddess did not bring you here to fail, Sir DJ. Let us enter her holy temple and reveal the secrets of the Liba Fel.
DJ gave a heavy sigh. Sure hope you're right about that. DJ caught Riley's face out of the corner of his eye. Her expression was drenched with worry, but she tried unsuccessfully to cover it up. That worry, that obvious concern, put a pang of hurt in DJ's chest. He felt like saying something to her, but he knew that if he did, he would start to get emotional and blurt out a lot of things that he had been holding inside. They reached the ornate temple doors, one step after another. A tremor of fear moved through DJ's body, reminding him of the danger that lurked behind those doors. He remembered the harpy griff's sword ripping through his chest, tearing his flesh and breaking his bones. The resurfaced feelings made him shiver. But the fear of inaction overwhelmed everything else. With that thought, he scraped up courage, pushed the great double doors open, and entered the temple. The temple of the Brassiere's interior was just as he remembered. Broken pillars, puddles, moss, a roof that opened up to a gray frozen sky. And it felt comfortably warm, but the warmth didn't keep DJ from shivering nervously. Harpy Griff? DJ called as he turned all around. Harpy Griff, are you—
Human,
a familiar, threatening voice came.
You have entered the— Oh, it's you.
There it was. As soon as DJ made a full 360, the harpy griff was standing in the middle of the temple. Head of a lion, torso and arms of a beefy human, angel wings, bottom half of an eagle, towering over 10 feet tall, and carrying an upsettingly large sword. The fact that the monster was tilting its head like a curious cat instead of stalking him like prey threw DJ off. But DJ knew there was no time to dawdle. Hey, yeah, it's been a minute, DJ said. I don't have to fight you again, do I? I'd really rather not. I'm kind of in a hurry, actually. The harpy griff scratched its chin with the edge of its sword.
I am not sure. This has never happened before.
With a gulp, DJ persuaded, let's say we just skip it. Less trouble for the both of us, right? The harpy griff thought for a second, frowned, stared at the ground. DJ held his breath. Finally, the great beast's eyes met DJ again.
No, the Harpygriff said. It is my duty to challenge every living soul that enters this sacred place.
DJ's mouth went dry.
But, the Harpygriff said, we have already had a contest to the death. So I submit we engage in a contest of other sorts.
DJ was hesitant to ask, but he did anyway. Like what?
Thump, thump, thump.
The Harpygriff stomped forward. DJ held his ground, hands flexing, ready for magic. But the Harpygriff didn't attack. With its free hand, it reached out and made a mighty fist. Its hand was the size of a boulder. The Harpygriff said,
Rock, parchment, shears.
DJ was so relieved he nearly laughed. He fought to maintain his composure. Oh, really? I don't know why, but I assumed you wouldn't know that game.
My seclusion does not make me ignorant to the outside world, the Harpygriff said coolly. I've even read books from the territory, including the recent bestseller, Green Passion, an orcish love story.
Steve's muffled voice was loud enough to reach through the stone doors. I liked it.
The plot was a bit predictable, but the story was nicely paced, the Harpygriff replied. Do you accept my challenge, noble knight?
DJ held up his fist. If I win, you let me and my friends in. If I lose, we leave. Agreed?
I find these terms acceptable.
DJ swallowed, tried to keep loose, and furrowed his brows. He kept his fist out, trying to read the Harpygriff. But how could he hope to read an ageless being that was divinely ordained to be a killing machine? Regardless, the fate of the territory rested on a children's game, and DJ was here to play it.
Are you ready, noble knight? The Harpygriff asked.
DJ clamped his jaw and nodded. In unison, their fists made downward strokes on every word. Rock, parchment, shears, go! Harpygriff held out a fist. Rock. DJ held out 2 fingers. Shears. Rock beats shears. DJ lost. His heart fell. The Harpygriff stood up straight.
A shame, noble knight, said the Harpygriff. Now you must—
Best 2 out of 3, DJ interjected. Cold sweat gathered on his brow. The Harpygriff gave it a moment's thought. DJ didn't breathe. Then the Harpygriff said,
Very well, but that is all.
It put its humongous fist back out. DJ breathed deeply in an attempt to calm his heartbeat thumping in his ears, but inside his fist, his palm was clammy with sweat. They both counted off. Rock, parchment, shears, go! DJ made his hand flat. Parchment. Harpygriff was rock again. Parchment beats rock. DJ won. His pounding heart swelled into his throat, silently celebrating. There was a chance to win. Just one more.
Well done, the Harpygriff said. Last round. Rock, parchment, shears, go.
DJ realized he closed his eyes to brace himself on go. But when he forced one eye open, he saw that the Harpygriff had chosen rock again. And DJ had chosen parchment. DJ won! Huh, DJ thought. It chose rock every time.
You are victorious, the Harpygriff said. You may stay, and your friends may enter.
DJ nearly collapsed from relief. Oh, thank the goddess! He looked over his shoulder and shouted, "Guys, come in!" Riley, Francis, and Steve tentatively entered and didn't remove their cautious gaze from the harpygriff. The harpygriff merely ogled at them curiously. Francis and Riley said nothing. After all, what do you say to an ageless being that's lived its entire life in a temple? Steve was feeling a little more social.
"Good afternoon, noble beast,"
Steve hailed the harpygriff.
"We are both in the service of the goddess above."
"That we are, steward," the harpygriff said.
DJ extracted the Libafel from his pack. He sat down cross-legged and was about to display it across his thighs, but instead held it up to the harpygriff. "Hey, do you know what this is?" The harpygriff's eyes widened, and a deep hum emanated from its massive chest.
The Libafel, the book of magic from ancient times. Curious that you've attained it as such a young mage. Very ancient power is to be found in those pages. It is usually reserved for the most experienced of magic users.
"Yeah, well," DJ grumbled. "The most advanced magic user in the territory says he won't touch old magic. It's a long story. But we need to use old magic to close a portal to the Darkworld. The Demon King O has a plan to destroy and enslave half the territory, and he's launching it in a few days." The harpygriff's muzzle scrunched, and its jaws clenched, bordering a growl. A shiver of fear slid down DJ's back. He knew the harpygriff wouldn't hurt him, but staring down the muzzle of an angry lion is unsettling no matter the context. The harpygriff said,
"That foul cretin has returned?"
DJ nodded.
The harpygriff rumbled. "A portal to the dark world tends to open every few 100 years. I should not be surprised."
A pause as the beast stood back up.
"You may very well find the answers you seek in the Libafel. You were wise to come to the goddess's temple. Her temples have long been places of inspiration and guidance for those in tune with her power."
"Told you,"
Steve yipped. DJ scratched the back of his neck. "Tim said old magic is impossible to truly understand. Even if I'm here at the temple, will the Libafel teach me how to close the portal without making everything worse?"
"You must trust that the goddess and the Libafel will give you the answers you seek,"
the harpygriff said.
"You, noble knight, are the only one to see and handle her brassiere. All others have failed. So it stands to reason that the goddess may grant your wish."
It nodded toward the book.
"Open. Read."
DJ took a steadying breath, then pulled open the Libafel. All of his friends gathered around, bunching uncomfortably close as they peered over his shoulders. DJ flipped the pages, but it was the same as when he tried to read it back at Kavdak. The whole book was just a collection of dots and circles on each page without reason or organization. Come on, DJ silently begged. Frustration and hopelessness built in DJ as his face drifted closer to the pages. But as he got closer, he noticed some of the circles and dots were vibrating. "Hold on," DJ said, half to himself and half to everyone else. He set the book on the ground and got on his hands and knees, face inches from the pages. The circles and dots vibrated more. DJ didn't blink. His mind buzzed. His hands trembled. Tiny whispers, fragments of thought or language, drifted in and out of his ears. Who was speaking? Was it him? Was it the goddess? Someone else? But no matter how much he strained or focused, it was all in fragments. A key to a rusty lock that was too weathered to unlatch. Finally, DJ fell backward and blinked hard to quench his dry eyes. He realized he hadn't breathed for several seconds. His brow was coated in sweat. He wiped it with his sleeve and shook his head. "It's there," DJ said, tone serious. "The answers are in there. I can feel it. And I'm so close, but—" He shook his head, exasperated. "It's like I'm reaching out and barely touching it with my fingertips. If I just had a little bit more of something, I could—" He made a grasping motion with his hand. Everyone deflated except the harpygriff. The great beast merely watched. "So what does that mean? We're toast?" Riley asked loudly. "We come to the goddess's temple to read the magic book, and it's still not enough?" DJ recoiled a little inwardly as she said the words. He couldn't help but partly blame himself. If only he was stronger magically, maybe he would be able to make sense of the book.
"This can't be where this ends," Francis frowned. "We've come so close. This can't be it." "It may not be," the harpygriff said.
Everyone grew still with anticipation.
"You are familiar with the artifacts of the goddess," the harpygriff said. "Each temple is named after its respective artifact. This is the Temple of the Brassiere. You originally quested for the Temple of the Amulet."
"Uh-huh," DJ said.
"It is not common knowledge," the harpygriff said. "But each artifact is imbued with a spiritual gift, an enhancement to those who wear them."
It is common knowledge,
Steve piped up.
"Yes, that's fairly well known, actually,"
Francis added. The harpygriff rolled its eyes and ignored the two.
"Anyway, the sandals of the goddess grant stability. The robe of the goddess grants vitality. The amulet of the goddess makes your toes and fingertips tingle. But the helm of the goddess expands your wisdom."
The harpygriff paused.
"Many have tried taking the artifacts from their resting places, but the artifacts cannot be removed from their respective temples without paying a terrible price. For your purposes—"
Another pause for dramatic effect.
"I would recommend taking the Libarfell to the Temple of the Helm, then wearing the helm while you attempt to read the book. It may give your mind that extra power it needs."
DJ nodded vigorously as the gears turned in his brain. Okay. Where is the Temple of the Helm?" Steve answered with a wide grin.
at the bottom of Varus Lake.
"A place we've been before," Riley shouted with joy. "We can use the amulet of fast travel to get to the city, then find our way to the temple at the bottom of the lake. It's perfect."
"Very convenient for the plot, indeed,"
Francis muttered. DJ turned to the harpygriff. "My amulet of fast travel is expended for the day. Can you warp us there like you sent us to Baragond last time?"
"Even better," the harpygriff said. "With the old magic imbued in me, I shall recharge your amulet and revitalize your bodies. You are clearly weary from your travels and the weight you carry. Let the goddess's blessing fall upon you."
As soon as it said the words, DJ felt like he had awoken from a refreshing nap. His limbs felt limber and his muscles strong. He didn't even feel hungry. Looking around, he could tell everyone else was feeling it too. A total recharge. DJ pulled the amulet from under his shirt, then looked upon his friends. "Incredible. We should get going. We don't have time to waste." Everyone gave their affirmative. DJ turned to the harpygriff. "Thank you. And thanks for not killing me again." The harpygriff bowed.
"Go and bring peace to Ur. Show the Demon King once again the wisdom of the goddess is far greater than his appetite for chaos.
DJ nodded. Everyone gathered around. He thought of Varys and commanded the amulet to take them there. The world went black. None of them could breathe. But after a few seconds, they felt solid ground beneath their feet again. The world opened up. They had left the Temple of the Brassiere, and now they were somewhere they had been before. At least, they were somewhere DJ had been before. They were standing at the end of a long mahogany table with over a dozen chairs. The room they were in was comically ornate, paintings with golden frames, tall marble statues, all speaking more to wealth than taste. DJ recognized the room immediately, and his throat tightened. He had sat at this dining table before. He had a tense conversation here before. A tense conversation with someone he hoped to never see again. And there she was, on the dining table. There were plates of food, but they had been pushed aside for another affair. Literally. Melanie, DJ's estranged mother, was on the dining table, dark hair flopped to one side, breathing heavily, straddling some black-robed figure beneath her, while she passionately kissed him. That black-robed figure was none other than Dr. Snipe, with his long hooked nose and greasy black hair. His pale complexion was scarlet with desire, and he fumbled his hands all over Melanie as if he didn't know where to put them. Melanie was the first to notice DJ and the others. She saw him through her frazzled hair and gasped. Dr. Snipe arched his neck to see what the matter was, and he turned even paler when he spotted the uninvited guests. No one spoke or breathed, nothing but a long, stiff silence. Finally, DJ croaked the words, "Holy shit." Melanie's face turned ruddy with embarrassment. She screamed, "Guards!" 21. Doors slammed open, and half a dozen guards poured into the dining room, armed with swords and spears and everything in between. DJ and the gang braced themselves for battle. Melanie and Dr. Snipe scrambled off the table and tried to look proper. They pushed themselves to the edge of the room and hid behind a single guard, while the rest of the guards surrounded the intruders. DJ, Riley, Francis, and Steve hunched down with weapons out, ready for action. But they didn't move. One of the guards said,
"You four are under arrest for trespassing and voyeurism. Do not resist or we'll use deadly force to subdue you."
"Voyeurism?"
Francis cried, clearly offended. "We didn't mean to," DJ said. "We came here by mistake. You need to let us go. The fate of the entire territory is at stake, and if you seize them," Melanie cried as she straightened her dress, "throw them into the dungeon." Guess not, DJ thought. A guard lunged at Francis. The orc batted the guard's spear away with the butt of his axe, then kicked the guard over. The guard tumbled backward, making his armor rattle across the glossy floor. The guard closest to DJ lifted her sword, ready for a strike. DJ cast shock thread toward the guard's foot. The blow missed, but the deafening bang and the force from the nearby impact threw the guard off balance. With the narrow opportunity, DJ cast Iron Flesh on himself. With no close-range weapon, Riley opted to hold her bow from one end and swing it like a big, bendy club. One guard kept back, waiting for an opening, and finally they got it. After a spirited swing, they tackled Riley to the ground and went to work tying her up. But they didn't get to finish. Steve swooped in and batted the guard's helm with his frying pan. The blow made a satisfying bong as the guard rolled over and clutched their head. Two guards had successfully wrestled Francis down and were tying him up. They had already confiscated his axe and his enchanted cat backpack. DJ dashed to his rescue, but was intercepted by a guard who threw a fistful of blue powder in his face. DJ cried out as the powder filled his eyes and burned his nose. He coughed and sputtered and tried to throw magic through blurry vision, but his magical reservoir was dammed up inside him. "This weird powder stops me from using magic," DJ despaired. He yelled, "Son of a!" before he got tackled to the ground, tied up, and his belongings stolen. DJ tried to blink the powder out of his burning, swollen eyes. He could hear Steve shout as he got hit with it too. Both he and Riley fought and pleaded to be let go, but at this point, DJ knew they were all captured. Snot dribbled down his nose, and he coughed as a guard hoisted him up.
"Melanie, you're making a huge mistake,"
DJ shouted through a parched throat as he was carried out of the room.
"If we don't make it to the Eldar forest soon, the whole territory could be destroyed. Let us go!"
No response. DJ coughed and struggled against his captor to no avail. All he could hear was the guard's armor rattling rhythmically with each step, and Riley assaulting the guards with swears and curses a few paces away. Wherever they were being taken, it was dark. Torches lined the walls. DJ stopped struggling after a while and resigned to his capture. His vision finally started to come back to normal when he was thrown into a cell. It was probably only 10 feet by 10 feet, not ideal when you're sharing that space with a 7-foot orc and 2 other humans. The guard threw DJ onto the ground, then slammed the gate and locked it. "Mr. and Mrs. Porter will decide what to do with you in a few days," the guard said airily. DJ shot to his feet and threw himself against the bars. "A few days? We don't have that kind of time. Let us go. Hey, I'm talking to you." It was no use. The guards shuffled out of the dungeon and slammed some unseen door. DJ was left in a tiny cell with his friends, with just a little light seeping through a barred window. It smelled like stale cabbage and mildew down here, and it was quiet, a haunting, hopeless kind of quiet. "Great," Riley pouted. "Just great." "Shut up, Riley," DJ said with a great sigh. He didn't care how mean it sounded. Francis gnawed the ropes free from everyone's wrists. DJ and Steve both pressed their faces against the bars and tried to blow the blue powder from their noses. It made their snot a shimmering blue that would have been funny in any other circumstance. Riley made gagging sounds as she watched them. Steve and DJ turned around and sat with their backs against the prison bars. Steve said,
"We have been captured and robbed once again."
"I know, Steve," DJ snapped.
Young knight,
Francis said forcefully.
we know you're angry and worried. We all are. But taking it out on your friends will not help our situation. Besides,
He paused.
let's not forget that you are the one wearing the amulet of fast travel, meaning you warped us right into your mother's home.
"I know," DJ said, not as sharply. I'm sorry. I have a hard time thinking about Varys without thinking of my mum. It probably confused the amulet." He looked at Steve and gave the tiniest of glances to Riley. "Sorry." "Just figure out a way out of here," Riley said with her arms folded. DJ looked all over the bars, gave them a good shake. They all felt sturdy, nothing loose. His magic reservoir was still dammed up, too. Either the powder still had an effect on him, or this cell was built with anti-magic properties. Either way, his magic was useless. He let out a long sigh. "I can't think of anything right now. Steve, can you give us another prayer to the goddess?" Steve gave a patient smile.
"My prayers have been ceaseless. Now it is our turn to await her blessing."
"So, this is a lesson in patience, then?" Steve gave a mighty shrug. DJ plopped down into a sitting position. "Fine. Guess we'll hope for a miracle, then." Hours passed, with nothing. DJ kept trying to piece together a plan, but nothing worked without magic. It made him feel totally useless. And with every passing minute, worry slithered through the cracks in DJ's mind. How much time had passed since his long voice talk with Sir Dashing? A day? Maybe more. At least 24 hours wasted in their attempt to stop the Demon King O. And the guards said Melanie and Robert might not come down to decide their fate for days. Their mission would be a failure by then. And what was worse, if they did manage to get out, Where were the Liba Fel and the amulet of fast travel? They had been confiscated with the rest of DJ's stuff. For all he knew, some guard had taken them back to a barrack without the slightest clue what they were. If DJ and his friends got out but couldn't find the book and the amulet, everything would be in vain. DJ's heart rate picked up the more he thought about it. The dark claw started to squeeze around his heart. He realized he had been grinding his teeth together. Breathing became difficult, and DJ tried to appear composed before his miserable friends. Then a faraway door opened. Its squeaky hinges reverberated along the dank walls. Everyone perked up. Was it the guards bringing them food, or something else? They all leaned to the side, trying to get a view of who was entering the dungeon. It was a little girl. She was wearing a nightdress, and her blonde hair was done up in pigtails. A teddy bear dangled from her hand. She marched up to the cell door, then bumped her hips from side to side as she folded her arms and ogled at DJ.
"Hello, big brother," she said.
"Hey, Deirdre," DJ said glumly. "You look well."
"Better than you."
Her tone was more observant than teasing.
"Looks like you caught Mum during playtime. She doesn't like that."
DJ frowned. "You seem pretty unbothered by it. Is this a regular thing?"
"All the noble houses do it,"
Deirdre said matter-of-factly.
"They only marry and have kids with other nobles, but playtime is different. They think it's a secret, but everyone knows."
Francis shuddered with disgust. Of course that's gross to him, DJ thought. Orcs mate for life. He can't stomach the idea of having a side piece. DJ asked Deirdre, "What are the chances she releases us in the next day or two?" Deirdre laughed.
"You're never getting out. She hates you, especially after tonight."
She leaned in, eyes flashing.
"I can get you out, though."
"For a price?" DJ asked with a sense of dread. Deirdre gave the tiniest smirk, but didn't say yes or no. DJ gestured to himself and all his friends. "We don't have anything. Your parents took all our stuff." Thinking quickly, DJ grabbed the prison bars and locked eyes with Deirdre. "But this is what you gain by springing us out. 1, you help us save the territory. It's a long story, but Oz just days away from total destruction, and we have a plan to stop it. 2, you get the satisfaction of springing us free from right under your parents' noses. They never let you do anything you want, so I know you'd love that." Deirdre studied every prisoner as DJ unraveled his pitch. She especially took note of the dried blue snot around DJ and Steve's noses. The entire time, she maintained a look of severe disinterest, calmly listening, giving no indication of action. At the end of DJ's pitch, she straightened up and gave an innocent little smile.
"I'll think about it," she said. "See ya."
Then she skipped toward the exit, swinging her teddy bear as she went. "Deirdre! Deirdre!" DJ said. "We need to get out of here right now! Come on!" But she was out the door. DJ and the others heard the slam reverberate through the dungeon. DJ collapsed and banged his head against the bars. After a painful moment, Riley said, "Your family seems nice." No one thought that was funny. Another agonizing wait. The minutes stretched on. With every passing minute, the dark claw around DJ's heart grew bigger. While everyone sat in silence, twiddling their thumbs or staring at the floor, DJ fought a war in his chest. The despairing thoughts towered over him, trying to squash his hopes, telling him that their mission was a failure and that Sir Dashing was lost forever. DJ, feeling utterly weak and even more helpless, fought back, but he was losing. His eyes started to sting and his jaw shook, but after nearly an hour, the main door creaked open again. DJ thanked the goddess for the distraction. Everyone was sure it was a guard coming to bring them food. But no, it was Deirdre again, toting along a rolling wagon full of everyone's stuff. Everyone's packs were there, including Francis's cat pack, but all the weapons were different. When Deirdre approached the cell door, she revealed a small bottle with some orange powder inside. She stoppered it, then held it out to DJ. "Smell this," she said. She pointed at Steve. "You too." DJ leaned in and gave it a whiff. Whatever it was singed his nasal hairs. DJ winced and hacked and wheezed, waving the smell away. But once he recovered, he could feel the magic flowing freely inside him again. He could cast a spell right now if he wanted to. DJ turned his hands around, realizing that they were finally weapons once again. A cleansing exhale left his lips. Once Steve was restored and had stopped coughing, Deirdre put the magic restoration powder back in a nightgown pocket and pulled out a hairpin. She slipped it in the cell lock and expertly jostled it. The cell door was open within seconds, like she had done it hundreds of times before. With a slack jaw, Riley said, "You gotta teach me that." "I got your stuff," Deirdre said, pointing to her wagon. "The guards took some of your things, mostly your snacks, but I went to the kitchen and got you some more. And your weapons were bad, so I snuck into our armory and got you better ones." "What about the Lib Afel?" DJ said quickly. "It's a book with a black leather cover. Looks really old. There's an amulet, too, that belongs to my dad. It's special to me. Are they in there?" The description must have rung a bell to Deirdre. She opened the flap to DJ's pack, looked inside, then closed the flap and tossed him the pack. DJ immediately tore open the pack and rummaged inside. Yes, the Lib Afel was still in there, and so was the amulet of Fast Travel. He gave another silent prayer of thanks to the goddess as the pressure lifted from his chest. As everyone filed out of the cell, DJ remembered something about the weapons. "Wait," he said. "I thought your parents weren't into weapons." "They don't want me having weapons," Deirdre said bitterly. "But my dad collects fancy ones. He never uses them. He just looks at them." She rolled her eyes, then smirked evilly. "I still have the knife you gave me, though." DJ smirked. "You haven't hurt yourself with it, have you?" "No," Deirdre said. "Well, only twice." She pointed at the axe that Francis took off the wagon. "That axe is called Icewind. My dad says sometimes it freezes bad guys when you hit them with it."
"Oh my,"
Francis said as he turned it in his hands. It was a beautiful weapon. He could nearly see himself in the axe's gleaming white flat, and the handle was carved out of a wood so dark it was nearly black. If the weapon could talk, it would have snarled at you, a striking contrast from the kitty-cat backpack that now hung from his shoulders. "And this is Star Piercer," Deirdre said as she handed a bow to Riley. "It'll keep your hands still so you can shoot while running and walking." Another beautiful weapon. This one's wood wasn't as dark, but it was encrusted with golden stars up and down its length. It had a quiver to match, too, stuffed full of arrows, finely crafted from tip to feather. Riley's hands went all up and down the instrument, and her eyes flashed. "And this," Deirdre said as she pulled out a frying pan and faced Steve, "was a gift to my dad from Chef Skippy Pepperton III. Yeah, that Chef Skippy Pepperton III. Carbon fiber omelette pan, 8 inches in diameter, hand-forged in the depths of Kavdak, and enchanted so it never burns anything. Dad is gonna be so mad when he finds out this is gone. That's why I'll say you guys stole all this stuff." Steve cradled the new frying pan like it was a newborn baby. DJ even saw a tear gathered in the corner of his eye. "You didn't have a weapon," Deirdre said to DJ. "Why?" DJ said, "I'm a mage. I don't carry a weapon." She frowned at him. "You should still have a weapon. And don't just tell people you're a mage. Mages are nerds." Riley snorted a laugh. DJ scowled. "Okay, let's go," Deirdre said. She reached in her pocket and extracted a small vial of a clear liquid. It looked just like water. "Invisibility potion. Drink it, then follow me. But not too close." DJ unstopped the bottle, took a small swig, then passed it around. Unlike most potions he had drank, this one didn't taste too bad, like grape juice that was just starting to get a little too old. As he started to vanish, he said, "You guys just have a lot of fancy stuff laying around, don't you?" "We're rich." Deirdre said it like it was obvious. "All right, I can't see any of you. Let's go." She flipped her wagon around and wheeled it out of the dungeon. Everyone followed closely behind, silently bumping into each other as the little girl opened the dungeon door and slipped out. Deirdre walked with purpose. Every step communicated total confidence and ownership of the space around her. DJ was amazed at how large such a small girl could appear. And as they passed the patrolling guards, by every doorway and around every corner, every single one of them avoided eye contact with her. There wasn't any, "You should be in bed," or "Why are you up so late?" It was like the little blonde girl struck a measure of fear into each guard's heart, insomuch that they found it in their best interest to shut their traps and act like they didn't notice her. Steve, in his typical fashion, lost sight of his footing thanks to his invisibility. He bumped into DJ's shoulder before he fell forward and crashed onto Deirdre's rolling wagon. The contraption clattered and jostled from the invisible force. DJ face-palmed with his invisible hand as he heard Steve stagger back to his feet. The clattering sounds echoed through the hall. Most guards ignored it, but one didn't.
"What was that, miss?"
A guard asked Deirdre. He had a young voice. He was obviously new.
What was what?
Deirdre asked, almost as if it were a challenge.
"I heard something."
No, you didn't.
The guard frowned.
"I most certainly did."
His eyes turned to slits.
"What have you been up to tonight, miss?"
Taking a little stroll,
Deirdre said.
"In the middle of the night, with an empty wagon?"
The guard next to the talkative one turned tense. He didn't look at Deirdre or even acknowledge the conversation. He was stiff, stoic, and still. But the young guard persisted.
"I'm afraid I'm going to need an explanation from you, missy," he said. "Not getting into any trouble, are we?"
DJ and the others held their breath, watching everything unfold. Deirdre stayed composed, her chin lifted with threatening slowness. She wanted to make sure the guard knew she was sizing him up.
No,
she said.
Not nearly as much as you, Clarence. You see, I know you stole from my mother's jewelry box. I'm sure your expecting wife would be very sad to hear you were dismissed for your thievery, especially when the baby is due in a matter of weeks."
The young guard's skin turned pale and he stammered,
How do you know my... And how did... I did no such thing."
"Then why did you drop this on the floor?"
Deirdre pulled a beautiful gleaming diamond bracelet from her pocket. The thing surely cost a fortune.
"It was quite careless of you, Clarence. But don't worry, I'll put it back so you don't get in trouble. I'm sure you were thinking of your family when you did it. You're not a bad man."
Clarence the guard swallowed, stepped back, and said,
I believe we have an understanding. Thank you, miss."
"Of course,"
Deirdre said as she put the diamond bracelet around her wrist.
"Have a lovely evening, and keep up the excellent work."
DJ shuddered. Part of him was impressed, but a larger part of him was terrified. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful that Deirdre was with him and not against him. Deirdre strolled to an exit, then abandoned her wagon and went outside. Everyone followed closely behind. She skipped and hummed through the courtyard, still being ignored by fearful guards, until they reached a side gate. It wasn't far from the corner where DJ gave Deirdre his utility knife months ago. By then, the invisibility potion was wearing off, so it was perfect timing. DJ and the others slipped through the gate silently. "I don't know how to thank you," DJ said. "You've done us and the territory a huge service." Deirdre smiled a little.
"It was fun. Mom and Dad will be so mad when they wake up."
Her smile faded a little.
"Why do you need to be here to save the territory?"
"The Temple of the Helm at the bottom of the lake," DJ said. "We need to get there." Steve yelped,
"The goddess's helm will grant us inspiration!"
Everybody shushed him. Deirdre frowned and blinked twice, thinking.
"It's hard to get down there. They tried building a tunnel once, but it didn't work. Most people swim down there, but they need magic and potions to help them."
Do you have anything like that? DJ asked. Deirdre shook her head.
And I need to get back to bed before Mom and Dad wake up. Sorry. Good luck.
She pulled the diamond bracelet out of her pocket and turned to Riley.
You want this, don't you? You keep looking in my pocket.
Riley turned pink and clammed up. She fondled her new bow. Sorry, it's just my dad might lose our family bakery if we don't come up with 3,000 gold. That looks like it's worth a lot. Deirdre studied her, hesitated, then put the bracelet back in her pocket. Instead, she pulled off a delicate necklace and locket that had been hanging around her neck. She held it through the fence bars, dangling it in front of Riley.
Have this instead. It's gold, and the locket has a lot of gems. My mom says it's worth 4,000 gold. I won't miss it.
Riley's eyes turned to big, shiny saucers as she took the necklace. Her bottom lip trembled, but she coughed the tears away and forced a smile instead. Since she couldn't hug Deirdre through the fence, she grasped the little girl's hand with both of her own. Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Deirdre took her hand back and rubbed it on her dress as if it was dirty.
I'm going to go now.
She looked at DJ.
Bye, big brother.
Bye, sis. Deirdre disappeared into the courtyard. As an only child, DJ didn't realize how those words would prick his heart. He had never had a sibling before. But Deirdre really was his little sister, and she showed up when it really mattered, like family is supposed to. A cavity in DJ's chest glowed, and it pushed the corners of his mouth into a smile. Francis tapped his shoulder. We should move. DJ rose to his feet. Right. To Varys Lake. 22. The journey through Varys was swift. Thankfully, 4 travelers hustling through the city didn't appear too out of place, even during the darkest hours before sunrise. Varys was illuminated all night with glowing glass lamps placed at the edge of every city street. Many restaurants and taverns were open all night, serving drunken patrons who had spent the dark hours in uproarious revelry. A few adventurers jogging through the dark didn't draw any curiosity from passing guards. After several minutes, the gang arrived at the southern edge of Varys Lake. The dock was populated with many rowboats, sailboats, and even a couple of pleasure cruisers with built-in water slides. The cool breeze coming off the lake brushed at their faces, and the clean smell of lapping water filled their noses. They all scanned the shore looking for anything that could help them get to the bottom of the lake and the Temple of the Helm. The only sounds were the sloshing of water, the clomping of boats against the boardwalk, and the distant revelry of tavern visitors. I can't see anything, DJ said. Steve, there's gotta be a water-breathing spell in that spell book, right? With a swift move, the pack was off Steve's back, and he yanked the book of advanced spells out. He skimmed through the pages with machine-like precision until he found the right spot and jabbed a finger at it.
Behold, Steve said. Spell of water breathing, effective for 10 minutes.
His face scrunched with dissatisfaction.
But lo, the spell is only effective on the caster, and it requires 3 mermaid gills to be inserted into your...
He held the book closer to his face, then blushed.
Oh, my!
10 minutes?
Francis frowned.
Even if the spell worked on all of us, 10 minutes isn't nearly enough time to swim to the bottom of Varys Lake. It's far too vast.
So that's out then. DJ threw up his hands. Another dead end. Great. There was silence for a moment. Then Riley pointed. Maybe that guy knows something. She was pointing at a tall, skinny man who was fussing over a rowboat. The mystery man was wearing dark robes and a pointy hat, whistling to himself as he went about his business. There was an A-frame sign on the dock next to the boat that said, "Visit the underwater temple of the goddess." Francis put his hands on his hips.
You know, it seems like whenever we find ourselves in a bind, a solution pops up soon after.
It is the goddess's blessings,
Steve yipped. Everyone marched up to the man. DJ was the first to speak. "Excuse me, can you help us visit the Temple of the Helm?" The sailor perked up and flipped around. DJ thought he didn't look much like a marine traveler. Most sailors are grizzled, tough, and rugged, but this guy was built like a lamppost, tall and thin, with round, rosy cheeks.
"Yes," the sailor said excitedly. "You bet your sweet patootie I can. Welcome to—" Whoop!
The sailor lost his footing and splashed into the lake. Everyone watched with second-hand embarrassment, except for Riley, who bit her lip to hold back a laugh. The sailor resurfaced, with his pointy hat flopped over his face. As DJ studied him more, he realized that the sailor's robes were actually mage robes, and the pointy hat was made of nearly identical fabric. Looks like this one was a seafarer and a magic user. The mage sailor blindly shot his hand up for a handshake. The motion threw flecks of cold lake water on everyone.
"Winston of Varys, at your service,"
he said. Francis trudged forward, bent down, grasped Winston's hand, and pulled him right out of the water. At this, Winston whooped and said,
"My, you're strong."
DJ sighed. What a dork. It's guys like these that make mages look lame. As soon as Winston's feet touched the dock, he pulled off his hat and wrung it like a towel. That revealed 3 long hairs on his mostly bald head. With a sloppy clap, he shoved his hat back onto his head. A few words of mage tongue and a swift movement later, and all of the water evaporated from his clothes. Bone dry, like he never slipped into the water.
"Ah, much better,"
Winston said as he smoothed out his mage robes.
"Yes, what better guide to take you to the Temple of the Helm than a goddess-worshipping mage? None other, I say. Enjoy the enchanting depths of Varys Lake on your way to worship the goddess in her mighty underwater fortress. There's no better service for a better value in all of Varys, so step right up to Winston's wet wonders. We can embark as soon as you'd like."
DJ tried not to laugh. Winston's Wet Wonders? He should really reconsider that name. Realizing it was still dark out, DJ said, "Do you, usually start business this early?"
"Well, it's as they say, the early bird gets the worm. However, some say the second mouse gets the cheese."
Winston chortled mightily. No one else laughed, except Steve.
"Yes, I can take you to the Temple of the Helm," Winston said. "The good news is that you won't have to swim a stroke, and you'll arrive dry as a dust worm."
Everyone looked at each other hopefully. Francis was the one who spoke.
"What is your price, mage?"
"Only 3,500 gold per person,"
Winston said. DJ's jaw nearly hit the ground. "Are you kidding?"
"That's outrageous,"
Francis protested. Winston held up his hands.
"I understand if the price may be a bit steep for some, but Varys requires a lot of permits for small businesses, especially for mariners. There are docking fees, rowboat insurance, proper licensing."
He counted each thing on his fingers.
"Most travelers aren't carrying that kind of wealth on their person, but I'm afraid it's as low as I can go considering my operation costs."
DJ sighed. None of them had that kind of gold. He was about to tell Winston, no thanks, and desperately search for a new solution, but Riley beat him to it. 3,500 per person? She asked. Her tone was dark. Winston nodded. Riley's hands reached into her pack with great pain. She extracted the expensive necklace that Deirdre had just given her minutes ago. Its golden locket glinted in the moonlight. DJ's stomach dropped, realizing what she was about to do. "Riley, don't! This will cover it," Riley said. Her voice betrayed her pain. "The necklace is from House Porter. It's valued at nearly 4,000 gold." Winston snatched it and pulled a jewel magnifying glass from a robe pocket. He studied the jewelry in the moonlight, becoming more and more delighted with every turn.
"Ah, yes, I see. This is indeed the genuine article. This will cover passage for one person."
He shoved the locket into his pocket.
"So,
Who will be the lucky traveler? He will. Riley pointed to DJ. DJ turned and looked hard at Riley, the thing that he had been doing so very little of lately. He said, Riley, don't do this. My family needs the territory to survive, you idiot, Riley nearly shouted. Just because you've been a selfish jerk doesn't mean I have to be. Take this stupid trip onto the lake so you can figure out how to save everyone. The verbal assault bounced around DJ's insides and rendered him speechless. Riley's bottom lip twitched, and she tried to make herself look more angry than sad. Francis and Steve were silent. Winston the mage twiddled his thumbs together, hanging at the edge of an awkward conversation he didn't wish to be a part of. Winston cleared his throat. So then, shall we go? He topped it off with a forced laugh. DJ frowned and nodded. Yeah, let's go. A pause before he addressed his friends. I'll let you know what I find. DJ followed Winston to his boat. It wasn't uncomfortably small, but fitting the entire gang onto it would have been a chore. The boat creaked and jostled as they nestled themselves into it. At the stern, there was a big metal contraption that stuck into the water. Winston sat near that contraption, where a lever stuck out for steering. DJ sat near the bow, facing backward. Hey, DJ said. I'm trying to take a book down with me to study with. Do you have a way to keep it dry? Fear not, young one, Winston said. I've planned for every contingency. Your things shall remain safe and sound. In the not-so-distant distance, DJ watched his friends. Francis had enveloped Riley in a fatherly embrace, and Riley was burying her face in Francis's chest. Her body trembled and twitched as little gasps escaped her. She was clearly sobbing. Steve had plastered himself alongside them. It was hard to hear, but DJ could make out some reassuring words from Francis. All of our efforts to get money for her dad's bakery have gone wrong, DJ thought with great sadness. And she just gave away the best chance she had to save her dad's store. What was that your little girly friend was saying about saving the territory? Winston asked, as if that exchange was completely ordinary. DJ heaved a long breath. It's a long story. Got it. Well, no time like the present. Hold on tight. Full gear Phylum. He cast shock thread on the levered apparatus that stuck out from the boat's stern. A horn jutting out from the apparatus swallowed the lightning spell and fed it into the contraption, which roared to life and started churning water under the boat's stern. The boat started to move. Winston quickly untied the boat from the dock, grabbed the steering lever, and they were off. It's called an electric motor, Winston yelled over the noise. Made it myself. We should be in the middle of the lake in no time. What will we do to get to the bottom of the lake once we're there? DJ yelled back. Not what we'll do. It's what you will do, Winston said. You'll see. Not sure I love the sound of that, DJ thought. The boat glided across the lake's dark, glassy surface as the electric motor roared in their ears. Miraculously, Winston's mage hat stayed firmly on his head, despite the gust of wind. DJ wished he could enjoy the cool lake air more. If he was on vacation, this would probably be a delightful experience. But instead, his heart thumped with anticipation, wondering what he might find at the lake's bottom. Hopefully, there wouldn't be another creature that would make him fight for his life. After a while, the electric motor stopped and the boat slowed to a halt. The sun was just starting to peek over the eastern horizon. Winston's hands dove into a satchel by his feet. All righty then, he said with excitement in his voice. If my calculations are correct, we're right above the Temple of the Helm. This bag of goodies should help you get down and back up without a problem. What do you mean, should? DJ said concernedly. You've never had any issues with your previous customers, right? You're my first one. DJ's eyebrows reached for the sky. I'm your first. Yep, Winston said with a big smile. I've been trying for months to get a customer, and you're my first one. How neat is that? DJ felt like jumping out of the boat and swimming back to shore.
Here's what you'll need.
Winston pulled out multiple gems, a scroll, and some vegetables that DJ didn't recognize.
You'll need to eat this breath turnip to increase your lung capacity. Then you'll use this gem of descending to make yourself heavy so you sink to the bottom. Then you'll need to use this gem of soggy-gone to dry yourself off once you enter the temple. Then you'll take this second breath turnip and activate this gem of ascending so you can get back to the surface lickety-split. Are you getting all this?
DJ had trouble keeping track of which gems were which, and the breath turnips looked like tiny purple onions. Not very attractive. He frowned deeply at Winston. You know, you made it sound like this whole thing would be a lot less complicated and dangerous.
Oh, that reminds me.
Winston whipped a clipboard, parchment, and quill out of his satchel.
You'll need to sign this waiver. It basically promises that neither you nor your friends will sue me in the case that you drown or get eaten by the lake monster.
He shrugged.
I just need to protect my interests, you understand?
DJ's face turned pink.
The 100 hells I will. You'll probably be fine, Winston said. This is just a formality. The lake monster hasn't eaten anyone in like 5 years. There's hardly a thing to worry about.
Other than drowning?
The services at Winston's Wet Wonders are non-refundable, so whether or not you go down to the temple, your money is spent. Sorry, kiddo.
DJ scowled the scowliest scowl he could muster. He thought that he might be able to swim back and find a safer plan, but the clock was ticking, and Riley already gave up her father's bakery so DJ could be out here. With that thought in mind, DJ snatched the quill and scribbled his name on the parchment.
Excellent, Winston said. You're ready to go. Bon voyage, as they say.
He gave a little salute.
I'll be here waiting for you when you get back.
DJ munched on the first breath turnip as he stared across the water. He thought about how beautiful the rising sun would look over the dark lake. Then he realized it had been weeks since his dad had been able to see a sunrise. He munched on his breath turnip faster. By the time the breath turnip was gone, he could feel himself breathing more deeply. His chest inflated almost like a balloon with every breath. There was definitely some magical botany going on here, but this was no time for questions. He fished in his pack for the gem of descending, took a few deep breaths, gave the gem a rub, then jumped into the lake. A shock rocked through DJ's system as soon as he hit the water. It was freezing. It almost made him gasp, but thankfully he kept his breath held tight. Down, down, down he went. He didn't open his eyes for several seconds out of fear. But as the time passed, curiosity overcame his fear, and he opened one eye just a peep. There wasn't much to see. The water was so dark, it felt like he was sinking into a wet, inky abyss. The dark claw of panic started to wrap around his heart again. What if Winston the Mage was wrong about the placement? What if he was just sinking down into the lake, and the Temple of the Helm was nowhere near? Also, all of the stuff in his pack was waterlogged now. Would he remember which gem was the soggy-gone one? The Liboff Fel could be impossible to read if its pages were... DJ's heart rate spiked as a shape emerged from the darkness. It was moving fast. He flicked out his hands and fought to keep his breath contained. He wondered what magic he could throw. Shock thread? No way. In a lake, that could be dangerous. Maybe flame fist? But what would fire do? Shoot a jet of bubbling steam? Maybe that could. But as the figure emerged from the darkness, DJ nearly choked from surprise and wonder. It wasn't a big, scary lake monster. It was a mermaid. DJ's face turned hot when he got a good look at her. She was beautiful, and looked to be about his age, too, with shimmering sky-blue hair that matched her fin and eyes. Oh, dang, DJ thought. Are all mermaids this pretty? The mermaid's eyes brightened as she got a better look at DJ. She swam downward to keep up with his pace. Man, he must have been sinking fast. It was hard to tell when everything around was pitch black. The mermaid was upside down as she swam at DJ's pace, her face a little too close to his. DJ found that he didn't mind, though. He liked looking at her. A lot. There were shimmering little flecks under her eyes, like glitter on her cheekbones. DJ gulped and tried to be cool. "Hello, human boy," the mermaid said. Surprisingly, DJ could hear her voice clearly through the water. It wasn't distorted or muffled at all. "Gee, you're sinking fast. I can barely keep up. Did the onyx wing tie bricks around your feet? I can untie you and take you to the northern shore. That should help you escape." DJ shook his head. He made frantic motions with his hands as if to say, "Is the temple of the helm below us?" "Oh, you're going to the temple," the mermaid said with a big smile. "Yes, you're right above it. If you keep singing this fast, you should reach it really soon." DJ pantomimed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you," with his hands. "Don't mention it," the mermaid said with a little laugh. "I hope you have a good visit, human boy. It's pretty, at least from the outside. I've never been inside because it's filled with air, and I can't breathe in there." A pause. "Well, goodbye then." As quickly as she appeared, she swam away. DJ was grateful to have met a friendly face in this dark and scary place. He just wished he could have gotten her name. Just like the mystery mermaid said, the white pointed roof of the Temple of the Helm gradually appeared through the darkness. It looked exactly like the Temple of the Brassiere, with tall white pillars and elegant motifs along every edge. As luck would have it, DJ sank right to the front doors. And not a moment too soon, air fought to get out of his lungs. With his heavy, sinking feet, DJ trudged toward the front doors, pushed them open, and stumbled inside. Water didn't pour into the temple. It stayed firmly outside as if it was held by an invisible wall. DJ collapsed onto the floor, coughing, gasping for breath in a puddle of his own making. As he coughed and sputtered, he opened up his pack to find all his possessions swimming in a pool of lake water. He flashed through his belongings to find the gem of Soggy gone. With a rub, all the water on his person vanished. All his possessions were as dry as the day he got them. Even the Libafel and spellbooks were dry and pristine. "Huh," DJ said. "Magic, I tell ya." Then he took a look around. Whoa. 23. Unlike the Temple of the Brassiere, the Temple of the Helm was not strewn with rubble, broken pillars, and moss. The place felt like a rightful temple, almost like a museum. The stone floor was perfectly smooth and swept. The vaulted ceiling was painted with a depiction of the entire territory. Crystal chandeliers hung in a perfect grid. But there were two things that filled DJ with the most awe. First, all the walls were transparent, so he felt like he was in a glass box at the bottom of the lake. He could see through the water for thousands of yards. There were schools of multicolored fish, vibrantly waving lake plants, and tall, majestic rock formations. No sign of the mystery mermaid or the lake monster, though. The second thing that filled DJ with awe was the pedestal in the middle of the temple where the helm of the goddess sat in a glass case. The helm looked pretty regal, made of something that looked like brass or gold, but somehow more ethereal. No jewels were encrusting it, but it had just the right mix of jagged and curved lines to look strong, yet studious and sacred. Definitely the artifact of wisdom, DJ thought to himself. He marched toward it and pulled the Libafel from his pack. When he reached the pedestal holding the helm, he took a look around. No one else was in here with him. And with that in mind, he shrugged, then began to lift the glass off the helm.
"What do you think you're doing?"
A voice was suddenly behind him. DJ nearly jumped out of his skin. There was a rat standing behind him, standing on its hind legs. It reached about a foot tall and wore little spectacles and a red cape. It was tapping its toe impatiently as it awaited DJ's response. DJ stammered. I need to put this on for just a sec. It's for the good of the territory, believe me."
"Is that so?"
The rat seemed unconvinced. "Yeah,
The Demon King O has opened a portal to the Darkworld, and I'm trying to close—
Don't mention that beast in these sacred halls, please.
DJ had to stop himself from rolling his eyes.
Sorry. I need to put this on and read the Libafel so I can learn how to close the portal. I'm new to old magic, and I want to make sure I don't mess anything up.
The rat narrowed its eyes.
You're lying.
I'm not.
You realize I'm the purveyor of this temple, right? You can't just grab the helm and put it on. You can only do it with my permission.
DJ paused. Then he said,
Pretty please?
No.
Come on, this is serious.
You don't just ask,
the little rat said.
You need to prove yourself worthy of it.
Well,
DJ said,
I am the only person who has ever seen and handled the goddess's brassiere. Does that count?
The rat pointed.
Now I know you're lying.
I'm not,
DJ cried once again.
Can't you reach out to the goddess or the harpygriff or something? They'll vouch for me.
That brought a new expression to the rat's face. Something like surprise and curiosity. It said,
How do you know about the harpygriff? Everyone dies by the harpygriff's hand. No one's lived to tell of it.
Yeah, no one except me. It killed me, then the goddess brought me back to life. My heart was pure, and I had no desire for fame or power or whatever, so I got to see and handle the brassiere.
He paused.
It was lacy and purple.
Another pause. Then he muttered,
I didn't notice the cup size. I wasn't looking close enough.
Okay, just hold on one moment.
The rat pulled out a little rectangular crystal from who knows where. The crystal beeped. The rat said very clearly,
Harpygriff.
Then the little crystal played some bossa nova music. The rat looked at DJ. DJ looked at the rat. The little crystal kept playing bossa nova. Finally, the crystal beeped again.
Hello, Mifkins.
The harpygriff's gruff voice was muffled from the crystal.
Hi.
The rat known as Mifkins said in a professional tone.
Was there finally someone who saw and handled the brassiere of the goddess after thousands of years?
Yes, Sir DJ of Beragond.
What does he look like? Skinny, black hair, green eyes, probably 13 in human years? Really unimpressive.
DJ glowered.
Yes, that is he,
the harpygriff said.
My apologies. I should have told you he was coming. He needs to wear the goddess's helm so he can read the Libafel and...
That is all, harpygriff. Thank you.
Wait, do we still have plans to play bridge this Thursday? I lost my deck of cards and...
Beep.
The little rectangular crystal turned off, and Mifkins put it away. The little rat folded its arms as it glared up at DJ.
Well, you must think you're something quite special. Fine then, put it on.
DJ bowed sarcastically.
Thank you.
He lifted the glass carefully, then set it down on the floor. He glanced over his shoulder to see if that would be to Mifkins' satisfaction, but the rat only lifted an eyebrow as if to say, Get on with it. DJ's hands were clammy as he lifted the helm from its pedestal. Did the goddess wear this while she was forging the territory, just like she did with the brassiere? DJ sat cross-legged on the floor, pulled the Libafel onto his lap, and flipped open to a random page. Then he took the helm of the goddess in both hands and gently slipped it onto his head. Truthfully, it wasn't comfortable, and it was a little too big for his head. DJ's eyes barely peeped out from under the helm's visor. He had to admit, the helm of the goddess didn't really make him feel any different. He expected that as soon as the helm rested on his head, he would feel his mind expand, and many mysteries would now become clear. But no, nothing of the sort. DJ focused on the book. His face leaned in. The dots and circles and lines in the Libafel started to vibrate. DJ felt like he was on the cusp of something, just like he was at the Temple of the Brassiere. He was right there, but whatever piece of knowledge he needed was still an inch out of his grasp, no matter how long he looked. DJ snapped the book shut and leaned his back against the pedestal. He even took off the helm and pulled out his hair. He could feel Mifkin staring at him, and he couldn't bring himself to meet the little creature's gaze. Inside, his stomach stewed with frustration. Mifkin said,
"There's a great storm inside you, I can tell."
DJ squinted. "Oh, now you want to have a heart-to-heart?"
"Tell me what troubles you, Knight."
DJ shook his head and scoffed loudly. "Man, what's not troubling me?" He set the helm on his knee. "My dad is imprisoned by the big nasty guy who lives in the Darkworld. The nasty guy could start destroying the territory any day now. I got dumped by my girlfriend, who I have secretly loved for years. And the magic I'm supposed to use to seal the portal to the Darkworld is old magic. This big, impossible thing that might make things worse if I do it wrong."
"Therefore what?"
DJ squinted. "What do you mean, therefore what? Is that not enough to put anyone on edge?" Mifkin shook its head.
"You have told me the forces that beset you. I want to hear the effects. Say what they have done to you inside, the things they make you feel, and be truthful."
DJ wrestled with it silently for a long moment. These are the things that he had kept inside for weeks, the feelings that he had tried to chase away or diminish. Did he really want to share these things with a stranger? In his vulnerable and desperate state, he asked himself, why not? With that, he forced the words out. "I'm really scared," he croaked. The words made his throat quiver. "I'm more scared than I've ever been. I feel like the world is in my hands, and I'm the only one who can save it. But what if I'm not enough? What if I try so hard, but in the end it's all for nothing? I try not to think about it, because if I do, it makes my chest—" He didn't finish the words. He just flexed his fingers like a claw in front of his heart. "And I don't want to talk to my friends about it, because they're already going through so much. I don't want to burden them more." Mifkins nodded.
"Did you get here on your own?"
"No, they helped me along the way." DJ thought about it more. "And I had lots of help from others, too."
"Then they have already shared this journey with you,"
Mifkin said.
"Your burden is their burden, and I would wager that their love for you hasn't wavered, even in your sorrow."
That made DJ remember the brief exchange he and Francis had all the way back in Oneus. When Francis was clearly distressed about his situation with his clan, DJ had said, "You're going through a lot. I'm sorry, Francis." And Francis had said,
"As am I for your suffering, young knight. Don't think I don't see it."
That memory put a lump in DJ's throat. The little rat was right. His friends had shared in his suffering, even with their own problems, and they bore it without complaint. Mifkins put its paws behind its back and began to pace away thoughtfully. It said,
"From simply watching you now, I can tell you have been trying to force the Libarfell to give you what you seek. That is folly. Instead, you must open yourself and let it teach you what you must know, even if the truth is unexpected. Your fear has damned your mind, Knight. Acknowledge your fear, realize that you are greater than it, then step over it. It is there that you shall find answers."
DJ marinated in Mifkin's words. Once he had processed the remarks sufficiently, he shoved the helm back onto his head. He opened the book, set it on the floor, and got on all fours so his face was inches above it. Another deep breath. The goddess prepared us for this, DJ thought. So there's no need to fear. A way will be provided. Then the circles and dots began to vibrate. And to move. With every breath in and out, The fear retreated just a tad, like waves on a shore. I am greater than my fear, DJ thought. My fear is loud, but it is small. The dots and circles vibrated harder. He was on the brink of something. DJ tried not to lose it. Breathe in, breathe out. The dark claw in his chest was dwindling, disappearing, shrinking under the realization of its own insignificance. My fear is nothing. It's a shadow, a liar. And now it is gone. DJ paused. Goddess, teach me what I must know. The tipping point. The spark became a fire. The dots and circles on the page connected. DJ felt his mind get sucked in. Great lines formed webs that connected and intersected like constellations, and DJ was falling through them. But he wasn't frightened. Calm and warmth trickled through his body. As DJ's mind careened through the unknown, there was no darkness, only truth. A speck of the universe unfolded, only what he needed to know for this moment. If a minute or an hour had gone by, DJ couldn't tell. Flashes of images flew past his eyes, or his heart, or his soul, or whatever was used to perceive them. Each image was a puzzle piece, coming together bit by bit to form a complete picture. When DJ saw it all, his body and mind filled with wonder. The vision evaporated. The Libafel sent him back to reality. He was back on the floor of the Temple of the Helm, staring at the pages, slack-jawed and wide-eyed. He clamped his mouth shut and snapped the Libafel closed. Mifkins looked up at him expectantly.
Well?
DJ gulped, trying to find the words. There is no way I could have figured that out myself.
The goddess has granted you the wisdom you sought. You are blessed.
I'm definitely getting that impression. DJ shoved the Libafel back in his pack and got to his feet. As he put the helm back on the pedestal and covered it, he said, Thank you very much. This has been helpful, in more ways than one. Mifkins bowed reverently.
It was an honor.
I need to get going, though. Thanks again.
May the goddess be with you, Sir DJ of Baragond.
DJ gobbled his second breath turnip, armed himself with a gem of ascending, and within minutes he burst onto the surface of Varus Lake. The sun was up now, greeting the valley with warm golden light. Winston the Mage was sitting in his boat, leaning back, reading a copy of Green Passion, an orcish love story. He popped up with surprise as DJ surfaced.
Welcome back, my young friend,
the mage said cheerily.
How was your visit to the temple?
Exactly what I needed, DJ said as he climbed into the boat. He rubbed his second gem of Soggy-Gon, and the water evaporated from him and his possessions. Now, if you could take me back to shore, I would be very thankful.
Can do,
Winston said.
And my wife will be very thankful for your patronage. She had her doubts about my little business venture. But wait till she sees that I got my first sale. Hot dog!
While Winston cast shock thread to start the electric motor back up, DJ chastened himself for assuming Winston was too dorky to be married. He was happy for the bumbling bald mage, but wondered if his wife was equally dopey. Those thoughts were secondary to the excitement he felt to share his new knowledge with his friends. They sat in cordial silence as the electric motor roared and the boat sped across the lake's surface. DJ breathed in deep and let the warm sun kiss his face as flecks of lake water peppered his skin. A weight inside him had been lifted. The dark claw was gone. I am greater than my fear, DJ thought. And he knew he was right.
Oh, look!
Winston pointed as they pulled the boat into the dock.
My wife and child are here. How fun!
DJ squinted to get a better view. Then his heart leapt in surprise. There on the shore was a beautiful, voluptuous half-demon with bright red skin, horns pointing from her forehead, and a swishy spade-tipped tail. She had a small child propped on her hip, with pink skin and tiny horns of its own. She prompted the child to wave hello to Winston as he pulled into the dock. She and Winston shared a smile.
What did I ever do to get such a sweet gal?
Winston mused. Then he turned to DJ and extended his hand.
Welp, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Stop by and say hello whenever you're in Varys.
I'll remember that. DJ could hardly take his eyes off Winston's wife, still rocked with surprise that such a beanpole could beg such a baddie. But DJ straightened his thoughts and stepped onto the dock to his friends. Francis, Riley, and Steve rushed toward him. All DJ wanted to do was throw his arms around them and tell them all of the things he had been feeling for weeks. He wanted to thank them for being his friends and for sticking with him even when he had been miserable and insufferable. But instead, they assaulted him with questions.
Did you make it to the temple?
Did you get to read the book? What did it say?
Did you get the answers we need?
When's breakfast?
That last one came from Steve. Guys, DJ said, the answer never would have come to me without visiting the Temple of the Helm. I learned some important things.
Such as?
Francis said. DJ fished the Lib Afel out of his pack and held it with both hands like it was sacred. This book is alive, but not in a living and breathing sort of way. It's that it only gives the reader what they're ready for. You can't just force it. And I had some things in my heart that made me unready. A pause. Also, the Lib Afel is about a lot more than just old magic. It's about existence, all of the territories the goddesses made, the balance of light and dark in them all, how they push and pull. Magic is the force that holds all of it together. And that means it knows when old magic is necessary and when it's not. A smile spread across DJ's face. Guys, we don't need old magic to seal the portal. Everyone gasped. Riley's eyes turned wide. You're joking. DJ shook his head. I'm not.
Then how? Francis said. How do we close it?
The Lib Afel showed me. DJ's lips twitched into a smile. The thing is, the portal can be opened from our side, but it has to be closed from their side. That means we have to give the Demon King a good enough reason to close it.
Then we're doomed, Francis said darkly. There's no chance in 100 hell.
He caught a look from Steve.
There's no chance we could convince the Demon King to close the portal.
Yes, we can, DJ said with glee. The book gave me a plan. It seems crazy, absolutely insane, but as long as we follow it, the Demon King will close the portal to the Darkworld. We just need to get back to Baragond and prepare. Should take less than a day. He looked to the sunrise. The amulet is recharged. Are you guys ready? Everyone gave a vibrant affirmative. Good, DJ said. Come on, everybody. Let's go. DJ's friends huddled around him. In a flash, they disappeared from the south dock of Varys Lake, leaving Winston and his small family bewildered and curious. 24. Returning to Baragond should have felt like a welcome reprieve. It was home, after all. The smell of sea salt and cool air blowing from the west should have calmed their hearts, but there was no time for that. They were on the cusp of their journey's end, and plans still needed to be made. They spent all day preparing for their assault on the Darkworld. There were a lot of supplies to be purchased: fine clothes, poster board, paints, an easel. DJ also made sure to go to his nearest armory and acquire some mage robes. The robes were unsurprisingly expensive, but DJ was able to work the price down by playing the "I'm Sir Dashing's son" card. During preparations, Steve had also made an observation.
Sir DJ, if we are retrieving your father, he may need a weapon.
DJ scratched his head. Isn't fighting a demon in the Darkworld kind of pointless? They're immortal while they're down there. They only become mortal after they spend 6 days in our world.
Steve nodded vigorously. It is true that they are immortal in the Darkworld, and it is also true that demons become mortal once they visit our world. But with a blessing from the goddess, bestowed by one of her faithful priests, a weapon can become a great deterrent to a demon no matter where.
DJ furrowed his brow and rubbed his chin. If you say so. Come on, I'll show you where he keeps his gear. DJ escorted Steve up to his father's bedroom and opened a large wardrobe that served as Sir Dashing's armory. It was lined with various weapons and armor pieces that had been gifted to Sir Dashing by noble houses, city governors, and various admirers. My dad has a lot of weapons, DJ said as he gestured to the lot of them. But this is his favorite one. It's called Silverfang. DJ pulled down a shimmering silver broadsword that hung in the middle of them all. He's had this sword since he was my age. He hardly ever uses it anymore because it's so special to him. I think if this was the sword you blessed for him, especially to free him from the Darkworld, that would mean a lot to him. Steve motioned for DJ to hold the sword horizontal in his open palms. DJ obeyed. Then Steve revealed a vial of clear holy water, unstoppered it, and dribbled the water all up and down the sword's length. Then he put away the empty vial and raised his hands in the air.
I bless this weapon to be a bane against evil and a boon against the Demon King O and his minions. Let this blade shine bright in the face of evil, and may its strikes ring true. I so do this as an ordained priest of the goddess Ah. As I have said it, so it shall be.
As if the sword could hear Steve's prayer, it glowed bright for just a moment, then settled down to its usual sheen. DJ tightened his lower lip. Cool. Then he slipped it into its scabbard. Thanks, Steve. Everyone stayed the night at DJ's house. Francis and Steve were sleeping in the living room, and Riley commandeered Sir Dashing's massive 4-post bed. Their plans were in place. They had acquired and created all the supplies they needed. All that was left to do was approach the Darkworld. But that meant they had to try to get some rest before the event. As usual, DJ struggled with that. He hoped that after his visit to the Temple of the Helm, his fear would evaporate completely. But it didn't. The apprehension of the following day, and running through the plan over and over in his head, kept him awake. He hoped to the goddess that this would be his last sleepless night for a while. If they could manage to rescue Sir Dashing and close the portal to the Darkworld, he could finally get some peace. Thankfully, that worrisome dark claw wasn't around his heart. Instead, there was just a gnawing sense of anticipation. Feeling the need to work off his restlessness, he got to his feet and paced the floor of his bedroom. He rehearsed the plan in detail, thinking of every contingency, looking for any holes. But everything he had been shown by the Libafel had been laid out. Execution would be everything. If it all went right, the Darkworld would be sealed off, and the territory would never know it was in danger. That's if everything went according to plan. If not... Knock, knock, knock. DJ stopped. He crossed the floor and opened the door a few inches. To his great surprise, it wasn't one of his friends. It was the Waffle Wizard, in his house again, in the middle of the night. But the wizard didn't have his full cart. Instead, he was standing outside DJ's door, armed with a serving tray that was strapped around his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to serve hot dogs at a sporting event, but it was filled with waffles instead. The tray also meant that DJ saw him from the waist down for the first time. Turns out, the Waffle Wizard's robes barely reached his knees, and his legs were surprisingly hairy, and his feet were shod with a pair of old flip-flops. The Waffle Wizard blinked and grinned.
Waffles for tomorrow?
DJ blinked back. Actually, yes. We lost our others back in Varys. He found some gold in a drawer and traded it for a few waffles and some waffle bites. As DJ took them, he said, "Any final bits of advice?" The waffle wizard put away his earnings and shook his head.
You have all that you need.
DJ nodded and took a cleansing breath. That was reassuring. He gave a little smile and squinted as he asked, "Are you ever going to tell us your name? Or let us know if you're an actual wizard? I think you're something different. That's my hunch." The waffle wizard grinned wide, and his eyes twinkled. He said,
Good night.
Then he gently took DJ's door handle and closed it on himself. DJ opened it, but the waffle wizard was already gone. DJ laughed a little in his throat as he put the wizard waffles and the waffle bites in his pack. No sooner had he put them away than he heard another knock on his door. It creaked open just a little. DJ looked over his shoulder. It was Riley, dressed in a nightgown. Her hair had been brushed, and the moonlight hit her face just right. She looked lovely. That annoyed DJ just a tad. "Hey," she said. "Hey," DJ responded. A pause. She said, "Can't sleep either. Haven't really slept well in weeks." Another long quiet. Then Riley said, "How are you feeling about tomorrow?" "As good as I can," DJ said with a sigh. "I think it's going to work, but if it doesn't..." He shrugged. "Good afternoon, Omar Choppers. Today's special is manure, pitchforks, and zero freedom." Riley teased a smile. That was as close as she got to laughing. DJ looked at the floor and gave his rug a little kick. "I'm sorry we didn't get the money you needed for your dad's store. You were really selfless back in Varus." "Had to be done," Riley said as she leaned against the doorframe. "No use saving the store if we can't save the world. I don't know what'll happen to the bakery, but we'll figure something out." More silence for a while. Then Riley said, "Deej, I know you're mad at me, and I'm mad at you too, but if something happens down there, don't say it." Riley clamped her mouth shut, and her eyes started to moisten. DJ turned from her, because he knew if he looked at her for too long, his emotions would start rising up too. "We're going to be fine," DJ said. "Just follow the plan, and we'll be okay." Riley fidgeted with the door handle before she said, "But the plan is insane. What if it doesn't work?" "It'll work. The Libafel showed me. It has to." More silence. Finally, Riley said, "Okay. Well, good night." She closed the door and left. DJ could hear her footsteps disappearing, along with soft sniffling that only came with gentle tears. At last, the sun rose. Everyone gathered in the kitchen for breakfast, but no one had much of an appetite. Except for Steve. He downed 3 whole bowls of oats and milk before he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said,
"Today, the goddess will grant us victory! Huzzah!"
No one really matched his energy. They all just gave him little smiles. DJ made sure the amulet of fast travel was around his neck. He and everyone else had donned the fine clothing they had picked up the day before, the kinds of things noblemen wear when they're getting ready to meet their fellow yuppies. DJ hid his mage robes inside a flowy white shirt, a buttoned-up paisley vest, linen trousers, and very fine boots. Steve and Francis dressed similarly. Riley, however, wore a lovely blue dress that communicated smarts and confidence. She even put on a corset underneath, which made her cough and gasp. "When this is over," she said with a strain as she adjusted it, "I'm going to murder whoever invented these." "All right, everyone," DJ said. He tucked a large deck of display cards under one arm and put a satchel with some supplies around his other shoulder. "Francis, you've got the easel? Great. And everyone's got their weapons too? Good. We'll turn the weapons invisible when we reach the portal. The spell should last long enough."
"Ideally, we won't need them,"
Francis said shortly. "Yeah, ideally," DJ responded darkly. His palms grew sweaty, and his throat felt dry as he realized they were standing on the edge of it all. Without thinking about that too much, he said, "All right, everybody, bring it in. let's go." They all held hands, and DJ focused on the portal to the Darkworld. After a few seconds, they were there, in the clearing of what used to be Ursula the Witch's treehouse. The cold, empty feeling of the woods engulfed them again, nearly stealing the air from their lungs. Somehow, the woods felt even more dead than they did weeks ago. It didn't help that the trees on the edge of the clearing were starting to turn gray, and their needles were falling off. The sight made DJ shiver. But there it was, the large metal box with 2 sliding doors. DJ and Steve cast Evercloak on everyone's weapons so they would hang invisibly on everyone's bodies. Steve even had his frying pan tucked somewhere DJ couldn't identify. But that was it. The last thing to do was to descend into the Darkworld. "Well," DJ said with a deep breath, "here we go." They trudged toward the portal, hearts thrashing, palms sweaty. They squeezed inside the box, and DJ pushed the button. The sliding doors whooshed closed, and they felt the room descend underground. "This feels exactly like the elevators in Kovdok," he thought. So much worse, though. No one moved. No one spoke. Just tense, prickly silence. As the dark claw of worry started to creep up on DJ, he kept telling himself, "I am bigger than my fear." And that kept the dark claw reasonably at bay. The elevator slowed to a halt, and the doors whooshed open. It was a familiar sight, the long, brightly lit cavern with a low ceiling, and thousands of demons working feverishly at perfectly spaced desks. DJ marched toward the front desk, where Ursula worked over the giant OCO logo. And there was that ridiculous slogan under the logo, "Eternal growth forever."
100 hells,
Francis thought with wonder as he looked around.
"Actually, it's the Darkworld,"
Steve yelped, forgetting that Francis was swearing. Then he added,
"Soon, the goddess will exact her justice upon the—"
He didn't get to finish, because Francis clamped a big green hand over his mouth. "Hi, Ursula," DJ said seriously. "We need an appointment with the Demon King. Immediately." Ursula looked up at him with wide, bloodshot eyes. She looked even more frazzled now than she did weeks ago, with gray flyaway hairs and deep sunken eyes. She coughed and said,
"I'm afraid his great lordship is entirely busy today. He's unable to take any meetings."
"He'll want this one," DJ said with total confidence. Ursula stared at him for a moment, then at his friends, all dressed to the nines, with presentation cards and an easel. A few thoughts passed over her eyes. Curiosity, hope, fear. At last she said,
"Perhaps he can make time for a brief conversation. I'll phone him and tell him to expect you."
"Thank you," DJ said with a little bow. Then she led him and his friends to the end of the cavern, where O's office lay. DJ marched with a sense of purpose, trying to project self-assurance. As he did, he gazed around at the demons working feverishly at every desk. No sign of Sir Dashing anywhere. Just hundreds and hundreds of red-skinned, horned demons scribbling across scraps of parchment and moving them from tray to tray. "They look miserable," Riley whispered to the group. "Dad said they've been overworked," DJ whispered back. "That should be to our advantage." After what felt like too long, they approached the large double doors leading into the Demon King's office. One of Ursula's identical witch friends was at a desk to greet them. She glanced at DJ and the gang nervously, like she wanted to ask them questions but didn't dare to. She just said,
"Our wondrous lord will see you now, but please make it brief."
DJ nodded. He didn't even knock on the door. He ignored his heart thrashing in his throat, put his sweaty palms on the demon doorknobs, and pushed the doors open. There it was, the Demon King O's office once again. The red carpet, the long black desk at the end of the room. And the Demon King himself, sitting at his desk, with some wispy husk of a man standing next to him. DJ marched down the carpet, exuding all the confidence he could muster. The Demon King watched him, holding a smoking cigar between his finger and thumb. He glowered at DJ and his friends as they approached, clearly annoyed at the unwarranted interruption. The Demon King didn't so much as blink as DJ and the gang reached his desk. And he didn't speak until they were several paces away.
"Make this quick," the Demon King said with impatience. "It's launch day and I have franchises to open. If this takes more than 2 minutes, I'll incinerate each of you."
It's launch day, DJ thought with horror and gratitude. We arrived just in time. DJ got a better look at the wispy figure standing to the side of the Demon King's desk. Tall but skinny and gaunt, dressed similarly to the Demon King. This poor soul was a human, with long blonde hair and striking blue eyes that had sunken into his skull through exhaustion, undernourishment, or both. DJ's blood turned cold when he realized who it was.
Dad,
he despaired silently.
You're barely recognizable now. What have they done to you down here?
He swallowed and locked in. Don't worry, we'll get you out of here soon. I hope. DJ put on his most dazzling smile and focused on the Demon King. Incinerate us? In 2 minutes, you'll be thanking us. Pleasure to be back, your lordship. These are my associates, Francis, Riley, and Steve. Everyone bowed and gave their how-do-you-dos. But not the Demon King. He just stared. Francis set up the easel, and Riley placed the presentation cards on it. Their hands were shaking, but they tried to keep themselves collected. You're poised to bring a revolutionary new service to the territory of DJ began. You've been planning it for hundreds of years. Every contingency, every hiccup, every nook and cranny. But it's not enough, is it? Because I know and you know that is the only territory the goddess has granted you access to. You've been locked out of the rest of them. Isn't that right? The Demon King frowned deeply.
If you merely came here to insult me?
He raised his hand as if to snap his finger and turn DJ into dust. DJ jumped back in with haste.
Not at all. You see, you can access all the other territories the goddess has made. Hundreds, thousands of them. You just need the right tools. That's where this comes in.
DJ reached into his satchel and pulled out the Lib-a-Fel. He held it high so the Demon King could get a good look at it. This brought a spark of curiosity into the Demon King's eyes. He knew what the book was. DJ could tell he had taken the bait. Now all he had to do was reel him in. Sir Dashing stared at DJ with wild eyes that screamed, "What in the goddess's name are you doing?" DJ ignored him. He had to keep up the facade.
I'm a mage, your lordship, DJ continued. A gifted one. I've delved into the pages of the Lib-a-Fel. I know how to access its secrets. With this book, I know we can gain access to all of the goddess's creations.
DJ tried to appear as excited as possible.
Think about it. Omart's not just across but across thousands of territories, all managed by you.
All throughout the presentation, Riley and Francis flipped presentation cards, revealing maps, graphs, and statistics. Steve just stood there and tried to hide the fact that he wanted to strangle the Dark Lord with his bare hands. At DJ's mention of expanding to other worlds, a satisfied glimmer grew to a flame behind the Demon King's eyes. He tried not to smile, but DJ saw the corners of his mouth dance. The Demon King studied DJ, looking him up and down.
Tell me, boy, what do you have to gain from this? I'll get the pleasure of watching your vision come to fruition, DJ said with pride. You're right. The territory of hasn't seen any meaningful innovation in centuries. It's time for a change, and I know you're the person to do it. You're smart, resourceful, respected, admired, and envied. No one else is better suited for this launch.
That's right, DJ. Stroke his ego, he coached himself.
It had definitely been more than 2 minutes, but the Demon King was enraptured. There was a hunger in his eyes, and DJ was dangling a juicy steak in front of him.
Suddenly, The Demon King frowned. He said, "But we can't postpone the launch of the Omarts. That's today. The plans are already in place." "That's not a problem," DJ said as if it was obvious. "Treat this as a pilot program. We can measure the results. Find out what works best, then take that to the other territories. There's no rush. All that matters is we have a door," he tapped the lib off fell, "and we can open it when you're ready." That was the cap. The Demon King didn't hide his smile anymore. He took a great puff from his cigar, flicked it away, and stood up straight. "I knew you'd come in handy later." He turned to Sir Dashing. "See? That's what I told you weeks ago. This kid's got the right stuff. I knew he'd come back."
"Yes, your lordship," Sir Dashing responded weakly. "You were right all along."
DJ hid his thoughts behind a fake smile. "You lying bastard. You were ready to snap me into oblivion without a second thought." The Demon King was upon DJ with a massive hand extended. DJ gave it a firm shake and made sure to look the Demon King in the eye as he did. That hand was huge. It nearly swallowed his entire forearm. "Welcome aboard," the Demon King said. Then he eyed DJ's friends. "So what do they do? Are they really necessary?" Riley and Francis were about to answer at once, but DJ cut them off. "Oh, absolutely," DJ said with his whole chest. "They're my assistants. They make sure I'm in prime condition to read the Lib Afel. We need them to continue our operations for the foreseeable future. But it's okay. They don't need much." "Good," the Demon King said. He shook everyone's hand. He reached Steve last and smirked. "Not the strong silent type, just the silent type, eh, short guy?" The Demon King laughed. Steve gave the biggest, toothiest, high-effort smile he had ever produced. The Demon King didn't know it, but DJ could read Steve just fine. The smile was there, incredibly forced as it was. But his face said something like, "I will use every power I possess to bury you in the depths of eternity so your lies and deceit can no longer reach the people you would so willfully destroy." "You know what?" the Demon King said. "This is deserving of an announcement. Let's take it to the whole team, shall we? I'd love to introduce you." DJ's heart leapt. This was exactly what they needed. He said, "I would be honored. After you, Your Grace." The Demon King marched with spry, delighted steps. DJ and the gang followed behind. They exchanged looks, fully aware of what was coming next. On tired, skinny legs, Sir Dashing hustled up to join them. DJ extended his hand and gave the strongest "I love you" handshake he could. "Sir Dashing," he said formally, "pleasure to see you again."
"Likewise,"
Sir Dashing said with large, worried eyes. DJ slipped him a wink. Sir Dashing smiled feebly. Slam! The Demon King shoved the doors open. He put his fists on his hips as he faced the long, cavernous, brightly lit Darkworld. It seemed like every demon could feel his gaze on them, because the frantic scribbling became even more frantic and scribbly. "I have an announcement," the Demon King's voice boomed. The silence was uncanny. As if someone snapped their fingers, all of the scribbling suddenly stopped and echoed into oblivion. That was followed with a giant whoosh as every demon in the Darkworld turned to face the Demon King. Thousands of eyes were on him, and DJ, and the others. DJ gulped in a dry throat again. His fingers twitched. It was coming. He slipped a glance to his friends. The Evercloak spell was wearing off. Francis's axe was appearing strapped to his back, and so was Riley's bow. That meant Sir Dashing's sword was appearing on DJ's back. "My new associates have made me aware of an enormous opportunity," the Demon King said with glee. "With their help, we won't just open Omarts across the territory of but across the thousands of territories that the goddess," he mentioned her with great strain, "has created. That means the time has come to double, no, triple our efforts.
A great new beginning lies just beyond this day. You will stand on the forefront of this great achievement. Together, we will achieve eternal growth forever.
Maybe the Demon King was expecting some massive swell of applause, but instead, his remarks were met with terse, echoing silence. DJ's heart pounded in his throat. This should work. It had to work. This was the moment that everything hinged on. Finally, a single groan sounded from the dark world's depths.
Goddess above, are you kidding me?
The Demon King tensed up.
Who said that? Speak now, worm!
The mysterious voice kept going.
We've been working ourselves to the bone for hundreds of years. We're giving it all we've got. And now you want us to triple our efforts?
Another disgruntled demon spoke up.
Yeah, hundreds of years with no breaks or vacation days. And no dental plan neither. I've had a toothache for 3 decades now, and I've had no time to get it looked at.
A particularly angry voice rang out somewhere near the back.
We're the ones making all your little plans come true. You can't do it without us, but you treat us like we're nothing.
A wave of murmurs and agreement. Another voice popped up.
I say we deserve a piece of the pie.
More spirited waves of grumbling affirmations. DJ couldn't tell if the Demon King was ruddy with anger, because his face was always bright red, but the Demon King was clenching his fists and squaring his shoulders, so he was definitely mad.
Hey,
another anonymous voice rang out.
Let's form a union. There are hundreds of us and only one of him. We're not launching anything until we get our slice. In writing. Who's in?
Agreements and applause. A chant started soft, then got louder and louder.
Union! Union! Union!
Perfect. DJ fought hard to quell the smile stretching across his face. The Demon King was positively quivering with rage at the sight of it all. All of his little demon underlings had been pushed to the breaking point, and DJ's little revelation was the final straw. Now they openly defied the Demon King and demanded recompense for their slavery. All on one of the most important days of his eternal existence.
Silence!
The Demon King bellowed. His terrifying voice filled the cavern.
There will be no union. Anyone who speaks another word of this will have their skin peeled from their bodies and their toenails ripped off.
That made the demons quiet. For all of 2 seconds. Then one of the demons closest to the Demon King stood upon its desk and pointed.
Down with the Demon King!
It screamed.
Oko belongs to the demons! Get the Demon King and kill the mortals who suggested this!
The dark world filled with thousands of demons screaming for vengeance. A flood of red charged for DJ and the others, claws out, horns poised, fangs gleaming. DJ planted his feet. This is the hard part. 25. Many things happened at once. DJ cast a large barrier to protect him and his friends against the onslaught of demons. The demons smashed into it, squishing against the translucent blue, pressing their faces and arms and legs against the glassy surface. Steve uncorked a small bottle of holy water and cast a duet of ice spikes at the Demon King's face. His aim struck true. Both picks of frozen holy water jabbed into the Demon King's eyes, stinging and smoking. The Demon King howled as he stumbled and swung his great arms, trying to find purchase in his new business partners that so quickly betrayed him.
Treacherous little vermin!
He spat. Steve cackled like a maniac. There was no more hiding his feelings, no more pretense. He capped off his assault by batting the Demon King in the back of his knees with his frying pan. The Demon King buckled and fell to his hands and knees, blind and furious.
You'll pay for this,
the Demon King cursed.
I'm going to close the portal so I can solve this mess you created. But once that portal opens again, I'll curse your descendants for centuries to come. Mark my words, mortals. Ow!
Steve swished by and smashed the Demon King across the face with his frying pan. Bong! The Demon King groaned. Steve laughed and laughed in a way that could only be done by a holy man beating a personage of evil with his bare hands. It was unfiltered glee, a fantasy fulfilled, a moment that was only dreamed of but never attained. Steve landed 2 more singing cracks across the face, while the Demon King blindly swung at him.
Blessed day,
Steve sang.
Glorious blessed day, Goddess be praised.
The barrier was beginning to give. Long cracks stretched across its blue surface as demons beat upon it. DJ turned to the others. Are you ready? He said. Riley hiked up her bow and nocked an arrow. As long as Steve remembered to bless these arrows, I am.
I blessed all our things,
Steve said as he dodged a swipe from the Demon King and bonked his head again.
Then let them come,
Francis half roared. He grabbed a fistful of his dress shirt and tore it clean from his body, leaving nothing but his trousers. The grip on his axe tightened.
Today, I earn the right to know my son's face. Taste my steel, beasts!
DJ turned to Sir Dashing. Dad, this is yours! He slipped Silverfang off his back and tossed it to Sir Dashing. Will you be okay to fight? Sir Dashing snatched the sword out of the air. A new vigor returned to his face. His lips formed a smile, and he brought the sword in, caressing the scabbard and wrapping his hand around the hilt.
Silverfang, he purred. My favorite sword.
He ripped the blade from its sheath, making the steel shimmer and sing. My son, he said with a pleasured grin, I believe I'm very ready to return to form. Good, because you'll need to, DJ said. He faced forward. Back to the surface world, everyone, before the Demon King closes the portal. Let's go! Crash! The barrier broke, and the demons rushed forward. In a joint effort, Steve and DJ anchored their feet, swung their arms, and together shouted, Ignis deluvum parvimen! There was a loud pop as long plumes of fire shot from their fingertips. The advanced fire flood sent flames shooting at a 180-degree angle for nearly 50 feet, swallowing over 100 demons in flames. They were immortal, sure, but they could still feel pain. Flame-drenched demons rushed around with anguish and panic as DJ and the others pushed forward. DJ wiped the sweat from his brow. He was thankful that he finally had a set of mage robes to increase his magical capacity, but DJ could feel the strain an advanced spell like Fire Flood put on him, despite the intense flames that breathed on him while he performed it. Francis stomped forward, bellowing like a barbarian, swinging his axe in mighty arcs. Demons tried to leap onto him with long claws and fangs, but Francis slashed them away with his axe's edge. Each swing left shimmering, lengthy cuts in demon bodies, which radiated light, like slits cut in darkness to peer toward a bright noonday sun. The pain was agonizing for these minions of the underworld. Not only that, but Icewing's enchantment was effective every 3rd or 4th swing. Frost grew out of long cuts and gashes left by the axe. That frost and ice would grow until it covered entire limbs and torsos. The growing cuts made demons scream with horror as body parts became frozen and useless. Riley's arrows rang true. She scanned the immediate line for threats, being careful to avoid her friends. But her arrows found their marks in demon heads, shoulders, torsos, and legs, all while she sidestepped and ducked and leaped. The enchanted star-piercer bow kept her hand steady no matter how much she moved. No arrow was fatal, but every puncture brought forth a small beam of light that agonized each demon. And Sir Dashing, all doubt about his exploits vanished from DJ's mind that day. Sir Dashing swished his sword with the grace of a dancer and the ferocity of a tiger. Maneuvers that DJ never thought possible unfolded before his very eyes. Sir Dashing leaped onto the shoulders of demons and bounced from head to head, swinging and flipping as he went, severing arms and heads and horns. Good goddess, DJ marveled. No wonder he killed 2 dragons at the same time. They probably couldn't catch him. There was still a long way to go before the exit, with swarms of demons still ahead of them. They were starting to come from all sides. DJ cast more fire spells and shock thread, and so did Steve, but they were vastly outnumbered. A demon slashed Francis across the arm. Another pounced on DJ before Steve blasted them off with magic. Francis tore into a wizard waffle to heal his wounds. DJ popped a waffle bite to replenish his magic. But no matter how many enchanted confections they ate, the onslaught just kept coming. They were halfway to the exit when they found themselves completely surrounded. The demons closed in on all sides, jittering and taunting and mincing on their feet. DJ and the others backed into each other, facing all around. Sir Dashing held out his sword, but his breaths came in great heaves. Everyone else was nearly exhausted.
Tell me this is part of the plan,
Francis said while panting. DJ gasped for breath. I don't know. I don't remember. Sir Dashing put his hand on DJ's shoulder. Son,
Don't tell me you've forgotten us! Hee hee hee!
DJ looked up to see the witches flying overhead like robed warty cannonballs. They had somehow gotten their hands on some brooms and were using them to fly in formation just above the crowd. Demons ducked and covered their heads as the witches flew over. As they zoomed through the air, they cast magic that DJ didn't recognize, and each one hit the floor like bombs. Demons, screaming and dismembered, hurled through the air as the witches' blasts caused earth-trembling bursts. Instead of the demons converging on DJ and the gang, they scattered like roaches. The larger threat was coming from above now, flying at unholy speeds, sending explosive blasts that left demons in red pieces across the floor. There were screams, shrieks, cries for mummies. All around, it was a war zone. Through it all, DJ and the others tried to catch their second wind. Ursula herself came barreling down toward the gang and slid to a halt, hovering several feet above the ground. She said,
Don't think we weren't hatching a plan of our own. We were about to execute when you 4 showed up. We'll clear a way for the 5 of you to reach the elevator. Then we can all get out of this goddess-forsaken place. Hi-ho to the surface! Yah!
Her broom bucked like a horse and sped away with a neum. DJ found his second wind. With all of the demons focused on the witchy aerial assault, there was much less focus on him and the others. He shouted, Come on, guys, hightail it to the elevator. They sprinted for the exit. Every so often, a demon would cross their path and try to attack, but they were dealt with. Riley did a great job plugging incoming demons from long range, even as she ran. Francis chopped off limbs and heads with icy repercussions. Steve and DJ set demons ablaze with more fire and electric-based spells. And Sir Dashing? Well, he was having the time of his life. Every graceful slash of his sword brought a little more light into his heart. With every demonic scream, his feet swished a little lighter. Isn't this lovely, son? He said as he separated a demon's head from its torso. This is what I had in mind weeks ago. A stab through another demon's belly. You and your old man, fighting the forces of evil together. He made one demon impale another with its horns. For years, I've thought this moment was nothing more than a dream. His voice trembled with emotion on that last comment, as he cracked a demon's skull with the hilt of his sword. That's great, Dad, DJ panted as he threw another shock thread spell between breaths. I'm happy to be here with you too, but I'll be even happier if we get out of here alive. Let's stay focused. Sir Dashing could hardly respond. He wept fatherly tears of joy as he left a trail of dismembered demon bodies in his wake. Thump, 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 thump. DJ looked over his shoulder and nearly screamed. The Demon King had pulled the holy ice spikes from his eyes and was barreling toward them, bowling over his minions as he sprinted with monstrous strides. Those eyes had been completely seared out, replaced by dark, cracked sockets. The veins in his neck and forehead bulged, and each breath was heavy and murderous.
Puny mortals,
he bellowed.
Your power is nothing against mine. I may have lost my eyes for now, but oof!
The Demon King recoiled as a witch dive-bombed him and hit him with a blast. Then another, and another. The Demon King swung his mighty red arms, struggling to catch the witches as he fought to remain standing. It also wasn't helping that so many of his minions were leaping on him, beating him and scratching him, pulling on his legs to topple him.
I am the Demon King,
he roared.
I am ageless. I am your reckoning. I am... Oof!
He got hit with a fourth blast right to the face. Ursula turned her broom in a mighty arc.
Okay, gals, let's let him have it. 1, 2, 3!
All the witches pulled up behind Ursula in a V formation, stuck out their hands, and shot a joint beam of light at the Demon King's chest. The Demon King recoiled and hissed as the dark world was overcome with a blinding light. Even DJ and the gang had to shield their eyes. But it was enough. The Demon King flew backward with a great thud, and all his minions dogpiled on him, assaulting him with their hands and teeth while making demands about healthcare and paid leave.
Aha!
Sir Dashing pointed with his sword.
Behold, how the wicked sow their own demise.
Well spoken,
Francis jeered.
Come on,
DJ said.
while they're all getting him. We're almost there.
The crowd of demons had thinned, but there was still a gaggle of them between the gang and the elevator. Riley plugged a few with her remaining arrows. Francis swung his axe while he shoved another wizard waffle in his mouth. Steve was sweating with magical exhaustion, along with DJ. And Sir Dashing basked in his past glory, swinging and slashing his prized sword alongside his beloved son. They reached the elevator. DJ slammed the button with his palm. As the doors slid open, Sir Dashing sheathed his sword and turned around. He put his hands on his hips as he admired his work, a trail of squirming demon arms, legs, and heads calling for their aimless, dismembered bodies. He flexed his shoulder as he turned it in its socket.
Ha! I've still got it,
he said with a chuckle. DJ snatched the back of his dad's suit and pulled him inside.
Come on, Dad, let's go!
The doors started to close, but there was a witchy shout from the distance.
Hold the lift!
Every single witch zoomed toward the elevator at top speed. DJ and the others plastered their bodies against the sides, and not a moment too soon. Every witch abandoned their brooms in mid-air, then slammed against the back wall of the elevator as they piled in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 witches in a big pile, grumbling and falling all over each other.
You're lying on my arm. You're lying on my leg. Octavia, your breath smells. Well, I haven't had a toothbrush in weeks.
The elevator doors inched shut and closed. DJ and the others felt themselves ascend. Meanwhile, the witches grumbled in a heap of black robes, pointy hats, and pale skin. It was almost like watching a twitching pile of black sludge with arms and legs sticking out. Francis frowned at DJ.
Hopefully this contraption is rated to carry all of us.
That thought made DJ gulp. But regardless, the elevator moved up, up, up. After what felt like far too long, the elevator doors slid open. Everyone pushed the mass of witches out into the forest. They tumbled across the ground, and everyone else spilled out. The cold, cold air swallowed them again. All was quiet and still. It made their crunchy footsteps and heavy breaths extra loud against the silence. DJ and the others gave themselves a hearty distance from the elevator, then flipped and faced it, as if a new threat would emerge from it. They waited, and waited, and waited some more. Isn't it supposed to close? Riley asked. DJ didn't respond. He just stared, breathing deeply, hands at the ready, body coated in sweat. Not everything in his vision went according to plan, but the most important parts did. At least he thought they did. Did it work? Was it all for naught? "Please close," DJ silently prayed. "Please close, please." The forest responded with nothing. Just a chill and a hush. Then a soft rumbling crept into their ears. There was a shift, some metallic clanks, and the large metal box that housed the elevator began to sink into the ground. Inch by inch it went. No one spoke or so much as breathed. Then, at last, it disappeared into the soil. The earth swallowed and covered it with a gulp of soil and wooden fragments, then the debris packed in neatly. Once it was gone, you would have never known it was ever there. As if the sun had suddenly come out, the forest felt warm again, even in the autumn morning. A soft wind rustled through the trees, like a dog shaking water off after a cool dip. The Eldar forest had been holding its breath, and now it could finally breathe. The pressure lifted off DJ's body. He found himself sinking to the ground. Tears nearly filled in his eyes. "Finally," he said. Francis and Steve and Riley whooped and cheered and hugged each other. So did the witches. They sang a song about freedom and hugged each other and cackled in celebration. Sir Dashing sank next to DJ and put his arm around him. His old man smelled terrible. DJ tried not to cough as he got a good whiff of him. Sir Dashing gave DJ a little squeeze around the shoulders. "Looks like it was my turn to be saved for once," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "Regardless of how bruised my ego might be, I'm happy it was you." For the first time in weeks, DJ smiled the most sincere smile he had. He said, "I'm glad you're safe. I was worried about you, a lot." "And I you," Sir Dashing said. His sapphire eyes glistened. "I've got the bravest knight in all of He kissed DJ's messy black hair with dry, cracked lips. "You're far more heroic than I was at your age." That made DJ guffaw. But as he thought about it, he did just save the whole territory. He didn't just fight a dragon or a troll or whatever. He outwitted the Demon King and helped close the portal to the Darkworld. Wow, DJ thought. Maybe I really am turning into Sir Dashing 2.0. But then, the truth returned to him that he learned just yesterday at the Temple of the Helm. I couldn't have done it without everyone. I had so much help along the way, including this, to be honest. He reached in his satchel and pulled out the Lib Afel. "Dad, this is—"
"Mine! Thank you very much."
A small, wrinkly hand shot out from DJ's peripheral vision and snatched the Lib Afel. Aghast, DJ turned to see Tim the Grand Mage standing right beside him. The angry little elf was fuming, his face beet red. He straightened his pointy little hat and glared at DJ.
"Thief! Scum!" he said. "I knew I'd find you here eventually."
Sir Dashing shot to his feet and went for his sword. DJ put a hand on Sir Dashing's elbow to reel him in. "Tim," DJ said, "how did you get here so fast?" Tim rolled his eyes.
"A mage of my caliber doesn't need a silly little trinket to travel."
He pointed at DJ's chest, where the amulet of fast travel was hiding. Then he eyed Sir Dashing up and down.
"Don't you dare try anything, you skinny Neanderthal. You have no idea what I'm capable of."
DJ retorted to stop his dad from getting fired up. "Well, we sealed the portal to the Darkworld, no thanks to you. And we didn't even need old magic. Hope you're happy."
"I am not happy,"
Tim said.
"I won't be happy until you're sufficiently punished for your theft. And since I'm easily the most powerful being here—"
He smiled nefariously.
"No one is stopping me from being both judge and jury.
Maybe I'll burn your hands off so they can never steal or pilfer again.
Tim started to twirl his fingers, but two things happened. The first, everyone, DJ's gang, Sir Dashing, and all 8 witches, squared up ready for more battle. But the second and most important thing was Ursula pushing through her small crowd of friends.
"Don't you dare touch him, Tim," she shouted. "He saved all of us."
Something came over Tim as he saw her. The hardened, crotchety old elf was gone, replaced with the squeamish tenderness of a smitten schoolboy. His cheeks turned bright pink, and his fingernails fidgeted with the hems of his robes.
"Oh, Ursula,"
he croaked. He gulped hard, then cleared his throat, trying to sound as smooth as possible.
It's been a very long time. You look as radiant as ever."
DJ couldn't help but twist his face. With Ursula's long, hooked nose, warts, and bulging eyes, radiant was hardly the word he would use.
"Thanks,"
Ursula said, far from charmed.
"Did something happen? You're a little shorter than I remember."
She turned from DJ to Tim and back.
"How do you two know each other?"
Tim's cheeks went from pink to dark red, and he shriveled with embarrassment. DJ didn't even get to answer. Riley was the one who spoke up. Her bow was still in her hand, but she managed to fold her arms. "We know him because we traveled halfway across the territory to get his help sealing the portal, and he said no. He was totally fine with the territory getting overrun by the Demon King and his supermarkets." Tim could have murdered Riley with his gaze. But the young ranger glared back and stuck out her tongue. Ursula was reeling, waving her arms and sputtering her words.
"Why would you do that? What in the 7 heavens is the matter with you? People could have died."
Tim couldn't eke out a coherent answer. He floundered with his words, starting one sentence only to end it abruptly and repeat. There was something in the way that he looked at Ursula, and the way that he didn't look at her. A truth was dawning on DJ, a truth that made him desperate not to laugh. There was no way he was going to say it out loud, though. Steve wasn't as tactful.
"Oh!"
The priest pointed.
"Ursula is the girl you fancied all those years ago."
He addressed Ursula.
"He tried to make himself tall for you, but he messed up the spell. Now he's short forever."
No one in DJ's company laughed, but the witches absolutely lost their minds. The forest clearing filled with cackles and jeers as the 7 identical witches clutched their bellies and slapped their knees and dabbed their eyes. Tim withered in humiliation. Ursula just let out an embarrassed sigh.
"Tim," she said, "you didn't need to make yourself taller for me. You shouldn't have to make yourself taller for anyone. You were fine just as you were. Just because I wasn't interested romantically didn't mean you weren't enough."
She shook her head.
"But look at you now. The years have made you a bitter old coot, letting the Demon King overrun the territory. Psh! You should be ashamed. And if you so much as raise your hand to curse Sir DJ..."
She took a menacing step forward.
"I'll hex you to smithereens myself."
Tim was aghast. His hunched little elvish body trembled with shame and indignation. He couldn't bring himself to look at DJ or Ursula or anyone else. As the witches kept laughing, he finally resolved to disappear. With a swish of his arms, he vanished, taking the Libafel with him. DJ sighed and shook his head. "Wow. Thanks, Ursula. I owe you one." Ursula blew a raspberry.
"You certainly don't. Pitiful old curmudgeon."
She paused.
"If you'd like your own Libafel, you can have mine."
DJ perked up. "Wait, Tim said his was one of a kind, the only one that existed. You have one too?"
"One of a kind?"
Ursula raised an eyebrow.
"Nonsense. There are many of them. Granted, they're not a dime a dozen, usually passed on from one master mage to another. Mine is the reason I accidentally opened up that portal, so I think it would be better suited in your hands."
With a swish of her wrist, her version of the ink-black book appeared in her hand. She handed it to DJ. DJ took it. It felt just like Tim's copy, nearly identical. DJ rubbed the front cover, feeling the energy coming from it. You know, he mused, I can tell he's been trying to force the information out of the book. I learned that you have to align yourself with it. You have to be willing to learn what it wants to teach you. That thought pricked DJ's curiosity. So wait, if it only teaches you what you're ready to learn, why did it open up a portal to the Darkworld for you, Ursula? Ursula immediately flushed with embarrassment.
Well, I was wine drunk, and, I may or may not have been reading demon romance fanfiction and experimenting with... Oh, come on, it's all in the past. No use worrying about it now. What matters is we're all safe, and the portal is closed again.
She put her fists on her hips.
I think you and your little friends have earned some well-deserved rest. I can send you, your father, and your friends back to Barragond ASAP. How does that sound?
DJ nodded slowly. Yeah, sounds great.
All righty then,
Ursula said.
Come back when my house is rebuilt. We'll have to hold book club somewhere else for a while. Ta-ta!
Without allowing DJ or his friends another word, Ursula transported them all back to Barragond. 26. Everyone insisted that Sir Dashing take some time to rest, but he insisted that they go to Master Macer's mansion to report immediately. As you can imagine, Master Macer was thrilled to see Sir Dashing returned in one piece. He was almost as thrilled to hear that the refugees could get out of his city and return to Danon. During that report, Sir Dashing gushed about DJ's cunning plan against the Demon King. Master Macer listened with unwavering attention as Sir Dashing unraveled his tale of captivity, illustrating the fact that he was only allowed 3 hours of sleep per day and a fistful of mystery meat for sustenance. He also made sure to describe his expert swordplay, which Master Macer clapped to like an amused little boy. So you see, Sir Dashing concluded, although my escape was hardly anything less than you'd expect, it wouldn't have been at all possible without my noble son DJ and his brave friends. He smiled. I believe a proper celebration is in order, along with a reward from the city.
Yes, I do believe you're right,
Master Macer said. DJ could hear the hesitation in his voice.
We shall plan a feast very soon, celebrating the departure of the Danonites and the return of the closing of the Darkworld portal on behalf of this group's heroism. Let it be done.
And the reward? Sir Dashing raised an eyebrow. Master Macer scratched his round belly and stroked his chin. He said,
What would you propose?
Gold would be appropriate, and lots of it. If you remember correctly, I was paid nearly 10,000 when I slew that dragon outside the city many years ago. Master Macer coughed as if suddenly choking on something. The following words stumbled out of his mouth.
Yes, well, there have been significant budget cuts to the city's operations, especially considering the refugees. So,
He looked around uncomfortably, then said,
Best I can do is 3,000. I'm afraid that must be final.
Sir Dashing looked back to get approval from the four of them. They all looked at each other, then zeroed in on Riley. Her face was pale with anticipation. 3,000 gold was exactly what she needed. All at once, they said, We'll take it.
Good, lovely. Yes,
Master Macer said with a dismissive wave of his hand. He turned to one of his underlings.
See that it is done. Fetch their money so they can be on their way, and send orders to prepare the city for a feast.
Riley wept with relief as they walked out of Master Macer's mansion. The sack of gold had to be carried in both of her arms. She was immediately assaulted with hugs and congratulations from everyone in the group, even DJ. He had forced himself to put his arms around her. The gesture almost felt like an apology, but not quite. Riley hugged him back in a guarded, cautious way. But after a few seconds, they both sank into it. It felt natural, for the first time in a long time. DJ's feet dangled off the edge of the clock tower catwalk. Hundreds of feet below him, the city celebrated with feast and dance and song. Soft notes from bards and minstrels made their way to DJ's ears, along with the hum of a chattering crowd and the occasional burst of laughter. The celebration strongly reminded him of the day he was knighted so many months ago. Goddess, after 2 whole quests, it felt like a lifetime had passed. He knew the whole celebration was for him and his friends. But he also knew the people of Baragond wouldn't notice if he was there or not. They were more happy that his dad had returned than anything else, and DJ was sure Sir Dashing was having a wonderful time basking in their attention. Mostly, DJ was content to sit facing the ocean while enjoying some morsels of food he grabbed on the way up here. He watched the moon shimmer against the water and shuddered at the autumn breeze nipping at his arms. His feet kicked forward and back. Footsteps approached from behind, then stopped. DJ turned around. Riley was there, holding a plate of food in one hand and a full wine bottle in another. "Oh, sorry," she said. "I can go somewhere else." DJ swallowed and shook his head. "No, you can come sit." Riley half frowned. "Are you sure?" DJ nodded. Riley came and sat down next to him, hanging her feet over the edge. She started digging into the meat and potatoes on her plate. Silence hung between the two of them for a while. Finally, she said, "Can you believe it took Master Macer over a week to get this celebration going?" "Not at all," DJ smirked. "I don't think he's liked us ever since we came back claiming that I saw the brassiere of the goddess. Dad had to remind him like 3 times to get this feast going." "How's he doing?" "When we got home, he ate 3 whole loaves of bread, a rotisserie chicken, and an entire head of cabbage, before he passed out for 2 days straight." DJ leaned back. He's still getting his strength back, but he was raring to go for this party. He eyed Riley. "How about your dad? Is the bank happy?" Riley nodded and chewed with her mouth half full. "The debt is paid. And get a load of this." She reached into a pocket and pulled out some folded Raven Post. "It's from Pebble and Brooks. Arrived just yesterday." DJ unfolded it to find Pebble's atrocious handwriting. It was hard to read, but he could pick up something about debating with Brooks for weeks about Brooks's recipes. The back of the letter had to have been written by Brooks, because the handwriting was much cleaner. It was 3 recipes, including ingredients and detailed instructions. "These are some of my best-selling items," DJ read aloud. "Perhaps these will help your bakery a bit. Remember to use proper titles for each item, per our branding guidelines." He blinked. "Chicken pot pie by Brooks's Bakery, raspberry cheese Danish by Brooks's Bakery, and lemon poppy seed bread by Brooks's Bakery." "My dad won't be wild about the names." Riley swallowed meat and potatoes. "But the recipes look delicious. I'm excited to try them." "That's awesome." DJ handed back the letter. "I just wish Francis and Steve were here for you to tell them. You'll have to let them know once they're back from the nether regions." "It was really nice of your dad to let them borrow the amulet to fast travel," Riley said. "It could have taken them months to get there otherwise. Have you heard anything?" "I did a long voice spell yesterday to talk to Francis." DJ gave a sad smile. "He said the clan isn't letting him back permanently, but he's allowed to come visit for a month when his son is born, and once a year until his son reaches manhood. It's a good thing Steve went with him, because otherwise the Iron Hands clan wouldn't have believed his story." Riley's face was riddled with concern. "Is he doing okay?" "He's actually in good spirits about it. He was worried the Iron Hands clan wouldn't let him back at all. So the fact that he gets to see his son get born and visit him every year?" DJ shrugged. "He's pretty positive about it." He smirked. "And Steve has been telling his story of fighting the Demon King to anyone who will listen. He just loves the fact that he got to whack the personage of evil with a frying pan over and over. He'll never get over it." Riley chuckled. "I bet." Then her tone darkened. Also, what about your second duel with Grythur? When is that happening? DJ tore a bite out of a dinner roll. Oh, we already took care of it. It was like a few days after we got back. Riley nearly choked on her food. What? And you didn't say anything to us about it? Her voice died down. So, does that mean Grythur is... DJ raised an eyebrow at her. Dead? No way! After what he's done for us, I could never kill him. He smirked. To be honest, I came up with a plan of defense not long after he flew us to the Temple of the Brassiere. I figured it would work and it would be a quick fight. I was right. He gave a smile. After we escaped the Darkworld, I called him with long voice, set a day and time for the duel, and met him there. Dad was nervous as all get out to let me go by myself, but the battle was over not long after it began. What did you do? Riley asked, fully enraptured. DJ shrugged with another smile. I promised Grythur I wouldn't tell anyone. It was embarrassing for him. But no more duels in our future. That's it. There was silence for a moment. DJ played with his fingertips. He looked down, then looked up, then looked down again. Rye, I'm sorry. She turned to him expectant. You were right, DJ said. I was a total jerk to you. I said we would always be friends, even if we broke up. But I was so hurt after it happened that I really let my emotions take control. He let out a long sigh. Seeing Tim and Ursula really woke me up, though. Tim got so bitter from getting his heart busted, and he let it take him over. I don't want that to be me. And I want to be friends with you again. You're too important to me. A pause. So, yeah. I'm sorry. Riley watched him as she chewed some vegetables with thoughtful slowness. She set her plate aside and put her hands in her lap. After she swallowed, she gave a big sigh. I mean, maybe I owe you an apology too. DJ was taken aback. Riley shifted where she sat. I let things go on for too long, she said. I was just so worried about hurting you, and that made things worse. I'm really sorry, DJ. She looked him in the eyes. Don't get it twisted. You were still a big jerk after we broke up, but I should have been more honest with my feelings once I knew. So, I'm sorry, Deej. You deserved better. Her voice started to quiver a little. I really want to be friends again. I miss it a lot. DJ's eyes stung, and a smile grew across his face. He reached out and put his arms around her. Riley leaned in and held him back. There wouldn't be any hand-holding tonight, no smooches either, but that was all right, because they both had their best friend back. And as DJ thought about it, he realized that was just as good. Maybe better in some ways. They sat for a while, and it didn't take long before they were back to their usual jokes and banter. They carried on for nearly an hour as they traded swigs from the wine Riley brought. The suffocating sheet that had covered their friendship was lifted, and DJ could feel his heart was a little lighter because of it. At length, DJ felt weary in both body and mind, and he wished her good night as he descended the clock tower stairs. Down at the celebration, the bards were getting tired and the townspeople were getting sloshed. DJ perused the diners and dancers, looking for his father among the crowd. But he was nowhere to be found. Finally, he tapped a stranger on the shoulder. Hey, he said over the crowd's hum, is Sir Dashing around anywhere?
I haven't seen him in a while,
the stranger slurred.
Maybe he went home. I don't know.
DJ thanked him. After looking around for a few minutes more, he concluded that maybe the random townsperson was right. Maybe Sir Dashing actually did go home early. Seemed like a wild thought, given how much Sir Dashing loved attention and celebration, but DJ couldn't find him anywhere. To the upper district, DJ went. He was home within minutes. He closed the heavy front door behind him. DJ heard stirring from the living room. As he glanced in, he saw Sir Dashing splayed on a couch, breathing deeply. The noble knight lifted his head and peered through bleary eyes. A weak smile spread across his face as he saw his son. "Ho there, son," he said with great effort. "Sorry, Dad," DJ said as he approached. "I didn't know you were in here." "Oh, it's quite all right. Quite all right." Here. DJ picked up a nearby blanket, unfurled it, and draped it over his father. Sir Dashing nestled into it, closing his eyes and grinning wide. "Thank you, my boy. Very kind," he said. DJ smirked and sat on the coffee table. "No staying out late, and no maiden to bring home. Looks like you're losing your step." A chortle came from deep in Sir Dashing's throat. "Don't tell me that. Still a little weary from the Darkworld, I believe. I wasn't at the feast for more than an hour." He opened his eyes and turned his head a little. From out of the blanket, he reached out his arm and extended his hand. DJ took it. It wasn't nearly as strong as it used to be. The Darkworld had taken its toll. "You saved me," Sir Dashing said. "You saved me from the very clutches of the Demon King himself. You're quite a hero, son." DJ scoffed and looked away. "Don't make a big deal out of it. Anybody would have done that for their dad." "I missed you dearly," Sir Dashing said as he stroked DJ's hand with his thumb. "I thought of you each day. I worried a great deal. But the older you get and the more you do, I become more and more convinced that I should worry less. You're shaping into a man far above what I could ever hope to be." DJ fought down the lump forming in his throat. He tried to chase it away with a joke. "Don't feel too threatened by my greatness, Sir Dashing." "A more appropriate word would be proud." That did it. DJ's eyes stung. He coughed to loosen up the lump. "I'm just glad you're home again." Sir Dashing smiled wide in a very tired way. He had never looked more like an old man in this moment. That made DJ's heart lurch even more. DJ gave the lump in his throat another cough. "Do you, need another blanket?" "No, this will be lovely. Thank you." He squeezed DJ's hand. "I love you very much, son. I believe I'll get some rest now." "Love you too, Dad. Good night." One more squeeze, then Sir Dashing took back his hand and burrowed into his blanket. DJ stood and trudged up the stairs to his own room. As he nestled into his own bed, he let his mind and body settle. There was no dark claw around his heart, no buzzing bees in his head. Just a calm peace and a strong sense of gratitude. Sleep was overtaking him strong and fast for the first time in weeks. "I think I'll make eggs and toast tomorrow," he thought as his body sunk into slumber. "I bet Dad will like that." That was the last thing that entered his mind before he fell into a deep, restful sleep. He dreamed of a line of demons queued up to bop the Demon King on the head with wooden hammers. The Demon King was tied to a chair, unable to resist, sobbing uncontrollably. DJ was there, leaning back in a comfortable chair, while he nursed treats and sweet drinks with Sir Dashing, Riley, Francis, and Steve. They all watched the spectacle like it was a delightful play. There was a laugh on DJ's lips, and no worry in his chest. This was The Second Legend of written by Aaron N. Hall, performed by Adriel Brandt. Copyright 2026 by Ironfire Media. For more from Aaron, visit aaronnhall.com.
Hey guys, it's Aaron N. Hall. Thank you so much for listening to this audiobook. If you like what you heard, please consider leaving a review on Amazon, Goodreads, Storygraph, or wherever you leave reviews. Independent authors like me depend on positive reviews and word of mouth to reach more people who would enjoy our books. Thank you so much.